The Brigand Children. Written by Lainey Delaroque. Produced using multi-voice digital narration. Content note. This book is a dark romantic suspense and discusses topics some listeners might find difficult. It also has some steamy scenes and characters engaging in alternative lifestyles. If that's your cup of tea, feel free to proceed. If you need more information, you can find further content details about the story on my website, LaineyDelaroque.com. Also, The Brigand Children can be listened to as a standalone, but it picks up the story where the Lavender Phantom left off. So, if you haven't listened to that book yet, I recommend you catch up on all the events so far for maximum enjoyment. There's a link in the description and in the top right corner. Some parts of this book are abridged so that the text complies with the policies here. If you would like to listen to the full, unabridged version, check the description. Don't forget to adjust the speed of this video to match your comfortable listening pace. With all that out of the way, happy listening.
Chapter 1. When the neon sign in front of the lavender entrance blinked into darkness 3 weeks ago, I went downstairs into the sub-basement. It was dark and quiet, the same as every day for the past few years. I knew there were police officers upstairs, swabbing, cordoning, photographing, doing whatever the police do. I was hidden under it all, still a prisoner in my home, still unable to see the light of day. But then it came. Imperceptible at first, then so obvious I wondered how I'd missed it. The change in my life. I started to sleep better, to breathe deeper, to savor the taste of the food I was putting in my mouth. My hacker friends Luna had urged me to use the secure access to the internet to browse online shopping sites. Lavender's new interior formed in my head like a sketch receiving its first strokes of color. I chatted to Sophie as she healed, and I made tentative attempts at video calling Thomas. But we had been apart so long it was difficult to start talking. Small steps, small hopes, small happiness. Since a very long time, everyone around me was safe. For a few weeks, there was nothing to worry about. Then the message from Tanya arrived, and reality came crashing in. Not everyone is safe, and I have a duty to protect those who rely on me. I am eager to shake off the identity of the Lavender Phantom, an entity superimposed on my being with no real merit. Now that I'm no longer a hostage, I can use my hands and my head to find myself again, and build a life that I want. The first step of that is ensuring there are no painful loose ends. I look over my shoulder as I follow the 4 boys down a dark street. A shy light flickers in the middle of it. One of them picks up his bat and smashes it, plunging their path in black. Soft neon colors reflect off the wet concrete, giving the whole scene a poetic highlight. I pull my baseball cap lower, hiding my face from security cameras and passers-by. I try not to look at the composite sketch on the small digital billboard on the wall. It depicts what is roughly my face, a line running through the middle, where there is a massive crack in the screen. Sophie told me #HotCriminal trended online when the sketch was first published. Both flattering and insulting, that artist's rendition of my features forces me to stay inside during the day and only venture at night with a cap and a hoodie on, trying to blend in with the muted haze of Chicago's dim streets. But tonight, I've left my bags at home. With my hands in my pockets, I squeeze the brass knuckles, the metal warm in my grip. Tanya told me 2 of her girls had disappeared. One day they were there with her, the other she couldn't get a hold of them. We had found their phones discarded miles away from where they were supposed to have been. The 4 boys in front of me look barely in their 20s, green and fearless. The worst combination. I click my tongue when one of them kicks a bin, and everyone laughs as it rolls sideways, spilling rubbish across the street. Penelope and her gestures are a disgrace. Years ago, she had said she liked that my father ran a tight ship with minimal violence. As she's got the power to herself, her ideology has taken a 180 turn.
Being a jester is the shit now. To hell with all those old gangs. You should come join us. There's a recruitment lineup next week.
One of the guys croaks, his voice rough from smoking.
I don't know, man.
One of the others scratches his head.
Come on, dude. It's the best. We can do whatever we want. If it turns crap, we'll just leave. But I doubt it will come to that. As long as we follow the orders of the woman on top, we're good.
To punctuate his point, the boy who says this takes out a spray paint can and starts defacing the nearest wall by creating a bright yellow line. I'm expecting him to sign off his artistry somehow, but no. He just draws a sloppy, curly line that drips down.
Police, stop,
Says a stern female voice from ahead. Both I and the group of boys still in place, as they're faced with two police officers, a short black woman and a man thrice her age with a distinct beer belly. The female voice makes me step sideways to hide. I press my body to the damp wall and listen in.
Can I see some ID?
One of the boys laughs in her face. He is tall and thin, his spine the shape of a poorly written question mark. I creep closer. The boys are my lead for the night. I can't let them slip away.
Calm down, boy.
The other police officer says. His voice is commanding, but betrays a tiredness one can't conceal at his age. Both of them have their hands on their weapons.
It's quite late. What are you doing here?
The boy straightens, quiets, and steps toward the man.
I don't answer questions.
He emphasizes every word, his tone victorious. I shake my head. Bold, stupid boy. I move farther in. They are almost within reach now. The woman's eyes dart between the four guys and her partner. She looks uncertain. She must be new because when the boy dares to point his finger at the man, she grabs for her gun and takes a shooting stance. But it remains in its holster, the button safely holding it in place. I frown, secondhand embarrassment settling in. It's awkward to watch, but it's also getting dangerous. The boys have moved closer to their tall spokesperson, and as the gun scene unfolds, a short butch boy jumps the policeman, tackling him to the ground. The other two charge the woman. The tall boy remains standing, his hands in his pockets. Gangs within gangs. Does Penelope have all these random groups under control? Metal bats clank as they hit the ground, missing their mark. Fists connect with flesh. Grunts and whimpers harmonize with the hustle and bustle of nighttime Chicago. The policewoman has curled up in a ball while two boys kick her. Panting with violent excitement, sadistic grins paint their sweaty faces. I crack my neck to the right and then to the left. Only one side cracks properly, and I roll my eyes. I always pull something when I fight without warming up. The policeman manages to get to his knees and is fumbling with his gun. His holster is unbuttoned, but blood is running down his shaking arm. Someone has pulled out a knife. I squint, trying to see who it is. I must take them out first. The tall boy kicks the man's hand, forcing a grunt out of him. He looks like he has only weeks before retirement. What is he doing here, getting involved with the jesters, and with a rookie at that? A sharp flash catches my eyes. The butch boy is the one holding the knife. None of them see me coming, engrossed in their violence-induced high. I grab the tall boy by the hair and pull him down, slamming him to the ground. His breath knocks out of his lungs. He pants in shock. I kick the butch boy straight into the chest. As he loses his balance and stumbles sideways, he drops the knife. I kick it to one side. I've not drawn blood yet. My brass knuckles glint, catching a faraway nightlight. Adrenaline floods my system and I smile. I've missed this. The feeling of danger. The high of fighting for your life. For someone else's life.
Back off, dude. This isn't your fight,
says one of the boys still standing. He has stopped kicking the woman and is now trying to get her gun out. She has twisted and grabbed his wrists, her fingers bloody. A brave cop. I'm not backing off. I step over the butch boy and, reaching the one who dared to speak to me, drive my fist into the side of his face. My hit isn't strong enough to upset his stance, but his head snaps to one side, disorienting him. His friend looks me in the eye. The night air is permeated with sweat. I hold his gaze, unable to read his expression in the soft darkness. I'm warm in my hoodie. Moisture has gathered on my upper lip. Tall boy gets up behind me and moves around. He's probably scrambling for the knife. Without dropping my eyes, I clench my core, ready to hit the boy in front of me. As if reading my malicious intent, he gasps once and runs away.
What the?
I hear behind me.
Cal, you coward.
I would say he's the smartest one of you. I turn around. My voice is hoarse. How long has it been since I've spoken out loud? At least 2 days. After that, it's a free-for-all, 3 against 1. When the policeman tries to get up, Butch Boy kicks him in the back of the head. He crumples to the ground without a sound. I hope he's not dead. A dead cop is bad news. The woman tries to crawl away from the melee, but a badly aimed blow from me sends one of the boys tumbling over her. She whimpers in pain and curls up again. She's whispering something to herself. I can't hear her over the sounds of fighting, but I can swear she's praying. I feel bad for her, imagining it's one of her first days on the job. Maybe a new partner, a new area, new dangers, and only God to protect her. Well, I'm also here. I don't think much when I fight. It's second nature. I barely register the pain of blows to my sides and kicks to my legs. They won't topple me. I will win as long as I keep straight on my feet. And I always do. The only person to ever bring me to my knees was Penelope, and I'm still paying the price of that. Somewhere in the distance I hear shouting, then whistling, then angry stomping. That little shit hadn't run away. He'd gone to fetch friends. I've been careful not to maim the boys, hitting them as gently as I could to dissuade them, to scare them away. But they are, as I'd thought before, too fearless for their own good. They won't back down, especially not now when they know reinforcements are on their way. Time to get serious then. 3 fast, well-aimed blows to their heads incapacitate them before the other group has even turned around the corner. My thoughts don't linger on the possible lives I've ruined. They shouldn't have followed Penelope. They shouldn't have attacked the police like idiots. I pat the policewoman. Get up, I say, trying to convey the urgency of the situation. Get up. Come on. We have to run. She looks up, a streak of black hair stuck on her sweaty forehead.
They will kill me,
She utters, abandoning her prayer. They will if you don't get up now. I grunt back as I pick up her partner and drape his arm around my shoulders, supporting his weight. He shakes his head, confused. I sigh with relief. No dead cops on my watch. Get up and help. This resolute course of action seems to bring her back to a clearer headspace. She gets up, shaky on her legs but moving with conviction, and picks up the policeman's other arm. The weight on my side eases. The man is coming to his senses too, his feet slowly finding purchase on the ground. Turn right here, I say as we wobble forward. The woman listens well and steers us right after we emerge into the slightly brighter main street. Right again. We duck into another dark alley.
I have to call for help.
She says, her trembling hand reaching for her police radio. Later, we have to lose them first. There's an abandoned shop here. I keep pulling them forward. I don't want her to call for reinforcements before I have a chance to speak to them. We pass another digital screen with my face on it. I can't be caught for trying to do the right thing. A minute later, we drag our feet into the neglected shop and hide behind the counter. I press my finger to my lips when my eyes meet hers. The shouting from before comes close, dangerously close.
Who are we even looking for?
Someone shouts, their voice full of annoyance.
If I know. A tall man.
Someone else replies. The policewoman hiccups. I glare at her as she brings her hands to her mouth. She looks like she's about to cry. The policeman is out of it again. He probably has a concussion.
Let's do a couple more loops around the block and go home.
A third voice from outside says. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. The stomping continues forward, and the shop eventually quiets. I pull out my phone, a cheap burner, my finger still in front of my lips, and dial Matthias. We need help, I whisper when he picks up.
On my way,
He replies.
I got your location.
Be fast and quiet, I say, though he already knows. This is not the first time he has had to bail me out after an emergency. My investigation is, as always, stunted by my talent to get into trouble.
Who's we?
Matthias asks. I made 2 friends. I wink at the policewoman. She hiccups again, her eyes wide, the poor rookie. Chapter 2. When the door to the shop opens, I brace myself for another fight. 2 sets of footsteps echo on the hard floor.
Damien?
I relax when I hear Matthias's voice. With more effort than I care to admit, I shift on one knee and pop my head above the counter. The world spins a little.
You don't look too good.
Matthias says when he reaches me, his tanned skin lined with sweat. His blue eyes lock with mine. The concern between his brows makes me uncomfortable. I know I won't hear the end of it, so I only nod. One can never hide an injury from a doctor.
Whoa, are those two even alive?
A soft, feminine voice. I look behind Matthias's tall body. Hannah is standing behind him. It's no wonder I didn't notice her. She's almost half his height. Her dark eyes share his expression. But as cute as this meeting is, I have one burning question. What is she doing here? Sophie's tiny Japanese friend has no place in the middle of a dangerous rescue mission. I peer into her face. She doesn't seem bothered by my words.
It sounded like we needed as many people as we could get.
Matthias shrugs and bends over to offer a hand to the policeman. The old man has regained his senses again. He takes the offered hand but struggles to get himself onto his feet. Matthias drops to his knees and helps him up. "And Tanya?" I whisper into his ear as his head drops close to mine. I shuffle out of Hannah's way, who has taken it upon herself to help the policewoman. She looks uncomfortable receiving help from a civilian and won't meet Hannah's gaze. It's too late for pride, isn't it?
She's in with the girls,
Matthias replies, his voice quiet. The policeman sways in his grasp, his face strained with pain.
Another one has disappeared.
Matthias continues, his breath a soft tickle on my earlobe. I say, having nothing useful to offer. Luna had set me on the lead that the 4 boys from before would take me to the Jester's hideout. I had followed them with the idea I would corner them into talking. I'm sure Lavender Girl's disappearing is not a coincidence. Penelope is not going to let what she perceived as hers go free. And those girls were working for her only a few weeks ago. The policeman grunts as he and Matthias step toward the side exit of the disused shop. Hannah and the policewoman wobble after them, leaving me alone behind the counter. I look down to my black jeans, now sporting a massive dark stain. One of the boys has nicked me with a knife. The adrenaline kept me up and running, but now I grit my teeth as I try to get up. My first attempt unsuccessful, I shift all my body weight to my other leg. Maybe he has stabbed me. I press a palm to the middle of the stain and get up, the interior of the shop swimming in front of my eyes.
Hurry up.
Hannah whispers with a frown. Go ahead. I'm coming. At 33, I feel old. I limp behind my friends and my 2 willing hostages and wonder how my retirement plan has gone so wrong. Lavender was supposed to be my swan song, the place that would be the end of my gang career. I hadn't accounted for Penelope not sharing my vision. When I'm outside, I step into a puddle and curse. Now my leg is not only bleeding, it's covered in sewer water.
We're almost there,
Matthias says, his voice drowning in grunts and heavy breathing. The streets are quiet. We have timed our escape well. The jesters don't seem to be meticulous pursuers, or maybe they didn't know how juicy their prey was. The darkness inside Lavender is welcoming in its anonymity. It covers our faces, shielding us from the world outside. Matthias leads us all into the lounge and turns on the lights.
This is a crime scene.
The policewoman utters, her voice strained. Beads of sweat glisten on her dark skin. She is clutching Hannah's shoulder like her life depends on it. Maybe it does. I hobble after the group into the bar. No one says anything in response to the woman's observation.
What happened to your leg?
Matthias's doctor voice comes out. Nothing too bad. I shake my head. Check the police officers first. It's not true. I can barely feel my leg below the wound. The middle of the bloody stain both itches and stings, like someone is continuously rubbing alcohol on it. I pour myself a whiskey and sit down on one of the lounge chairs, the motion taking more effort than expected. Matthias's mouth is a straight line, but he follows my instruction without protest. He helps the old policeman sit down, who instantly cradles his head in his hands.
You're that fugitive, aren't you? Damien Grey.
The policewoman sits near her partner. It's brave of her to ask the question. She's shaking while Hannah rubs her back. That sketch doesn't do me justice, right? I crack a smile. I'm sure I look like shit at the moment.
Why are you taking police officers as hostages, boy?
The old man speaks, his voice hoarse like he smokes often and a lot.
Buzz for reinforcements, Aisha.
Wait.
Matthias says, linking eyes with Hannah. She puts a hand on the policewoman's arm.
Please let me patch you both up while you listen to what Damien has to say.
Are we supposed to trust the words of a criminal?
The woman shoots me a piercing gaze. I welcome it, her black eyes reflecting the consequences of my life. She hates me.
Alleged criminal. He's innocent until proved guilty.
Hannah murmurs. I cock my head to one side, surprised she's speaking on my behalf. She and I haven't had any time to get to know each other, so her opinion of me is a mystery.
He should let himself be tried then.
Aisha, the policewoman, says. I will when the time is right, but I don't want to go to jail for someone else's crimes. My voice is even. This negotiation must succeed.
We'll listen,
The policeman says.
but after we have, you'll let us go.
I nod. I don't plan on keeping them. You aren't restrained. I've not hurt you. My friend will look over your injuries. My other friend will make you a warm drink. This line earns me a scowl from Hannah. Maybe she is tentatively on my side. Most probably she is on Sophie's side and on mine by proxy. She clearly doesn't like to be ordered around. I continue speaking. After I've told you my story, we'll call you an ambulance, and you can call for reinforcements. We won't be here to be captured, though. Saving you both from being beaten to death has exhausted my good deeds for the night.
Speak then.
The old man leans back with a wince. Aisha looks away, her face contorting in obvious disagreement. Matthias opens his doctor's bag and starts examining the policeman. I built Lavender as a haven for people, a reprieve from the real world, whatever that meant for them. I never forced anyone, be it staff or client, to do anything inappropriate here. But it was taken away from me. Using something I hold dear, they blackmailed me into taking control of the whole place. Then the crimes started, all in my name, of course.
The jesters.
The policeman says through gritted teeth. Matthias is cleaning a giant scrape on his forearm. My own wound reminds me of itself, and I shift my weight to sit more on my uninjured side. The jesters. Yes, an interesting comment. What do you know about them? Or actually, was it a coincidence you ran into them tonight?
We're working a case.
The woman says.
Is it about missing girls?
Hannah blurts out, and I roll my eyes. Can you make us some warm drinks, please? I try to sound polite. She stands up, her face angry, and walks up to me.
I'm not one of your minions.
She growls.
You don't get to tell me what to do.
I only asked you,
You don't have to do anything. You can go home.
Matthias says, not looking up. He's writing something on a piece of paper, probably for the ambulance when it arrives.
Thanks for your help.
This seems to calm her. She snorts and disappears behind the counter. Porcelain cups clink as she starts making something. Matthias and Hannah. An unlikely friendship. I narrow my eyes, but their faces betray nothing.
Trouble keeping everyone in check?
The policeman chuckles, bringing me back. He looks like nothing can surprise him.
We are looking into the disappearance of 2 girls. We received anonymous tips, so we were following a lead.
So Tanya has involved everyone within her power. Fair enough. It stings a bit, but it is true that I don't stand the best chance of finding them. I lack many key resources. With the police, the girls have a bigger chance of being found. I'm looking for them too. They used to be regulars here, I say. Half-truths are still truths, as Sophie loves to say.
What do you want from us? We listened.
Aisha says, impatient. Matthias hands the piece of paper to the policeman, then strides toward her, offering her to put her palm in his. She does it with less reluctance than I would have anticipated. Sometimes I forget what effect Matthias has on women. Let's work together. Let me prove that the jesters are behind the disappearances, that I was set up. Let me clear my name. I hope my sincerity will reach them. Aisha shakes her head.
Come with us then.
I can't prove my innocence from the inside of a cell.
You sound guilty.
You sound biased. The policeman breaks into a laugh.
Aisha, enough. No need to fight with the suspect. Let me remind you of something, Mr. Grey. You are used to Chicago being run one way. We are used to running it another. The law is what we go by. What about you?
I narrow my eyes. As I stare into his face, his features remind me of someone I can't place. There is familiarity in his tone. Before Lavender fell, I had run the deck cleanly, evading the police, making sure I was never on their radar. I was cautious with my father's legacy while waiting to have enough resources to abandon the criminal life and live in the light. This person seems to know me. Hannah brings out a large pot of tea in cups.
Mint tea.
She announces and plops herself on a chair. She pours it slowly as I rack my brain. Are his features too common, or... I try to do the right thing, I say finally. What a cliché. His question took me by surprise. I'd been ruthless before, living by the code I'd inherited from my father. That had all shifted the day I had seen Thomas's little pink face. I had vowed to change myself in the gang. I had held him that night, and when he'd cried, I had passed him to Penelope. She had looked so tired, her hair sticking to the pillow, her arms slender but weak, connected to monitors, pinning her to the bed. When she had cooed over his tiny body, his mouth latched on her breast, I couldn't have imagined life would be anything but good. Not even in my wildest dreams would I have thought the mother of my child would ruin everything I had built and use our baby as collateral.
So you're just going to let us go?
The policeman's voice pulls me back to the present. Aisha hisses, then chuckles. Matthias is patting a cotton pad onto her face, flashing her a warm smile. I wish I could be as personable as him. I will. I hope you will take up my offer, I say, because it's the right thing to do. We all want the girls found.
You're putting a lot of trust in us. We know where you're hiding. We know the faces of your associates. We can bring you down in the blink of an eye.
The old man takes a cup of tea from Hannah. He sips it slowly. At least he trusts us enough not to poison him. His words are true. But I chose to save lives, letting the boys I was chasing get away. I made my choice to trust them a while ago. You're the good guys, right? I huff a little laugh.
So you say you're a witness, not a perpetrator?
Aisha shakes her head.
I find it hard to believe you couldn't get your club back. I saw you fight there. You could have killed those gangbangers in a heartbeat.
Her gaze holds fiery anger. She can't be older than her mid-20s, but she holds such fury. What made her like that? How did she end up with the police and not with the likes of Penelope and me? Chicago gangs are the prime place for angry young people. I can't prove anything tonight. If you give me the benefit of the doubt and a bit of time, I will give you the case of a lifetime.
We'll think about it.
The policeman interjects.
If your doctor friend is done with my partner, I would like to call an ambulance. He has written here I have a suspected concussion. Not ideal before retirement, you see.
Go ahead. This is our cue to leave. I get up. The lounge blurs in front of my eyes, and it takes all my mental strength not to yelp at the pain in my leg.
What's your name?
Aisha asks with a small smile, her hand lingering on Matthias's as he starts to put his first aid kit back into his bag.
It's a secret.
He winks.
I'll tell you if you agree to help us.
She chuckles. He moves her hand away gently and gets up. I see his face drop the smile and wish he would find someone to love soon. Anyone but me. Chapter 3. Matthias and Hannah leave through the front door before the police officers. I know they're going to pivot and come back through the back door, so I don't stop them. Matthias would have never left me in the state I'm in anyway.
Here.
The policeman hands me a business card, which says, Carl Mickelson, Detective, Chicago Police Department. Detective? I look him up and down, all beaten up and in a uniform that barely fits over his round belly.
Yeah, detectives.
Aisha says, emphasizing the S. She hands me her card too. Aisha Montgomery. They don't allow you to walk around in normal clothes anymore? Carl shakes his head.
Listen, boy, the jesters can't know we're onto them. They'll hurt those girls. This is why we pretend to be uniformed officers and why we listen to your life story. At the end of the day, we're only doing our jobs. Sit still and we'll be in touch if we need your help. Don't cause trouble.
I narrow my eyes. He sounds like a parent. I don't like it.
You should be thankful we're from missing persons and not violent crimes.
Aisha hisses on her way out, a bandaged finger pressing to my chest. I shouldn't care. but her emotional outbursts, her youthful loyalty, makes me want to bring her to my side. People like her are never good at being corrupt cops, however. If I'm to win her over, I have to keep firmly on the right side of the law. When Carl reaches the door, he lingers, something like sadness on his face. He waits for Aisha to be away from earshot, then whispers,
Go visit your old man, boy. You can learn a lot from him.
My eyes narrow. He knows my father? Now it all falls into place. The same way I want Aisha, my father had wanted Carl, and he had gotten him. You still work for him? I ask, because being in prison doesn't always stop someone from playing the game. A thin needle of agitation pierces my belly. I thought my father's strings had been cut. I had made sure to cut them all. The deck is no more.
I have never worked for him.
Carl shakes his head.
We had a simple agreement. He stayed out of my way and I stayed out of his. Back then, I used to work in narcotics.
I don't think he'll want to see me.
You should try anyway,
he whispers. I can hear Aisha calling for reinforcements.
You're still wet behind the ears, son. I believe you because I knew your dad, and I've heard about your wife and the jesters. She's a nasty piece of work, that woman. Managed to fool both you and your old man. But we've all been there. I'm not judging you. If you want to clear your name, you'll need your dad's help. Without him, you are nothing.
I grit my teeth but only nod. There's a police siren in the distance, so I'm not going to get into an argument. I gesture for Carl to leave, then lock the door behind him. Matthias is back in the lounge, alone and sad. Did you lose Hannah? I limp toward him.
She has work early tomorrow, so she left to get some sleep.
I crack a smile, but he doesn't return it. He seems tired as well. You should sleep too, I say.
And I will after I take a look at that leg.
Yes, I mutter as I let him support me with his body on the way to the secret sub-basement level. You like Hannah? I ask between huffs and grunts while we descend the spiral staircase with the speed of an injured turtle.
You know who I like,
he says simply, averting his eyes. I press my lips in a thin line and let the silence linger. There is no point in rejecting him every time he speaks about this. After my thigh is stitched up and bandaged, and I'm in a pain-free world courtesy of Matthias's hospital-grade painkillers, I go back to Lavender's ground floor. I slide into the tropical room, the palm trees drooping in the chilly air. The heating is off, and the whole room has the eerie feeling of abandonment. What used to be a smell of warmth and natural trees now carries the faint stench of mold. It is probably growing in the dark, damp corners, ruining my intended aesthetic. I take out my phone and message Sophie, telling her to be cautious of jesters walking around. She's coming tonight, and while I thought of canceling, I haven't seen her recently, and I know she's more than capable of sneaking in undetected. Sophie, I say, the name sitting on my tongue like a foreign word. I had known her as the Brigand Wraith first, a legendary entity, an elusive thief from the unscrupulous LA Brigands. Then she had called herself Adrian, shattering the image of a ruthless gangbanger I had in my mind for her. It was so easy to talk to her, to joke when all I could think about was Thomas in the clutches of his unloving mother. Her presence had been a reprieve, and before I knew it, I was craving it. Craving her being next to me, helping me solve my issues with the ease she made quick, kind decisions, like fixing my ropes. I look around. My chest tightens. The brown palm leaves are still, reminding me of decay and betrayal. I dedicated this room to Penelope. Back in England, she hated the damp gray weather. She craved warmth, and I gave it to her upon our return to Chicago. Her gratitude was short-lived. I get up, my wound itching slightly. It's not as bad as I thought. It's only a scrape after all, but it's deep and long, and every time I move, I pull on it, making the skin taut against the stitches.
Hello, stranger.
Black boots, black jeans, black hoodie, long strawberry blonde hair and a messy bun, mischievous eyes. I smile despite myself. No matter how much I sulk these days, it takes Sophie a second to jumpstart my endorphin production. I thought I locked all the doors, I wink.
When has that ever stopped me?
She chuckles.
You know you can give me a key, right?
I walk toward her, trying not to limp. You can lockpick in less time than it takes to turn the key.
True. but you don't have to test my skills every single time.
I stop a breath away from her, unsure whether to embrace her or kiss her or do nothing at all. We had shared that one amazing night together a few weeks ago, but life had come in full swing since, preventing us from being physically intimate. But calls and short conversations can only get me so far. I can't deny I want her, despite my insecurities trying to override my brain. Sophie opens her arms, and I follow her lead, giving her a tight hug. She nuzzles her head in my chest, and my hands linger on her back, feeling the warmth. If she's not in a hurry to break contact, I'm not either. Her hair smells of orange and cocoa butter, and in spite of the coldness in the air, I close my eyes and imagine I'm in a tropical paradise. The palm leaves turn green behind my closed eyelids. The speakers in the ceiling are silent, but I can hear the parrots and the flutter of warm wind.
This is the first private room I saw,
She says, her breath forming a warm patch on my shirt. It's the first room I designed, I reply. Do you like it?
I liked it when it was warm.
She lifts her head, a smile on her face. All her bruises are healed. The only memory of her pristine skin even being broken is in my head. Her warm brown eyes look like ambers in the dark, glinting with amusement. She is calm, I realize, contented. I want to ask her something, but the words get stuck in my throat. As the Brigand Wraith, stay by my side. Let's defeat the jesters together. She looks so normal, so detached from this life that I wish I can erase her memories of pain. She was the Brigand Wraith, I remind myself. She had put that behind her to care for her sister, to pursue rope and kink. I want to do that. I want to be able to pick up Thomas from school and take him to the cinema and then leave him with his friend's parents so I can go for a fetish night out. I can put the heating on, I say instead, without letting her go. I tangle my fingers in her locks and pull on the elastic. Her hair comes free in a waterfall of glittering copper and citrus. She squeezes me tighter.
In a bit. Hanako told me you got a lead today. Did you find anything?
Nothing. I shake my head. But I saved 2 detectives. She looks at me with a puzzled expression.
And they let you go?
They weren't looking for me.
Isn't everyone looking for you?
Huh. I breathe. Maybe she is right. We stand quiet for a few breaths, then I tell her about tonight. She listens without interrupting. When I finish, she lifts herself on her toes and presses her lips to mine. Soft and warm, inviting, shutting me up. I move my arm up her back and to the nape of her neck, pressing her closer to me. The chill of the room leaves the second her pointed tongue tangles with mine. The taste of berries lingers on her mouth. I slip her leather jacket down.
Since it's so cold,
Sophie whispers between my lips.
you'll need to hold me extra tight.
I press my palms to the sides of her thighs, drawing her closer to me. Her hands travel under my shirt. With cold fingers, she trails my spine, her feathery touch leaving an icy memory in its wake. I shiver, earning a sly smile from her. She pushes me back, barring my escape from the tropical room, navigating gently to the wooden swing toward the back. I fight the memories of Penelope in it, Thomas giggling next to her, toys cluttering the floor. Sophie's tongue in my mouth does a good job of scrambling my thoughts into oblivion. Maybe she's to be my salvation. Or maybe we both need a distraction. The swing creaks once when I land on it, then again when Sophie spreads her legs and sits on my lap. A small ache starts in my thigh, reminding me of my wound, but the painkillers keep it at bay. I forget about it as soon as it crosses my mind. Sophie grinds on me, her warmth and scent making me lose the grasp on all things logical and ordered. I am forced to embrace the present. She lets go of me only to roll her t-shirt over her head and throw it on the floor. Remembering her submissive, melted self, I wonder where this dominance is coming from. I don't mind it. Her confidence is contagious. I push her into me, my hard against her jeans. I want her to know how she affects me, how hard I am for her. She moans before kissing me again, her straight hair draping on her shoulders like silk. I move my hands up, my eyes stopping briefly on every inch of her supple skin to admire her. In the muted light, I see fresh lines of burgundy on her shoulders and across her chest. A new bruise mars her side, still red and angry. "You've been out playing?" I ask, already aware of the answer. She is on the kink scene. I'm hiding in a basement. She looks down, briefly confused, then nods.
It was rope night at the Moon Garden yesterday.
Looks like you had fun. I hope I sound positive and accepting. I'm not quite sure I pull it off.
It was good. I did a self-suspension. Hanako spotted for me. I was rusty, but I remembered all the basics.
She slides sideways, sitting next to me. The swing rocks gently.
It was nice to be in a headspace to do that after everything.
I squeeze her shoulders and plant a little kiss on her forehead. "What do you want to do now?"
Now? I was hoping we would continue kissing.
She winks and puts her hand on my crotch. I shake my head and take her tiny hand in both of mine. "You know what I mean. Are you still planning to leave with Melanie?" I hold my breath, my heartbeat picking up pace. I need to know, but I don't want to know. She is silent for a few frightening seconds.
I don't know. I'm trying to see if a hobby can lead to some extra income. I want to see if my rope skills can be monetized.
Like opening a club? My mind does a jump forward in time, imagining her tying in lavender, leading a workshop maybe, teaching other people what she does best.
That's a bit out of my price range. I'm recording some online video tutorials. If they fail as a business, at least I would have taught some random people how to handle rope safely.
Sophie gives me a weak smile.
I don't have a proper job, so I've been burning our savings. Melanie doesn't want to leave.
She's getting along with Thomas, isn't she? Matthias told me.
They're cute together. All mobile games and memes. But I have no real plan for the future. My best friend is here, and I don't want to leave her. But I don't want to endanger her either. Penelope is still out there, snatching girls. You can't show your face outside in the daylight.
Grim, I say with a tiny smile, trying to ease the descending gloom.
Well, yes, but that's not why I'm saying it,
she replies, snuggling into my chest.
It feels like my work isn't done here, you know, like I can still help.
When those words tumble out of her mouth, relief washes over me like scotch on a cold night. Do you want to help? My voice is small, hoarse. I want you to help us, I say in my head, but the words don't reach my lips. She is silent for a moment. When she looks up, her eyes are sparkling, and her brows have the crease of determination.
I do want to help. I know even Hana has gotten entangled in your business, so why not me? I can help if you let me.
I put my palm on Sophie's cheek and caress it with my thumb. I have craved those words from her. My mind has been torn in two ever since the Jester's party. She had taken the humiliation of it, and instead of running away, she had put her head down and concocted a plan to save Thomas. To save me and cut off one of Penelope's tails. She is resourceful. She is compassionate, her moral compass pointing the right way. She is so different from Penelope. I'm attracted to all of that, together with her bright smile and her unapologetic love of rope bondage. I want to protect her from my world, push her away to keep her safe from Penelope's dangerous gang. I also want her to be by my side because I'm a selfish bastard, and I'm so tired of fighting alone. Join me, I whisper, echoing my words from when I had held her first. Let's join hands and bring Lavender to its former glory.
I haven't seen it before,
she murmurs. Let's make it better than before. I squeeze her body to mine. You like tea, right?
I love tea,
she says, a wide smile on her pretty face. Then you will love making this place great. Your heart is at the right place. I chuckle and lean in to kiss her. She pulls away a little.
Lavender is your dream. It will take me some time to figure out what I want. But I'm sure of one thing,
she whispers.
That I want you near me.
I keep stroking her cheek. She's so warm. I was getting ahead of myself.
It's not a no, but a we'll see. I have a complicated relationship with Lavender. Meeting you, Tanya, and Matthias is the best thing that happened to me here. Everything else, well, not pleasant memories.
I'm so stupid. So wrapped up in my dream of my lavender. I forgot that for her, this was the place where she and her sister were assaulted. The place where Brad harassed her. She went through all that as Luna's hired help, but also as a person who had a moral obligation to destroy the evil within these walls. Where I see interior improvements, she sees shadows of the past. I'll be with you as you figure it out. I've been staring in her walnut-colored eyes, seeing her soul for the first time. And I know I can't push lavender on her. I can only hope in time she will come here and choose to make it a part of her future.
Let's make it an adventure,
She says. Her chest rises and a sigh slides out of her. I can no longer bear the smell of mold and the damp darkness of the tropical room. I want to bury myself in her neck and pull her tight until there's no space between our hearts. I take her hand and lead her to the only place I'm sure she doesn't have painful memories of, the hidden sub-basement. When we get there and the heavy door closes behind us, cutting us off from the world above, I slide my fingers up her neck and into her soft hair. She moans softly, a smile lingering on her face. I kiss her deeper, my tongue parting her lips to explore her mouth. She welcomes it, and when her hand finds its way on my crotch again, I don't move it away. Chapter 4. When I wake the next day, Sophie is gone. She's left me a small purple note, which says she's going to run some errands, and then meet Melanie and Thomas after they finish school. Uneasiness pinches my diaphragm. If she gets followed, if Thomas's location gets found out, if they steal him away again, what will I do? My lack of control is excruciating. I trust Sophie, and I trust Matthias, who's around Thomas as well. But doubt rears its head at every opportunity. I have not forgotten what it was like to be afraid. Maybe it's a parent's curse, never to stop being afraid for their child. Or maybe fear has replaced something within me. What feeling led me before to save Luna from their abusive family? To wrangle Tanya free from the grasp of a sick cult? To pick Matthias up and give him a job after he was suspended from practicing medicine? It wasn't fear. I didn't know fear before Penelope's betrayal. I spend the day working out, fighting my dark thoughts. An answer doesn't come, so I go around in circles, knowing that there are expectations placed upon me. Expectations I'm unsure how to meet. By the end of it, I can't take it anymore. I need to see Tanya. On the surface, all is simple. I want to save the girls, clear my name, bring Penelope and her gang down. But how? I don't want to get in touch with my father. There's bad blood there, and I have enough problems as it is. The night creeps in like a welcome guest in a quiet house. It descends upon Chicago in a purpling sunset and settles in with the night sky above the buildings, light pollution hiding the stars from view. I readjust my black baseball cap as I sneak through a well-lit street. My shadow crawls behind me like the long list of my crimes. The air smells faintly of spring, but the night chill is there. It gives me a good opportunity to hide within my clothes, and I dip my face into my black scarf, concealing most of my recognizable features. I glance at another digital display with my face on it as I descend into the Jackson subway station. My facial composite looks grumpy next to two massive gig posters. The station is empty, but I know the cameras are rolling. I snuggle into my black jacket and pretend to be a traveler hiding from the cold. As the train pulls up, I wonder if I should have taken a taxi. When I enter the empty carriage, I decide I've done the right thing. Interacting with another human is too dangerous. The train whizzes away from the platform into a dark tunnel. I plop myself on a seat and wince at the sudden pain in my leg. I press on my wound through my jeans, trying to figure out if I have pulled my stitches open. It hurts like a new bruise, and I can feel it pulsating, making my leg hot. When I take my finger away, it's as if I've stamped a dark red wax seal on my pants. Why can't I just be careful, look after myself properly? As I bobble in my seat in the deafening roar of the carriage, I think about all the pain I have already withstood. There was plenty, physical and emotional, but I realize I have always dealt with it one way only, my father's way. Pain is something you ignore as you push ahead in life. Pain is merely a common side effect of living. No one warned me that mixing it with fear would f up my head. The announcer's voice booms in the carriage, for my benefit only, every time we near a stop. On his 8th try to shun me away, I finally stand up. The doors open into a new world. The platform is quiet. No lights are flickering. There's nothing creepy about the stale air in the space. But I know as soon as I climb the stairs, I will have to watch out. This side of Chicago was never mine. It was never my father's. It is Arcana territory, and while I have an inkling about why Tanya's here, I can't be sure. I look up the location on my phone, saved in the offline Google Maps in case I lose reception. When I emerge, I find the only street lamp illuminating the exit of the subway station busted. It's not a surprise. I pull my scarf down, letting the midnight air enter my lungs as my eyes adjust. I can hear faint voices from one side. As I slip my hands in my pockets and my fingers into the brass knuckles inside, I walk toward my destination with the confident stride of a local. The route wasn't difficult to memorize, so as I push forward, I keep my eyes and ears open for any signs of danger. When I see the familiar outlines of the motel from the pictures on the internet, I pick up my pace, unwilling to dally any longer and risk attracting attention to myself. The motel description on Google said, unassuming rooms in a humble motel and free continental breakfast. When I lift my head and take in its splendor, I realize whoever had written the marketing copy had been spot on but very polite about it. It is a drab building, long with dirty walls that might have once been white, and a flickering sign which says MEL, occasionally lighting up the middle letters and screaming OT at the passing cars instead. I'm sure the rooms would reek of mold and stale cum before I've even crossed its threshold. I make an instant decision to try to take Tanya back with me tonight, then dismiss it. All the women she's protecting won't be safe in Lavender. No one is really safe in Lavender at the moment, me included. That's why its hallways are empty and the air in the many rooms still. I knock softly on the door to room number 2. I don't want to alert the other residents that Tanya has a visitor. Who knows who the people around us are loyal to? Whoever it isn't me. I hear shuffling from inside, but no one comes to the door. I knock again when everything quiets and look around. There are no digital billboards with my face on them. Maybe whoever was putting them up didn't think I would breach the territory of another gang. Tanya cracks the door open. When she sees me, she lets out an audible sigh and gestures me in. She locks the door behind me swiftly. There's a metal bat next to it. I needed to talk to you, I whisper. Luna, with their hacking ways and computer knowledge, asked me to refrain from using technology with Tanya. The Arcana hacker was an unknown, so we had to be careful.
Good. I want to clear some things too,
she says.
What happened to your leg?
I dismiss her concern with a wave of my hand. Who do you have left here with you? Have you seen Ben? Tanya's face sours at the mention.
A few girls. One of the guys went to live with his sugar mommy, another up and left, saying he had better things to do than hide in a motel. The third one jumped ship. He's with the Jesters now.
And Ben? She doesn't want to speak about him, but I need to know.
Ben f***ed off that night we lost Lavender. Haven't seen him since. His phone is off too.
Then why are you here, in this motel, I mean? Did he say anything to you that night? She shakes her head but hands me a note.
He left me this. I thought he would join us, but he never showed.
I look at the neat handwriting in which the motel's name and address is written. At the back, where I expect a sentiment of sorts, there is more business talk. You will all be safe here if you find honest work. Show this note and they'll sort you out. Honest work? I ask. Ben is not one to put conditions on my people, but maybe the condition didn't come from him. Another pang of disapproval at myself twists my guts. My rusty leadership skills need to be polished back into shape.
No more selling ourselves, I assumed. Probably because this is not our turf. But it's just as well for me. The women who still have children to feed and parents to support were dubious at first, thinking they won't find work. I was worried too. But there were openings in diners and cafes, in gas stations. Morale was good until Kiara and Yera disappeared.
Okay. I sit down on one of the twin beds in the room. Everything around me is beige. When my leg folds, the beige blurs into dark brown as a shadow passes in front of my eyes.
You're bleeding.
Tanya whispers, more to herself than to me.
Did you get intercepted on the way here?
I shake my head. I got into a fight yesterday,
Take off your pants.
she commands and disappears into the bathroom. Do I have to? I ask. I'm okay, just a bit tired. Sophie came last night. She comes out with a first aid kit in her hands.
I don't want to know. Pants down or I'll cut them.
I roll my eyes, but a small smile is playing on my lips. If she can be cranky as usual, she's still okay. She's coping. I just have to be fast and find the girls before something happens and she starts blaming herself for their misfortune.
Tell me about the fight.
She says as I shuffle out of my jeans and present her my bandaged thigh, red seeping over the white gauze.
Jesus. Has Matthias seen this?
He stitched me up. She unravels the bandage, and I try not to wince as I start my story about last night. She cleans my wound and bandages it again. I haven't torn any stitches. She listens without interrupting.
So the police also think the jesters are behind this. We don't really need a lot of confirmation. We only need to find their hiding place. You can destroy them all. Tell me when we're going. And I'm going to get Matthias and Luna.
Her eyes are intense as she says this. She's angry, itching to take action. Sophie awakened something in her, something that lay dormant for years. It's not that easy. I sigh and her face drops. You involved the police. I don't blame you, but now they know who I am. I can't go on a rampage. I will end up in the same place as my father, and that's the last thing I want. Thomas will be left with no parents.
Matthias and I can look after him.
You want me to go to jail?
No,
She trails off, breaking eye contact.
I don't know why I involved the police. I guess I felt we were weak. I felt like I had to do something more. Not that I don't think you can sort it out, just...
I get it. I'm a wanted man. I'm not the most reliable person at the moment. I sure as hell don't have the resources that missing persons have. Yet her words still sting. Don't do anything yet, please, I say, sparing her the need to continue. Don't concern the others. I know I'm not at my best right now, but an inside revolt is the last thing that I want. Just give me a few seconds to figure out a plan. She lets out a massive sigh and cradles her head in her hands. A stray lock of dark blonde hair escapes from behind her ear and slides down her jawline. It reminds me of the time we sat like this, next to a burning building, thinking that we would die before we could be free.
Do you not care about them?
She says in a small voice.
I know you don't know them all, but they're all good people. They deserve to be saved. I swear it.
My eyes widen. Does she really think I need convincing? She starts telling me about Kiara and her family of 5, about her grandmother's famous sweet potato pie. I raise my hands to stop her, but she pushes them down and I keep listening. About Yera and her twin sister Layla, about how they tackle each stage of life together, about their interest in sailing, of all things, how they never got to even board a boat. She keeps humanizing them, but I don't need that. They've never been unimportant in my eyes. I've just been unable to look past my own weaknesses. Of course I want to find the girls. I want to clear my name, and I want to get my Lavender back, but I don't want to become my father in the process. I don't want to be cruel like before. My voice doesn't have the conviction I hope to muster, and Tanya looks unimpressed. You know my father, I say as a last attempt to sway her opinion to consider giving me more time to think. But as I see her set expression, I start doubting that time alone will solve my internal woes.
You want me to tell you to be gentle, to take it easy because Adrian, Sophie, might misunderstand. But that, Damien. It was you who pulled me out of that wretched cult. It was you who saved Matthias when he had nowhere to go after your father crushed his life. You gave Luna a reason to exist. You want to be told to be good?
She is whispering, but her voice is fervent. Tears are welling in her eyes.
You were good. You are good. But for sake, grow a backbone. Thomas is safe, and we are all safe. I don't know much about Sophie, but she's not as innocent as she appears. She's tough. She will love you anyway. But Kiara and Yera have no one else to help them. I've lost sight of Layla too. Getting them back means we are fighting actively against Penelope.
I don't know if that Damien from before is still here. My own whisper isn't passionate. It's quiet and defeated. I don't know what I came for tonight. Permission to wallow in the pain of my past mistakes? Absolution from the need to be a leader? Whatever it was, I'm not getting it. The dissonance between my feelings and Tanya's demeanor is like a kick in the teeth.
You're good at saving people,
She continues.
Just be yourself. You know we will follow you.
Tanya's tone has turned soft, but carries the edge of determination. I know she, Matthias, and Luna are going to support me whatever decision I make. But while having people's trust is reassuring, it's also a burden. I can't just throw myself into the fire and take them with me. Every step has to be calculated. If I fall, they all fall. I wish I saw myself the way you see me. I pat her knee and stand up. She catches my hand on the way and squeezes it. We are silent for a moment. I will be quick in my thinking. I will figure out how to get under Penelope's skin, and I will get everyone back to safety.
We will get them back. I know we will.
Tanya's eyes are sparkling. They're not the eyes of a victim. She's containing a silent, deadly rage, like a lioness protecting her cubs, hurt, but full of resolve.
Please make the tough decision when the time comes.
I nod, but my insides are a dull knot of worry. The tough decision. Can I find the women by myself, protecting everyone, hurting no one? Or will I be able to ask for help, putting my fears aside? Can I join hands with my father, a person I betrayed when I made my last tough decision? Can I grit my teeth and hurt the mother of my child? Can I kill her? Only time will tell. Chapter 5. The next morning carries brightness despite my sleeping in a basement with no windows. The difficult conversation with Tanya was forgotten for a bit after I'd come back to Lavender to find Sophie in the rope room. And for a couple of moments my mind had been empty of worries, too busy to think about scary possibilities and unwanted responsibilities. Now Sophie is next to me, naked and warm, still asleep with her hair spilling on my pillow. I sigh. When I have some time, I have to pick up my tools and finish this room. It's still a work in progress with space to tie and be tied, to play and relax in one's kink. But its magic is somewhat diminished by the fact I use it as a bedroom. After the night we had spent in the massive bed a few weeks ago, sleep wouldn't come to me unless I was here. The other bedroom is empty and dark, and I don't miss it. I glance to one of the corners. My clothes are in a pile there. For a disgraced gang leader, I don't have many. After Penelope took hold of Lavender and Thomas, she burned most of my belongings. The memory of her face, exhibiting the pleasure of her petty viciousness, passes through my mind, leaving a blazing trail of anger. I frown and grip the end of the blanket. A shower will calm me.
What are you thinking about?
Sophie's voice is hoarse, her eyes barely open. My wretched past. She smiles.
Always a good way to begin the day.
Sorry. I genuinely am. This is only the third time she has stayed the night. I don't want to ruin the moment with thoughts of useless things. I was going to grab a shower. Want to join me?
Very tempting.
Sophie says, narrowing her eyes. Half asleep, she looks more cute than sexual, so I pinch her soft cheek. She slaps my hand away.
I'm going to get some breakfast. You didn't feed me anything last night.
Right. When was the last time I ate? Definitely sometime before I went to Tanya's. There's a really nice bagel place a block away from here. Grab some money from the bar. Sophie rolls her eyes.
I can't believe you're stashing your money in the cash register.
Not all my money, only some if people need to help themselves.
Exactly.
She throws her hands in the air.
Where does your money come from anyway?
Savings, I say, volunteering nothing more. I don't want to admit that it's dirty money, earned by means that would make one raise an eyebrow. She says, as if acknowledging my silence as something else, as if I have told her more than I had. I cock my head to one side, evaluating her reaction. Most times, Sophie seems like a normal girl. She would joke about her everyday life stuff, TV series and food, kink and family. But occasionally her face would darken, often as a reaction to something I haven't said. She would look at me like she understands. And it is those moments when I feel far away from her, like she is a stranger I'm meeting for the first time. What was it like being the Brigand Wraith? Sophie looks up at the ceiling, as if a reel of her memories is projected there.
It was freeing, like the world was at my fingertips.
What about the danger?
When I was 15, I thought I was living in an action movie. Nothing was serious. Everything was easy. It was a game.
She is quiet for a moment.
The perception of danger comes with loss. When my parents died, and when Chief told me to go and make a new life in this new unknown city, nothing felt safe anymore. And I don't mean because of gangs and violence. It was the danger of going hungry, of wasting our money, of somehow ruining my sister's future. So being the Brigand Wraith was awesome because it was easy and fun. Being just Sophie is a whole different thing. Maybe one day they will merge properly within me, and I will find the perfect blend of fun and responsibility.
It sounds like you miss it. I pull her close, nuzzling her neck, inhaling her scent. She chuckles.
And what was it like being the Lavender Phantom, savior of women and children?
I'm glad to be free of that title. I pause because I've never said how I felt about it out loud. I was only the face of it, the Lavender Phantom who was lurking around and taking the punishment from Penelope and Val if something was discovered. A physical entity to play the main role. But most of the work was done by Tanya, Matthias, and Luna. I was too powerless to really help. All I could do was encourage them.
Your trusty triumvirate.
Sophie moves around to face me without breaking our hug. She's soft in my arms, in contrast with the hard feeling that has settled once more in my heart. They like that name.
Even if the Lavender Phantom was a construct between all of you, why do you want to shed the name so badly? You were doing a lot of good around here.
But now I'm free, and they all expect me to take up the mantle of the leader and be amazing. But as you said, the perception of danger comes with loss. And I lost 6 years of my life in a basement. I sound like a child. I know I do, and I should be embarrassed. But Sophie's expression of understanding tells me I shouldn't stop talking.
Sounds like you've lost sight of who you are a bit. Maybe you embraced the role of a hostage fully so you could survive, so Thomas could be safe. And the Lavender Phantom is a part of that enforced identity. Maybe Damien the leader is gone now, but in time, a new you will come to the forefront. You just have to let him breathe.
She squeezes me tightly, and I thought I was the poetic one. I smile to relieve the tension in my face. A new me. How long will it take him to show up? My stomach rumbles, distracting us.
We'll figure it all out together, right?
Sophie moves my arms away from her and takes my hands in hers.
We'll find the girls, and we'll give our respective teens a fighting chance in life. It will be great.
I nod, my words for the morning spent. She hasn't said anything about Penelope or Lavender. Maybe she wants me to figure those out by myself. She gets dressed quickly while I take some painkillers and get ready for a shower. My stomach lets out a sad whine. The thought of bagels makes my mouth water. A strong English breakfast tea will go with them nicely. When Sophie's gone, I climb the stairs in my towel and I hum a cheery melody. The painkillers are kicking in, and the throbbing in my wound is easing, giving way to the familiar itch of healing. The burner phone in my basket of shower goods vibrates against a plastic bottle of shampoo. It's a message from Sophie. Police are out front banging on the main door. One old guy and a young woman. Cursed soundproofing. I hobble back unshowered and pull out some jeans and a hoodie from my wardrobe pile. By the time I go back up, their loud banging is traveling fine across the lounge and into the secret stairway. I creak the door open, leaning my whole body weight on it. If they have come to arrest me, I'm not going to go down easily.
Open up, boy, it's just us.
Carl says. He's wearing thick-rimmed sunglasses, which make him seem like an old, balding DJ. I look at Aisha, who is avoiding eye contact. Nothing in her body language betrays menace. She looks defeated. What's going on? I open the door. As they shuffle in, Aisha pulls out a couple of photos.
I think we found one of the girls.
She says.
Can you confirm?
A lump forms in my throat. No one brings pictures when a happy reunion can take place. The girl is dead. I look down. Layla. She used to work here before the Jesters took over and then stayed for the money.
So that's not who we were looking for?
Carl looks confused. He opens up a small notepad with scribbles.
The last names are Almasi, Labov.
You're looking for Yera, Layla's sister. They're twins. Layla went to look for Yera, I think, and found only trouble, it seems. I flick the picture over so they can see the close-up of Layla's inner arm, slashed from wrist to elbow, and then one time diagonally across. They have different tattoos. Layla has a star filled with black. Yera has an outline only. Aisha clicks her tongue.
So, we've achieved nothing?
I frown. Finding a dead body is hardly achieving something, I say through gritted teeth. Maybe try to find the other two alive? She flinches at my words.
Let's stay professional,
Carl says with a sigh.
Don't be offended, boy, but I have to ask you. Where were you yesterday between 9 and midnight?
I roll my eyes. I was here. Then I went to see one of my associates. How's that concussion you're nursing?
Doctors said it didn't look like I had one, actually.
Carl taps on the side of his head.
Hard noggin.
So you could have killed her. With your associate.
Aisha says.
You know so much about her, right? She might not even have a sister. You're probably throwing us off your scent.
I shake my head. It wasn't me. I have nothing to gain from her death. You are quick to hate me when you know who I am, but you didn't protest when I was fighting for your life 2 days ago. Where did you find her?
Near the pier,
Carl says. He doesn't seem to mind the animosity between Aisha and me. Maybe he has seen it all before and no longer cares.
Listen, we can't penetrate the Jesters without putting some young cop at risk by asking him to infiltrate the place. We tried asking drugs to help us, but no one can spare anyone at the moment. We're willing to join hands with you for this case. As I understand it, you have personal reasons to want to get to Penelope. Let's pool our resources.
Aisha huffs, but Carl puts a hand up, silencing her.
Both of us will be delighted to work together to bring those girls back to safety.
How's this cooperation going to work? I hope for an answer that doesn't involve hauling me to prison after all is over.
Well, we'll work the case and you do your thing, clear your name, fight your enemies.
Carl explains, his voice nonchalant.
We'll ask for help if we need any. You can do the same.
Aisha opens her mouth, but Carl is faster.
Within reason. Nothing illegal, of course.
Of course, I echo.
Anything else you can tell us about this murder, then, before we pass it on to violent crimes?
Aisha snatches the pictures from my hands as if her question requires no answer. Or maybe she thinks anything I have to say is worthless. In any case, it will be fun to prove her wrong. If you were wondering who killed her, don't. It's the Jesters. This is a gang killing. Did she bleed to death from her arm wounds?
You saw the pool of blood,
Carl says. So she did. I've seen this method before. It's unusual enough to be recognizable but easy to emulate. Despite this, I know it's Penelope's doing. We met at the Greenwich Pier in London for the first time. Then we went for a date on the Cutty Sark. She is taunting me. My hands ball into fists by my sides. I must look like a petulant boy, furious, but unable to express it. I don't care. It's definitely them, or someone who wants to be accepted by them. Whichever it is, that's your lead.
How are you so sure?
Aisha narrows her eyes again. The slashed arm is their signature move. That's how they tell other gangs it was them. It's a lie, and Carl knows it. The Jesters are too new, infants on the streets. They haven't had the chance to create a signature move yet. I can see it in his eyes, glued to mine. But he says nothing, and I don't push it.
Okay.
Aisha relents, stuffing the pictures in her back pocket.
We'll be in touch.
She turns to leave. Carl, as before, lingers.
Things have gotten too ugly, boy,
He whispers.
Find someone to visit your dad. He would want to know your wife is using his modus operandi. He will help you, if not as your father, then as the former deck general.
You can tell him. My voice sounds surprisingly spiteful, even to me. I'm the one who put him in prison. How can I be the one to crawl back and ask for help? How can I ask anyone else to visit on my behalf?
What good will that do? The Deck was the only gang in Chicago worth keeping on the streets. And if you had the balls to betray your old man, have the balls to continue his legacy properly.
Carl leaves, shaking his head. I didn't know my father had such passionate followers. I lock the door and look into Lavender. It is empty, and I'm alone in its rooms, built to house laughter and good times. I punch the wall, my anger dissipating through the foundations of the building. Maybe there is no other option. Maybe I have run out of steam. Maybe I'm truly a failure. I betrayed my family, married a monster, let her destroy my life and that of our sons. I'm a fugitive and a gang leader with a handful of followers. If I were playing poker with the hand I'd been dealt in life, I would have folded by now. But there's too much at stake to give up now. People's lives and livelihoods are in my hands, and one has already slipped through my fingers. Layla. She was a joyous person, always had a good story to tell Thomas, and a smile to share with everyone. Working under Valerie crushed her spirit, and now Penelope robbed her of her life. Yera, if she knows, is probably inconsolable. I don't want to imagine the pain of losing a twin. An idea cuts through the waves of anxiety. Maybe my father will be able to help us indeed. I pull out my phone and scroll to the bottom of the short contact list. I haven't dialed this number since the heist in Lavender. The call goes straight to voicemail. Penelope's thugs killed Layla. I need your help again. Can you give me a call as soon as you hear this? My time runs out, and the call disconnects. I go downstairs, grab my towel, and head for the showers. If the police can't plant anyone in Penelope's gang, maybe we can. Chapter 6. Despite my mind projecting images of what could be happening to the other two missing girls right now, I eat the bagels Sophie has brought. We sit at a table in the lounge, muted lighting making me forget it is only morning. Her offering includes 4 bagels, 2 with salmon and cream cheese, and 2 with bacon and egg. I brew us some tea, and we chew without saying much, the odd word breaking the silence. I know she can tell something is off after the police visit, but we are hungry and need to fuel our bodies before we can tackle the rest of the day. I need to tell you something, we blurt out together after the last bagel is gone and the tea in our cups has gone tepid.
You go first,
Sophie says. I'm curious about her news but agree and tell her what the detectives visited me about. As before, I spare no detail with the exception of Carl's obsessive need to make me meet my father. I'm not ready for her to know what kind of family I'm from.
What I was going to tell you might be even more important now.
Oh no. More bad news? My stomach knots in expectation of something ominous. She chuckles, but the sound is awkward and devoid of humor.
So, I want to preface this by saying I have a wild imagination.
I know that. Your wild imagination gave birth to that weird British persona you called Adrienne Raven.
And wasn't she magnificent?
Sophie says in her bad British accent and takes the porcelain teacup in her fingers, her pinky extended out. She slurps the remaining tea. She's stalling. I urge her with my hands to talk.
So, when I went to the Moon Garden last Friday, something felt off.
Her voice is quiet, like she is telling a ghost story. I lean in closer.
I decided it was because it had been some time since I'd been there. The air was, I don't know, different somehow. Usually there's a lot of chatter and people are joking, having fun. But last time it was quiet, and there was a lot of whispering and people hanging around, not really playing. I went to the changing area and overheard that there was a rumor of a change of ownership. Sound familiar?
No way, I utter. Not because I don't believe her, but because I wish it's not Penelope's work. Has she jumped back on her feet so fast? Taking Lavender from me was easy. I trusted her. I married her. I shared my life with her. If it is her, what strings did she have to pull to get the Moon Garden under her control?
I asked them where they'd heard it, and they didn't want to tell me. Later in the evening, as I was coming down from my suspension, I thought I saw Kiara. A girl who looked like her passed by with a man leading her on a leash.
If that's true, you've found one of our missing people. My voice is even. I'm trying not to get too excited about the lead. or too upset about the jester's relentless growth. A prickle of agitation starts under my skin. Too many coincidences are never coincidental.
I'm not sure. I'm always a bit fuzzy with my vision and concentration after rope. When I was down, I walked around the place to see if I could find her, but there was no trace of her or the man. I thought I could have imagined them both, so I went to the barmaid and asked if she had seen them. She's usually very chatty and friendly, but that night she just said no and scowled at me. It was all very odd.
So you think the jesters have jumped over to the moon garden? That they're doing the same thing as in Lavender?
I think it's worth checking out.
She pulls out her phone.
There is a dress-up party next Friday. Full fetish and fantasy wear. You should join me and we'll investigate together.
I look at the black and red event announcement. A swirly font invites me to join the festivities. Instead of getting excited about going, I want to tell Sophie to skip it too. If Penelope has taken over Sophie's playing ground, that place isn't safe for her anymore. Brad is in prison, but he knows Sophie had a hand in Lavender's downfall. He knows, and I'm sure he won't keep quiet about it. And when Penelope discovers who Adrienne really is, how she likes to get tied up in one of her venues, everything will unravel. That connection will lead her to Hanako, then to Thomas, like the red thread of fate. Penelope only has to tug at it a little.
It will be fun.
Sophie puts a hand on mine after my response takes too long to come out. I've never been to a kink party before. I can't bring myself to tell her to stop going to the one place she enjoys. I have no alternative for her.
It's much better than the party we attended together. I can promise you that.
She winks. In a twisted way, that wretched party was truly the beginning of us. It was the first time I had connected with her on more than a physical, verbal level. I had felt her as an extension of myself, and had been in tune with her reactions and cravings. Mere feet away, my son had been held at gunpoint. Sophie and I were forced to do things to each other that were supposed to be private, intimate things unless we decided otherwise. It will be amazing when we can be in a similar situation, but without the threat and manipulation. To play because we want to. I chuckle, imagining Sophie all dressed up and sexy. What should I wear then? I smile, choosing to let my memories of Sophie shaking naked at my feet linger. I have a few days to make a decision about this party.
Anything that covers your face will do.
So a gimp suit? She starts laughing.
I mean, why not? I'm more of a plague doctor mask kind of girl, though.
Do you have a bit of a medical fetish then? Hot for Matthias?
Ha!
It's not quite a laugh. A shadow passes across her face and she again seems like a stranger.
Matthias is hot. We both know that. He practices in normal clothes, which makes him much more attractive in my eyes. But you can keep him. I don't like doctors and hospitals. I even have a fear of dentists.
He would be pleased to hear at least half of that, I say, because I don't want to push her to talk more about this. It sounds like unaddressed trauma, and there's too much of that going around anyway. When she's ready to talk, I'll listen.
You know he won't care. He doesn't swing that way.
She gets up and starts picking up her things. Yeah, he does, I say as I bring our cups and plates to the sink behind the bar.
I know he's in love with you,
she says, startling me. Matthias is many things, but forthcoming about his feelings is not one of them. Or is Sophie too perceptive for her own good?
How do you feel about him?
It's awkward to talk about this with her. She knows how I feel about her, how attracted I am to her. Or at least I hope she knows. Is she insecure, wanting me to spell it out? I will do so if that will prevent misunderstandings further on. I love him as a friend, but unlike him, I only like women. He's going to make someone very happy one day if he gets over me. I can't provide him with what he needs. Sophie has finished putting all her clothes back on. In her full black again, she looks like a menacing shadow. When she turns, her expression is soft.
He is a hot doctor, he'll be fine,
she says.
So you'll come to the party?
I cross the short distance between us and hold her cheeks in my palms. I will think about it. But can you hold off from going there for the time being? If Penelope is there, and she sees you?
I know.
Sophie interjects.
I will be at home. I have more rope videos to record and a lead to follow up about the building I live in.
Do you need any help? I want to stretch out the time I have with her.
Not at this stage, but I will let you know if anything pops up.
Good luck. Try not to get into trouble. I plant a kiss on her forehead. She gives me a squeeze and heads for the door.
Oh, you better come to the Moon Garden party. Matthias and Hannah will be there.
This surprises me, but she is gone before I can express it. Matthias and Hannah. Their names seem to be linked together a lot nowadays. It would be nice if there is something there, if Matthias is finally moving on. I flinch when my phone rings. It's Luna, my go-to allies when it comes to everything techie and covert. I pick up.
Hello, Daddy. You wanted to speak to us?
The voice on the other side is childish and honey-sweet. It's Lulu. I like chatting with her, but she can't help me with what I need right now. Can I speak to Diana or Luan?
You don't want to speak to Lulu.
The disappointment in her voice is palpable.
I've been waiting so long for your call.
Sorry, Lulu. I'm anxious about something, that's why. How are you?
Suki left me some instructions on how to play Mobile Heroes, and I've been playing from her account. It's a nice game. I met this girl Melanie, and she's really nice too. She takes pictures of dogs.
Does she? Luna's involvement with Sophie's sister worries me a bit, especially after Melanie was drugged and hurt in Lavender. If I hadn't been there at that time, things could have gotten dangerously out of hand. But there is no point to say this to Lulu, since I have no power over who Melanie chooses to play online games with. If nothing else, Luna have gained a friend. That's the silver lining of the dark cloud that is the Lavender affair, and for that, I'm thankful Melanie exists in their realm.
She wants to be a dog trainer.
Lulu says. Great choice if she's good with dogs.
I want a dog.
Lulu sounds like she's pouting. I know you do, but you need to agree with the others first. Lulu sighs, then the line goes quiet. I wait.
It's Luan. What do you want?
The voice on the other side goes deeper. Can you see if you or Diana can open a line of communication with my father? He was in Menard last time I checked. My words are firm because I know Luan doesn't like me much. He sees me as a threat, despite my countless attempts to prove him wrong.
Sounds pretty impossible to me. Is it important?
I roll my eyes. I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't. 2 women are missing and I'm trying to find out where they are and how we can get them back to safety.
I'll see what I can do. If not me, Diana will do her hacking magic.
Luan's voice is determined. He can never ignore someone in trouble.
Anything else?
Penelope might have taken over a fetish club, the Moon Garden. Can you check who owns it and any rumors about it on the dark web?
You're full of tasks today.
I'll come visit you all when this blows over. I'll bring presents. I try to placate him.
I'm still waiting for that guitar.
The line goes quiet again. I should probably hang up, but I really want to speak to Diana. Hoping she will talk to me next, I hang on.
Did you sort out all you need?
Lulu is back. I contain a sigh and smile instead, so my voice sounds cheery. Thank you, Lou. Can you write down a message for Diana? She hums something fast and happy as she writes down all I tell her. It's exactly what I have told Luan, without the news about the missing girls. I don't want to upset Lulu, but I don't know if Luan will be kind enough to share the information with the others. She bids me goodbye in a song, and I hang up, exhausted.
The Jester Queen. 2 days before. Penelope is certain there is blood staining her brand new Manolo Blahniks. Her ass aches from the hardness of the red upholstered bench she is currently sitting on, trying to keep her spine erect despite her disappointing surroundings. She and 2 of her underlings are sitting in a diner, one with a shabby interior and a forgettable name. The whole booth probably cost the owners less than the shoes she's currently bleeding on. No matter. She can take a little pain to keep up appearances. On her right, she has Curtis Jericho, a young lawyer with a fancy degree and 0 street smarts. He had taken one look at her and had decided he wanted her, which suited Penelope just fine. After all, She makes it so she is appealing to everyone, until they have served their purpose. A corrupt lawyer is great to have around, so still she maintains her shallow interest in his mediocre bedroom skills. On the bench opposite them sit Joey and the drug supplier. Joey, with his big biceps and disproportionately small head, is supposed to be there to be intimidating. The supplier, a scrawny Latin man with a baby face, doesn't look troubled by the giant next to him at all. The meeting is not going well. So, to summarize, you won't sell your product to us, Penelope says, her voice laced with honey. She will ask 1,000 times if she has to.
You got it.
The supplier puts his palms on the table and spreads his fingers on the surface like he's preparing to leave. We can pay, and we have the network to distribute, Penelope continues. This is partially true. The Jesters have only just managed to finish disentangling the deck's former drug network. It was years in the making, and Penelope hoped once all the old influence was gone, she would swoop in and cover the missing links. But while in the beginning a few of the dealers agreed to betray Damien and his father, the others stayed loyal, much to Penelope's dismay. So, one by one, she singled them out and either ordered them beaten or threatened their families until they gave up all the product they had. It's not like the deck had much strength to respond. That scheme lasted for a couple of years. Moving the product was Valerie's job. When the supplies started drying up, she was transferred to also work in Lavender. And now Lavender has fallen and Valerie is missing. Penelope has dealers and no drugs, no club. An underling in custody who can rat out her operation.
You're repeating yourself,
the supplier says.
The answer is no, no matter how much you pay me.
It doesn't have to be money. Penelope's eyes drop from his face to his chest, then down. She slips her tired foot out of the satin pump and almost groans with the pleasure of freeing her toes. But she doesn't. Instead, she straightens her leg and drags her foot up the supplier's bony leg. The man in front of her flinches and reaches down to remove it.
Thanks, but I'm gay. Let me be frank with you,
he says, his eyes moving between Curtis and Penelope.
No one in Chicago will sell to you. You might struggle to find anyone who will in Illinois, too.
Why not? Penelope finally drops the pretense of seduction. An icy gaze settles on her face.
Word on the street is you crossed Mateo and his son. The deck was the law around here, and while all the other gangs are giving you a wide berth to work it out between yourselves, it doesn't mean people will abandon their old ties. Mateo had an iron fist, but he was fair. There was peace on the streets like never before when he was around. While he lives, all this here is still Deck's territory.
Really? You're afraid of a man in prison and his son who I kept hostage in his own home for 6 years? I don't believe this is the reason. Penelope folds her arms in front of her chest.
Believe what you will. The Jesters have been here 2 minutes. Mateo Grey still has enough friends, and plenty of respect.
Friends. The Jesters have power. It's the new order. You will regret not being part of it. Her face screws up in an ugly grimace. Ever since Lavender fell, and half the clients left them, she's been trying to pick up the pieces. But with the police too close for comfort, with Brad in custody, a lot of Jester members have gone MIA. She's been forced to do more and more recruitment drives, picking up any trash on the street that wants to be in a gang.
Hey, no hard feelings.
The supplier gets up to leave, patting Joey's overgrown bicep in a prompt for him to move out of the booth. Joey moves like a puppet, all the subtlety of his being there lost on him. Penelope grits her teeth.
What can Mateo Grey do to you? Will he even know you sold anything to us?
Curtis speaks probably after realizing Penelope's anger has reached a boiling point. His polite manner of speaking annoys her, but she doesn't stop him.
Personally, I have 2 brothers in Menard. I don't want to risk them getting shivved,
the supplier says.
But more simply, I don't want to be on the losing side of whatever is going on right now. Keep asking around. Maybe you will find someone as green as you who will be willing to go for that new order of yours.
One last question.
Curtis catches the supplier's wrist. The man looks at Curtis's fingers and raises a brow. He releases him.
You won't sell to us, but you will sell to Damien Grey. It's unfair.
I won't sell to either you or Mr. Grey.
We know you do. Your product was on his dealers, Penelope says. Her lower jaw juts forward as the words tumble between her teeth.
Then he's buying it from a middleman. I sell to a few verified people who are not directly associated with a gang.
Their contact details?
Curtis asks.
All I can do is let them know you're looking for a supplier. If they want to do business with you, they will get in touch.
That's...
Curtis starts but can't finish. Penelope waves her hand. Whatever. When we take over the whole of Chicago, you will beg to sell to us. The supplier grins.
I will beg, don't worry. My pride has never gotten in the way of business.
With that, he leaves, the meaning of his final words buzzing in the air like cicadas on a summer night. Curtis puts his hand on Penelope's. I could have told him Mateo gave me the power to operate his assets. I could have threatened him. I should have done more. She snatches her hand away and shoves her foot back in her tight shoe. The wound at the back of her ankle stings as the outline of the shoe digs into it again.
That would have only corroborated the rumors. The only thing that protects you from the wrath of Damien's father now is that he doesn't seem to know what you did to his son and grandson. Pray that it stays that way.
Curtis says with a dumb smile. Maybe he thinks it will soften the blow of his statement, but it only infuriates Penelope further. She tisks, her upper lip curling in disgust. We have no suppliers left to ask. We can't sell anything. Those brutes that are part of my gang won't have anything to busy themselves with, and they will be horrible to manage. Curtis glances at Joey, who is calmly drinking his coffee and staring out the window. Yes, that kind of brute, Penelope thinks. He's not even useful half the time.
We still have the other part of our growth strategy to pursue,
Curtis replies.
The only thing remaining is to settle down so we can operate Lavender 2.0 properly.
Penelope narrows her eyes. From today's conversation, I can tell Damien and Mateo are still ruining our plans. It's time we sent a clear message that they should retire once and for all.
But...
Curtis sounds afraid. Penelope sometimes forgets that this life is still foreign to him, despite being by her side for over a year. The girls are still in the compound, right? Bring one of the twins to my office after you get back.
Aren't you going back?
Penelope smiles. I am, but I'm going to visit someone first. Our scared supplier gave me an idea about how to deal with Mateo.
Sophie, the Brigand Wraith. I reach into my pocket and pull out the crumpled piece of paper. I peer at the smudge in the corner where a name and signature have once been. Now there is a black ink splotch. No matter. I will get to the bottom of it. After what happened at Lavender, the Brigand Wraith has been at the forefront of my mind, always lurking in my thoughts like a separate entity. Rope won't quiet her. Sneaking around Damien makes her slightly happier. But it's not enough. There is a feeling like a coiled spring within me. If I'm not careful, it will snap and drag me to that time when everything was different. When I got the mail a couple of days ago, there was a flyer advertising the services of a property law firm. In the heat of a moment where I was itching to do something, I booked an appointment. The Brigand Wraith bristled at that, but I shut her up. I need to get my building back somehow. This will be a private journey, hopefully ending in my two selves finally melding properly, and me getting a property that will secure our financial future. Today, I have to convince myself to get in the car and drive. Why did I make this booking? When has the law been helpful to me? When I reach my destination, a small shiver starts at the base of my spine and runs up like a jolt of electricity, making the hairs at the nape of my neck stand up. I take a deep breath. It's a lawyer's office, but there's nothing to fear. I'm here of my own volition. I lock the car and look up. The glass structure in front of me scrapes the sky. Feeling small and somewhat subdued, I take the elevator to the 17th floor. Chicago's cityscape unravels before my eyes, and I bury my gaze in a clump of orderly houses far away. There wouldn't be a way for the lawyer to tell the building was gang property, right? When the elevator doors open, I'm faced with a clean, sleek reality. The brigand wraith and the law have never met before. I shuffle out, unsure where to go. People walk by, paying no attention to the lost expression on my face. They seem to know how to behave and walk with purpose, their spines straight like thick bamboo canes. I take my phone out and check my appointment details. The action feels awkward, like going to a classical concert and clapping between the movements. I look around and see a young man heading my way, smiling. His brown curls bob with his steps, adding to his boyish looks. He's in a gray suit with a pink shirt under his blazer and a purple tie. Probably an assistant or a secretary.
Sophie Taylor?
His voice is much higher than I expect. When he stops in front of me, I look up. He is tall and lanky. My stomach twists with anxiety. It would be stupid to back down now. I pull the brigand wraith to the back of my mind and nod. The young man takes me along glass walls and through glass doors until we reach a small room at the back of the massive office space. I'm disappointed the table is wooden and the chairs plastic. It's all modern and polished, but it's not glass. I would have been entertained if everything was glass. Another man walks in, rotund, red-faced, and much older. He must be Chief's age, I estimate, as he sits down and opens a thin MacBook.
Nice to meet you, Miss Taylor. I'm Jerry Jericho. In your inquiry, you said you had some questions about property law?
I nod and take out the deed I found in Lavender's safe. Embarrassed by its state, I smooth it with my palms. Jerry Jericho smiles at me and extends his hand. I let him pick up the document and endure a few moments of silence as he studies it.
I can see your name is here. You have not signed it, however, and I can't verify the signature of the person transferring ownership to you. The easiest way to fix this would be for a new copy to be drafted and have the two parties sign. Then I can notarize it, and you'll have your property sorted out.
That's what I thought, I begin. But if you look at the date, that's 6 years ago. I don't know the name of the previous owner, and I'm not in touch with him anymore.
You don't know his name, but he's transferring a building to you?
His voice is patronizing. A spark of anger flashes in front of my eyes. I plaster a fake smile on my face. It was a long time ago, and I wasn't in a good place. My memories of that time are fuzzy, and I'm bad with names. It is a lie, of course, but I don't see why I have to defend myself in front of him. He is only here to advise. Jerry Jericho shakes his head.
I will look up the address and gather some information on the current owner. Maybe you'll be lucky, and we'll get you both in touch to complete the transfer.
He tilts his lips upward in an attempt of a smile. His eyes remain the same, lined with suspicion.
If he can remember who you are, that is. And if he still wants to give up his property.
Thank you, I reply, not rising to the challenge in his voice. I lean over the wooden table to take the deed back.
I'll need this to double-check a few things.
Jerry's fingers are tight around one of its frayed edges. I'll email you a picture. This stays with me. It's mine, after all. He lets go of the page and I snatch it, feeling like a petty child. A sliver of doubt weasels its way into my mind. Am I making a mistake by doing this the lawful way? Should I have done more research on lawyers before jumping on the first one I saw? Should I have kept the document hidden until I had a chance to question Penelope about it? About why my deed was in that safe and where the man is who signed it? The brigand wraith doesn't forget names. I remember the face of Chief's friend who helped me on that horrible day. I remember how he patted my shoulder and told me to stay safe. But the name I remember, I can't say to Jerry Jericho. I can't read it on a document and can't do a web search for it. Because it's not really a name, it's a title. I know him as the leader of the deck, and nothing more.
Chapter 7. It's Wednesday evening. I'm itching to go out, but there's nothing to do outside. Matthias is tinkering with something in his house, Tanya is working, and Luna are hopefully organizing a meetup with my father. Waiting makes me feel useless and trapped. So I dial Sophie's number. Her voice will distract me from my thoughts. The phone rings longer than usual. and she picks up a second before I start to worry.
Hello, Thomas's dad.
Her voice is animated. The boom of explosions and laughter echo in the background. Oh, hi. You watching a movie? I can call later. An unreasonable feeling to abandon Lavender and go to them rises within me. When was the last time I did something so normal, like spend a night in without worrying about being found out, without the fear that Thomas will suffer because of my indulgence?
Yeah. Lainey and Thomas have been raving about this superhero movie. Hey, can you pause it? I want to watch it too.
There's mumbling behind her and the noises stop.
It's about this kid who turns into an adult with superpowers.
She finishes, her tone still carrying the sound of a smile.
Do you want to speak to Thomas?
I stand up from my seat, a little panic reverberating in my chest. Does he want to talk to me? There's shuffling and hushed voices.
Hi, Dad.
Thomas says, Hi, how's school? I try to sound nonchalant, but I'm gripping the tiny phone so hard I'm probably bending the plastic.
It's good. I've not made many friends yet, but Mel introduced me to some people from her class.
He's calm and I'm not. The fact that the school is in Arcana territory makes it feel safer for Thomas, but the fear that Penelope will find him is never far from my mind. Great. Do you like it at Hanako's? Why are my questions so formal? Why is it so hard to get the words out?
I love it here. It's much better than living at Aunt Val's.
Yes, I can imagine. I can't think of anything else to ask, so I wrap it up. Go finish your movie. We'll speak again soon.
Love you, Dad.
He hangs up before I can say it back. Lavender's quietness grates on my nerves after this, and I put on the radio quietly, just enough so I can hear it but still know if someone breaks in. We're taught to talk with adults from a young age. What to say, how to act, what's appropriate and what's not polite. But no one taught me how to speak to my own child. I was robbed of the chance to learn it when he was taken away from me. And now, I love him, and he is safe. But it's awkward. Gone are the times when we were painting walls and chasing each other in corridors. I don't know what makes him laugh anymore, what touches his heart, what motivates him. I don't know if he cares about me or if it's too late now, his independence forced on him by his mother's cruel ways. Before I can wallow too much, my phone rings, violently vibrating on the table I discarded it on. I assume it's Sophie or Thomas, so I rack my brain for more everyday questions I can ask. When I see it's Luna, my shoulders relax and I can breathe again, the anxiety easing.
It's Diana. Can you talk?
Yes, I'm listening. My voice is steady now, purposeful.
First things first. I couldn't find a way to get you in touch with your father. The security is too tight, and while I can hack their systems, I don't know how to make sure you and your father are at both ends of the connection at the same time.
I sigh. I had hoped there would be an easy way to do this. What's the alternative?
Someone has to go visit. No one has in a while, according to records, so it's worth a try. Maybe he'll be happy to see a face from the past.
Well, it won't be my face. The moment I step into that prison, I will be issued a uniform and taken in.
Very dramatic.
Diana remarks dryly.
Matthias or Tanya will be a better choice. The Wraith if you trust her enough. I could also technically go, but you know I'll find it extremely difficult.
You've already helped enough. I scratch my head. It will have to be Matthias. Tanya is worried sick about the missing girls. No need to put her through this too. And I definitely don't want Sophie to experience meeting my father. I'm not ready to come out with the ugliness that is my family history yet.
You're the boss, though you might be surprised.
There's the loud clattering of computer keys.
I've put his name down for Saturday.
He's gonna be thrilled, I mutter under my breath, already dreading the conversation.
Right. The next thing you asked me to check is not great news either.
You've been bringing nothing but bad news. The days of the Silk Road are gone.
The days of the Silk Road are gone.
She echoes through vigorous scrolling.
The Moon Garden has very recently been bought by someone called Curtis Jericho.
The name is unfamiliar to me. Any ties you could find to Penelope?
He's not been known to the police yet. He's clean as far as official records go.
But
I found him on Instagram and ran his face through the recognition software.
He was caught on a CCTV camera talking to the guys you beat up last week.
It could be a coincidence, I say, but I know it's unlikely.
I would go check out the moon garden if I were you, but covertly. There's a high chance there are jesters around even if they don't own the place outright.
I know. I'm arranging it as we speak.
All right. Anything else?
Do you have something techie that will help me monitor the situation? I want to be able to support Matthias when he goes to visit dear old dad. Short silence again. Something is up, and Diana is not telling me. I open my mouth to speak again, but she talks first.
I will send you some new equipment.
What's going on? I ask when she offers nothing more. There's a pause. I'm sure she's considering how much to tell me.
We're running low on money. I've been moving some product, but nothing close to our previous operation. I can't do it on my own. Also, it's difficult to compete with the other crap that's going around.
I swallow hard. This conversation is well overdue, but I had hoped for more time. I know. Penelope is causing trouble on all fronts. We still keeping the suppliers on our side?
Yes. But bribing them and throwing Matteo's name here and there will only get us so far. Our resources are diminishing, so whatever you're thinking of doing, do it faster. It's only a matter of time before she finds a supplier. We have no way to enforce orders, so things will get out of hand really fast.
She is right, of course. I sit down and massage my brow. I thought things would get easier after Thomas was free, and Lavender was no longer a lair of abuse. I was wrong. People's livelihoods still rely on the viability of my decisions. And recently I haven't been making many. But our product is still clean, and we're not selling to new people.
Yes, that's not a viable business model. You know that, right?
Diana's voice is soft, like she feels guilty that she still has to maintain the few ethical choices we made when we started selling drugs and not optimize our profits. The plan was always for this to end. As long as we're not actively enticing new people with our drugs, and we're not threatening lives by selling crap, I can sleep at night. Give me some time to deal with Penelope. I will do my best. I won't let it affect you. I try to sound positive.
I know,
Diana replies.
We all know you're working hard.
She hangs up, and this time the radio grates on my ears. It irritates me, and I switch it off, plunging the room into silence once again. Decisions. Let's make some. I know Penelope is doing two things at the moment. Trying to regain her stability by potentially gaining control of the moon garden, and looking for a supplier to make sure she can sell drugs to keep her gang afloat. I can't let her achieve either of these. So first I need to check out the party on Friday. Then I need to be diplomatic and make use of my father's connections. I feel agitated by the state of things, but at least I'm no longer waiting. My plans will soon be in motion. Chapter 8. Friday's less popular cousin, Thursday, is when someone drops a nondescript brown envelope at Lavender's door. There is no address or name, but I know it is for me. It has a little smiley face in one corner and a heart in another. Inside are a pair of glasses in a case and a USB stick. I plug it in the computer connected to the cash register and watch the same smiley icon flash on my screen in all the colors of the rainbow. I blink away. This should come with a seizure warning. I click in the middle on a button that says Enter Daddy. I roll my eyes. This has Lulu written all over it. After the flashy exterior, inside the program is a file manager and a couple of .exe programs. I start going through the information folder by folder, familiarizing myself with the technology that is going to make the meeting between my father and me possible. Diana has streamlined things. The navigation is easy, and it doesn't take me long. The back door opens and I press the monitor button to shut it off. I crouch under the bar and glance at my watch. Not long, my ass. I've been at this for 2 hours.
It's me.
Matthias's voice echoes in the corridor leading to the lounge. I jump up and smooth my t-shirt, pretending I wasn't hiding. The detectives made sure to remove the police tape around Lavender. It is no longer an active crime scene, but they warned me against using the main entrance freely. The search for my face is still ongoing, and checks can be done anytime. The police have the keys to the place, so I want to avoid an awkward situation where they see me lounging on the sofas. Matthias clearly hasn't got the memo. but I decide against telling him off. I will need him in the best of moods for what I'm about to ask.
I come bearing gifts,
Matthias says when he sees me. He looks fresh, his face is smoothly shaved, and his white shirt and blue jeans make him look like an urban hipster on his way to Starbucks. I scratch my chin, feeling the beard under my fingers. I started growing it out as a disguise, but it's itchy and curling in unwanted directions, so I'm not sure how long it will live on my face. Is that from Sophie? I point to the massive box in his hands.
Yep, I looked inside.
And?
She clearly has a thing for spikes.
It's not latex?
It's leather, I think.
Matthias pops the lid off.
And not a lot of it.
Relief washes over me. The thought of having to powder or oil myself to be able to get into my costume and then potentially have to fight in it squeezing my whole body is uneasy. Leather is probably fine. Probably. I like it when women dress up but never developed an appreciation for doing it myself. I think I look the best naked. I take the box and put it on one of the tables gently, like it contains a bomb.
Oh, come on, it's just some pants, a harness, and a mask. You look like you're going to a funeral.
I don't feel confident in fetish clubs, I admit.
Really?
Matthias swings his arms around, his eyebrows raised. This is not a fetish club, I say, a bit offended. Lavender is a haven. Before Penelope took over, there was nothing seedy about it. Not that I think the Moon Garden is seedy. Or maybe it is. I don't know what to think.
Sophie briefed me about the rough plan you two came up with. You only need to go there to look around. You don't have to take part in anything.
He takes out a black leather mask from the box. It has alternating silver studs and spikes around its circumference. I appreciate its simple design and the fact that it will cover most of my face, only leaving my nose and mouth on show. With the beard, I will be difficult to recognize. Matthias is right. We don't have to participate in the Moon Garden's fun times. But that would be a waste, wouldn't it? Even if it's seedy, I still have Sophie near me. Kinky Sophie in her natural habitat. My brain warms up to the idea of the party as I extend my arm toward Matthias.
You coming with?
I pluck the mask from his hand and run my fingers across the spikes. 2 black ribbons come off the edges. I try it on, securing it with a bow.
Hot,
Matthias remarks.
You gonna try everything else too?
I shake my head. I trust Sophie can guess my size.
Of course she can,
he mumbles. I frown but don't comment.
I might be there,
he adds. With Hannah? My voice is more hopeful than I intended.
Yep, I'm planning a scene for her and someone else. Maybe Sophie too. You want in?
Sophie hadn't told me she would be participating in anything like this. I guess she hasn't had the chance. She only got the news I was coming yesterday. I decide not to dwell on this. We need to have the relationship talk sometime soon to make sure we're on the same page. What if where I see a potential life companion, she sees another play partner? This is my insecurity speaking, so I push the thought aside. There are bigger things to worry about right now. Sophie couldn't deliver this in person? I stall for time, picking up the shiny leather pants and holding them in front of me. They too have random studs and spikes around the pockets and the belt loops.
She's recording videos for her online shibari course?
I need to see these videos at some point and brush up on my rope game.
She's not shown them to anyone yet. Oh, and keep it a secret from Melanie. I'm pretty sure she's got an idea her sister's up to something, but Sophie will tell her when she's ready.
Do you see me casually bringing up kink in a conversation with Melanie? We haven't even met properly.
I'm just saying.
Matthias gets up to leave. He raises an eyebrow when I place the leather pants in front of my hips, looking at the tight band at the waist.
As much as I want to force you to try this whole ensemble on, I need to get going.
Before you go, I start, dreading my next words. I need to ask you something. He pulls a chair as he watches me stuff all the leather things back in the box and set it down. I received this from Luna. I pick up the brown envelope.
For the party tomorrow?
It's connected to rescuing the girls, but it's a side mission for you. I smile meekly, and Matthias's face lights up with curiosity. I need you to visit my father in prison and ask him to help us out. His features drop the second my father is mentioned. One corner of his mouth twitches with distaste, and his gaze slips to one side, his expression settling into a glare. It's not directed at me, but it still hurts. I swallow to ease the dryness of my throat, but the lump of embarrassment remains lodged there.
Do I have a say in this, or is it an order?
His tone is clipped. I was hoping you wouldn't mind going, but if it comes to it, it's an order. It's a harsh thing to say. I hate myself for it. So I quickly add, I'm willing to trade for it, though. A favor for a favor.
When?
Saturday after the party. I need to get things moving before we all suffer the consequences of my inactivity.
For the record, I don't want to go.
It's rare for Matthias to speak up like this. You know I would never ask you to do this if there was anyone else who could do it. I would have done it myself if my face wasn't on every screen outside. He stays silent, refusing to meet my eyes. I can't ask the detectives to do it. Sophie doesn't have the background, and Tanya, I pause, unsure how to proceed, is too close to this. She might lose her temper before we get anything useful out of him.
And I'm not too close?
He huffs a bitter laugh.
I'm a fully qualified pediatrics anesthesiologist who is now forced to practice underground. If I practice at all. The past few years I've been stitching you up and tinkering with metal to quieten my mind. He ruined me. He went out of his way to destroy my life.
Your license can be reinstated if we manage to coax the truth out of him.
Doesn't matter,
he whispers.
My career is over.
Just for 20 minutes, Matthias, please. I never beg. When the word please slips from my mouth, it is less painful than I had imagined. I find it laced with shame and regret and trust. His blue eyes flick to meet mine. A long pause.
Fine, but if he starts dwelling on our past, I'm out of there.
I will steer the conversation. I hand him the small box with the glasses. Military issue, with bone conduction headphones and a camera on each side and in the middle.
Fancy.
He takes it, finally something different from misery passing across his face.
If I had a pair of these back then, I wouldn't have been convicted.
The important thing is he's in jail, paying for what he did to you, what he did to all of us. A weak argument, but I can't think of anything else. In a twisted way, I'm exactly like my father. A husk of my past self, and in a jail of my making. Matthias shakes his head, picks up the glasses, and gets up.
Send my regards to Luna.
He turns to leave. I'm sure they're listening to us anyway, I say in an attempt to ease the tension. He slams the door on his way out. I wonder if he would hate me if he didn't love me. Chapter 9. The darkness creeps over Chicago in a slow trawl, street by street, lighting the outside lamps in its wake. With it, I leave Lavender with a bag full of rope and stride toward the moon garden. It's close enough. No more than 15 minutes of brisk walking away. The area is full of people. A Friday night brings out even the shyest of nightclub goers, charming them with a promise of forgetting work and life troubles by drink number 3. Nursing the usual hangover on a Saturday morning, they regret everything. Until the next Friday. When I get there, I'm shivering in my hoodie, the few straps of the leather harness Sophie chose for me failing to retain any warmth. And if there is something more persistent than Chicago crime, it's Chicago winters. It's springtime, but I don't feel it. My breath comes out in white mist in front of my face, and I snuggle into my scarf to keep at least some of my body heat. In the meantime, I'm sweating behind my knees. Sophie is waiting in front of a big black door, and instead of feeling like a sexy beast, I feel like an unevenly cooked microwave meal. Hey. I flash her my most convincing smile while I try to keep my teeth from chattering.
Right on time.
She winks. Her strawberry blonde hair falls straight down over her thick wool coat. A big purse lies near her muddy trainers. No high heels?
I'll be barefoot.
She bends over to rummage in the bag and pulls 2 platinum membership cards. She hands me one with a proud smile. The Moon Garden, a place to release your grip on reality. I shiver, almost dropping it. Don't they check ID?
They check the cards. I got this from a friend who is not coming tonight.
A friend who looks like me?
Not really.
She smiles.
But once you've got your mask on, no one checks who's under it.
Great security.
Hey, it's our friendly neighborhood fetish venue.
She pulls out something black and fluffy from her bag.
It's not a posh sex club. It's not exclusive, and it's not meant to be.
I don't like the sound of that. It means that Penelope and the jesters will have a much easier time planting themselves here. She might have lost the rich clients of Lavender, but there's plenty to be earned from the desires of common people. Plenty to exploit and plenty to destroy. Sophie puts the fluffy thing on. It's something between a cat mask and bunny ears. I take my own mask out of my pocket, pull my hoodie down, and fumble with the ties behind my head, my fingers frozen. She walks around me and taps my shoulder. I drop into a squat.
Geez, you're cold. Do you not have a coat?
Her deft fingers make quick work of the mask's ties. The last time we'd been in a similar situation, I was a hostage, and she, a stranger with rigger skills. I wasn't joking when I told you Penelope burned my clothes. I chuckle, but my teeth chatter. She pushes me toward the entrance, a frown on her face.
I had hoped you were.
She shakes her head.
Imagine if we fail this whole thing because you got a cold.
I don't get colds that easily, I say with a smirk. Sophie is unconvinced, my shivering proving way more telling. A bouncer at the door checks our membership cards, taps a few times on an iPad, and waves us through. Before we enter the actual club, Sophie pulls me to the side in a little corridor. The sign reads, Cloakroom and Lockers. What I see is more of a communal cupboard with hangers and numbers, a free-for-all. How does anyone keep their belongings safe in this place? Sophie shuffles out of her coat without a second thought, humming as she slips it onto a coat hanger. Distracted, I forget all about taking my hoodie off. She is dressed like a bunny, a little black onesie with a hidden garter and stockings attached to it, a tiny red bow tie on a white collar and white cuffs. All the nice things about shirts without any of the covering bits. I smile. When she turns to hang her coat on a rail, my eyes slip to her white fluffy tail which bobs with her every move. You should have gotten me a wolf mask, I rasp.
Bunnies like men in leather too,
she says with a wink. She steps toward me, and her fingers drag the zipper of my hoodie down. The sound echoes, tantalizing in its drawn-out slowness. She pushes the hoodie back, revealing my chest. Her appreciative face mirrors mine as she stands on tiptoes and lets her lips brush mine. I pull her close, her body scorching against my icy skin. She shivers in my arms, and the corners of my lips quirk up as I lean to kiss her.
Woo!
Someone shouts. I turn instantly, pushing Sophie behind me, on high alert. The hallway is empty. Then I see a scantily clad woman, then a man in a suit. I watch a bit longer, my eyes darting. People pass the cloakroom on the way to the heart of the club, some waving, some not sparing us a glance.
Relax.
Sophie's fingers trail the muscles of my back, sending a quiver down my spine that has nothing to do with the weather outside. I want to have fun, I start. But we're not here to have fun. We need to keep our eyes open. I don't want to ruin the mood. Yet as I shift from one leg to the other and a slight pain jabs at my thigh, I remember I can't lose sight of our mission.
I know.
Sophie plants a soft kiss on my left shoulder blade.
Let's go.
She puts my hoodie on top of her coat and hangs it with a deep, sad sigh. She stashes my rope bag under everything. We might not even get to use it tonight. Then her expression goes back to cheerful, and she takes my hand, leading me out of the cloakroom and into the club. I follow her in my leather ensemble, looking like a big bad dom and feeling like a puppy. The Moon Garden. I've left the safety of my territory to breach a place where Sophie is in her element. Unlike Lavender, it's not bathed in flashing neons. It's decorated in 3 colors: black, white, and green. There is so much green. Not only the color of almost every wall and piece of furniture, it's in the leaves of all the plants scattered around the massive lounge. A patch of grass sprawls across instead of a hard dance floor, and a brown wood-looking pole spurts from its middle, attached to the ceiling, which is littered with hanging plants and vines. Well, it is a garden. Where's the moon? A burly woman stands behind the bar, polishing glasses so aggressively, I'm not sure how they don't break. A memory of Ben whizzes through my mind as fast as a speeding car. I need to find out where he is. Knowing his background, I doubt he's coming back to us.
What can I get you, hun?
The barmaid's deep voice snaps me back to reality. A soda, I shout, straining above the music.
Coming right up,
the woman roars. I turn back to the middle of the club where people are swaying, their bare feet sinking in the grass.
Amazing, isn't it?
Sophie's excitement is palpable. Her hand rests on my upper arm, her ears bobbing in front of my face as she moves with the music. Loud. I've not formed an opinion yet. It has a vibe I can only describe as raw. It's as if people come here to shed their daily lives and be whoever they want to be. Great sentiment, but very susceptible to Penelope's destructive touch.
Here you go,
the barwoman says, her voice easily outshining the remixed metal song blasting out of the speakers.
Don't forget, be on your best behavior or Dougie will show you out.
I nod, glancing at Dougie. He's a carbon copy of Brad and Chad, but where they had snickered with a cruel glint in their eyes, he is all warm smiles and high fives with everyone who passes him. It would be great to have someone like that at Lavender, a gentle giant. I sigh, shedding my smile. Today is reconnaissance only. I will cause Dougie no problems. For the future, I can make no promises. As I sip my soda, its fizziness tickling my throat, Sophie's spine shoots up straight, like she is a soldier at attention. She taps my knee with her tiny hand. I follow her gaze and see Hanako sitting between two men, laughing, her hair spilling in front of her face, shielding it from view. She's dressed like some type of fairy, in a sparkly purple bodysuit, and matching see-through purple wings. Her hair is straight and has a purple-pink tint, making her natural dark hair seem like a small galaxy. Is that Matthias? I squint at one of the men, tall, hair buzzed short, dressed in a sleek black thing with transparent patches. What is he wearing?
It's him. Do you like it? It's the latex bodysuit I chose for him. I almost got you one.
Sophie winks. She's beaming, and I rummage inside my soul for a clear memory of when I was that excited about something simple from my daily life. I'm glad you didn't.
Wait till you see the back.
She does a little clap like she can't contain all that innocent happiness. I scan the room, a bit disturbed. I'm not used to seeing my best friend in fetish wear. With no sign of Kiara, Yera, Penelope, or anyone who looks remotely familiar, I return my attention to the trio on the sofa. I better get used to it fast. Should we go say hi? I say as I finish my soda. The last few sips are flat, the bitterness lingering at the back of my tongue.
How about we look around? They look like they're enjoying themselves, and I bet you want to know why this place is called the Moon Garden.
The tour doesn't take long. The ground floor is a sweeping garden the size of a football field. The bar area and the lounge are open, but natural hedges separate the rest of the space, providing many nooks and crannies to hide away and do whatever one wants. There are leather spanking benches, cages, fancy chairs, and small tables with attachment points. Sophie leads me through the labyrinth of foliage, pointing out small things that she finds interesting while I look at her instead. The chaste kiss she planted on my back in the cloakroom still burns on my skin. It raises questions. I open my mouth a couple of times, feeling ready to ask, but the words refuse to come out, an ugly feeling gripping my insides. If I listen closer to the things it fills my head with, I can almost make out what it is.
And this is the whole first floor,
Sophie announces and swivels to face me, her hair swinging around her in an arch of gold with the scent of orange and cocoa butter. So where's the moon? We'd passed some ornaments depicting Diana, the Roman goddess of the moon, but nothing too substantial. A good patroness to choose for a place like this since she protects all hunters, wild animals, and is a symbol of fertility.
Look up.
Sophie tilts her head to the ceiling. We have gone full circle and are now standing on the grass dance floor. I obey to find a glass ceiling high above us, showcasing the dark Chicago sky. There's no moon.
There is sometimes.
Sophie's face is calm, like she is reminiscing about the good times she's had here.
When the moon is full and visible, the staff turn the lights down in the lounge. The place turns pitch black except for a streak of white light from the moon. When there's a night like that, most people stop playing if they can and go sit on the grass.
But I thought you all come here to play. Why sit and stare at the moon? I ask, my voice even. I watch her face, her gaze unfocused in the present and sharp in the reel of her memories. I want to say more. But as before, the words remain lodged in my throat, hostage to that overwhelming feeling. Fear.
Because it's beautiful and so rare in the middle of Chicago. When was the last time you looked at the moon?
Sophie's response is as eloquent as ever. I don't have windows, I say with a smile. I imagine it sometimes. I imagined it when I wrote you that haiku.
It was a great haiku.
She squeezes me and releases me all in one smooth move, probably feeling sentimental.
The second floor has private rooms, but not like the ones in Lavender.
I frown. If Penelope owns this now, they will be. Give it some time. Her face sinks. Great. Fear ruined my mood, and now I ruined hers.
Let's not give her time. I've asked around. Some people are closer to management than I am, so I'm waiting to see what they'll find out. Meanwhile, we can look for Kiara and the other girl.
I nod. Okay, a kinky garden on this floor, private rooms upstairs. I assume there is a basement or another floor. Otherwise, there is a frightening lack of fetish equipment in this fetish club. Where's the rope room? I also need to get Matthias now.
Patience. I was about to take you downstairs.
She chuckles, the chirp in her voice back. After I get familiar with the layout of the place, we can play around a bit. I will keep my eyes open. Kiara, Yera, and Penelope aren't within my control, so whether we will see them or not is anyone's guess. Sophie takes my hand again, her palm small in mine, and pulls me between the hedges.
Oh.
She halts and I stumble, trying not to fall on top of her. What has she seen?
Well, we found Matthias.
I follow her gaze, 3 people on a bench. Foliage is all around them. It's as if they're retreating into the garden itself for more privacy. The leaves around them shuffle with their sensual movements. I squint and huff a little laugh. Matthias is deep kissing Hanako, one hand tangled in her hair, pushing her face to his, the other rubbing her partner's crotch. Chapter 10. I lean on a vined partition, observing Sophie and the trio. Something is happening in her head. She looks like a computer struggling to load a program. Frozen in her place, in her bunny outfit, she is cute. Her personality rarely lends itself to that description. She is fierce, determined, cool, scary at times. Cute is a special thing. Her eyes glitter behind her mask. I adjust mine, feeling a blister coming on the bridge of my nose. Matthias opens his eyes as he releases Hanako's hair from his grip. Her partner flexes his hips and moans in protest as Matthias's hand leaves his crotch. Hanako turns around and starts kissing him instead, oblivious or uncaring of our voyeurism. Matthias's gaze slides from her head to her naked shoulder, then down to her thigh, sparkling in purple with some sort of body makeup. He blinks slowly and leans to do something with Hana's neck when our gazes meet. I raise a hand and wave awkwardly. He sighs and shuffles away from the couple, standing up to meet us.
You never did anything like that with Hana when I was around?
Sophie exclaims.
I feel like I misunderstood a fundamental part of you.
Not gay,
he confirms with a cheeky grin.
And I can be a kinky bastard, but I'm still a responsible adult. There were impressionable teens present when you were around.
Sophie's face reddens. If I have to guess, that reaction is equal measures embarrassment and revelation.
But you never looked at me that way, so I assumed.
She trails off. I smirk at her confidence. It's sexy that she knows how attractive she is.
You're not my type.
Matthias responds too quickly. I raise an eyebrow.
I'm not into unavailable people.
He winks at her. Sophie gapes and throws her arms in the air.
What about that?
She points to Hana and her partner, who have stopped making out. Hanako is beaming while doing a dainty wave with her slim fingers. The guy looks confused.
They're in an open relationship.
Amusement twinkles in Matthias's eyes.
But you and Hana, and Damien, and Hana and I
put a hand across her shoulders. She isn't making any sense. Probably issues comprehending 2 of her worlds coming together behind her back. It's a perfect time to leave her in the hands of her best friend, where she can safely process it all. Can I have a word? I say to Matthias, as I navigate Sophie to the bench and sit her down.
You didn't tell me you were playing with Matthias,
Sophie says to Hannah after a quick hug. She sounds excited, her hands quickly grabbing Hannah's and squeezing them while tapping her feet on the soft floor. Hannah's partner looks less confused now, as he too gives Sophie a brief sideways hug and joins their conversation.
Follow me. I found a really cozy space, perfect for talking.
Matthias steps in front of me and I gasp. Jesus, Matthias!
Did you get scared of my ass?
He winks. I actually did. I laugh because I'm surprised by his tanned cheeks so shamelessly on display. As he walks in front of me, I try not to stare. It feels awkward somehow, like I'm leading him on.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
He chuckles. I'm glad to see him in a good mood after the sound of him slamming Lavender's door still echoes in my memories. He leads me to a secluded spot with less foliage and more cushions. There's a rug on the floor, and we sit down. My leather pants creak with the motion, pressing on my muscles like the wrapper of a sausage.
How's the leg?
Matthias says before I have had a chance to speak. It's okay. He tilts his head and raises an eyebrow.
It still hurts. I reopened it a few days ago, but it's not infected. It's healing. That's my fault. I should have checked it yesterday, but I got too angry. I'm sorry. I know you're in a difficult situation.
I don't blame you for any of this. I appreciate your help in whatever shape it comes.
What did you want to talk about? Have you spotted someone you know?
Not yet. Actually, I want to run an idea by you.
Oh?
You'll love it. A conspiratorial grin paints my lips as I outline my plan for the night. It involves a lot of rope. When we return, the three of them are in a heated debate about something.
There's definite benefit to using a single column for that. A double column's middle rope will tighten things too much. It might pinch a nerve.
Sophie's waving her finger at Hannah's partner. He holds his hands up, palms open, trying to placate her.
Okay, but if the structure slips and something gets dislocated, you will be sorry you didn't opt for a double column.
Hannah.
Sophie starts, only to be met with an exasperated sigh.
Leave me out of this. I'm just here to be tied. And look, the boys are back.
Matthias strides forward, and this time I don't flinch as his moon-shaped ass sways in my view. I'm too excited about what's coming to be taken aback. How about we go upstairs and check out the private rooms? I offer my hand and pull Sophie away from the trio. We've got a surprise planned. Her eyes light up with interest. She snakes an arm through mine.
Lead the way, sir.
Matthias lingers behind, talking with Hannah and her partner. He'd told me he had to clear the idea with them first, and rightly so. I don't know if Hannah and the other guy have plans already. It would be unfortunate if they do, but we can wait. The whole night is ahead of us. Sophie and I navigate between real and plastic foliage and all the shades of green nature can produce. She is quiet, but I can feel a cloud of anticipation has gathered around her, making her fidgety. At least I hope it's anticipation and not doubt. I turn my head around to see if Matthias is behind me. I can hear their voices somewhere not too far away but can't see them. A couple passes us, almost bumping into my shoulder.
Sorry,
says the girl, her dark-skinned body on full display. A small golden thong covers her privates, and a sun mask hides her face. But other than that, she is naked. An old man tugs her on a gold chain. Alarm bells go off when I connect voice, posture, skin, and circumstance. Kiara. I drop Sophie's arm and shuffle after the couple, turning again and again in the labyrinth of leaves without looking back. The path I thought they had taken leads to a dead end. A silver bench doubling as a chain post and an artificial tree. I backtrack, try some of the other alleys. My heart hammers with adrenaline and disappointment. There is no sign of them. As I turn another corner, I come face to face with Matthias, Hannah, and her partner on his tail.
What is it?
His face hardens, no sign of the amusement from before. I thought I saw Kiara.
What was she dressed like?
Matthias's intense look doesn't match his outfit, I tell him, still frantically looking around. He follows me, listening as he abandons his two followers. Sophie joins us after we run around like headless chickens between the hedges.
Where do you want to go?
She pulls at my arm, trying to help. I catch a glimpse of the old man. He's waiting by the cloakroom. There. I don't stand around to explain. I want to move fast, but people block my way. They giggle and spill drinks as they move slowly, unaware of how their cheer is amplifying my anxiety. Sophie is behind me, but I've lost Matthias. No matter, if it comes to fighting, I'm the strongest of us all anyway. Though I doubt the old man will put up much of a fight. I take Sophie's hand and walk past him like we're a couple just taking a break. When we're in the cloakroom, I press my finger to my lips. Sophie nods, and we listen for any sign of Kiara. We part coats and lift bags gently to look for any clues. Then we check the toilets, opening the cubicle doors one by one until we find one that is occupied. We hear a sniffle from inside. As we wait for the door to open, I'm frightened that it will be Kiara. What have they done to her? As the time stretches, another fear rears its ugly head in the forefront of my mind. What if it isn't Kiara? If we're waiting on someone random, while she's out there in a nightmare of Penelope's making? Then the water flushes, and Kiara almost collides with us on the way out. No doubt that it's her this time. The mask is in her hand. Her face is swollen like she has been crying. I don't think. I grab her wrist and pull her to the darkest corner of the room. Before I can say anything else, she presses a palm to my mouth, her eyes wide and pleading. I relax in her grip to show her I understand. For some reason, she doesn't want me to talk. Fine. But she's coming with me to the police, to Carl and Ayesha, so that feisty young detective can protect her. She takes my hand, puts it to the side of her head and pretends to talk. Then she imitates typing, and I finally get it. She wants my phone. I give it to her. She starts typing ferociously, tears streaming down her cheeks in silent rivulets. For a moment she looks up and dabs her lower lids with the pads of her fingers. I bite my lips to keep any words of comfort inside my mouth. Then she finishes her message, pushes the phone into my hand, and runs. I run after her, the words bouncing in front of my vision. She listens to us. Stop trying to get us. If I disappear, she will hurt Yera. Destroy Penelope. Don't focus on us. I slow to a walk, then stop. We're not supposed to help them but destroy Penelope? Surely those are the same thing.
What did she type?
Sophie's voice behind me is quiet. I hand her the phone. I rake my hair with my empty hands. Damn it.
Makes sense.
Sophie balls her free hand into a fist, then relaxes it, her anger sustained. It does? I ask.
It's simple. Stop going after the victims and go after the culprit. Kill the snake and the mice are free.
We can't make another move tonight. Talking to my father is essential now. My plan to destabilize Penelope from the inside, still the best shot we may have. The Lavender staff used to be like family to each other. The ones who stayed despite Valerie and the shady clientele knew they could rely on one another. If Penelope is using that loyalty against them, it will do us no good to try to rescue the girls one by one. It's either all of them or none of them for now. Should we go home? I sigh.
Do you want to go?
I'm not sure. I think about how excited Matthias was, how Sophie's face lit up as she was talking about all the little places in the moon garden. No, there's no point in returning to Lavender only to overthink the predicament we have found ourselves in. Tomorrow will come, no matter how we spend this evening. So tonight I'll make sure my friend still likes me, that the woman I admire is as impressed with me as I am with her, that my closest people get one good party, because I can't promise any more in the near future. I grab my rope bag, stash my phone inside, and gesture her out. Let's have some fun, if you still want to, of course. She gives me a hug.
We can't do anything more tonight. At least we have confirmation.
I hold her there for a moment, like she's my anchor to a better future. Like if I hold her close, all my plans would unfold the way I want them to. Will she stand by me if I can't find my previous leader self? Will she be around if I fail to protect Yera and Kiara? When we break the hug, Sophie's beautiful face lights up my soul. I must do my best. It's no use torturing myself before I have given it a good try.
Come on, Hannah has saved us a room.
She catches my hand in hers and we go. I put my anxiety in a mental box and throw away the key, just for tonight. The room Sophie leads us to is a small replica of a bedroom. There's a double bed with a fluffy pink cover and 2 wicker chairs around a similar table. A selection of canes is displayed on the table. Behind the bed hangs a massive poster of a flowering tree.
The Magnolia Room, not too bad,
Sophie says, pushing me aside so she can get in.
Isn't it a bit too small for 5?
Hannah's lips stretch into a grin. She looks devious.
I know what's gonna happen and you don't. So trust me, it's enough space.
Fine, fine.
Sophie waves off her words with her hand. We all shuffle inside, and I close the door. Sophie sits on the bed while the trio stands near the table, Hanako's partner fiddling with a cane. He looks like a weasel, thin, tall, and slightly hunched, like he's too embarrassed to stand up straight. Matthias next to him seems like a tan statue, still thin and tall but looking down at the world with a straight back. This small difference makes him a head taller than the other guy, though I bet they would be the same if both stood up properly. The man notices me staring.
Connor.
He introduces himself with an awkward chuckle. Nice to meet you, I say without offering a name. I'm still a wanted man after all. I propose a game. We all like games, right? Matthias and Hannah nod enthusiastically. Sophie looks unsure, and Connor wears a look of confusion. Didn't Matthias explain properly? We all love rope too, I continue undeterred. And we want to be as close to our best friends as possible, don't we? Hanako wiggles her eyebrows suggestively. I can tell the cogs are turning in Sophie's head. She is trying to work out my plan. Maybe she has already pieced it together. A game of mental fortitude. I will tie Sophie, and Connor will tie Hanako. We'll take turns mirroring our ties. The rigger who can't figure out where to put rope next loses. Normal negotiation and safe words apply. We all start the ties at opposing ends of the bed.
And what happens to the loser?
Sophie is intrigued. Good. We're not close enough to continue the kinky games further, so whoever loses will buy everyone else a round of drinks. This includes our observer, Matthias, who will make sure there is no foul play involved. If a safe word is spoken, the game ends in a tie and everyone buys their own drinks. Connor whistles.
One hell of a wager. The drinks downstairs are expensive as f***.
Even better, it will make us play to win.
So all in?
Matthias claps his hands and plops himself on one of the wicker chairs. I imagine it imprinting on his bare ass and shoot him an awkward smile. He gives me a thumbs up.
I will play if Connor is still happy to do it,
Hanako says. Connor gives an enthusiastic nod, finally shedding his confusion. Sophie? I slide next to her on the side of the bed and take her hand in mine. Her face is full of eager happiness as she nods. I look at her a second longer than necessary, capturing the image of her in my brain. I need more happy memories. Chapter 11. Let's get this game started, shall we? I put my game face on and switch off my worrying brain. In this room, nothing matters but the fact that we're all friends who need to relax their grip on life. All but Connor. I'm not sure about him. Hanako jumps up and claps, her whole body sparkling with glitter makeup and excitement. Matthias strides back toward the chairs, his butt cheeks swaying somehow separate from him. Sophie puts on a brave smile, but I can see she feels a bit self-conscious. Whether it's Kiara's appearance, the game, or the strange ensemble of people we have in this room, I can't tell. In any case, I will be more than happy to make her forget all that. Looking at her bunny tail bobbing around as she positions herself is already making me forget most of myself. After the bed dips and shifts a few times, Sophie and Hanako stand next to 2 opposing sides of the bed, facing away, their bodies displaying the learned comfort of submission. I slip Sophie's mask off, her hair a copper waterfall of orange and cocoa butter in front of my face.
I will flip a coin to determine who starts,
Matthias announces, and produces a coin from somewhere in his latex costume.
Connor, you go first.
As agreed, I run my hand up and down Sophie's upper arm. Goosebumps blossom under my fingers.
I'm tying a single column at the ankles and then laddering up to the knees,
Connor says as he crouches and dips out of my vision behind the high bed. You heard the man. I whisper to Sophie. She smiles, her face serene. It's an expression I'm beginning to recognize. It's her rope face. Despite her fierceness in every other aspect of her life, she's all deep breaths and relaxed features when it comes to rope. She trusts me with it, and she enjoys it. I want to hear her, so I tug at the rope, passing it around faster, making it dig deep into her shins. She moans at first, then whimpers at my final tug. Yes. I smirk. It's my turn to pick. Arms overhead with a double column and attached to a band at the waist. Connor gets to work. I'm ahead of him, already dragging Sophie's hands over her head and behind her neck, pulling the rope down, testing her balance. Her eyes are closed, but a small smile paints her lips. A wrap around her midriff steals her breath away. She exhales, the air from her mouth like the vibrato from a sensual violin.
Basic crotch rope,
Connor announces. He's getting into this too. I can hear Hanako's sharp breaths and her soft whispers to him. Sophie bites her lip in anticipation, and I wiggle my eyebrows to Matthias, who gives another thumbs up. I tie quickly, but my mind lingers on his reactions. He seems comfortable, happy even. Is Hanako helping him get over me? I give the rope a good tug, earning a hiss from Sophie. Time to make this even more interesting. Turn your bunny around. Holding Sophie by the shoulders, I twirl her so she faces the bed, and Hana. They share a giggle. Sophie cranes her neck to look at me.
Why are you making a bunny stare at a pony?
She has a calm smile, but her eyes twinkle with mischief. I thought Hana is a fairy, I whisper in her ear.
How dare you?
I hear from the other end of the bed.
I'm Twilight Sparkle. All the humans in this room are crazy.
I huff a laugh because she doesn't look like a pony. She has wings. Sophie nudges me with her butt.
Yes, how dare you?
Her mock pout makes desire pool in my belly. I get the urge to grab her by the hair and press her mouth to mine. But instead, I take her head and turn it back to face the right way. She doesn't fight me, her neck soft and pliable under my palm. At the corner of my eye, I see Connor gently instructing Hana to face our way. She twists around, bobbing like a penguin. I chuckle, all dirty thoughts evaporating. I had a mission today, and it was to remind everyone that friendship is great. There will be time for other things later. Position Bunny in the middle of the bed, I instruct.
Isn't it my turn?
Connor's confusion makes a comeback.
No rope instruction was given,
Matthias replies, his voice deep like that of a wise wizard. He's definitely enjoying this role of spectator judge. Good.
Black Leather Man, continue.
I bite my lips to hold my laughter. I asked him not to use my name. Connor doesn't need to know he's in a room with Chicago's most wanted man. But Black Leather Man? Sophie doesn't do as well. She squirms in her restraints not because she wants to. Silent laughter is moving her body. She locks eyes with Hana, who snorts while also trying not to giggle. Some unspoken inside joke transmits in the space between them, power of friendship activated. I lift Sophie and put her in the middle of the soft pink bed, her knees sinking as she wiggles to regain her balance. Connor struggles to do the same, part dragging, part pushing, part instructing Hana to get in her place in front of Sophie. Now they're close, no more than 10 inches separating their bodies. Exactly where I want them. Attach a rope to the waist rope not connected to the crotch. Pause for dramatic effect. Wrap around opposite bunny as many times as rope length allows.
What?
Sophie's head twists back. I thought you figured it out already, I reply.
I thought you were going to make us watch each other.
That's a painful lack of imagination on your part. She shakes her head, but there's a smile on her face.
Fine. I'm positively tantalized.
I kneel on the bed behind Sophie, trying not to lose my balance in the softness beneath me. They are both tiny, so it's easy to press into Sophie and wrap the rope around, pulling her and Hanako together, making the space between them dissolve into non-existence. A unified gasp of surprise escapes both their mouths. I secure the rope behind Sophie with the satisfaction of a job well done. Connor does the same with significantly less flair. I step away from the bed to admire my work. Sophie and Hannah are pressed together like two swans on a wedding cake. Their bellies are tied to each other, forcing them to alternate their breathing, syncing it up so that each is inhaling when the other is exhaling. Their breasts are barely touching, their nipples hard points against the fabric of their costumes, rubbing into each other if a breath is a bit too deep. One rope forcing their wrists behind their heads, and another pulling them together make their backs curve, pushing their foreheads together. Beads of sweat sparkle on each forehead, mixing as they take their labored breaths. They sit silent, like two beautiful statues. I step farther back, giving them space. Connor does the same, still confused. He has a length of rope in his hand, probably trying to figure out if there is anything more he can do. The mood of the room has shifted. It was fun and easygoing, but the air now crackles with tension and intimacy. What looks like a staring contest between Hannah and Sophie, I decide is a conversion, soul to soul. Something Matthias and I should really have, but that's not how men do it. We are both more or less direct, making certain subjects difficult to broach, no matter how close. I slide my eyes to the side where Matthias is sitting back in his chair with a smirk like a villain.
I want Matthias to move in with me and the kids,
Hanako says softly, surprising all of us. Her voice is hoarse. Sophie's eyes widen in response. This is news for her too. I can see her processing it all as she moves her forehead from side to side.
When?
She asks, her voice equally ragged.
As soon as possible.
I glance at Matthias again, who is biting his lip. You were going to tell me, I assume? My voice comes out harsher than expected.
Of course I was, but you asked me to do something yesterday. I agreed, no questions asked. For this, please, do the same.
Matthias's face is solemn, like he's some sort of martyr. I wasn't planning on questioning him or challenging him on his personal decision. Yesterday he posed some questions and more than one complaint, but I let it go. It's much easier for me to swallow that he'll be living together with my son than for him to see my father tomorrow.
Lavender,
Sophie whispers. She doesn't have to say it twice. The conversation with Matthias is over for now. Connor, start untying, I order, taking back my place behind Sophie. My hands work fast, untangling, slipping ends through, pulling rope away. When their physical tether is gone, Sophie reaches forward and pulls Hannah into her arms.
We should talk about this more,
Sophie whispers as they nuzzle each other's necks. As they both take their time, I start folding my rope. You moving in with them too? I ask Connor.
Nah, we're just casually playing. I like living alone,
He replies, regaining some of his composure after the frantic untying.
We can still play together, of course,
Hannah says without letting go of Sophie.
We definitely should.
Matthias gets up and goes to him, grabbing his face and planting an aggressive kiss on his mouth. After Connor is released, he readjusts himself in a way that has only one meaning. It's time to split the room before things get too steamy.
Yes, I'm not going anywhere.
He chuckles, then raises an eyebrow.
But who are you?
The question is for me. I adjust my mask, letting a bead of sweat escape from under it. Ugh, leather makes me overheat in the worst way possible. I'm the friendship fairy. I lean on the wall. If I had sunglasses, I would have put them over my mask. Matthias laughs. I deserve a pat on the back for my good work tonight. Excellent job, friendship fairy. Now time to morph into a revenge demon. Chapter 12. The night at the Moon Garden feels like ages ago, as I sit in front of a computer and look at the inside of a car, then the facade of a prison, and at last, into its corridors of gray concrete and stolen lives. It was only yesterday I held Sophie after I'd tangled her with Hannah. But the stark reality of change jars in my mind, forcing me to compartmentalize so I can survive until the end of the day. My breaths are shallow. I'm trying not to exhale too loudly in the microphone next to my mouth. Matthias and I discussed the script of the upcoming conversation this morning, when the crisp cold reminded us both that the winter isn't done with Chicago. A full plan is slowly forming in my head, but it requires trusting other people. After being brutally betrayed, that makes one uncomfortable. Matthias's uneven steps blur my vision. I'm acutely aware of his discomfort as his breathing quickens despite his best efforts to stay calm. When the door to the meeting room opens, my computer screen shows 2 rows of chairs separated by a half-wood, half-glass partition. Matthias sits down, and I watch my father stroll toward the chair opposite. There's no fanfare, no dramatic entrance, just an old man in an Adidas tracksuit. Before I can take in his face, Matthias's gaze drops to his own hands, and I look at his long, tanned fingers. He has a ring on his middle finger, a fat silver band with a rotating element. He fiddles with it, turning it this way and that, showing me the phrase engraved across. Memento mori, Latin for remember you must die. I never asked him why he made it and why he wears it. I'm too afraid to hear the answer. I cough, trying to make him aware I'm there with him and ready to get this over with. It will be best for all of us if we get to business fast. This meeting shouldn't drag for the sanity of everyone involved.
Mr. Flores?
I hear my father's voice, hoarse and deep. Level.
You're the last person I expected to visit me.
Matthias still hasn't looked up. Tell him I sent you, I say into the mic. He jolts as if he's been lost in thought.
I'm here on behalf of Damien.
Unlike my father's tone, Matthias's is shaky. Once again, I regret sending him there against his will.
Does my son resent you so much to send you here? He should have come himself.
Matthias finally looks at my father. Through the smudged glass, I can see a small smile paint his lips. There are lines of crow's feet at the edges of his eyes. A magnificent bruise mars most of the left side of his face. Isn't he too old for prison beatings? His thick black beard is speckled with white. It suits him in a strange, dignified way. He seems amused by the situation. Maybe his good mood will last long enough for us to extract the information we need. Repeat after me, Matthias, and don't let him rile you up, I say. The camera dips down, then up as he nods.
Nothing to say?
My father goads him. Matthias inhales sharply. Damien has some business to discuss, I say before he loses it and stomps out. He repeats this without enthusiasm.
Well, if I was not jailed, I would have been happy to help with any business. But what can I do when he put me here? I just sit and watch life pass me by.
I swallow hard before my next words roll out of my mouth. Damien is sorry for what happened 6 years ago. He thought he could have an honest life with his family. My father's eyes narrow, and he leans forward.
He's there somewhere speaking in your ear, isn't he?
He laughs.
You don't have to tell me, Mr. Flores. I can see it in your eyes. You're a puppet.
I'm this close to leaving.
Matthias hisses under his breath. I need to defuse the situation. Think about Yera and Kiara. We need to save them. Think how thankful Tanya will be if we manage to get something useful out of this meeting. I'm pleading with him, but I'm not embarrassed. He faces the man who destroyed his life. He stays silent. Please, Matthias.
Fine. Damien can't come see you because the police are looking for him.
Matthias growls, looking straight ahead. My father leans back.
I figured. It was either that or you coming to beg me to help you get your license back. So what's he done?
Nothing.
Matthias replies quickly and confidently.
It's Penelope. She set him up, so he's a wanted man now.
Ah, Penelope, so beautiful and so crazy. I don't know how I didn't see through her. She got me real good, son, didn't she?
He chuckles, and I wonder if he's lost his marbles.
Even gave her the keys to my kingdom.
An old contact of yours told us you might be able to help.
Matthias seems to have found his voice. I keep quiet. We've rehearsed this, but I'm surprised the words come to him without hesitation. Maybe he's realized this task is like pulling an unwanted hair out. Less painful if you do it fast.
Really? Who's that?
The crisp HD image transfers the glint of interest in my father's eyes perfectly. At least now he's listening.
Let's say he works for the police. He seems to still think highly of you.
Matthias shifts in his chair.
Okay, and let's say I have an idea of who that is. Why should I help you? Or Damien, for that matter. We're not really a cozy family, are we, son?
Tell him, I start, but Matthias cuts me off.
I know what to tell him.
I press my lips shut. My father inches closer to the glass and sneers.
The puppet disobeys its master. If you were mine, I would have you punished for talking back, but my Damien is too soft.
You should help us because we have a common enemy now, and she's been hurting women. She's kidnapped 3 so far, and one of them is dead.
That's certainly deplorable, but...
I'm not finished, Mr. Grey. She used your signature killing method. She sliced the girl's arm and left her to bleed out. She pretends to be you.
My father's brows furrow. The cheeriness drains from his face, and I praise Matthias in my head. He was the one to suggest this as the leading argument, and he was right. It both hurts my father's pride and upsets him on a moral level. He is old school, believing women are off limits when it comes to violence. What happened in my Lavender would have never occurred had he been around. But Penelope was not stupid, unlike what he thought. His chivalrous sexism led him to trust her just as I trusted her, though I did it out of love, while he underestimated her ambition.
Continue,
he rumbles.
We can't help you get out of jail, but we can re-establish the deck to be more in line with what it was. We can defeat Penelope's gang, the Jesters, and have your family rule the streets of Chicago once again. But we need to use your trusted contacts. She knows too much about us all, so we can't get close to her without initiating a gang war.
Good. Matthias is on a roll. I have no intention of bringing the deck back, but that's beside the point. His confident delivery doesn't escape my father's attention. He cocks his head to one side, considering his words.
The Jesters? That's what she called her little enterprise? It appears I've met some of them already.
My father points to his bruise, but I don't care to ask. It's not that little anymore, I say into the microphone. Tell him our dealers have been pushed back, and we're operating at a loss now.
What? You didn't tell me that.
Matthias whispers. I wasn't ready to, but I think it's worth knowing how bad things are. He clicks his tongue, and I know there will be a conversation about this. We're yet to talk about his love nest information bomb from last night too. But for now, he relays my message word for word.
You know what, Damien? I really want to tell you I told you so. But I'm not sure if I did. I sent you away in your formative years, and you clearly still haven't become a real man. Just think about what you have achieved.
I drop my forehead into my hands and lean my elbows on the table, rubbing my eyes with the balls of my palms. I feel like a child again, helpless and guilty for being myself. He's going to recount all my past mistakes, and all I can do is listen and accept his judgment.
Can you help us or not? Damien is aware of his past.
Matthias comes to my rescue.
We're talking about the future here. If not for the deck, help us for Thomas's sake.
My father huffs a laugh.
You've really come prepared, Mr. Flores. Dangling all that I'm missing in front of my face, trying to tug at my heartstrings.
Is it working?
Matthias's voice is devoid of humor.
What is it that you need exactly? Here's some free advice. Figure out your objectives before crawling here pleading for the help of a jailed man.
We know exactly what we want,
Matthias says coldly.
We want to find Penelope's current lair and the girls. We want to do it before she has a chance to kidnap or kill more. We need a person on the inside, and that's where you come in.
My father shakes his head, rolling his eyes. He's disappointed. Not that I could ever make him proud. No way I'm going to start now.
You say she knows all of you, so you need my help. When I was convicted, I left you with hundreds of deck underlings. Did you lose them all to your wife's schemes? Don't answer. You did.
He's taunting us.
Why do you always want to have the last word?
Matthias's question is unexpected. I take a deep breath and exhale, chasing away memories of other times my father's domineering attitude has peeved someone. Usually it was me. He waves the question away like it is insignificant. For him, it probably is. It's just the way he is.
To help you, I will need to call in a favor. Favors are the most expensive currency we have.
He starts, his voice preachy.
So I'm going to need something in return.
We can't get you out,
Matthias repeats flat out, without giving me time to consider what my father could ask for.
I don't want you to,
he replies.
I'm actually quite comfortable here. 3 meals a day and a free roof over my head.
That's bullshit. The words slip between my lips, giving my exasperation a voice. Don't tell him that, I add quickly.
Okay,
Matthias replies, and I'm not sure if he's talking to me or to my father.
When you sort Penelope out and Damien is no longer wanted, I want to see him and Thomas. Thomas mostly.
Matthias doesn't know what to say, and neither do I. The silence stretches. My father looks comfortable in the plastic chair. He's crossed his legs and rested his palms on his knee, like a picture of patience and benevolence. His posture irritates me. His request irritates me. But I don't want to be a failed leader anymore. I need to make a choice. A memory of him picking up Thomas and pressing him to his chest resurfaces uninvited. I had just landed in Chicago after spending years abroad. I had thought my father and I were done. I had thought I would never step in Illinois again. I was wrong. I was there with my new wife and my small 3-year-old son, expecting everything and nothing at the same time. He deserves to know his grandfather, Penelope had said, despite never volunteering anything about her own family. To this day, I still don't know where she comes from and why she is the way she is. But I no longer want to know. I just want her out of the picture. My father and his entourage of gangsters had collected many suspicious looks at the airport, but that hadn't seemed to bother him one bit when he'd seen his grandson. Even I could tell he was in awe. He had barely spared me a second glance, enamored with Thomas's squishy cheeks. And Thomas, who was always crying in his mother's arms, had smiled. After a 9-hour flight, he had smiled as his grandfather held him. A year later, he lost his grandfather to Penelope's schemes and my naivete.
No?
My father prompts, bringing me out of the haze of my memory. I told him you were dead, I whisper. Matthias relays my words with an even tone.
Wow. And here I thought you were at least humane, if not a strong leader. Another one of your disappointing decisions. Look, I'm not even surprised anymore.
He presses his face to the glass partition. Matthias flinches and my image jerks. The guard behind my father yells something, and he sits back in his chair, shaking his head. I agree, I say, because I don't want to be mocked further. If he manages to help us out of this situation, I guess it's only fair he gets to meet his grandson again.
He agrees,
Matthias echoes. Tell him what we discussed, I prompt Matthias, afraid they are both in a hurry to end this conversation.
Penelope likes conventionally beautiful guys. She's a narcissist, so whoever you get to infiltrate the jesters needs to worship her. They shouldn't be too big and threatening either, because she hates being the smallest in the room. She's 5'7", so it shouldn't be too hard to find someone.
Matthias recites the instructions I gave him after thinking all night. We need to maximize our chances by getting Penelope to open up to this new person. She's not trusting, unless she believes she has the upper hand. And her weapon of choice has always been charm and seduction. It will be poetic if we manage to find someone to use all that against her. My father straightens and spreads his palms on the surface in front of him. He narrows his eyes, then nods.
I will call in an old favor and get you a guy on the inside you can trust. After Damien can show his face again, the first thing he must do is arrange a visit and bring Thomas to me. That's the deal. No more, no less. Ask him to confirm.
He can hear you,
Matthias says, giving me time to reconsider. But I stand by my decision. After all, if things go wrong, my father gets nothing. And he may be a brutal man who thought he was above the law, but he never broke a promise after he made one. He never betrayed his allies. Unlike Penelope. Unlike me. I will bring Thomas to him if we overpower the jesters, I say. How much time does he need? He seems happy to hear the confirmation.
I will let you know by the end of the week. Leave your number with one of the guards.
What happened to your face?
Matthias asks. My father chuckles.
Some jesters tried to shake up the local leadership and get rid of me, I think. They didn't make much sense by the time my guys and I were done with them.
Matthias shakes his head.
I regret I asked.
With a shrug, my father gets up, adjusts his chair so it's straight, and leaves without a goodbye. Matthias sits for a bit, then sighs.
It's over,
he whispers. You did well, I say with what I hope is an encouraging tone. He folds the glasses and puts them in a pocket, turning my screen dark. It's not over, it's just beginning. I hope the trouble is worth it. I dread having to tell Thomas his grandfather is alive and well, but stuck in prison because his father betrayed him. I'm a disappointment to my father. I don't want to be one to my son, too.
The Jester Queen. A whole line of the same person, copied and pasted, again. 13 new recruits, and all of them tall, lanky, with shaved heads and pants hanging low around their hips, half their underwear on display. Penelope Wilson Grey curls a lip in disgust as her eyes glide over the boys' faces. There is a bit more variation in their features. A big nose, unresolved acne, face tattoos. One of them has fully black eye lenses and a slim-fit mustard yellow t-shirt, making him look like a creepy pencil mascot. She shakes her head. Her sister Val used to be better at dealing with the new grunts and was often by her side before. Her disappearance bugs Penelope, but the people she tasked with finding her haven't brought any results. Inside her, there is both fear and annoyance. Valerie can ruin her if she decides to move against her, but at the same time, if something has happened to Valerie, it's a direct action of disrespect toward Penelope. Curtis Jericho stands by the end of the line of potential new recruits, beaming. "You're proud?" Penelope's words are a sharp jab, not a question.
What's wrong this time?
Curtis's face drops. "They're all the same." Penelope throws her arms in the air. "They're all the same."
Surely that's a good thing.
Curtis whines.
Better if no one can tell them apart.
Maybe, she thinks, but none of them please her. None of them have half the class or menace that her husband exuded by just being there. She clicks her tongue, unable to stop her annoyance from seeping into her surroundings.
"We're not all the same."
She hears a voice she can only describe as boyishly cute, airy, humorous, and higher in pitch than she is used to. Then Penelope Wilson Grey sees him, someone who pleases her from first sight. Thick blonde curls, so pale they shine in the muted lighting, well-fitting skinny jeans, and an orange parka. A short boy, looking not much older than 20, is hiding inside it. "You are?" She rolls the last word on her tongue as she walks to him, her high heels in rhythm with her suddenly quickened heartbeat. She is excited. None of her underlings look like that.
"Very honored to meet you,"
he says with a wide, easy smile. No one smiles so purely here. Never. She narrows her eyes and examines his face. It's beautiful, like a French vase from the 18th century. His eyes are two aquamarines between the gold of his curls. His jaw has a soft edge that, together with the lack of facial hair, makes him appear too young to be in this roll call. "Your name?" she says. She can't really manage anything more because she is mesmerized. He has thick, light eyelashes. They look like feathers on his round eyes.
"Alan."
His tongue sticks out a little between his teeth as he emphasizes the L. His eyes drop shamelessly to Penelope's chest, half exposed in her low-cut blouse, then go slowly up. When their gazes meet, Penelope's face is burning under her generously applied foundation. "Just Alan?" She manages through a hiccup lodged in the middle of her throat.
"Alan Shane, at your service, Jester Queen."
Days pass in fruitless efforts to secure a drug supplier. The tension in Penelope's body builds in the nagging pain in her lower back, in the ache of her jaw, which is constantly clenched, in the blisters on her feet from high-heeled shoes that make her feel powerful in the day and leave her feeling feeble at night. On day 4, she relents. Self-care needs to occur before she combusts from all the stress. Her favorite form of self-care is sex. Nothing makes her skin glow better than an orgasm or 5. She picks up her phone to call Curtis, then hesitates. Can she do better? Of course she can. She's the boss. She calls Curtis because he's still her trusted man. But instead of his presence, she requests another. While she waits, she removes all parts of her business persona. She discards her pantsuit, shoves the heels under her dressing table, and slips her tired feet in her pink soft slippers. She unravels her bun and lets her long brown hair fall in soft waves on her back. She leaves her makeup on. Bare skin makes her feel vulnerable, weak. No one in this compound has seen her without the face she wants to show the world.
"You called for me, my queen."
The door opens, and Penelope smiles, the hairbrush in her hand stilling at the sight of him. No one really calls her a queen, despite how hard she tries to push her underlings. Their mouths are full of general, boss, madam, sometimes even simply Penelope, which makes her blood simmer. No one accepts her as their queen, no one but the new recruit, Alan Shane. And Alan Shane is in her bedroom now, all fluffy golden curls and Bahamas blue eyes. She is wearing a nightgown that leaves little to the imagination, a long satin piece with lace trims on each hem. The golden thread weaved inside glitters in the semi-darkness as she gets up to welcome him. She sways her hips in a motion she hopes looks enticing. Her heartbeat tickles her ribcage in a way that is not new, but almost forgotten. The last time she felt like this was when she had set out to conquer Damien Grey. "You said you were interested in a fast progression through the ranks." She purrs the words out, hoping he catches her meaning fast, hoping he won't reject her. Alan Shane is interesting to her because she doesn't know if he wants her or not. No, that's not correct. She doesn't know at which stage of liking her he's at. Everyone succumbs to her charm eventually. The question is, how desperate they appear. In the muted light of her bedroom, Alan doesn't seem desperate. In fact, his whole body screams distant politeness. Penelope Wilson Grey is embarrassed that she wants to wipe the gallant smile off his face and make him show her his ugliest side. She knows he has one, no matter how well he hides it, because everyone has hidden darkness.
I want to assist you in any way I can. Getting a job with more responsibility means I can be even more useful.
His voice is so sincere she believes him right away. And if I told you I want to be assisted on a personal level, unrelated to your work at the Jesters? Penelope closes the distance between them and presses her palm on his cheek. His skin is hot under her touch, her fingers cool from the nervousness leaking from the pores in her hand.
You're the Jesters,
Alan says as his smile spreads across his face, lighting up his eyes with amusement.
Everything is assisting you on a personal level. You're the sovereign of this queendom, aren't you?
She is not sure how to react, so she only stares while he takes her hand and moves it to his lips. He plants 3 chaste kisses on the inside of her palm, following the crease of her lifeline. Penelope catches a whiff of the scent of his hair as he does this, and an unruly curl dangles in front of her eyes. He smells like mango. She wonders if he'll taste like mango too. When he straightens, their gaze is level, intertwining easily on the same plane. She is usually taller, her heels giving her inches above him. But tonight she is barefoot, and they are the same height. She's never been with someone so short. When Penelope Wilson Grey kisses Alan Shane, her neck doesn't hurt, her feet don't strain up. She grabs his head, encircling it in her hands, and pushes her tongue in his warm mouth. He doesn't fight her. In fact, he welcomes her advance, his smile unwavering. This is also unexpected. The underlings she takes to bed usually leer, making her feel like a dirty whore, or accept satisfying her as an unfortunate part of being a jester. They go through with it, and Penelope still gets off on the power she holds over them. They get off because they know sleeping with her means better prospects in the gang. Male gang leaders do it all the time, so why shouldn't she? Her hands travel down Alan's slim body. He's wearing a thin V-neck sweater the color of fresh spring grass. There are hard muscles under her fingers, and in that moment she forgets she ever questioned how attracted she was to him. Her eyesight blurs when he breaks the kiss only to dip his head and nibble on her neck. He navigates her to the bed like the bedroom is his, like he owns the space, like she is his. When her clothes come off, she reaches for his pants, but he stops her hand.
This night is all about you.
He spreads her legs with his knees without letting go of her waist. He nestles on top of her, and Penelope's skin burns at every contact point. Alan's warm mouth becomes the center of her world, a new, perfect world.
Sophie the Brigand Wraith. When Jerry Jericho calls me back to his office, I'm reluctant to go at first. I didn't like his tone last time, and how his fat fingers had pinched my deed, refusing to let go. But my mood is still good, so I don't dwell on it. The rope marks from the party in the moon garden have faded, but the memories of it remain blazing in my mind. An endorphin-boosted confidence swells around me every time I think about my Lavender Phantom. Despite his desire to shed off that identity, I find that I'm clinging to it in secret, putting our names together like a teenager with a crush. The Wraith and the Phantom. It sounds good, like a power couple out to right the wrongs of the world without being seen. My skin tingles at the possibilities of what we could be if we embrace those sides of ourselves. Yet every time I allow thoughts like these to settle in my mind, another part of me emerges to reprimand me for being selfish and unrealistic. Melanie and Thomas still need guardians, and it is universally accepted that peace is better than ongoing trouble. But walking with danger has a thrill little else can replace. On the phone, Jerry alluded that he had found who the owner of my building is. His tone was clipped, and I wondered if he knew the person. I made a follow-up appointment and didn't lose any sleep over it. When the day comes, and I enter the modern fortress of glass once again, I'm prepared for its sleek coldness. I don't look lost anymore, don't take out my phone. I walk to the reception and say, Jerry Jericho, 11 a.m. I'm dressed like myself, unlike any of the other women I've passed on the way up. Comfortable trainers instead of heels, leggings, and a striped flannel shirt instead of a pencil dress. My hair is tied in a loose bun at the back of my neck, only to stop the wind lashing it in front of my face. I stand out, but I don't mind. I wait for the good-looking blonde behind the counter to stop scrolling. Finally, the receptionist gives me a measured, rehearsed nod and gestures toward a chair in the waiting room. I sit down, expecting the young curly-haired man to come pick me up. When I see his familiar face appear in the doorway, instead of that of the rotund Jerry, I press my lips in an expecting smile. His smile back makes me drop mine. His eyes look me up and down, evaluating me. Something in his gaze makes me want to cover myself, but I stay collected. He leads me to the same office at the back. He doesn't make conversation, but his smile remains plastered on his face. When he holds the door open for me, he takes up most of the space in the frame, making me shuffle sideways to go in, trying to avoid any part of me brushing against his body. Jerry Jericho is already inside, typing away at his tiny MacBook, his fingers curled like disfigured sausages over the keyboard. You have some news for me? I start the conversation this time without bothering to sit down first. My confidence has waned, and I don't want to spend any more time in this office than necessary.
Sit down, Miss Taylor. Have a glass of water.
He gestures toward an arrangement of crystal glasses and a clear water jug. No, thank you, I say, but sit down. The deed is crumpled in my back pocket, and I don't hurry to get it out. I want to hear what he has to say first.
I looked into the owner of the building you claim to be rightfully yours.
He starts with a sing-song voice.
It brought up a really interesting name.
The flair of his statement is dampened by my blank stare. Which is?
Mateo Grey.
I know that last name. How common is it? Who is he? Did you get in touch with him? Jerry Jericho and curly-haired boy share a look.
He used to be quite famous around Chicago. A businessman. Had fingers in a lot of pies, if you know what I mean.
The brigand wraith within me knows very well what he means, but I already knew that man was a gang leader. The only question was how to get in touch with him. And did you get him to talk to you? Another shared look. And was this a slight nod between them? The brigand wraith rises to the surface of my mind, sixth sense tingling at the sudden shift in atmosphere. There's something crooked with these two.
Not yet. He's in prison, so he's not actively maintaining his assets. He has probably given someone power of attorney because the property is in good condition. That person can transfer ownership to you or decide to keep it to themselves. I can't imagine old Mateo can say much about it now.
He snickers at this, an ugly sound which makes me want to slap him.
We can make the inquiries on your behalf.
Curly-haired boy chimes in. I narrow my eyes, focusing on the shape of his face, on the build beneath his clothes. For the first time, the image of him is clear in my eyes. I see a thin version of Jerry Jericho. Curly-haired boy is handsome because he's young, but there's something dark behind his eyes. They're the same shade as the lawyer's, the same shape. I untangle the coil in my gut, looking for the source of the shift. The situation shouldn't be tense, but it is. I should feel confident, but I don't. I must leave. It's an instant decision, like marbles set on converging paths crashing together. I will look into it myself, thank you. Email me the invoice for your services. Jerry Jericho frowns, then regains his composure.
Your choice. Don't forget to book your next appointment, for when you get the paperwork in order.
I've stood up before his sentence is over. I walk out without a goodbye and head straight to the elevator. I won't be returning. Mateo Grey. Where to begin? I know another person in the same field with the same last name. A good place to start.
Chapter 13. Something doesn't sound right. A little word, a stray syllable, a discordant vowel. Reading the written words fills me with the same jarring feeling I get when I think about the future. I string my wishes together in my mind. A family, a home, peace, and love. But something rings with falsehood. Or maybe I've lost my ability to hope. I look at the starless sky, clouds covering the vast expanse of black, making it gray in the night light. I climbed up to Lavender's roof for a breath of fresh air, chasing a stroke of creativity I didn't feel I could complete in my windowless tomb quiet club. I haven't been here since before my captivity, but now that I can lie on the flat surface and look up, my stare buried in the cosmos above me, I regret my unwillingness. There are no cameras close by, no people, no enemies. Only me, my notebook, and my dissonant poem. A dog barks in the distance. A police siren overshadows it. Someone laughs just below as they walk by Lavender. Chicago is full of life, as always. Usually this realization fills me with dread, reminding me of my situation, which is far from the fulfilling life I once dreamed of. But tonight, it's bittersweet. I'm waiting, but there is a purpose to my inactivity. When my father's spy infiltrates the jesters, I will be able to form a good plan. I only need to give it a few days. When I go down to the sub-basement, I find the lights on in the office infirmary. Sophie is sleeping at the desk, her arms cushioning her head. She mumbles something, and I brush off a stray lock of blonde hair from her face. She starts, her eyes darting around while she remembers where she is.
I missed you.
She rubs her face, then outstretches her arms toward me. It's been a week since the Moon Garden party, and I felt her absence every day. I scoop her up like a child and take her to the sofa in the corner, opposite the cot where Matthias used to treat abused boys and girls, the victims of Lavender and the jesters. Her eyes linger on the space.
How did you meet Matthias?
She asks in a small voice, as if asking too confidently will stop me from replying. He saved Thomas's life.
Back when he was practicing?
Yes, he used to work in the pediatrics department, a promising young anesthesiologist. I pluck the memory from my mind where it's been stashed for years. When Thomas was young, he was often sickly. We did tests and eventually they found a heart defect. A surgery was scheduled, and on the day, everything supposedly went well. They wheeled him out, put him in the ICU, and my father and I took turns looking after him. He was 5 then.
Only you two?
Sophie shifts in my lap to look at me. No, I think Valerie came a couple of times too. He wouldn't wake up for days, so we were all getting increasingly agitated. Then one night my father's patience ran out. He stormed out of the unit and came back with Matthias, dragging him by his doctor's coat.
Your father thought something had gone wrong during the surgery?
Yes, and he blamed the surgeon and the anesthesiologist. I was so embarrassed then. I tried to talk him out of those feelings before he hit Matthias, or did something else he would regret. But then something started beeping, and the ICU went from this deadly quiet place to complete chaos. Matthias dashed in to help, Something was happening to Thomas. Next thing I remember was that he was being wheeled back to surgery after Matthias revived him. But my father was furious. He still blamed the hospital for making a mistake. It only got worse when Thomas was brought back to the ICU, and we were told that he had a broken rib and a punctured lung on top of everything else. Matthias's CPR had come with complications. This was the last straw for my father, who vowed to destroy his life.
And he did, didn't he?
He manufactured allegations of malpractice against him. He paid off parents, nurses, other doctors. If he couldn't buy a person, he just scared them into keeping their mouths shut. In the end, I was the only one who testified in his favor at his hearing. His license got suspended, and I asked him to come work for me.
Didn't your father hate that?
He did. After Thomas recovered, I want to think that he realized what a mess he'd made in his anger. But he never apologized to Matthias and never righted his wrong before going to prison. My father is good at many things, but owning up is not one of them.
Matthias hasn't had it easy.
Sophie sighs.
Doctors are people too, I guess.
Her comment picks at something that has been bugging me ever since our previous conversation about Matthias. You don't like doctors, do you? She presses her lips in a thin line. Her quietness doesn't deter me. I wait patiently.
I guess it's trauma of some sort. When my parents died, I had to go and confirm their identities. All the people in the morgue looked like doctors. White coats, blue gloves, and the smell. I will never forget the smell. It was such a strong chemical stench that even the tiniest whiff of it now transports me straight to that moment. Last time I was in a hospital, to get Melanie checked out after her lavender scare, I had to actively talk myself through every step of the way.
I squeeze her closer to me. I don't want her to get lost in that upsetting memory. I open my mouth to stop her, but she continues.
When I looked at their faces, it was like something within me fractured. Like my spirit came out of my body and the thread that connected them just snapped.
You were in shock, I whisper. She intakes a full breath, then exhales slowly, her eyes closing.
I don't think I ever really got over it. I don't even know how to tackle that. And I live with it just fine. I just need to avoid doctors and hospitals.
I bury my head in her neck, nuzzling the gentle skin behind her ear. Matthias doesn't practice in a white coat here. This will be a trigger-free zone. And if you need help dealing with this in the future, I will be here in any way you need me. She turns to face me, her face a lot calmer than I thought it would be. She seems comfortable in my arms. And in this simple moment, there's nothing more that I want to do than protect her from the world till the end of my days.
The future?
She mutters before parting her lips and pressing them to mine. We kiss slowly, like time has stopped, like there's just the two of us with our entwined bodies and fragile dreams. Then she pulls away, leaving my skin vibrating with desire in every place she touches. She relaxes in my embrace and sighs.
Will Penelope let us have a future? How do we keep living normal lives after all that's happened? How do we leave this life behind and do those simple everyday things?
We will have to fight for it. But when it's all over, one way or another, life will become a lot more boring. I smooth her hair in lazy strokes, keeping my body from tensing. The topic of Penelope brings about a wave of insecurity. I can only hope we all come out at the end of this, alive and well. Expecting Sophie to look reassured, I'm surprised when her eyes slide sideways as I mention the word boring. Then it hits me. You like the danger. You don't want a mundane existence. There is a specific kind of person who can't shake the need to have their adrenaline fix. They can suppress it. They can try to replace it. But once they know exactly what it is that they're missing, they can't ignore it. The job of finding the ledgers upstairs mere weeks ago has changed Sophie's life from an uneventful reality to the dark pull of a past she probably still longs to relive.
I like the rush. I used to get it in the moon garden by being suspended and twisted until I reached my body's limit. Until my head quieted to tell me it's fine. I can live my life without breaking and entering, without lockpicking.
Sophie's words are but a whisper. And Lavender changed that.
Lavender, yes, but you too. Tanya. Luna hiring me because I was the best at what I did a lifetime ago. Matthias trusting me with his cool, wacky inventions. Hannah and Melanie looking at me like I'm some sort of superhero. When Penelope is dealt with, are you really going to give it all up? Settle down with Thomas and never touch anything illegal?
Her voice cracks, but I can't read the emotion hiding in her face. She's tensed up, like she expects me to reprimand her for speaking her truth. But what's wrong with settling down? My own words are small. It's everything I've ever wanted. To break free from my father's illegal legacy and make something of myself. Even if that something is being a father and a property owner.
Nothing. It's perfect.
She breaks the hug and looks straight into my eyes.
But we can be so much more. You can rebuild Lavender. I can support you. We can reinvent the deck. Make it something that is all you.
I don't want to reinvent the deck. I say it gently, but I hope I don't leave any room for further questioning. The deck is dead. It will never rise again. That part of my life is over. The last memories of it will die with Penelope's capture, or death. There is still passion twinkling in Sophie's eyes, however, so I change the subject completely. It's too early for a conversation as serious as this. I like her a lot, and it's obvious she likes me too, but we haven't even talked about what we are just yet. How can we make such grand plans when we barely know each other? Can we keep kissing instead of talking about such weighty topics? The future will come, whether we ponder about it or not, in whatever shape it wants to. She nods, seeming to catch my unease, and I relax my shoulders. I didn't realize I was clenching them.
I will drop the subject. Temporarily.
She adds.
Oh, and what is this? Has the thought of kissing made you happy?
She palms at my jeans, a cheeky smile playing on her lips. My notebook. I wrote something today. I take it out of my pocket.
Read it to me.
She relaxes against my chest. I inhale the scent of her shampoo, orange and cocoa, and it calms my nerves. It's only a draft. I'm open to suggestions, I say before clearing my throat and reading. Through moss, stones, and water plants. The river being flows, forgotten, and its touch is slick, a calming kiss. It loves each pebble and each rock, searching, looking for a stop. A boulder it cannot dismiss, another being, powerful, robust. Set in moist, strong earth it trusts, that it can slow the river's hiss. To love is to err from a pebble to rock, to an immovable boulder, a block. To know is to try, to make a river a still, happy lake. Sophie lets out a shaky breath.
I love your voice when you read.
It's the only saving grace of this poem. The last paragraph doesn't work. I chuckle.
To love is to err. I like that.
Sophie takes the notebook from me.
Definitely keep it in. It's such a kind line. It's impossible to love and never make mistakes. We can't live without making mistakes. To be human is to err.
She laughs, a light sound that lifts my spirit and makes me proud. Of what exactly, I'm not sure. I smooth her hair, expecting her to continue. Her body tenses, then relaxes. She seems to want to ask something else but thinks better of it. All in good time, I suppose. Chapter 14. The next morning, when I reach for Sophie's soft body next to mine, I find emptiness. I roll onto my back, my head still heavy with sleep, when something makes my heart pound. The room is dark, but I can feel a presence around me, like a ghost looming at the edge of my bed. A feathery light touch starts at my legs and goes up in a slow, indulgent rhythm. I take a sharp breath when it brushes against my hard cock. It's not something but someone. And not a ghost, but a wraith. Sophie? Her name spills from my lips like a prayer. She stays quiet, but her fingers continue their path up, tickling my stomach through the cover, then circling my pecs slowly. I let out a moan and will my hands up, still heavy with sleep. I pull her to me, burying my face in her neck. Hair tickles the sides of my face, and I inhale the scent of her. A zesty lemon and green. A touch of jasmine. The memory of Thomas. I push her away with all my strength, shoving her into the darkness, willing her to go back to where she came from. "What are you doing here?" I say, hissing. Her silhouette steadies in the darkness.
"I came to extend an olive branch,"
Penelope says in a calm, matter-of-fact voice. I say nothing. A moment later, she flicks the light switch. I'm blinded by the rudeness of it. "I don't want you here."
"Yes, you want Sophie. Who's that? A new one? You were pretty cozy with that British slag Adrian."
When the word slag rolls out of her mouth, I'm reminded of our time in Oxford. She picked up the slang with ease, quick to adapt to her peers. When I'd met her first, she sounded like she had grown up next to the Thames. Most of her friends were from Essex, and while I picked up some posh English, she was stuck with a Cockney accent. It had taken me months to gain her trust enough to reach her native Chicago tongue, and then it had felt like I'd been gifted with the best thing in the world. "Leave," I say, because the memory of myself, young and stupid and so foolishly in love, is not something I want to dwell on. She walks toward the bed and sits on the side, Sophie's side. She smooths the sheets with her palm.
"Stop looking for me. Don't beat up my boys. I will give you one of the girls back."
Why? I don't trust her. I know she won't give me anything. But what I don't get is why she's doing all this. Why she's here, looking all safe and smug, as if she's sure I'm not going to smash her head in the wall. I get up, but she raises her right hand and tick-tocks her index finger at me.
"Let's keep this friendly. If I don't come back, the two girls will die. We also have eyes on dear old Tanya."
Penelope is bluffing. Tanya's safely tucked in Arcana territory. I spoke to her briefly yesterday, but Penelope's threat to hurt the women in her capture is enough to stop me in my tracks. I glare at her.
"You're a nuisance."
Penelope spreads her arms and looks around.
"You took Lavender. You killed Chad. Imprisoned Brad. Probably took my sister away too. You've achieved so much, so let's just call it even and stop this."
Lavender is mine. It always was and always will be. I hiss, pointing a finger at her. She catches it in her small hand and pushes it down. Her touch is cold, and I swipe my finger away from her grasp. Chad died in the hospital. Brad deserves to spend his life in jail, and Valerie is missing. Probably sipping cocktails somewhere, away from your venom, finally free and happy.
"Whatever you say. Let's not talk about the past. Stop pursuing us, and you get one of the girls back. You can choose which one."
She's smiling, a disturbing, confident smile. "Why did you kill Layla?"
"An unfortunate situation."
She unfortunately slit her arms just like my father used to maim his victims.
"Oh, you recognize that."
She claps her hands.
"I'm pleased. It was so messy."
I grit my teeth until my jaw clicks painfully. A desire for violence rises up within me, but I push it down. I'm above this. I can make her leave without hurting her. I can destroy her later with the help of my allies and the police.
"Do we have a deal?"
Her words are a slow drawl which vibrates across my spine. "Let all girls go and surrender yourself to the police. Then I will let your underlings roam the streets free without harm." When she rolls her eyes, I know she won't agree to this, but I have to at least try to negotiate.
"I don't think you're taking this seriously. I haven't demanded you surrender yourself. I still respect you, babe."
The Cockney accent is on her tongue again. She stands on tiptoes and reaches to touch my face. I flinch away from her touch like there's a wasp in the room. She chuckles. "I'm taking this very seriously," I say, vitriol on my tongue. "Get out of here, Penelope." She shrugs. "Are you going to leave by yourself? Or should I escort you?" I take her wrist and jerk her forward. She stumbles, propelled by the force of my tug.
"You will learn to respect me again,"
she says.
"I will try the carrot, then the stick."
With this, she strides out of the room, leaving me alone with the storm brewing in my guts. It is like old times. She comes, says what she wants to say, and leaves without hearing a word of mine. I flop on the bed and cradle my head in my palms, pressing into my stinging eyes. Minutes pass, and I wish I can stay here forever, suspended outside of time and place, free to do nothing at all.
Damien?
A soft voice carries through the thick air of the room like a plea. My heart skips a beat, and I look up to find Sophie lingering at the doorframe. I get up and go to her because saying "come in" feels strange.
I brought muffins and tea.
She lifts a small brown bag and wiggles it. The scent of vanilla and chocolate swirls around her. I take it from her and sniff appreciatively. My heart still thunders in my chest, but I crack a smile. How much did she hear?
She didn't see me on her way out,
Sophie says. I raise a finger to my lips, then pull out a device Luna gave me years ago. I drag it across the bed, then the light switch, then go out and follow the path Penelope would have taken. I sweep the place, knowing her love for bugs. Sophie doesn't follow me, but before I go up, I look at her with pleading eyes. She understands and nods, sitting quietly next to my bed. My search returns nothing, so she only came to taunt me. When I come back to the sub-basement, I'm ravenous. I'm sorry about this. I sit next to Sophie on the floor. Are you okay? She nods.
Are you really safe if she knows about this place?
It's a question that's been tormenting me for a while. The only thing making it better is the fact that it's only me that's here. If she sent her underlings to destroy me, they would get me and no one else. Until now. I stroke Sophie's cheek with my thumb. It's okay for me, but it was pure luck she didn't bump into you. It's dangerous for us to meet here. I will change the locking pattern of the downstairs door and the locks upstairs, but let's reduce our contact for now. It pains me to say it. As her face morphs into a frown, I regret suggesting it.
No. If we do that, it's like she's won, and I can't let her win. Not even this one thing.
Sophie stands up and extends a hand. When I take it, she pulls me through the doorway and pushes me into the office, our infirmary. She puts the drinks on the desk and pulls out a purple piece of paper.
Let's shelve the Penelope discussion. I have something else to ask you. But try that chocolate chip muffin first.
She starts folding the paper like origami. I take out a muffin and bite into it. It melts in my mouth and will go heavenly with the Earl Grey stewing in my brown paper cup. The premise of this worries me, however. Whatever she wants to ask, I have to be sweetened first. Ask away, I say after I've swallowed.
You aren't close to your father because there's some bad blood between you.
Fact, not a question. I wink.
Do you still keep in touch? I know he's in prison.
She is very hesitant. Not really. I've made contact recently. I take another bite. A few crumbs fall to the floor, and I notice the carpet is in desperate need of vacuuming.
Oh.
Sophie's face changes like a puzzle piece has just clicked into place.
What's your dad's name?
Mateo. I haven't said that name in years. Why? I've been staring at the ground, but when she takes longer to reply, I move my eyes to hers. They are wide, like two coffee beans.
What did he get taken in for?
She asks and picks up her backpack. On the side is a folded purple paper crane. It's a long story. But the short version, I tipped off the police anonymously when he was doing one of his annual meetings with suppliers, workers of all illegal professions and notorious friends. He got nabbed while allowing most of the guests to escape. It would have been all quite emotional if it wasn't for the fact that he's a deplorable human being.
Any chance he gave you power of attorney before that?
I laugh. Would have been great.
Do you know who has it?
She is frantically searching for something now, the bag looking like a shark mouth closed around her upper arm. Probably Penelope, if not someone I have no idea about.
Penelope?
Her voice is so high-pitched the name comes out like a shriek. He liked her. Thought she was going to set me straight. He thought she wasn't involved in my betrayal. The truth is she played him by using me, then played me too. My words come fast like bullets. I try to curb my agitation by stuffing the rest of the muffin in my mouth.
Well, doesn't matter, I suppose. He can change it.
She's determined as she unravels a piece of paper that has seen much better days. It's crumpled and frayed at the edges. She hands it to me, and my eyes are instantly drawn to the big splotch of ink at the bottom.
It's a deed.
She points to the top of the document. Sophie's name is written in the recipient box. My eyes flick to the address of the property. It's an address I'm not familiar with. You own a building?
Not yet.
She taps the ink splat.
It's your father. He signed it 6 years ago and then got sent to prison, I assume.
I look at the address more closely. It is within what used to be deck territory. It all belongs to the Jesters now. You know my father?
Kind of. I met him 7 years ago when Lainey and I came to Chicago. He helped us out.
A frown starts in the middle of my forehead. If only my father had included me in that one operation, I would have met Sophie sooner. Maybe everything that happened a year later could have been avoided. Maybe Penelope would have never got her manicured fingers on the power over our part of Chicago. But it's dangerous to think of maybe. It takes my focus away from the present and erases my future. I have to concentrate. So, what was he like with you? I want to know if he treated her well. I suppose he did. He was always good to women. Thought they were fragile flowers to be protected at all costs. Also thought they were intrinsically good. Penelope shattered that belief for him.
He was very businesslike. Gave us what was promised and left us to our own devices.
He didn't take care of you?
He wasn't expected to. Chief.
My phone rings and she stops talking. It's a number I don't recognize, which means it's either my father or Penelope has decided to harass me further. There's no way for her to have this number, though. When I pick up, I hear a recording explaining the extortionate price of the call. Sophie squeezes my hand, probably aware of the shift in my face. I crack a shy smile, unsure where to focus my attention.
Press 1 to accept the call.
The female voice concludes the monologue. I press it, then realize I will need all my wits about me for this conversation. I get up and walk back to the bedroom, leaving Sophie behind. Mateo Grey is on the line. Chapter 15. I'm sitting down on my bed on the side Penelope sat less than an hour ago. I'm having one hell of a morning. The phone call connects. I don't say anything, and neither does my father. For a few moments, we stay in expensive silence. So, I start dumbly. Hello.
Your voice has deepened.
My father's tone is calm, like he's only calling for a chat. I hope there's something more useful than his awkward company in store. It's a cheap phone. He falls silent again. A prickle of irritation makes the heel of my foot jut up and down. This is torture, so I decide to end it. Did you get anywhere with our deal? He laughs into the receiver. His breath crackles on the line, hurting my ears.
I'm a man of my word. There's someone who's infiltrated the Jesters for our benefit. Soon he's going to go through initiation.
Okay, I drawl out, unsure. Who is he?
Not so fast, and actually that's the wrong question. You should be asking me how is he going to report.
I clench my jaw and glower at the wall. How is he going to report to us? I say with a voice which is calm and a face which is not.
His mission is to get as close to Penelope as is safe. If he finds the girls, he will report to me. If he learns where Jester's HQ is, he will report to me. All reporting will happen only if he feels it's safe to do so.
I don't like this. All information will go through my father first. Can't he report to me directly?
Don't be stupid, boy. He's my informant. He's my friend's colleague. No way I'm going to put his life in the hands of you and your volatile little gang.
He spits this out in a second, like shots out of a minigun. His words hurt as much as bullets, too. I know he's right, but I've grown unused to his mental jabs. I need to toughen up if we're going to have many of these conversations. Fine, he'll go through you. We still need to know who he is. What if we clash by chance?
You won't. He's a professional.
My jaw hurts from the pressure of my clench. I move it side to side, releasing some of it. A soft swishing in my head announces an incoming headache. Who is he? I ask for the third time. It really shouldn't be this hard.
I've changed my mind,
my father announces, ignoring my question. My stomach lunges like I've put my foot in an empty space where a step should be.
I want to see Thomas before I reveal the identity of my informant. I realized it wasn't really a good deal. If you fail, I get nothing.
This. I bring a hand to the side of my temple and grab a fistful of my hair, pulling so I don't lose my temper. I want to scream. Things in my life rarely go my way. I end up facing obstacle after obstacle even when I try so hard to appease everyone. Why can't it be the way I want it?
You know I like the boy.
My father says after he deems my lack of reply has lasted too long.
Let me see him. Matthias can bring him.
It's dangerous, I hiss. Penelope is watching my every move. What if she steals him from under my nose right after I got him back?
After you got him back? What are you talking about?
He doesn't know I remember. If his contact is Carl or anyone on the outside of the people who were involved with Lavender, there would be no one to tell him. It's a long story, I whisper. I'm suddenly very tired. The headache has arrived. I will try my best to get him to you somehow. Keep your informant secret, but as soon as you get an update, call me.
A couple of days and I should have some news for you. And you, instead of sulking or whatever it is you do at that abhorrent place you built, get creative and get my grandson to me.
Abhorrent. A strong word straight out of a thesaurus to describe the pride and joy of my life. Have my father and I ever seen eye to eye? If you knew what kind of danger you're placing him under with your request, you would back off.
So tell me.
His voice is mocking, back to the timbre it had when I was a teenager. I'm paying for this conversation, so no, maybe I'll send you a letter, I retort, but it's a weak comeback.
I'm hanging up then,
my father says, but stays on the line. I have nothing else to say. My finger hovers on the button to disconnect the call when I remember. Wait, are you still there?
What?
Do you remember owning a building at... I rack my brains for the street on Sophie's deed. When I say it, my father hums once. It's a long shot. He owned a lot of buildings.
Yes, although...
He doesn't finish his sentence for what seems like an eternity. Although?
I owned it some time ago, then I gifted it to a friend's protege.
You sure?
I'm sure. I signed the documents. I'm imprisoned, not stupid.
Who did you gift it to? The story starts fitting together in my mind like a jigsaw. Some pieces are still missing, but I can tell what the picture looks like overall. Before Sophie had buried the brigand wraith, she had contact with my father. She was owed a building for whatever reason, and she never got it. Did she do a job for him? I can't see them working together.
That doesn't concern you,
he says sharply, and I'm not sure how to decipher the edge in his voice.
I will call again. Get Thomas's face in front of me, or the help I can offer you will be very limited.
The line disconnects. I sigh, and the relaxation of my muscles forces my back on the mattress. I look at the ceiling, my body heavy and my mind foggy. I should have grabbed Penelope and beaten the truth out of her. Not a very elegant solution, but it would have avoided this complicated, utterly meaningless mess. I drape my arm over my eyes to shut out the world. After a time, a soft knock startles me.
Is everything all right?
Sophie asks. I get up, embarrassed she has seen me like this. Yes. Sorry, just a migraine.
Your tea is cold, but I will make you a warm one. A cup of ginger and lemon for your headache.
She outstretches her arm and I take her hand. It's small and warm in mine. As we walk back to the office infirmary, and then up the secret staircase to the lounge, I want to ask her about my father. On her face, there are unspoken questions too. But we walk in silence, letting an unknown tension build up.
So,
Sophie says, braver than I am.
As I was saying before we got interrupted, it would be good to meet your father. Can you tell me which jail he's in so I can go visit?
Menard Correctional Center, but are you sure you want to visit him?
Serious place.
She cracks a smile.
I'm sure I need to go, but I'm not sure how to broach the subject. Kind of a weird way to begin after you haven't seen someone in years. Seems very self-serving.
These words make me think she doesn't know my father well. Or maybe he was nice to her because she was sweet and young. You don't have to worry about that. He's helping us destroy the jesters, so you'll have plenty to talk about. I have an idea about how to butter him up. He wants Thomas in front of him. I will make his wish come true without compromising my son's safety. Chapter 16. The next couple of days are filled with what I hate most. Waiting. I wait for my father's call, and I wait to see if Penelope will show again. I wait for Sophie to come visit, even though we agreed to be more careful with her visits to Lavender. I wait for the f***ing hot water in the sub-basement shower, hating that it has gone without proper maintenance for 6 years. I wait for loneliness to pass as I try to busy myself with anything. Matthias has been working on something new in his house, for Sophie, he says, but he won't tell me what it is. He has relaxed after the meeting with my father, but there is still a note of sulkiness in his voice when he directs his words my way. Tanya has found a small wig shop to work in, and our conversations have been short check-ins. Luna are trying to move some product for the sake of us all so we can have some financial padding should everything become worse than it already is. In any other situation, I would have called the behavior of my allies a soft coup. But not now. I can't exercise any power over them, and in all honesty, I don't have any that would be useful. They're stepping up, and while I'm grateful for their initiative, I feel abandoned, alone. Just when I think I won't be able to handle the quiet anymore, my phone buzzes with a message from Sophie. Come out. I grab a 5-minute shower and put on some jeans, a clean t-shirt, and a jacket. There's an eagerness in my stride that betrays how much I crave some human interaction and a change of scenery. I haven't asked her what she needs me for. It doesn't matter. After I check the security camera at the fire door and make sure there's no one to see me, I sneak out. My damp hair makes the air bite my scalp with its coldness, so I hurry toward the orange Honda parked on the other side of the street. Sophie beckons me inside. The engine revs to life the second I pull the passenger door shut, and we're off. Where are we going? I ask.
Lavender doesn't feel too safe, so I thought we could both use a road trip. Don't worry. I'm not taking you too far.
How mysterious. I look at her profile. The little baby hairs at the nape of her neck, the messy bun she's put her hair in, the relaxed crease of her eyelids, and the small smile that doesn't leave her lips. We drive in companionable silence, passing trees, buildings, then climbing up and down on a highway. She must be taking me to one of the nature reserves nearby, away from the buzz of the city. I shift around, trying to find a comfortable position. I'm too tall and too bulky for the small car, so I sit slouched like a first grader's squiggle. It's starting to go dark, so Chicago is in its hazy state between daylight and nighttime, with car headlights illuminating areas concealed by long shadows. Some streets have their lights on, making the landscape shine with overexposition in places and disappear from view, hidden in black in others.
I wanted to give us a moment of respite,
Sophie says.
You know, just the two of us, face to face. No friends, no children behind our backs to worry about, no gangs chasing us.
I don't think I've earned it. I still don't have a proper plan, and I'm still waiting for my father to tell me his insights into that. I bury my eyes in the distance, where I see dark patches of trees and small buildings. The night is covering us like a blanket, protective, familiar, and slightly suffocating.
I know. But I believe waiting is better endured together. When I go visit Mateo Grey, I will do my best to learn more about his spy and the jesters. But for tonight, let me show you my favorite spot to look at the moon.
She places a hand on my knee.
You looked forlorn last time when we didn't see it in the moon garden.
Forlorn, a good word. I chuckle. As we keep driving on a straight road, I take her hand in mine and start circling her fingers, making pretty patterns on her pale, delicate skin. Desire stirs from that simple touch, and I want to ask her to pull over and ravish her with my affection. It sounds like she has a romantic evening planned, but I've missed her for the past few days, and I can't wait for her to park so I can get my hands on her. She hums sweetly as my insecurity comes to remind me we've never been explicit to each other about what we are. From what I can piece together so far, we're going in the same direction, for now. But what about after all is done? I can't make her love a place that caused her pain, but I can't leave my lifelong dream either. I want to tell her. I want to give her an invitation to my life that she would accept without reservations. But I don't know what exactly it is that she's seeking yet. Maybe she doesn't know either.
We're here,
Sophie announces and leans in for a kiss. I give her a peck, then she pulls away and looks at me. Her dark eyes sparkle like those of a wide-eyed doe. I pull her face back to me, cupping her cheek. She untangles her hands from their driving positions and puts them on my neck. Their coldness makes me shiver. She chuckles, and then our lips lock. The kiss deepens with the wave of my desire. The black jeans feel too tight now. Her tongue twirls with mine with pointed passion, like she wants to lap me up until there's nothing left of me. She tastes sweet, like marshmallows, and melts in the heat of my embrace like one too. A phone alarm beeps and she flinches. Our lips detach. I crane my neck toward her face, eager to continue. But she puts a small finger on my lips and smiles.
We need to get going now, or else we'll miss the full moon.
Yes, I groan. We will pick this up right after, though.
Of course we will. Who knows when I will get to stick my tongue in your throat again.
She giggles as she untwines herself from me. Her absence is cold air around my body, so I nestle into my jacket and go out. The sun has set, and the sky is now the dark blue of almost night. We walk along a path with grass and spring flowers, then reach a small waterfall, the rush of the water taking our words away. We were talking about small nothings, rope, favorite shows, and food, but now we stand near the crashing water, watching as droplets of icy freshness cover our faces. Then Sophie tugs at my arm, and we climb the stones around the waterfall, eventually reaching a flat rock. She takes out a blanket out of her backpack and invites me to lie next to her with a pat of her hand. When I'm horizontal, staring at the sky, I'm mesmerized by the myriad of twinkling stars suspended in the air above me. It's nothing like the light-polluted city. The view here is clear, unobstructed, reminding me how small humans are in relation to the vast cosmos.
I've never taken anyone here but Melanie,
Sophie whispers. Her hand extends and my eyes follow the direction in which she's pointing. On my right, just peeking behind a cloud, is the bright full moon. It's a pretty place, I say, my gaze fixated on the white circle as it emerges fully from its cover. The nature around us is illuminated in a soft glow.
It's so strange how we found each other. 2 ex-gang members in the middle of another gang's operation.
I'm glad we did. I only wish it was sooner, though I might not have seen you so vividly before. I take her hand and stroke it with my thumb.
Because you were loyal to Penelope?
Yes, I believed in our family. I couldn't see past my nose. My voice is quiet, my shame hiding in every word. Sophie twists to her side and puts her free hand on my cheek, turning me to face her.
Then we met when we had to meet. You see me now, right?
All of you. I peer at her face as if seeing it for the very first time. This fierce, independent, stubborn woman who gave me the moon. I wish she was mine and I was hers. Then, with my walls down and my filter removed, I ask something that has been tormenting me ever since Lavender fell. Do you want a family? A relationship? She closes her eyes for a moment and time stretches. Her silence is long enough to let doubt creep into my mind. Maybe it's too fast. Maybe I have nothing to offer but my body. Maybe I've made her uncomfortable.
I don't know,
she says finally, and I let my eyes slip away from her face.
No, look at me. Not because I don't want a family or a relationship, but because I haven't figured out what I want to do with myself. I'm not sure where life will take me after the Penelope issue is over. If we make it out alive, I'm afraid to imagine a future that may never come.
I'm scared too. But isn't this the time to seize the moment? Give it our best shot, whether war or love? I pull her closer to me, keeping my gaze on her big brown eyes this time.
Melanie has been my focus for a very long time. It's strange letting others into my life. Not unpleasant, but strange.
She chuckles, her timbre nervous.
I'm skittish, aren't I? I know we like each other. We have great sex. We share kinks. Our personalities seem compatible. But it feels like it's too good to be true.
We both deserve some good things. I embrace her fully, pushing her into my chest, reveling in how well she fits into my arms. And I hear you. Your answer isn't that you don't want to commit. It's give me a bit more time to process, right?
You answering like this makes me want to make it official right now,
she says into my neck. I feel the smile in her words. I'm not going anywhere, Sophie. We'll figure it out together. We lie like this for a long time. Only us, the moonlight and insects buzzing near our heads. It's tranquil in a way only nature can be. But as time passes, the cold of the night creeps around us, freezing my fingers and sending shivers down my spine.
Talking about good things,
Sophie says.
Maybe all my brain needs is a bit more evidence.
She pushes herself up on one elbow and smirks. There's seduction in the tilt of her lips, a twinkle in her eyes that I've come to fantasize about. Take me to your car, and I will help you gather research. I wink in response. I remember the softness of her skin and the warmth of her lips. I pull her toward me by the coat. We kiss for a minute without a break, breathing each other, consumed by a slumbering passion that is now awoken unapologetically. Then her teeth chatter and the cold grips us both.
I will drive us to a nice secluded place,
Sophie says into my mouth.
And I will pull over, crank up the heating, and lower the seats. Then I will let you touch me anywhere you like.
I'm in love with this plan. I dip my lips to hers for a last kiss, and then we're back on the path, the moon illuminating our way. Sophie does exactly what she promised. The car is still too small for my body, but when we reach a dark, wooded street and I shuffle to the back seat, I regain some of my lost movement. I can't stretch my legs, and my spine is still bent unnaturally, but it forces us to be pressed into each other so tightly I can't feel where I begin and where Sophie ends. She is straddling me, grinding on me with the rhythm of our hungry kisses. I feel like a black hole for her attention when her hands slip under my sweater and trace the sides of my torso. I bite her lower lip, and she chuckles. Our eyes meet in the semi-darkness of the setting sun. Her face wears the mischievous smile of a seductress, and as she presses her body even closer to mine, I forget all my worries. The thoughts about the jesters disappear with her breath on my neck, and Penelope's hold on my chest eases. We struggle against each other like we're competing for who can reach more skin first. In moments, Sophie has pushed one slender leg out of her jeans and I have unbuttoned mine. She pulls a condom out of her back pocket, and I slide it on in a rush. Half clothed, half naked, we are two halves of one whole as we join. Sophie slots into my arms like the missing piece of a puzzle. We move, and soon my world swirls. I know I won't be able to hold out much longer. Her back arches, and I release her neck before I hurt her by trying to keep her contained. She shakes and thrashes on top of me. She almost hits her head on the car ceiling. Her undoing tips me over the edge, and after I'm all spent, I relax my clenching muscles, a comfortable tiredness embracing every cell of my body. I wish we could stay like this forever, I say, surprising myself. I've never been one to spew such sloppy cliché platitudes, but I say it because I mean it, and on my tongue it tastes genuine. Sophie chuckles.
Me too.
We take a couple of quiet minutes to clean up, replace clothes, and find each other again on the back seat. I hug her close to me and brush off a stray blonde strand that is stuck to her sweaty forehead. The heating in the car is still blasting on full power, so it feels like we're in a sauna. My eyes droop as I hold Sophie, a post-orgasmic bliss replacing the record of worries that was playing nonstop in my brain. Finally, all is quiet. Chapter 17. After yesterday's romp in the car, a new energy courses through me. Unable to focus it on anything else, I do chores around Lavender. I spend some hours working out and some hours cooking. I change the locking mechanism to the secret door and order new locks, though I doubt Penelope will show up here again. I walk around the empty rooms with my notebook, writing down improvements I want to make to the space. Then my enthusiasm depletes, and I sit in the black corridor of the second floor, lonely again. My phone rings just as I have bundled up to sneak out and watch the sun set behind the skyscrapers. I glare at it but pick up anyway. It's an unknown number, and when a familiar recording starts, I know my father must have news for me. The waiting is over. The voice on the line recites the charges and invites me to take the call. My finger is about to press the button when I hear something. It's odd to hear sound where a silence should be, so I lower the phone and listen in. My heart picks up pace, a steady rhythm of stress and anticipation. It jolts when there's an unmissable knock coming from the fire door. I disconnect the call. My father's news will have to wait. Picking up the same bat Sophie had used to free me from Valerie and Penelope's hold once, I sneak toward the door. My soft steps seem like beacons of sound in the noiseless corridor. Another knock, more frantic this time, makes me flinch. I run through a list of possible visitors. Everyone I can think of has a key or can get in anyway. Even Penelope wouldn't knock. Could it be a confused person, looking for anything but a wanted man with a scarf over his face and a bat in his hands?
Damien Grey.
A faint voice from outside utters my name like a plea for help. It's hoarse, high-pitched, a female or a child. It could be a trap. I should have checked the security camera, but I'm already there, twisting the handle because I hear another please. And anxiety twists my gut. A black woman collapses in the doorway when I open the door, as if she's been leaning her whole weight on it. Kiara? She's dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, shivering and bloody. I can't tell if she's hurt or if it's someone else's blood. What is she doing here? Did she escape? She doesn't respond, so I drag her through the threshold and let the door close under its weight. I shake her gently, but when I realize she's passed out, I roll her head to one side and drape my scarf over her like a blanket. I'm afraid to move her, so I call Matthias, giving him a quick rundown of the situation. He stays calm and tells me to loosen any tight-fitting clothes and bundle her in blankets. He's on his way when we hang up. Any blankets are downstairs on the secret level, so I grab some pillows. Lifting Kiara's legs on two of them, I arrange the others around her, shielding her from any draft. I move the scarf to look at her clothes. The bloody t-shirt is loose around her torso. I unbutton her tight-fitting jeans and see her toned stomach move up and down, like she's sleeping. I sit next to her, waiting once again. She's still on the cold, hard floor, but I've done what I can.
Branch.
The weakness of her voice makes me miss half her sentence. I take her hand and let my head fall to hers.
Olive branch,
she repeats. Her free arm points to the other one. I look down toward her forearm caked in blood and dirt. For a moment, my heart lunges. Have they slit her arm? Is she dying on me? Like Layla? But as I inspect her wound closer, I see there's no fresh blood coming out. I can make out ridges in her flesh, a pattern marking her. But I can't decode what it is. Matthias will have to clean it first. I'm sorry, I say, though it's such a vague apology I hardly know what I'm apologizing for.
It's over now,
Kiara croaks. A tiny smile trembles on her lips, barely reaching her hooded eyes. I don't understand what she means, but I pat her hand in agreement. She's going to be safe now. I will make sure of it. Where does this leave Yera? Matthias comes half an hour later, his massive doctor's bag a sight for sore eyes.
You've done well,
he says to me as he kneels next to Kiara.
Hello there, do you remember me?
Matthias and Tanya tried to save her from Valerie's clutches a few weeks ago. Kiara said she needed the money, so she had stayed. In many ways, she wasn't bothered by the shady practices in the club. It had been her first sex work experience, so in her eyes, that's how things were. Not that there was an excuse for anyone to abuse her. She nods at Matthias, and he starts talking to her gently, telling her about what he's doing and why. I get up to give him more space and stand back. We're in the same corridor where 7 years ago I had chased my small son up and down, where I had made memories of sweet laughter and innocent play. But this place is so changed I can barely recognize it anymore. It's not a haven. It's a hideout. It's not a sanctuary, but a pit stop.
She's going to be fine,
Matthias tells me after a few minutes.
She's dehydrated and could use some food, but she hasn't been beaten. There doesn't seem to be any internal damage.
And her arm?
Her arm is a message, it seems. She keeps saying olive branch. I've cleaned the wound. Come look at it.
Kiara is sitting up on some pillows, still half out of it. On her forearm, there's an artwork of fiery red lines and a few crooked circles. An olive branch, I mumble and remember Penelope's words. A shadow passes in front of my eyes when I realize what has happened. She's given me Kiara, but Yera is still with her. And Yera is in more danger than ever.
Something I've missed?
Matthias scratches his head. Add it to the list of topics to discuss when we finally have a minute. He nods. I help Kiara up and lead her to the lounge, sitting her down on a soft chair so Matthias can dress her arm. I make her a chamomile tea in the meantime.
The Jester Queen let me go under the condition that you stop threatening her gang. She knows you're trying to make them go away.
Kiara finds her voice, but her words seem strange, like the lines from a play. She listens to us. Stop trying to get us. If I disappear, she will hurt Yera. I remember her frantic note from the night of the Moon Garden party. The threads that lead up to this moment in time don't align neatly. They're a tangled mess of hidden intentions. It makes me uncomfortable, so I grab a piece of paper and a pen and serve Kiara's tea with honey, lemon, and a note. She reads it, her face passive. Then she nods and points to her jeans. I nod back and gesture for her to take them off. She starts shaking her head frantically. She's still afraid of Penelope. She's scared because she's not really free. She's still there with her, with us, listening. I scribble another note. I'll take them to the showers and put the water on. It will let us have half an hour of honest conversation. After that, you can put them on again. This satisfies her. She takes her jeans off, and I notice how she's gotten even thinner than the last time I saw her. Her pelvic bones jut out like she's been skipping meals every day. Maybe she has. I execute my plan, the quietness punctuated only by the deafening heartbeat in my ears. When I come back, Matthias has brought Kiara a set of gray sweatpants and a sweatshirt. She is sipping her tea, comfortable but visibly more exhausted. So Penelope let you go if you were to spy on us, I say.
She wants to know who is helping you and in what capacity. She doesn't understand how your drugs are still being moved around the streets after you're stuck here all the time.
I rub my temples. She doesn't know about Luna, so she's stumped. Good. I still have a hidden card, even after she stripped me of everything she could. Where's Yera? My voice is level. I don't want to scare Kiara, but I need to know.
She chose to stay.
She chose to? Matthias and I share a look.
Well, that's what she said to me, but I think she was threatened.
Layla is dead. What else could they hold over her head?
What gave it away?
Matthias says.
She wanted to protect her sister. Penelope apparently reassured her she won't be taken unless Yera misbehaves.
Kiara's face is honest. Matthias raises an eyebrow and looks at me, a question burning in his eyes. Should we tell her? It reads. I make a quick decision because there's no use dragging this out. Layla is dead, Kiara. Penelope killed her. Her face drops, and I regret the brashness of my words. Maybe I should have taken a gentler approach.
She can't be dead.
Kiara's eyes fill with tears. One of them spills over when she blinks.
Yera would feel it. She would. They're twins, you know. There's no way she wouldn't know.
I wish the twin superpower existed. I wish there was a way to let Yera know she shouldn't obey her sister's killer. I wish there was a way to get her back and let her mourn. When Matthias and I let Kiara's words hang in the air without a reassuring response, she wipes at her face furiously.
Fuck, bitch,
she mutters.
Fuck, bitch.
She starts shouting, the strain on her voice visible in the lines of her neck. Matthias takes her by the shoulders and presses her into him. As she disappears into his embrace, I consider our next steps. We're running out of time. Penelope is running circles around us all.
The Jester Queen. Penelope Wilson Grey paces the room, one manicured fingernail between her teeth. She has told a grunt to bring Alan Shane to her bedroom. That night, when he brought her to the edge again and again, kept her going for a bit. But she needs him tonight too. His nimble fingers are not the only thing she appreciates, however. Whatever job, big or small, she throws at him, he does. With a smile. A sincerity which is so bizarre it touched her. She wonders briefly about his motives, but reasons the pull of her charm was too difficult to ignore. She has experience, after all. She knows people because people have been her playthings since she was a helpless little girl. It took her most of her teenage years to hone her charisma. Now she can play men without fail. She charmed even Damien Grey. And his father, too. So while she waits for Alan to grace her with his presence, she wonders why she still carries the name of a person who despises her. Being a Grey doesn't bring her joy anymore. Penelope Wilson, however, sounds too bare, too simple. It sounds like the name of the child of a single mother, poor, hungry, always sharing her life with a twin she should have consumed in the womb. Penelope Wilson Shane, she whispers, tasting the vowels at the tip of her tongue. A soft knock startles her back to the present. Alan stands in the doorway, a smile already on his face, like there's no other place he'd rather be. He runs a hand through his unruly curls, flashing Penelope his throat, his sexy thin neck, pale and vulnerable.
My queen,
He says instead of a greeting. Alan Shane Wilson, she thinks. She will make it happen. She deserves some love to go with her success.
Chapter 18. Kiara doesn't put the jeans back on. Instead, she is sleeping in one of the rooms upstairs, her jeans and the mic to Penelope safely tucked away in another. I watch Matthias rearrange the stuff in his doctor's bag as I sip on a stiff drink to steel my nerves. I've called Tanya with the news, and she's on her way here. I hope she is careful.
So are we going to talk about this?
Matthias breaks the silence first. I don't know which of the things he identifies as this, but I nod and let him continue. I'm exhausted.
You've been keeping me out of the loop.
He starts. You too. I don't mean anything spiteful by it, just that we've somehow lost touch about the small things. Too many crises don't allow time for proper catching up.
It's awkward,
he replies.
I don't know how to say this so it's more comfortable, so I'll say it as it is. I'm still not over you, Damien. I don't know if I'll ever be. But I see how you look at Sophie and how she looks at you. There's no place for me in that relationship.
My heart flutters to hear this, not because his confession excites me, but because he confirms Sophie's feelings. It shakes my insecurity and gives way to hope again. Maybe she and I need more quiet time together. Private, safe time without anything exploding in our lives so we can get to know each other like normal people. So we can go on a proper date and do nothing but dine and talk about pointless things. But Hanako, with her other partner? I ask.
These days I've been remembering my abuelita. She always used to say, Amor con amor se paga. Love is rewarded with love. Hana has been good to me. Seeing you move on after Penelope makes me want to do the same. I'm not there yet, but exploring with Hana feels nice. Connor's good fun too. But aside from feelings, moving in with her will be useful in a lot of ways. First, I can rent out my house, get a bit of extra income. Luna have been depositing less and less money into my account. You shouldn't have hidden that the operation is doing badly. I thought more money was going into supporting Tanya's girls and boys, but we've chatted and they're all working.
I open my mouth to respond, but he silences me with an open palm.
Later, second benefit of living with Hanako is that we can both keep an eye on Thomas and Melanie. While you and Sophie do your heroic thing, someone has to make sure they are getting enough attention.
You're creating one weird family unit in that house, I huff.
Don't be ridiculous,
he spits out.
We're not going to take them away from either of you. It's not like we're adopting them. They're old enough to understand that. More people loving them has never hurt anybody. They've had it hard up until now. An example of present adults around them is only going to benefit them.
I bite my lip to hold a tide of rising anger. I don't like his tone or his words, but he's right. Sophie and I are not sterling examples of parenthood. Maybe we can be, but not now. But I don't want to be abandoned by Thomas. Guilt slices at me as I realize that's exactly what I have done to my father. But did he ever love me the way I love Thomas?
I take your silence as agreement,
Matthias says.
Lastly, I'm only human, and I want to see if I can make something out of this attraction to Hana.
Her partner won't mind?
They're in an open relationship, and he has 2 other partners.
I don't know, this sounds strange, sharing someone like that.
She's not a Twix, we're not sharing her. Loving someone is not as cut and dry as committing your whole self to them and expecting the same in return. And I admit, I have no experience with polyamorous partners, but I'm willing to try. You should open your mind a little.
I thought I was open-minded, but I guess there's always more to learn about. I nod because I have nothing to add to his well-constructed argument.
Your turn now. Tell me about the operation and why Kiara is back with an olive branch carved in her arm.
I go to the bar to refill my drink. I begin my story, telling him what little I know about our shrinking earnings. When I start the tale of Penelope's visit, he looks around the place, visibly uncomfortable to be where she has easy access to. I know she won't come again, but that doesn't put him at ease. I tell him about my father's new ultimatum. At that he nods with understanding, which annoys me a bit. When I finish, he shakes his head.
If this were chess, we are in the mid-game now. Too many pieces have moved on the board, and some have been exchanged. But the whole thing is a mess, so we should plan for the endgame, and plan well. Or we risk complicating things further and getting nowhere again. This needs to be resolved.
You think I don't know that? I snap at him and regret it instantly. Sorry. Let's try to get a plan.
The fact that Kiara has been released is very odd. Why is Penelope looking for a truce now? Something has changed. We know your dad's informer has planted themselves in the jesters. Are the two connected? Your dad wants to speak to his grandson. It's time you let him. As a bonus, we will get more information. If we can get in touch with this mystery person on our side, we can formulate an actual plan. But not yet.
So you're basically saying I need to get my shit together and tell Thomas he has another living relative who, like his father and mother, is also a criminal.
Pretty much.
Matthias says, his tone unforgiving.
Don't play the victim here. You lied to him when you shouldn't have. He is entitled to his family in whatever shape it comes. Whether he chooses to bond with him or not must be his decision.
I'll call Thomas, I relent, finishing the last of my second drink. Maybe I should have another one.
Do it now,
he urges me. I haven't prepared what I want to say. It's a limp excuse, and he knows it.
Get it over with.
He pushes his phone in my hand. Thomas's number is on the screen, ready to be dialed. Matthias reaches over and presses the video button. My face pops up on the screen. In the bad light of the lounge, I look like a caveman. I'm unshaven with dark circling my eyes and hair messy as if I've been in a fight. There is a smudge of blood on my left cheek, so I lick the pad of my index finger and wipe away at it frantically, trying to get it off before Thomas picks up. The ringing continues longer than usual, and I fidget in my seat, now thinking he won't pick up and I'll have to go through this beginning anxiety all over again.
Matthias? Oh, Dad, hello?
Thomas's face replaces mine on the screen. I smile without meaning to when I see his pale young features shaped by joy. Hannah and Melanie are behind him, cooking something in the background. Dinner time? It's already 10 p.m., I say. Behind the phone, Matthias rolls his eyes.
We're having sushi tonight.
He gets up and shows me a messy countertop.
From scratch, so it took us a while.
That's amazing. Maybe you should save some for me.
If Sophie's coming to see you soon, I'll pack you some,
he says. I know she isn't, but I don't tell him that. Do you remember your grandfather, Thomas? I get straight to the point.
Your dad or Mom's dad? I've never met Mom's parents, actually.
He scratches his chin as he shuffles out of the kitchen and into a more private room. My dad, Granddad Matteo, I specify, as if that will make him remember more.
No. Why?
He would like to speak to you, I mumble, hoping he has also forgotten I told him he's dead.
Like, from the other world?
His confusion is written on his face. Matthias snorts and I glare at him. He shrugs and continues polishing something. He's not dead. He's in prison. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner.
Oh.
Thomas's eyes shift down. I can't tell what he thinks about this. If he's angry or disappointed, or if he believes me at all.
What should I tell him?
His question is unexpected, so I stumble over my words. Well, how you're doing, I guess. He loves you a lot, and you also had a lot of fun with him when you were young. When he wasn't in prison, I mean.
I wish I remembered this.
He smiles again, and I let out a shaky breath.
I wish I had more good family memories. Not that I don't have lots with you,
he says quickly, probably because my face drops.
Just more with other people. Yes, I want to talk to him too. Can I go see him?
I relax in my chair, the alcohol bitter at the back of my mouth. Is it really this simple? Thomas is easygoing and honest, qualities neither I nor his mother really possess. Whose traits have made him such a kind child? I think about my mother, the woman I have never met, and the one who had shaped my father's life so much. In everyone's eyes, she was an angel, so maybe it is her character that shines through Thomas's accepting attitude. It's either this, or developing new bonds with people his age has molded him into something new, unknown to me. It's too dangerous at the moment, I reply, but I'm looking for a way to make it happen. It might be a phone call or a video chat, but if you both want to reconnect, I'm not going to stand in the way.
Because of Mother, right? She's still looking for me?
A shadow passes across his face, and I want to reach through the small screen and stroke his hair. Do you miss her? I ask instead of responding to his question. He knows the answer well enough.
Not really. I miss Aunt Val a little. She wasn't very nice to me, but she wasn't that mean. She let me have sweets sometimes in the office, though it was usually after she'd done something to make me angry.
I wish our family was different, I whisper.
Then I would be different. I'm happy I still have you and now maybe Granddad too.
You now have tons of other lovely people around you, making you sushi, taking you places. You know Uncle Matthias is going to live with you soon? At that, Matthias shakes his head and grabs his phone out of my hand.
Matthias only is fine.
He waves at Thomas.
I know. Hannah already told me off when I tried to call her aunt. Mel is shouting for me to finish wrapping the sushi, so I'm going to go. Call again, Dad. Love you.
Thomas's voice echoes around the lounge, lighting up the place with the timbre of his good mood. Then it's gone. I allow the silence to linger. Done, I announce after a few breaths. Father will be pleased.
Now was that so hard?
Matthias drawls, a smirk etched on his face. He has arranged all his doctor items on the table and is now putting them one by one in their correct place in his bag of many pockets.
What?
Matthias lifts his head, becoming aware of my staring. Nothing. I'm just thankful you're on my side, I say in a sudden bout of honesty.
Great,
he says, putting the last of his items in his bag.
I need someone to help me move into Hana's next week. I choose you.
I should decline, but I don't. I've missed too much of the normal life of my friends. Only if you provide full disguise.
I'm yet to see you in a gimp suit.
He chuckles. When I raise my finger to tell him that's not going to happen, the Lavender landline rings. Chapter 19. That phone hasn't rung once since the place became a crime scene. It keeps ringing as Matthias and I share a long look of confusion. Neither of us moves until the room plunges back into silence.
Well, that was creepy,
Matthias says.
I'm going to check on Kiara and then go. Tanya's coming soon, so she won't be alone up there for long.
He climbs the stairs, and as he disappears from view, the phone rings again. Only a handful of people know this number. The police probably know it too. But why would they call? I get up, a burst of decisiveness moving my legs toward the phone. I pick it up the moment it stops ringing. I put it down. Whoever it is, if they're that eager, they will call again. I stare at the phone, expectant. But similar to a cat getting scared by a toaster, I flinch when it rings. My hand is fast, and the receiver is next to my ear in seconds.
Third time's the charm,
Penelope says, her voice carrying the color of good mood. I clench my jaw and keep quiet. I bet it's going to be another monologue.
Nothing to say, Damien? At least acknowledge you're there, babe.
What do you want? I'm unsettled by her positivity.
Just to tell you things. First, I hope you received my present. I really do want to make things peaceful between us.
You didn't have to mutilate her.
Oh, it's only a pretty picture, like a tattoo. She'll grow to like it. You'll see.
I ignore her disturbing answer. You didn't tell her you killed Layla. Have you told Yera?
I'm not obliged to tell anyone anything,
Penelope says, her words sharper than before.
Which brings me to the second thing. I've decided it's time we part ways properly. My lawyer will drop off some papers for you to sign soon. You'll finally have the honor of calling me your ex-wife.
You want to divorce me? I have to double-check because I'm not sure that it's real. There must be some trick. She can't just release me of herself so easily.
Yes, I met someone.
That explains it. A kernel of hope appears inside me. Maybe her split attention will be to our advantage. but hoping she will make a mistake is only that. Hope. Penelope in love is weaker, but still not to be underestimated. And if that new person makes her even more vicious, we'll have a bigger problem on our hands than before. I hope my father's person has integrated well and is preparing to slip us some info unnoticed. After missing the call from prison yesterday, I'm getting twitchy. What about Thomas, I ask.
I don't know. My lawyer will come up with something. Shared custody, weekends, and so on.
You don't care about him. Just leave him to me. My voice is whinier than I want it to be.
He is still half mine. I'm the one who pushed him out of my vagina. The least he can do is make some money for me with that voice of his while it's still worth anything.
Penelope logic. Had I ever loved a person like that? How? And what does it say about me? This is ridiculous. I'm not going to let you have him.
Are we going to have a custody battle? Using the law?
She says the last words like she has something disgusting in her mouth.
Please, you're a wanted man.
Maybe I will take a page out of your book and not sign the papers, I hiss out in an unexpected act of defiance. She needs to be free of me now so she can be with her new lover. Well, no reason to give her that.
Then maybe my hand will slip one day around poor Yera.
I've pushed my jaw shut so hard my teeth hurt. My boldness deflates, and I'm back to feeling angry and helpless. I slam the phone down, red dancing in my eyesight. It doesn't ring again. Chapter 20. When Tanya arrives, she brings Aisha with her. I have no energy for the young detective's jabs, so I don't acknowledge her. Her eyes are dark and stormy, and I know she is ready to pounce on me whatever I say. I give Tanya a quick hug and take them both upstairs to Kiara. I want to ask why Aisha is here, why Carl isn't, and why Tanya looks so ill, but I keep quiet. I expect it will all become clear soon enough. In one of the private rooms on the second floor, Kiara is huddled in a blanket like a child. Only the top of her head is visible. Tanya walks to her and puts a hand on her forehead, then runs her fingers on top of her cornrows, petting her like a mother. Aisha and I hang back in the doorframe. Tanya leans in and whispers something in Kiara's ear. She takes her arms out of the warm embrace of her blanket and wraps them around Tanya's thin waist. Tanya embraces her back, and when her shoulder blades jut out and her straight hair drapes over them, I realize she is a skeleton, a shadow of herself. Penelope's selfishness is the cause of that. My stupidity is to blame too. Aisha makes a sound to my side, and I turn to look at her. Her face is scrunched up with displeasure. I think she actually growled. Her emotions are transparent on her face, in her body language, in her stinging words toward me. There is something reassuring in the intensity of her honesty. "Where's your partner?" I ask. She points behind us. I turn farther to see Carl leaning on the wall a few feet away. How did I miss his arrival? Aisha stares at me like I'm losing my mind. Maybe I am. The silence stretches, embracing all five of us. Tanya breaks the hug with a sigh.
Are you certain you can protect her?
She directs this question to Aisha, who nods solemnly.
We already have a new name and a place to stay for her. It's not in Illinois, so she will be safe.
She slides her eyes to Kiara.
You will be safe, I promise. We've done this before.
Who carved your arm? I ask, because I'm afraid she might disappear from here without telling me who to pursue.
It's obviously Penelope's doing.
Tanya huffs. Yes, but she wouldn't have performed it. She hates blood, I argue. Aisha turns to share a look with Carl, but I'm not sure which part surprises them.
It was part of a jester's initiation ritual,
Kiara whispers.
New members have to prove their loyalty and strength to her. There was this new guy, Alan. He did it.
I narrow my eyes. New guy? Could he be my father's informant? When did he join? I ask.
A week and a half ago. Penelope took an instant liking to him. They're together now, I think. Though I don't know if anyone can ever be with Penelope. She puts herself above anyone else. She's a liar and a cruel person through and through.
The last sentence makes Kiara's face twist in disgust. She hisses the words like they're poisonous.
And this young man, Does he like her too?
Carl asks from the hallway, his voice booming in my ear. I move into the room to let him enter, unwilling to lose my hearing.
He worships her. Whatever she says, he does it without question. It was the same with my arm.
She looks down at her bandaged skin.
He did a beautiful job, though. And when he was finished, he told me he tried his best to make it pretty, because I didn't deserve it. But he said it so quietly I thought I had imagined it. Maybe I did. They didn't offer any pain relief, so I kept passing out and waking up from the pain.
I grit my teeth. If it is my father's guy, can he be trusted? Or has Penelope entangled him in her web of enticing lies? Has she promised him something good enough for him to betray his master?
Monsters.
Tanya mutters.
They'll get what's coming to them.
How did Layla die?
Kiara asks with a voice so low we need to lean in to hear her.
She was murdered.
Aisha speaks for the first time.
While we were trying to locate you and her sister, her body was found on the pier. You didn't know? Penelope didn't boast about it?
I glance at her with a shake of my head. They're going about this wrong. Penelope doesn't commit crimes for the sake of it, I start. There's a thread of annoyance in my voice. Everything she does is connected to the people around her. She either wants to please them or hurt them. In any case, she wants to control her environment. So she wouldn't have boasted about Layla. That was a message to me, and telling Yera and Kiara would have made them non-compliant. In short, it would have made her life harder, so of course she kept it from them. Aisha glares at me like I have taken her ice cream and thrown it to the ground. It's not my fault their profiling skills suck.
She's slowly molding the moon garden to be like Lavender,
Kiara utters when none of us speak.
There are plans to make it more exclusive and to close its doors to the general public. A lot of the clients from Lavender don't want to be seen around a venue which is so easily accessible. A rebranding is coming.
Is no one fighting against it? I can't believe that no one from Sophie's kink community would rise against the change.
They don't know. I'm not supposed to know yet either, but one of my clients slipped up.
Tanya gets up and starts pacing.
We can't let that happen. Matthias and I can't save anyone from the moon garden. Here, we could at least get some people out. But there, we have no contacts, no secret space.
Official records say the moon garden was acquired by one Curtis Jericho. Is that someone you know?
Carl is flipping through his tiny notepad, scribbling on random pages.
That's her lawyer. We all thought he was her new guy who was going to maybe pacify her a bit. But then Alan came and things changed.
Kiara explains. So for this Alan, Penelope's ready to divorce her ex-husband and make her ex-lover run the legal errands. Maybe the Moon Garden's new owner can be persuaded to join our side. If she has scorned him, that would be a great chance for us.
So, Penelope is the de facto owner of the Moon Garden, similar to how she had taken over Lavender while it was still in your name.
Carl points his little travel-size pencil my way. I nod.
Right. Well, I think we can surmise that Miss Labov needs to go into protective custody while we find Miss Almasi and arrest the leader of the Jesters and her accomplices. Then, Miss Labov, we hope you will find it in yourself to testify against them in court.
I will. It's the least I can do.
Kiara's eyes flicker with sadness, but her brow is creased with determination. What will we do about the bug in Kiara's jeans? I say as they start shuffling around, preparing to leave. Tanya looks confused while Kiara puts her head in her hands.
I forgot about that. She will hurt Yera if I take it out and destroy it.
Silence covers the room like a blanket. We've hit a barrier, and everyone's dazed from the impact. I rack my brain for an easy solution, and as I look around the room, I can see everyone's trying to do the same. But there are no easy solutions, are there? Chapter 21. Kiara and Tanya sit back on the bed, defeated by the prolonged quietness. It's no longer a pause, but it can't be the end of the conversation either. Yera's well-being must be considered no matter what.
Is the bug only a microphone, or does it track where you are as well?
Aisha asks. That question unleashes a myriad of bad ideas from everyone, and ends in a mutual silence again, after Carl tells us all how impractical it would be to fake someone's death. Kiara raises her hand like an insecure student in a class full of loud children. Carl invites her to talk with his open palm. Without intention, he has acquired the parent role in this conversation. Being the oldest of us all, it's no surprise. What does he see in my father to respect him so much? Carl looks like a person with set morals and a strong sense of justice.
Why do we have to destroy the bug so obviously? We can instead put on a show of it going fuzzy and then failing. Things like that must happen all the time,
Kiara says. Tanya and I share a look, and I see the detectives exchange one too. Why didn't we think of that? I know people who can help us. My voice carries a note of positivity.
Great.
Kiara braves a smile.
It can work,
Carl says.
Only time will tell whether the jesters will buy it or not.
My phone vibrates in my pocket. Excuse me, I say, and walk away and down the stairs, out of the group's earshot.
It's Luan,
I hear when I pick up. I brace myself for another bout of bad news. What is it?
We lost our last dealer. He was stabbed yesterday.
Listen, I'm doing my best here. We're on to Penelope. We just got Kiara back.
We saw.
Luan sounds unimpressed. Can you or Diana help with disabling a bug gradually, like it took its time and broke down on its own? The line goes quiet for a second that stretches into 5, then 10.
Diana speaking. I can do it. Make sure you get a few recordings of Kiara. Send them to me and put the bug in a separate room. I'll put on a show. Then mail me the bug after 3 days or so, and I'll destroy it. Use the envelope I sent you the glasses in. It's got lining that makes it untraceable.
Thank you. I'll figure out what to do with the funds issue after.
Please make haste. Our savings won't last long.
I will. Stay safe, Diana, and all of you. Don't try to be heroes. She hangs up. I flick my eyes to the second floor, a soft light pouring out from the open door. Animated voices are carried in the air like the sound of buzzing flies. I go back. The mood of the room has shifted. The positivity from before is gone, replaced by a strained atmosphere, like an argument brewing in the air.
I still think we can push it further.
Tanya is suddenly up and pacing around the bed.
We can still set a trap before the bug goes. Kiara, you think there is a way to lure out this new guy?
Ayesha speaks before Kiara has a chance to reply.
You think she would try to save him from us? She doesn't sound like she would care that much, if he's only one of a string of lovers.
She will care that we have taken her toy away.
Tanya's face is triumphant.
How can we make sure it's Alan we lure out and not any of the other guys? Or do we assume anyone would do, as long as they're part of the jesters?
Carl scratches his chin. If Alan is indeed my father's guy, it shouldn't be too hard to get him to fall into our trap. He only needs to play along and wait to be rescued by Penelope. And seeing as how she's ready to divorce me for him, I know she will come. She might be a narcissistic bitch, but once she knows she wants something, she won't let anyone take it away. If she's crazy about him, she might even come with him in the first instance and save us a lot of trouble. But if Alan is someone else, well, the narrative changes. We will find another way, I say more confidently than I feel. We need to secure my father's plant for any trap to really work. Carl narrows his eyes, and I know I will be pulled away for a conversation after. But I don't want Kiara or Tanya or Ayesha to know about the specifics around my father's involvement in the case, so I offer nothing more. Tanya shoots me a look of displeasure, but doesn't question my decision.
Fine, whatever.
She is not happy with me. I need to catch her alone soon and talk to her. I have to make sure she doesn't nurture some brave but stupid idea in her mind. Kiara, I just spoke to the person who can help us with the bug. Can you record yourself saying some everyday phrases? Maybe a bit of coughing and other random noises? Then you're free to go with the detectives. Leave the jeans with us and we'll take care of the bug. I offer her the most genuine smile I can muster.
Yera will be safe,
Tanya reassures her.
But are you going to be safe?
Kiara puts a small hand on Tanya's pale skin. I press my lips into a thin line, knowing the answer.
I will be okay,
Tanya says in a voice which I know is part of her brave persona. As Kiara shuffles out of bed, her legs still wobbly, and they all start packing, Carl taps my shoulder.
A word,
he says, and I'm sure it's going to be more than that. I follow him into the black corridor, hating its oppressive feel. I need to repaint the whole place if it is ever going to make a comeback.
Is this Alan your father's person? He sounds like he was too gentle to Miss Labove.
Carl whispers when we are out of earshot. I don't know. He wouldn't tell me anything. I hiss, the bitterness in my voice unexpected. I clear my throat and continue in a calmer manner. Maybe you should get in touch with him. He will probably tell you sooner than he tells me. Carl shakes his head.
There are too many eyes on us. Even coming here was too difficult without alerting any of the patrolling cars.
Is Kiara really safe with you?
Safer than she will be anywhere else,
he replies. The lack of delay makes me trust him. He believes it, I realize.
Put on a good show and let's wrap this up without casualties. I'm really looking forward to a peaceful retirement in Miami where I will solve Sudoku puzzles and yell at my grandchildren to get off their phones.
Do you know anything about Brad, who got caught in the Lavender raid a few weeks ago? I ask.
Not much. It's another department, but I did try to get him to reveal Penelope's hideout location. He's yet to crack, using his Fifth Amendment right to the fullest.
Surprising, Brad never struck me as a loyal type. Or maybe he's hoping Penelope will help him somehow. In any case, he's no danger to us now, and he's no help either.
The Jester Queen.
So now you love him? He joined us less than 2 weeks ago.
Penelope Wilson Grey doesn't appreciate Curtis Jericho's tone. She only wants him to do his job. The fact that he can't do it without whining like a little bitch annoys her beyond belief. Remember who your queen is, she hisses, spit flying from between her teeth.
My queen? Do you hear yourself? We're in the middle of Chicago, in the 21st century. Queen!
Curtis throws his hands in the air like there's an invisible audience watching his performance. His curls, deflated and thin, so unlike Alan's, follow every move of his head. Penelope's temples throb with rising anger. She can't deny its tide, so she does what she hasn't done in years. She folds her fingers into a shy fist and swings her arm forward, aiming at Curtis's jaw. He sidesteps her assault, his expression still one of frustrated fury. He meets her gaze, and he instantly knows evading her hit was a mistake. She's now not only furious, she's embarrassed, too. And Penelope Wilson Grey doesn't do embarrassed. She straightens, closes her eyes, and takes a deep breath. Alan! Her voice is loud, but she is not shouting. It's the demanding tone of a determined leader.
I didn't mean it,
Curtis says, his arms out front, doing his best to placate her. But she doesn't want his best.
You used to like me too, remember? We did so many things on that very bed. Let me come back to you.
Alan Shane is at the door, already bowing, already smiling, already lighting up the room with an emotion Penelope now craves every day. Curtis's pleas disgust her. How she had let him touch her is a mystery she doesn't dwell on.
Please, he can call you whatever you like. You are a queen.
Curtis continues rambling. Alan, take Mr. Jericho outside. He's argued that he doesn't need his ring finger anymore.
No, you're a queen. My queen. I will do it. I will bring the divorce papers to Damien Grey.
Beads of sweat glisten on Curtis's forehead. Alan is small compared to him, but Penelope knows the strength of Alan's muscles goes far beyond what can be seen with the naked eye. She glides her eyes across his body, thinking of all the nights he spent making her feel like a real queen, worshipping her body, never asking for anything in return, never claiming her like a piece of meat, just unraveling her like a rose.
Which ring finger?
Alan's melodic timbre pulls her away from her blossoming fantasy. Doesn't matter. Left. No. Right.
Please, my queen. I need my fingers. I play the guitar.
Tears now streak Curtis's face.
It's only a hobby,
Alan says helpfully. There's a glint of ruthlessness in his voice, and it pleases her. She had been worried asking him to carve Kiara Labove's arm had gone too far, but seeing him today quiets her suspicions. He didn't enjoy what he did to the girl, but he did it anyway, for Penelope's sake. She was touched, then scared he might reject her. Now she is proud of her choice in consort. Just take both, she says finally, a wicked grin painting her lips.
No, no, no.
Curtis chants, but Alan is already rounding him up, already pulling him out of the room.
What shall I do with them after, my queen?
Alan's voice is a bit strained with the effort. Penelope decides he shouldn't have to break a sweat on Curtis's account, so she snaps her fingers, and 2 goons come to help him. Throw them in the garbage disposal, she replies. And come back right after. I need your presence tonight.
I will be quick.
He winks on his way out. Penelope Wilson Grey does another thing she's not done in years. She swoons.
Chapter 22. The plan for the bug in Kiara's discarded jeans is on, so after I sent everyone on their way, I now pace around the club, do laundry, exercise. I consider picking up the pen again, but I'm too restless. I know the words won't flow. I practice my rope knots for a while on the bed frame, and it calms me. After my 3rd yawn in a row, I take a quick shower and head to bed. I lie in it, alone, missing Sophie as I fall asleep. Then it is as if I've died. When I wake up hours later, my watch tells me it's morning. I long to be woken up by sunshine, but the windowless room is as dark as it was last night. My phone vibrates near my head, Matthias's name on the screen crashing my pity party.
We still good for today?
His voice is light, reflecting a good mood behind his syllables. It's undoubtedly been made better by his frequent exposure to vitamin D. I look down at my pale thighs, still a phantom. Yes, if you've got a way to sneak me out. It's moving day. It had slipped my memory, but I don't let it show.
I've got the perfect disguise for you,
he says with an audible smirk.
Check the fire door when you get up.
I'm already up. I stretch in my bed, my muscles singing with the delicious feeling of being awoken.
Sure you are,
Matthias chuckles.
By the way, you should ease on the worrying. I think you might get some good news if everything goes well on the Kiara front.
What good news? It has to be colossally great if I'm to stop worrying.
It's a secret.
We finish off the call with some practical decisions. A small shivering has started in my spine. Whether it's excitement or the cold creeping into my naked body from the unheated room, I can't tell. But I have a busy day ahead, and for once I might see the blue sky. I wash my face, diligently taking Kiara's jeans with me to the shower. I play a couple of recordings as instructed by Luna. I will lock the bug in a room after, and Luna will control a laptop to emulate the ferocious browsing of someone deprived of internet entertainment. I phoned them earlier, expecting Luan to pick up, but it was Lulu. She was elated to oblige, already listing the dozens of Netflix shows she was going to show the pair of jeans. The joys of being young. Some of that joy finally manages to seep through to ease my worried mind. I'm at last going out of here during the day, and it's not because something terrible has happened. The thought of the spring sun on my body, even if it's fully concealed, fills me with giddy anticipation. Thomas will be there too, and while my stomach feels like it's full of crawling centipedes when I think about starting a conversation with him, my heart flutters with love and pride. Matthias's choice of disguise is dubious but unsurprising. Cotton sweater the color of mustard, gray washed-out jeans, and something he called a khaki bomber. The overall look is normal, like I'm someone who goes to work during the week and takes their family out to the park on the weekend. I look like I have a dog and a backyard. I put on a brown beanie and a pair of massive reflective sunglasses. My beard conceals most of my face anyway, so when I wrap a gray scarf around my neck loosely, I see a hipster in Starbucks, one with a name that always gets written wrong and an unapologetic obsession with coffee syrups. I don't recognize myself, and I damn hope that no one else will do either. I check the security camera over Lavender's fire door. The parking lot and the street are empty, so I sneak out and lock up behind me. I inhale deep, tasting the day Chicago air. Flowering cherries, exhaust fumes, and newly laid asphalt. I have missed this smell. Matthias's silver Prius is waiting for me. I get in, trying to remember the last time I had been in someone's car. The time when I rushed after Brad from the hospital comes close, but taxis don't really count, do they? The car smells like pine air freshener. It's clean, like everything else in Matthias's life. Well, Lavender and I are there too, so one can say we're the only mess tainting his orderly existence. He smiles when I plop on the seat next to him.
I knew pale khaki would bring out those gray eyes of yours. I must admit the beard is a win too with this outfit. I should become a stylist.
Maybe, but you're stuck with us for now. I say it as a joke, but it doesn't come off that way.
Yeah.
He dismisses me without looking at me. The car revs to life, and we're off. I wrap my scarf closer to my face and peer through the window. Chicago swishes past me. There are so many people, women in suits hurrying somewhere, groups of children mesmerized by phones, elderly men with massive shopping bags. The demographics I have forgotten existed unravel before me with their normalcy, and for a moment I find myself overwhelmed by a fantasy of being anyone else but me. Matthias's words pull me back to the present.
Hannah's at work, Sophie is running some personal errands, and Mel and Thomas are at school, so it will be you and me against the boxes in my house.
A pang of disappointment makes me sigh. I might not see Thomas. I know Sophie has a scheduled visit with my father today. It seems she's decided to keep that information between us, so I don't raise it with Matthias. Maybe I can see Thomas when he returns from school.
Possibly. He and Mel might go take photos after school. They found an abandoned puppy. They've been pestering Hannah to keep it, but she said no.
So they just left it there?
They plan to take it to a kennel today. Mel knows some of the volunteers there, so they would let her take it out and do a little dog photo shoot. She says the chances of him finding an owner are better that way. Social media exposure and all that.
The conversation dies after this as I get lost in another fantasy. A family of 3, Thomas, me, and a puppy. No one threatening us. Why wouldn't Hannah take the dog?
No one at home to look after it.
You would be there.
I'm a cat person.
Matthias chuckles.
Why, you interested?
I may well be. It's pretty damn lonely in Lavender.
Melanie will love you for it, Thomas too. But do you need more responsibility at this point?
Matthias is, as always, the voice of reason. His delivery, too, is warm and caring, despite inflicting a blow to my budding dream. A dog. It isn't the worst idea I've had this week. I can't walk it, but the tropical room will be all his. Maybe after Penelope is out of the picture, a furry friend can enter our lives. But then I will be able to walk it, because I will be free. I will clear my name, and I will get a free pass to today's Chicago. As my mind runs circles around the idea, we arrive at Matthias's house. Inside, the rooms look huge, bare from the usual clutter of Matthias's metalworking hobby. Though clutter is an unfair thing to call the numerous containers and shelves he uses to keep track of his work. Everything in Matthias's life is orderly, but now that most of it is in cardboard boxes, it's even more true. He doesn't pause like I do, only takes a box with a grunt and carries it to the Prius. I take one too. It's labeled tumblers, and I wonder why the hell it's so heavy. How many tumblers does a person need? After both boxes are in, I realize we will have to do more than one run and let out an indulgent sigh. It's comforting to worry and complain about mundane things. There isn't a gangster in sight, and all blood is safely contained within our bodies. For a moment I forget how dire a situation we're in. We stuff more boxes in, then Matthias leaves me at his house, as he does the first drop-off at Hannah's apartment. I use the time to call Detective Carl Mickelson.
She is safe.
It is Aisha Montgomery who picks up the phone. The sounds of a road beyond a car fill the silence that follows her words. I haven't even asked yet, I mutter. Where is your partner?
Driving. Aren't you calling to ask about Kiara?
I am, I say dumbly.
She is safe. You will never see her again.
Aisha sounds proud.
Tell him the good news.
Carl's booming voice replaces the racket of speeding cars. Have you found Yera and Penelope? My heart does a somersault at the prospect, then settles down. It can't be that easy, can it?
No.
Aisha says as if to reassure me things can never be randomly great.
You can go out.
Carl shouts. What?
The prosecution withdrew your arrest warrant after Kiara's statement. We came clean about working with you.
When Aisha says this, there is leftover resentment in her voice, as if it's not good news to her at all. I'm free? The question is stupid, but I can't understand what this means for me.
You're not wanted as a suspect anymore in the particular cases of Club Lavender and the missing girls.
Carl's voice is now clear and very, very close. Aisha must be holding the phone to his face. The image amuses me, but I don't let it show.
You are still expected to show up as a witness. In fact, do it sooner rather than later. To prevent any further suspicion should Penelope start actively trying to frame you for her crimes again. You know, like the murder of Layla Almasi.
He means I should make sure no other bodies turn up looking like someone from the deck was starting up a streak. Easier said than done. I remember Penelope's threat and admit to myself I have no choice but to sign those divorce papers. It's infuriating I won't be able to trap her with my legal presence, but petty revenge is meaningless when someone's life is on the line. I understand, I say to the detectives and hang up. My bout of bad mood clears quickly, and I call Matthias while I pace around to appease my excitement.
What?
His voice is more abrupt than usual. I hear him grunt with effort. He must be unloading boxes at Hana's. Come back as soon as you're done. We have somewhere to go. I'm surprised at how jolly I sound.
You got the good news, didn't you? Congratulations, my friend. You're a step closer to finally being free.
Yes, it doesn't feel real, but still calls for a celebration, a gesture, something.
Okay, though I need to finish moving.
And I will help you with that, Matthias, but before that, we need to pick someone up. I'm now pacing quicker, my free hand gesturing as if there is a live audience listening to my announcement.
Who?
That poor puppy, I proclaim, is going to have a new home.
Sophie the Brigand Wraith. Similar to the first time I met a lawyer, my first visit to a prison fills me with dread and a strange feeling of guilt. When I look at the Brigand Wraith within me, I know there are plenty of reasons why I should be behind bars. As I walk forward and pass the safety checks, I think about the countless items I have stolen and the many times I have run under the soundtrack of police sirens and the shouting of security firm operatives. I sit down, an eerie emotion settling in my gut. Despite recounting my crimes, I don't feel I belong in jail. I muse at how flexible the human mind is when it considers its own transgressions as Mateo Grey, the former deck leader, comes in.
Now that's a face I didn't expect to see. You've grown up.
Mateo Grey looks a lot like his son. Mateo's eyes are lined with age, and his nose is swollen from years lived. His hair is thinning. Little dark is left in it, but the form of it is remarkably similar to that of Damien's. There is a swirl at the top of both their heads, like a scoop of butter from an ad. A fading bruise marks one of his cheeks. I hadn't expected Chief's friend to get caught, so this meeting is a surprise to me, too. I fiddle with the ends of my hair, unsure how to start. But even with my internal turmoil, the conversation is already underway. The former leader of the deck smiles warmly.
How's the little one?
Not so little anymore, I say.
She's about the age of my grandson.
He adds with a sigh.
Do you know I have a grandson?
Thomas, yes. My voice is but a whisper, but he can read the name on my lips. His eyes widen.
How?
I use this small question to tell him the long story of Lavender, Valerie, and Penelope. I omit little, only my budding feelings toward his son and the humiliation of the jester's party. I don't leave out the event altogether, though, making it clear that his daughter-in-law and her underlings kept a gun trained to his grandson's head. Mateo Grey listens, first nodding along, then gradually getting stiller, his eyes sharpening with the blade of anger. By the end of the story, a curly, worm-like vein bulges on one side of his forehead. I came here, ready to fight for this reaction, to wrench compassion out of him, maybe shout, maybe cry, to do whatever I need to reach his heart. But it seems there was no need for all this prep. He had no idea of the span of Penelope's atrocities. I trusted the deck leader before, by proxy of Chief's judgment. Then I thought he had chosen to abandon his promise to the LA brigands and keep the building to himself. But realizing that he wanted to give it to me but couldn't, changes things. I trust him again.
So that's what my son was alluding to.
He squeezes each word through gritted teeth.
She has gone insane, this woman. A mother's only purpose is to care for her child. To put herself first is already unforgivable, but to threaten him? To use him?
I prickle at his words, but the brigand wraith within me doesn't give those feelings a voice. It's useless pointing out that our view on motherhood is starkly different. Only one of the reasons we're trying to fight against her. My words are measured.
So you've come here instead of that pushover doctor to beg for the name of my informant, right? You can't really proceed without his insight.
Mateo Grey nods his head like everything is clear now. I don't beg. I say to clear the most important bit first. Do I need to remind you that every second you choose to play with us and withhold information is a second more that a woman has to endure torture at the hands of a monster you helped create?
I didn't create the jesters.
Maybe not intentionally, but Penelope is using your assets and some of your people. If you had seen through her manipulation all those years ago, none of this would have happened. I feel bad that I'm using his wound to hurt him further, but I didn't come here to be amused by whatever alpha male crap he's trying to spew.
My son has been whispering in your ear.
Mateo narrows his eyes. I change tactics. Fine. Let's put this current issue to one side. I have come to talk about something else. A personal issue. He has the decency to look puzzled. His right hand travels to his chin, and he pinches it between his thumb and forefinger, thinking. I lean back in my chair, letting the thoughts in his head stew.
Ah, the building.
He whispers.
You're here because Penelope didn't give it to you, did she?
Does that surprise you? My voice comes out with more venom than expected.
Well, I foolishly gave her power of attorney as I went to prison. There was a clear instruction to honor all promises I had made. She chose to ignore it, I see.
Mateo Grey's gaze shifts to one side like a memory is playing through his mind. You didn't entrust it to your son? I keep my voice level, free of the judgment that is swirling inside me. How can anyone be so blind? Father and son, both fooled by beauty and love. It can happen to anyone, of course, I tell myself as I wait for his reply. But did it have to be the leader of what used to be the biggest gang in Chicago and his successor? And why can't Mateo see that his son is worthy of both inheriting the deck and unconditional parental love?
I was convinced Damien was not fit to lead.
Mateo scratches his chin.
I'm still not. He's too mild for the job.
I mutter because this is another thing we will disagree on. Chief was always gentle toward his people, always putting us first, rewarding us when we did well. Maybe I have a skewed picture of him, but I know being a heartless bastard isn't the answer to great leadership, even in a career of crime. I don't want to start this conversation with Mateo, however. Nothing useful would come from wounding his pride and challenging the pillars of his beliefs.
Anyway, back to the topic of your building. The building is yours, as per my agreement with the LA Brigands. I can revoke my power of attorney and give it to someone else. It won't be easy, but it's doable.
So give it to Damien. That will remove much of Penelope's power. I lean forward, my gaze intense. I can feel I'm close to getting one of the things I came for.
Only if she's been stupid enough to leave the assets in my name. I doubt she has.
My building is still in your name.
Probably because changing the owner to someone who is not you might prompt the brigand chief to come knocking. And she's not ready to deal with him. Her operation might be big in Chicago at the moment, but she's not been around long enough to create lasting connections with other leaders.
Connections? Maybe a trip to LA is in order. But how would I even find my previous people? I had shed the skin of the brigand wraith on the road from Los Angeles to Chicago, until a few weeks ago when I'd opened the chest of my memories and dusted her off. Give it to Damien anyway, I say finally. Or give it to me.
I find women mistrustful these days.
He shakes his head with a smile. I don't smile back because there's nothing funny about it. Not trusting half the population on Earth might prove unprofitable.
I'm jailed for life. Little profit can be gained when there's none going around anyway. Plus, Penelope was as nice as you in the beginning.
I roll my eyes. Give it to Damien, I say for the third time.
I will think about it.
Fine. Back to the topic of the informant. I take a photo from my pocket and place it on the glass, color side to Mateo. As per your agreement with Damien. He leans forward, surprise etched on his face. His features soften, and a smile changes his expression from that of a hardened inmate to a mellow grandfather. There's softness in his eyes, the same that I often see in Damien's, and I wonder how Mateo can be so unaware of their similarities. I'm showing him Thomas. He's petting a stray dog and is smiling like the world is perfect. I got the picture from Melanie, with Thomas's permission. It never made it to Melanie's Instagram feed because Thomas's face on the internet is asking for trouble. Behind their teenage joys, they have found themselves trapped in a world of caution.
I really want to hear his voice.
Mateo whispers. Damien has talked to him about you. It's not safe for him to come here. But do you know your prison now allows video messages and video calls?
Does it?
His eyes light up.
I can talk to him soon. I can see him.
We're doing our best to arrange it. I think it's important you both reconnect, regardless of whether you choose to help us or not. But let me put it this way. If you join us properly and stop obstructing Damien, Thomas will get to sit here sooner.
I know,
Mateo says, but then goes quiet. He looks like he wants to speak, but he doesn't. My patience wears thin. Damien organized the photo. He told me you're a man of your word, and that you would give us all you know if we got Thomas's face in front of you. I was instructed to use those specific words. Mateo presses his lips in a thin line, then nods. He looks around, checking the location of the guards. There is one in the far corner. Just tell me. I slide the picture down the glass, my head suddenly heavy on my shoulders.
The person who is currently undercover in the Jesters is one of yours.
Interesting. A brigand? What are they like?
It's a guy your age. You may well know him. I asked for you, actually. I wasn't convinced by this whole seduction idea. Stealing is easier than persuading someone to love you. Anyway, I thought you'd kept in touch. But the chief was adamant to keep you out of it, that he has a man with the right skill set for the job.
My eyes narrow as I run all the possibilities in my head. Who could it be? Someone charming, non-threatening? The brigand changeling? Surely not. Who is it? I ask.
Tony Maionetto,
he whispers.
But he's only been in touch once when he told me he had infiltrated the Jesters successfully. Our call cut off before he could tell me any locations or other insider information. There must be lots of people around him.
Tony? No. The Brigand Wraith remembers piece by piece the person who made her teenage years not only bearable, but fun. Colorful. Tony was a first crush, a first true friend, a first enemy. When I needed him most, he disappeared.
So you know him.
Mateo's voice brings me back to the present. We used to do jobs in LA sometimes. I'm surprised Tony's still working for the chief. I'm thinking aloud now, trying to contain the flood of images that swirl in front of my eyes. Long blonde curls and a devilish smile. Dimples and a tiny waist. Her. Him. Maybe Tony had gotten his wish. The chief had probably been a sponsor and a supporter. All while I was working my ass off at Frenzy Eats, alone. A feeling starts in the pit of my stomach. It's not exactly anger, but it's nothing pretty either. I wish the planted person was anyone but Tony. The moment I see him, I will want answers to questions I hoped to never have to ask. And how do I explain Tony to Damien? Thank you, I say finally, my mind no longer engaged with Mateo's words. I will leave this picture with the guards to pass on to you. It's yours.
Chapter 23. While we drive to the street where Melanie took the puppy photo, Matthias is fidgeting in his seat like it's on fire. What is it? I say after he doesn't volunteer anything.
I'm just uncomfortable. There are still screens around with your face on them. Although Detective Michelson gave you the all okay, Would it have cascaded down to everyone? It's too soon for you to be out like this.
We slow at a light, and Matthias points to a wall, punctuating his point. My likeness stares at me. You're right, I say. But what's the worst that can happen? I can get arrested. I'm not going to resist if it comes to it. Then things will get sorted out. Matthias shakes his head, and I smile at him, trying to ease his nerves.
Since when do you trust the police?
He takes off as the light turns green, more aggressively than I expect, so my back is pressed to the seat before we even out. His driving has always been emotional. I trust Carl, I say.
Why?
Matthias doesn't turn to look at me. Because he trusts my father and seems to have been working with him since the deck days. I can't deny him knowledge of this any longer. Bitterly, I add. The glorious deck days when those protected by him didn't disappear, and he ruled Chicago with a grip of steel.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to emphasize the fact that my father seemed to be renowned even with the police. After I made you go see him, I was sure highlighting his importance would only serve to reopen your wound. That is only part of the reason, of course. The other is that at my age, my father had already followed in his father's footsteps. He had already built strong connections and established himself as a prominent figure in the Chicago underworld. But for my 33 years of life, I have nothing nearly as amazing to show. I'm embarrassed to have dragged other people with me to a place of no significant achievement, no career renown. Especially Matthias, who had studied so hard to become a doctor.
Look there.
He makes a sharp turn, cutting our conversation short. There's a small heap of discarded clothes moving next to the wall. The car noise startles the heap, and it moves faster and faster until it unravels. A brown ball of fluff pops out of it, darting to the nearest dumpster for cover. Matthias parks close by. We're in a side street, the muffled sounds of traffic barely reaching our ears through the two behemoth buildings that tower on each side. The air is fresh, or it is until we get to the dumpster, when it changes to the usual smell of decaying Chicago. How do we get it out? I say dumbly, realizing that in my elation, I've come unprepared. There's no water on me, no snacks, no blankets, nothing. I unwrap my scarf and drop to my knees.
I'll call the kennel.
Matthias's phone is already pressed to his face. He walks away as he speaks, and I'm left alone with the puppy. I look under the dumpster, and it's there, shivering, looking at me with big, wet eyes. It whimpers a bit while I stare at it and retreats even farther into the darkness under. Its nose is the only thing I can see of it now, so I get back up and put my hands on my hips in a universal gesture of determined defeat. Like, I have no idea, but I'm still thinking about it. Matthias comes back, looking a lot more at ease. There are no posters on this particular street, no cameras, and best of all, no passers-by. I'm safe, and the puppy is the center of our amateur attention.
They said they're sending someone to pick it up.
But will I be able to keep it?
They have to check if it's someone's lost pet first, then check its age and health. If it's deemed adoptable, you are first on the list as the rescuer.
I nod, and we fall silent. I lean on the wall opposite the dumpster. Matthias puts his phone back in his pocket, and I just now notice that he wears a ring on every finger. Some are flat bands, some have black stones at top, some have a weaved pattern. His memento mori ring doesn't stand out between all the metal, but it's there. There's no more secrets left, I say after the quietness pricks at my comfort.
I doubt that,
he replies, but not with venom, like he's stating a fact.
You still haven't introduced Luna to me, or to Tanya.
It's not my decision to make, I say truthfully. Luna have many social barriers, and when they're ready, you will meet them all.
How many of them are there?
I'm not sure. I know 4. Or more specifically, 4 are willing to come out and help me.
That's 4 allies that are not properly attached to our inner group for support. And Tanya, you must check in with her. I'm afraid she'll do something stupid to try to save Yera.
She wouldn't. I cock my head to one side in a gesture of uncertainty. She has to look after the girls who are left. She will want to protect them first and foremost.
There are only 2 left, Damien, and she can be very convincing. If she decides to rally them on some dangerous crusade against Penelope, they will follow.
But Nothing smart comes to my mind. I repeat, she wouldn't.
If I didn't know better, I would say you've lost your touch.
Matthias jabs. Before I can retort, he raises a hand and points at the dumpster. The puppy's head is showing underneath it. Its fluffy fur looks like caramel. Its eyes and nose are like sprinkled chocolate chips. Hello, little buddy. I drop to my knee and extend my hand toward it, palm down. It sniffs the air, then wriggles out of its hideout and braves a sniff of my knuckles. Just as I'm about to curl my fingers to scratch its chin, a car turns around the corner and scares him back under the dumpster.
It's the kennel person,
Matthias announces, and we both step back, letting the man in work overalls do his job. He is fast and gentle. In less than 5 minutes, the puppy is in a cage at the back of his car. The man hands me a card and collects some details. It's the first time in years I've given my personal phone number to someone who is not part of my inner circle. I can see Matthias fidgeting about it, but I don't acknowledge his anxiety. If I'm a free man, I should start living like one.
We'll do all initial checks and call you back tonight,
the kennel man says, and disappears with the puppy into the traffic. Matthias and I make our way back to his apartment to finish the move. After a couple of hours, all boxes are safely deposited on Hannah's floor. Her apartment is in an expensive area, slick and modern. I would have said clinical if it wasn't for the mess that 2 teenagers inevitably produce. Scattered chargers, notebooks, scribbled notes, mugs, and plates. That all Thomas and Melanie? I sweep my arm above the clutter.
Yeah, Hannah calls it creative chaos. We'll need to have words about it.
He shakes his head.
Melanie doesn't even live here, but they hang out so often, she's convinced Thomas it's okay not to take your plates through to the kitchen.
I smile, an apology already on my tongue. It's a nice feeling to worry about manners and not whether he's safe. Sorry, he's had too few chances to learn. I will do my best once we can live together again.
And I will teach him in your stead for now,
Matthias says with a bow. I chuckle. I hope he doesn't turn out as pedantic as you. He won't like living with me.
Look around, no chance of that.
He winks. I put my hands in the back pocket of my jeans, unsure whether I'm supposed to be doing something.
You can help me unpack?
Matthias raises his eyebrows like he can't believe my attitude. I burst out laughing.
What?
His face changes to a frown.
What did I say?
I keep laughing. After I catch my breath, I barely manage my response. This is all so normal.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
He draws the words out, unsure. I just hope it sticks. I kneel down next to him in a couple of sealed boxes. I open one labeled prototype and stare at the meticulously bubble-wrapped metal items. Where do you want these?
Oh, that one should have been opened last. Wait. I can show you something cool from inside.
He rummages in the box a bit, then takes out something bulky.
I made these for Sophie,
he says as he unwraps layers of thick bubble wrap. I look at 2 wide silver bands, very similar to the ones she often wore at Lavender back when she was undercover. They don't match her style anymore, I think, I say. But I hesitate after and narrow my eyes. They were definitely in the style she had created for Adrienne Raven, her persona. But that part of her should have disappeared in the ruins of Lavender. Or is Adrienne making a comeback?
Her style or not, look here.
He points to a barely visible ridge on the back of the band. I run my fingers through the smooth material only to find it uneven in a very calculated way. Are those?
Lockpicks, yeah.
Matthias is beaming.
She can take them anywhere without making those weird pouches for her underwear.
Huh, I always thought those were ingenious. I laugh. But this is on another level. Did you make something for me? I'm joking, but my heart flutters when he reaches inside again and pulls out a wooden box.
I was trying something out,
he starts.
But it's impractical. It won't work with your fighting style.
I open the box to find one shiny weapon, reminding me of brass knuckles and a cleaver at the same time. Where the rings should have tapered off to a point each, one single sharp blade glints in the expensive bulb spotlights. You turned an impact weapon into a bladed one? I pick it up and imagine hitting someone's face with it. It isn't a pleasant image.
Yeah, you would have to rethink all your moves, like more karate chops and fewer uppercuts.
He chuckles and scratches the back of his head. It's not his greatest invention. Utility items are definitely your strength. I put the knuckle blader back in its box, hoping it will stay there for a long, long time. Maybe revisit this one later. Sophie's bracelets, though. Absolute win.
Yeah, I'm finishing a headband to go with them.
She has curved lockpicks?
No, it's nice to gift jewelry sets.
He nods to himself and wraps the bracers back up. His words are not meant to sting, but they do. I've not given Sophie anything yet, but she already has a ring and a pending set from Matthias. And his gifts are useful and pretty. I can't think of anything useful or pretty to give her. As I go toward a box which clearly says unpack first, my phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out. It's a number I don't recognize. I hope it's my father and dread it might be Penelope again. I pick up with anxiety coiled in my guts.
Mr. Grey, this is Animal Tales Rescue. I'm calling about the puppy you found today.
A female voice at the other end of the line is dripping with the happy tones of customer service. I'm sure my face lights up because Matthias gives me a smile and a thumbs up. I smile back. Yes, did you find any owners?
No microchip, so we assume he's a stray. He's a healthy boy, around 4 months old. There are no notifications on our lost pets list that resemble him either. Would you like to keep him?
Yes, I say, my mind made up. Do you know what breed he is?
It's difficult to tell for certain, but he looks like he has some German Shepherd in him and some pit bull features. He's already warming up to the staff, so I'm sure he'll be a very loyal, energetic addition to your family.
He sounds perfect. I mean it. Back when my father had dogs, before Penelope got rid of them for being filthy, he had 2 trustworthy German Shepherds, Brass and Knuckles. Their existence had sparked my interest in the weapon I always carry with me now.
We will keep him for a few days because he is dehydrated and underfed, but after he gets back on his feet, we'll give you another call to collect him,
the kennel lady says.
And can you drop by tonight and fill out some forms in the meantime?
Yes, I will be there. I look at my watch. I would need to leave now if I was to make today's working hours. She confirms the address, and I hang up, content for a full 30 seconds. Then I remember I don't have my driving license anymore, and Matthias is waist-deep in cardboard boxes.
You got it?
He mumbles, a retractable blade knife in his mouth. He will be mine soon, but I need to get there. I run my hand through my hair. Embarrassed, I need to ask for a lift.
No can do,
he mumbles back, discerning my meaning instantly.
Get Sophie to drive you.
Right, I say, she's not here though.
Give her a call and help me unpack these spice racks,
he replies without looking at me. Spice racks? I dial Sophie's number as I speak. Spice racks, plural, Matthias? He gives me a long, hard look to make sure we've locked gazes. Then he rolls his eyes. Chapter 24.
Hello, handsome.
Sophie's voice breaks through the grunt of Matthias and me, moving items from room to room and wrestling long pieces of bubble wrap. I turn with a smile, which is quickly replaced by embarrassment after I see she has Melanie and Thomas in tow. The 3 of them are dressed casually, and for once I'm in sync with that style. Hello, I say after a short hesitation. I give Sophie a hug, momentarily finding her orange and cocoa smell comforting against my newfound anxiety. She pats me on the back, gives me a squeeze, and releases me. She extends her arm and pulls Melanie to her.
Melanie, Damien.
She points to each of us. It's the first time I've met Sophie's sister in person properly. I saved her in Lavender all those weeks ago, but she's only been the animated background of phone and video calls and the topic of conversation since. Now she stands in front of me, and I see the resemblance between the sisters. She has the same shaped eyes as Sophie, and the same deep brown color. But her hair is darker, and she is shorter. Not by much, however. Maybe in time she will grow taller than Sophie. Nice to finally say hello in person, I say, unsure if my tone is correct. I'm awkward around teenagers, and it doesn't help that my son is soon to be one. She squeezes my hand firmly, and gives me a nod of what I hope is approval.
Nice to meet you too. I can't wait to see the puppy.
I briefed Sophie on the phone, and it appears she wasn't the only one listening.
I can't wait too,
Thomas says after being Melanie's quiet shadow.
Hey, Dad.
He gives me a bit of a wave, and I cringe at the lost opportunity of affection. Then I think, screw it, and go for a hug. I expect to find him stiff as a pillar in my arms, but he embraces me with matching enthusiasm. As we stay like that for a while, Sophie speaks again.
I'll drive Damien to the kennel now. You two behave and help Matthias unpack. Or actually, it looks like he's unpacked everything but not put anything anywhere. Help Matthias clear a path through the clutter.
She chuckles. I release Thomas and pat his shoulders. He gives me a grin, which makes me feel like I'm looking in a time-traveling mirror. I can't wait to be able to live with him safely, like a proper family, and learn to relax in his presence.
We're coming with you,
Melanie declares.
That's a no.
Sophie pushes her gently into the room. It really does look like the boxes have exploded. Matthias emerges from the mess and greets everyone. Thomas doesn't contest Sophie's order to stay, probably used to being told off for expressing his wishes by his Aunt Valerie.
You promised we would do everything important together,
Melanie says in a half-whisper. She is twirling a piece of hair around her fingers, not provocatively, but showing clear signs of irritation.
I found that puppy. The kennel staff know me. We're not going to do anything dangerous. I can tag along.
Sophie shakes her head, and I take a step back toward the door. No reason to butt into that conversation.
And you'll get to play and train the puppy eventually, when there's no crazy gang after us and the Grey family,
Sophie says. Melanie considers this.
But it's only a short drive away.
Exactly. We won't even see him probably. Damien must do some paperwork. Does paperwork sound exciting to you?
No, but staying here in this natural disaster doesn't either.
Melanie sweeps her arm toward the center of the room.
Hey, if we work together, we'll have this cleared by the time Hannah comes back home,
Matthias adds.
Actually, we really have to get it tidied up because we're going to have an annoyed, tired Hannah, and nobody wants that.
I've never seen Hanako in that state, so it amuses me when this seems to convince the kids and motivate them into picking up bits and pieces.
Good. I'll be back for Melanie this evening.
Sophie claps her hands together, and we're out of the apartment before anyone can object. Is your friend that scary when she's annoyed? I ask while we walk to the car.
She's not scary. She just has that quiet, negative emotion floating around her that makes everyone feel like they're 5 and have got their breakfast all over themselves.
She smiles and her eyes crinkle at the corners.
She instills shame.
Sounds almost like a superpower.
Oh, she has many.
Sophie and I get into the car.
Patience, understanding, being a great friend, and instilling shame.
How did the prison visit go? My voice is nonchalant, but I need to know.
Do you want to hear the good or the bad first?
Sophie drives off into the hazy sunset. Her face is thoughtful in the yellow light. Has my father said something inappropriate? I'm happy there's a good news option, I say. Did he give you any valuable information from the informer? She sighs.
No, but I know who it is. A friend from my time back in Los Angeles.
Oh. It sounds like it should make her happy, but her expression is unreadable. Do you trust them?
Yes. He was like family back then. If he's anything like he used to be, Penelope has her work cut out for her. But we need to wait a bit more. He couldn't say much last time he checked in with your father.
She says all this in one breath, as if she doesn't want to linger on the subject. You've not kept in touch with this friend? I push a bit more. Why does talking about him put her on edge?
We didn't get to say goodbye when I left, and he never looked for me. It's strange knowing he's in the same city as me, and yet I can't meet him.
If all goes well, there will be a reunion. I move my arm and put my hand on hers. She's gripping the wheel, her knuckles white. Her fingers relax under my touch, and she sighs.
It's unexpected, that's all.
She stays quiet, and I listen to the hum of the radio as we drive past buildings and groups of people. Sophie tells me about the conversation she had with my father about the power of attorney, and I only nod, accepting her words without offering much in return. She rallied on my behalf, but I know I'm not getting it. My father would rather give it to a stranger than me.
Animal Tales,
Sophie announces as the car comes to halt. When I clamber out of the passenger side, I go to her and pull her into a hug. She nuzzles my chest, all warm softness. You did great today, I say into her hair. Thank you for seeing my father and for standing your ground against him. He's not an easy man to talk to.
I remembered him differently. Some of the things he says, about women, about you, about love and leadership, I don't agree with them. I don't understand how he was friends with my mentor.
Times were different back then. We step inside the kennel, quietly sharing memories of our formative years. Safe, happy memories. There will be another time for the darkness we each carry in our hearts. Before we get started on the paperwork, a member of the staff takes me around to see the puppy. It's as scared as it was under the dumpster. In a colorful blanket with tiny animals printed on it, it cowers, looking at us with wet eyes. When I take it, it will be my responsibility to take care of. Another life in my hands, another soul that will depend on my decisions.
Hello, buddy,
Sophie says next to me in a higher than usual voice. I imagine what my life would be with it in Lavender, how lively it will be, how it will fill my days with tasks. Walkies, food, baths, play. Then a darker image flashes through my mind. A dark club, full of rooms and empty of people. What if I go to face Penelope and I don't come back? What if no one comes back?
We're ready for you,
a staff member calls. And as I take one last look at the little one in the cage, I know what I have to do. Not that it's an easy thing. He needs a stable family, I say to no one in particular. I won't be able to provide that. The staff member nods with a warm smile.
You can come and visit him anytime until he's adopted.
I will try to, I reply, the image of the cold, empty Lavender surprisingly difficult to shake off. We say our goodbyes, and I apologize to Sophie outside that I dragged her here all excited.
I can imagine it's not unheard of, people finding animals and wanting to keep them. The reality is often different from the emotion-induced high when you save someone.
I nod, but her words echo in my brain. I catch her arm before she can climb into the car. Is that what I am to you? She looks at me with a confused expression.
You're projecting.
Am I? When the high-octane passion is gone, will you abandon me? I frown, not at her but at the torrent of words that tumbles from my mouth. Where is this coming from? I'm not thinking before speaking.
I don't plan to.
Sophie takes my shoulders and shakes me lightly.
Has something happened? I told you last time. I'm figuring myself out. You don't need to feel like a lost puppy.
I know this, of course. I clear my throat. I gather my courage because I'm about to say something scary. I needed to be reassured a bit. I really like you.
I thought we established that.
She leans in and nudges my nose with hers. Yes, but maybe I like you very exclusively. I struggle to find the right words. It feels like you've always been around me. You've slotted so easily in my life, it's terrifying.
Why?
Because my life is far from perfect. I have a son. I have a wife who is threatening to kill a person if I don't sign the divorce papers. I am supposed to be the leader of a gang. I've done things I'm not proud of. And you're too good for this. She shakes her head.
I don't agree. It's rare to find someone whose imperfect life fits so nicely in your imperfect life. I'm a former thief, Damien. I've done illegal things as well, though I'm kind of proud of them because they required so much skill.
She winks at me, and I exhale, my heart drumming in my chest.
There's a lot of baggage in your past, but trust me, I'm lugging my own too. You have no idea. I really like you. And if you're saying what I think you're saying, I will be happy to give us time to explore all that together exclusively. I haven't been with anyone since before Lavender.
I didn't mean you had to drop everyone else. I stutter because smooth sentences still escape me.
Do you want to be my exclusive rope top and my boyfriend Damien Grey?
She grabs my hands in hers. The determination in her voice saves me from finishing my previous pathetic sentence. Yes, I say solemnly. Then I kiss Sophie, my new girlfriend.
Things are crazy right now, and maybe they won't ever quieten down, but let's be next to each other for as long as we feel happy. After talking to your father, I realized I want to protect you. I want to defend you, prove him wrong, all the things that will make him see how amazing you are. I was going to tell you when we sat down in the car, but out here in the cold works too.
When she kisses me, I relax around her, her icy lips in stark contrast with her warm tongue. When we're together, I feel like I've just finished something, like everything is clean, in its rightful place and perfectly prepared for the next day. It's a feeling that's hard to describe, but serenity comes close.
I have so much to show you, Damien, and I want to learn everything about you, and about your son, and about your Lavender.
Her whisper moves between our lips, punctuated with lazy kisses. I feel like a blushing bride, I mutter, unable to stop smiling. I want to know everything about you too. You've been so mysterious. It's been hard to approach some parts of your past, like the time before you came to Chicago.
Yes, all in good time. You also have to tell me how come you know so much about Britain. I never fooled you with my impeccable British accent.
Her hands creep up my neck, and she pushes her body tightly against mine. A vibrating sensation spreads across my leg, and it takes me a second to understand it's got nothing to do with the effect Sophie has on me. It's my phone, and when we detach, I see Tanya's name on the screen. The bubble of tranquility bursts. I pick up, sudden dread twisting my intestines without mercy.
I'm sick of waiting.
Tanya breathes into the phone, skipping the greeting and any small talk.
I can't sit on the sidelines anymore, Damien. I'm taking things into my own hands.
The Jester Queen. Penelope Wilson Grey raises one perfectly plucked eyebrow, impatience building up inside her like an unwelcome sneeze. Jerry Jericho looks around the room with the apprehension of a man who is not made for the environment he has found himself in. Instead of putting his hands on the cheap wooden table, he sits on them like a child, protecting his fingers. He's probably scared that what happened to his son will happen to him. Oh, for God's sake, are you just going to sit there and waste my time? Penelope is in a chair in front of him, in a tight gray suit, looking like one of his secretaries but twice as deadly. She called him because his idiot of a child disappeared with her divorce papers. Alan is waiting outside. She's not ready to ask for his hand yet, so she keeps her divorce a secret, a present to delight him another time.
I don't know where Curtis is, I swear.
Jerry says in a voice so shaky his teeth are chattering. Bullshit. She uncrosses her legs and leans her forearms on the table. You are close. I know that much. Don't forget I used to sleep with him.
That's none of my business.
Jerry averts his eyes, and Penelope smiles at that. She is sure he wants her too. But everything about him is repulsive, so no way in hell that will ever happen. You misunderstand me, she coos. I know where your old decrepit mother lives. I know where her carers live. I know the names and faces of your cousin's children. I only need to lift a finger, and they all will start accumulating misfortune one by one. So tell me where Curtis is, and I won't have to hurt your whole extended family. To her satisfaction, Jerry goes white and stops shaking for a moment.
Are you going to kill him?
His weak tone suits his weak personality. How someone like that is a successful lawyer is beyond Penelope. No, he has a task he needs to do for me first. A legal matter, Penelope says. Her words make Jerry's face relax. But if something happens to him, I can always count on you to settle any outstanding legal matters, right? She chuckles when his expression changes again. She enjoys playing with him like that. Power over people is intoxicating.
Maybe I can help now and you won't need him anymore?
He says this looking down at the table meekly, like a whining wet dog. It's a matter of principle, Penelope says. Then her patience runs out, and she stretches forward and grabs Jericho by his round, soft chin. Where is he? Why did he run?
You will kill him.
Tears well in his eyes. Penelope releases him because, with the moisture beading on his face and his pudgy chin in her hand, She feels like she's holding a jelly cake. It revolts her. "Alan!" she calls without breaking eye contact with Jerry Jericho. When her lover walks in, Jerry's eyes dart between them, and he relents, catching the shift of atmosphere.
I will tell you, but promise me you will leave us alone after. He didn't want to do any of this. He was just in love with you.
He is crying now, tears flowing freely on his marshmallow cheeks.
He loved you. How could you cut off his fingers?
Penelope waves off his words. He was being intolerable. His location and purpose now.
He was scared and hurt, so he took off with Yara.
Penelope's anger rises like a tidal wave, then reaches a boiling point and spills over like lava from a volcano. He what?
She promised him that she could get him protection, that's why. He doesn't mean to hurt you. He simply wants out. As do I. Please.
He will die a painful death for daring to interfere with my plans like that. Penelope reins in her anger like it's an expensive steed that will be unleashed again at a more important moment. Her voice becomes cold and distant. Stop crying. Tell me where he is, and I will spare you and your family. Save me some time looking, and I will save your lives.
He's at the docks.
Jerry mumbles, a rivulet of snot going from his nose to his mouth. I'm assuming he's there to meet Damien Grey?
Yes.
She shakes her head. Damien will never go there. He will think it's a trap.
He didn't call him directly, he called a woman.
Interesting. Who? Tanya? Kiara? That new one? Adrienne? Penelope feels a strange sense of dread. She's not ready for a full-on conflict with her soon-to-be ex-husband and his merry little gang. She doesn't like gang-on-gang violence. She much prefers things to be unraveled and cut off one by one, without much risk to her person. Damien would never go there alone, but he would follow someone else because of his misguided sense of loyalty.
I don't know. He didn't tell me.
Jerry says through sobs. Penelope shakes her head like a disappointed manager and turns to Alan. Get 10 people and send them to the docks. They should return with Curtis and Yara at least. And if there's anyone else, they should grab them too. Whatever they do, they shouldn't leave any bodies behind. Am I clear? Penelope is not ready for the police to be breathing down her neck either. Curtis Jericho's impulsiveness is throwing her carefully laid plans. It is annoying, but also inevitable. With her looks and charm, there are bound to be unhappy lovers. Jealousy can make a fool out of anyone. Alan nods.
Should I lead them, my queen?
What? No, you stay here. Can't risk you getting hurt. She flashes him a seductive smile. You and I have more things to explore.
Yes, my queen.
Oh, and send someone to deal with this one here. She points to Jerry Jericho with her thumb like he's a pile of garbage someone forgot to take out.
But you promised you won't hurt me.
Jerry cries. You've outlived your usefulness. Penelope looks at her nails. The nail polish on her right index finger is chipped. It ruins the perfection of her hands.
Wait, I can tell you something else.
Jerry slams his hands on the table, knocking his chair as he rises. Penelope blows Alan an air kiss and waves him off before turning to look back at Jerry. The overwhelming feeling of disgust returns. Okay, make it fast.
Do you remember the deed that Mateo Grey told you to pass on to a female recipient years ago? For a residential building?
Vaguely. I left it with Valerie to sort out.
Well, I saw it not long ago. The recipient brought it to me to authenticate. I don't believe Valerie did anything about it, and the deed must have found its owner after Lavender was raided by the police. It was never submitted into evidence, though.
Classic Valerie. Too lazy to do anything right. So who is this person?
She's called Sophie Taylor. She seems to have known Mateo back in the day. She's maybe a contractor, maybe someone's daughter, young. In any case, she's sniffing around him. She's even been to visit him at Menard.
She sounds like trouble. Penelope doesn't like other alpha females around on her turf. Turning Mateo against his son and convincing him to transfer the power of attorney to her is the feat of manipulation she is most proud of. It is the highlight of her journey to becoming the Jester Queen, and she is not going to let this Sophie Taylor stand in her way. Even if she is only after that one building, Penelope can't let her have it. Now this sounds like a nice, safe job for Alan. He stole Penelope's heart. How much more difficult would it be to snatch Sophie Taylor?
Chapter 25. The phone line crackles with noises from outside. There's breathing and small grunts, the sounds of rushing. Where are you, Tanya? Calm down and talk to me. I have to get her to tell me everything because the feeling she's about to do something very, very dangerous wraps around me like a python. With every second of silence, it constricts me, making it harder to breathe, impossible to think. Sophie moves to the driver's seat while I go out and take the passenger seat next to her, the phone painfully pressed to my ear.
I'm going to get Yera,
Tanya says. I hear steps, her own maybe, but also more. We don't know where she is yet, I say. I'm waiting for my father to get me in touch with his informer.
Fuck that,
Tanya says. My blood stills. Swearing like that is not her style. She's usually more subtle in her anger, but now that I haven't seen her for a bit, I wonder if I have missed her moment of snapping.
I respect you, Damien, but you're too slow.
Where are you? I repeat. Sophie drives off and nudges my knee with her hand. I look up at her.
Put her on speaker,
She whispers. Sophie is here. I press the button. She can hear you. Please don't be rash and tell me what is happening right now.
Great. Maybe you two can come along and help us save Yera. We're almost there.
Tanya's voice is breathless from walking and talking at once. The wind in her receiver makes her words sputter ominously.
You know where Yera is?
Sophie shouts over the sound of traffic.
Yes, she's at the docks with that scorned lawyer, Curtis.
I bite my lip. This sounds like a trap, Tanya. Who gave you this information?
I spoke to him directly. I also spoke to Yera, so I know he's not lying. Penelope has made an enemy of him, too.
Tanya's words come loud and fast. What if Penelope wants to get you? Are the girls with you? Who's we? I'm not convinced by her explanation, so the questions tumble out of my mouth. There's something that doesn't add up here.
Maybe, but it's been too long. Layla is dead. Who knows if Kiara is safe in witness protection? Yera needs to come home to us. Then we have to obliterate Penelope and her gang of fools.
Behind her, a woman whoops. I pinch the bridge of my nose. This is too impulsive. They're going to get hurt. A little voice in my head chirps that it's all my fault, that my inaction and inability to communicate with my father are the reasons why Tanya's out on a quest now. A quest that will probably get her kidnapped or worse. You will get hurt. Tanya, back down, I plead into the phone. But I know her mind's made up. I can't order her around like Matthias. She is a different kind of soldier and requires a different approach. I should have seen it coming. Women in captivity is her trigger. I should have predicted it when I saw how thin she is, how worried. And yet I kept thinking about myself, about Sophie, helping Matthias move house while Tanya was losing the battle against her anxiety. Rescuing a dog while a woman's life is in danger. Don't be stupid, boy. My father's words echo in my brain, unwelcome, unwanted, unhelpful. His endless jabs at me ring true at this moment. I will never be a leader like him. I can fake it all I want, but the best I can achieve is not good enough. I was so happy to wait for my father's call, imagining that he was in charge once again, that I lost the plot. I'm supposed to be the one making decisions, taking action, putting my life on the line to make the lives of my friends better. But no, I failed.
You can't convince me to back down,
Tanya shouts.
So stop trying and tell me if you're coming to help or not.
I'm coming, I say, my voice as small as how I feel. I gather a bit more courage. I'm coming, but wait for me. Don't go in alone.
I'm not alone,
Tanya says, dropping her voice to a whisper.
I've got Bev and Lizzie with me. And I've got a gun and a few knives.
Sophie and I look at each other. Her face mirrors mine. A gun is never good news. Does Tanya even know how to use it? Where did she get it from? But all that is unimportant right now.
Don't engage this guy until we arrive,
Sophie says.
We're going to get Yara. Just stay outside and be a lookout. Text me your location and we'll be there. We're already in the car.
Good.
Tanya says, the relief in her voice palpable.
We'll wait for as long as we can.
Before I can object, she hangs up. I swear under my breath, then run a hand through my hair, exasperated. You shouldn't come, I tell Sophie, but she gives me such a look that I shut up instantly. One hell of a leader I am, but self-pity will get me nowhere, so I do my best to gather my wits. We need to get a team together, and fast. Who can help us?
Matthias and Hannah?
Sophie says hesitantly.
Probably won't be much use in a shootout, though. Neither will I.
As I said.
Everyone has different skills, and head-on fighting is not one of mine.
She interjects.
This does not mean I'm not coming with. If nothing else, I will be your driver.
What if there isn't enough space? I rub my forehead.
Then we call Matthias.
Sophie's phone chimes and she throws it at me.
Set the navigation going.
I fumble with the apps. Matthias has just gotten a second to breathe without panicking. Let's not call him.
Fine. What about the police?
No, I say, though I draw out the vowel, unsure. I trust Carl, but what about Aisha? Will they be discreet enough not to spook whatever is happening around Tanya right now? I'm back to being indecisive.
Yeah, we don't know if it's a trap. I guess we can't risk Yara's life like that. Penelope might be there too.
Sophie muses, but I disagree. This is all very strange. It's not her style, so it's either genuine or a trap conceived by the new guy, who I hope is on our side and will somehow tilt the scales in our favor.
In any case, we need to go. Do you have any weapons on you?
I shake my head. None. I remember the bladed monstrosity in Matthias's box and regret not taking it.
So how about this for a plan? We swing by Lavender, you get changed, and we grab what useful stuff we can find. Then we dash to the docks and we pray we won't catch the red traffic wave.
We stop at a red light while Sophie says this, and I realize it's rush hour. People are going home from work or going out to town. As we near the central spot where Lavender is, I dread the drive to the docks. There are too many lights and too little time. In a sudden bout of clarity, I take out my phone and call Luna.
Luan speaking.
I need Diana. Can you let her take over? I hope my voice conveys the urgency of the request.
Why?
I roll my eyes. Of course it had to be Kurt Luan who picked up. I need someone to ensure that Sophie and I drive through green lights all the way to the docks.
Brief me,
he says. I do it because I'm grasping at straws. When he's finally all caught up with Tanya's predicament, he speaks again.
Send me the location and await our call. If I can't get Diana, Tsuki might be able to help.
Thanks, I say, though his response introduces even more worry into my brain. The next 15 minutes pass in a blur. I feel like the Flash when we sneak back into Lavender and run around, ticking off the tasks Sophie had set. When we're back in the car, I'm as always in all black, my brass knuckles reassuringly heavy in the pockets of my coat, a knife in each of my combat boots, and a couple of Matthias's tranquilizer syringes in my sweatpants. I don't have a gun because I don't do guns, and the fact that Tanya has one terrifies me. It only takes one well-placed move for it to be taken away and used against her. I'm biting my lips when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I pick up, and Sophie passes a green light.
Diana here. Follow my instructions and I will get you to the docks in record time.
A sigh of relief escapes me. As we navigate through Chicago's busy traffic with the efficiency of a Swiss watch, the nerves in my guts create a tight knot, then another one on top, and another one. My father had working relationships with all the other local gangs, but with him in prison and me silent for 6 years, I doubt there's anyone I can call upon. Except maybe one person. I interrupt Diana's navigation to ask her a question. Do you think the Arcana is still on our side? She stops for a moment.
As far as I know, we haven't offended them. That isn't to say that your wife hasn't done so in your name. Take a sharp left.
The car turns abruptly, making my stomach lurch forward. With so many unknowns, I can't expose myself and mine to other gangs. But there is one person from the Arcana who knows everything that happened in Lavender in intimate detail. Can you find Ben, our previous barman? If you can contact him and say Tanya's in danger, he might come to her aid.
Barman Ben?
Sophie says. We whiz through a string of green lights. Our destination is near, so I have no time to explain. Diana's response is fast.
I can do my best. How can he help? As far as I know, he's not special in any way. Take the next right turn and it's all forward from there.
Roger,
Sophie says, and I use the distraction not to answer either question. Employing Ben was the condition I agreed to when the Arcana supported me in building Lavender and operating next to my father. After Ben disappeared, the night Sophie brought down Lavender, I assumed he'd gone back to his previous employer.
I'm looking for him now, but his name doesn't return anything,
Diana says. I realize the secret will hinder us more than help me remain in good standing with the Arcana, so it's time to drop a truth bomb. Try looking for the Tower of the Arcana instead, I say. Sophie glances my way, but I gesture at the road and she turns back. I don't know how much she knows about Chicago's underworld, but if she sticks by my side, her initiation will be fast and thorough.
No way.
Diana's voice drowns in the clatter of keys.
Ben is the tower? How did I not know?
Their own hackers did a good job, I suppose. Then my attention shifts to the docks, which now spread before us. We need to go. Do what you can. When we're outside in the darkness, the images of Layla's dead body appear in my mind like an unwelcome teaser of what I might see next. I hope Yera is in a better state, and I pray to gods I don't believe in that Tanya has listened to me. The quietness around us tells me that either the action hasn't begun, or worse, it has ended.
What was that Arcana talk?
Sophie whispers. Old allies, no time to get into it.
I won't forget,
She says.
Is that Tanya?
She points to a dark corner between two short buildings. A couple of women appear to be huddling there, Bev and Lizzie. When we get close, Bev comes forward. I recognize the faint outlines of her features, but I don't remember the other girl, Lizzie. Could she be new, or am I losing my mind?
Tanya is inside,
Bev whispers. Fuck. Where? She points to a small side door on one of the buildings. Lizzie pops a bubblegum bubble, and I'm appalled at how at ease they both seem. Is she alone? I ask, but their faces betray it's a rhetorical question.
We are looking out. There's one guy with her and Yera.
Is Yera alive?
Sophie asks.
Yes, though she's been in a better state.
I look at the sky, a starless deep gray mass, and search for confidence I don't have. Do you remember Ben, our barman? I look back at them. I'm still hopeful Luna will be able to pull off a small miracle between themselves.
Of course, but he disappeared the night we were ushered out of Lavender. Tanya has been trying to reach him for ages. His phone is disconnected.
Bev replies. Yes, if you see him, make sure you let him in. They nod. I notice the glint of a knife in each of their shivering right hands, but I don't feel reassured. I need to end this before anyone gets hurt. Sophie and I go to the door. She creaks it open bit by bit with learned precision. We stand sideways, pressed to the wall, to make sure if there is someone on the other side ready to attack, we are ready for them too. But the door swings open, and instead of the sounds of attack, we hear crying.
Please don't kill me. You have to protect me. You don't understand what kind of a monster she's become.
I dare a glance in, and when I see Tanya has the upper hand, I walk in confidently, my fingers slipping into the brass knuckles, just in case. There are two people in a big, empty warehouse. I don't see Yera. A young man with curly hair is kneeling in front of Tanya. Her outstretched hand is holding a gun pointed at him. Her face is screwed up in hatred while the look on his tear-streaked features is one of fear and pain. His hands are bandaged haphazardly, each one missing a ring finger. He turns his eyes to me. Then his whole body collapses into a frantic crawl. When he reaches me, he grabs my feet and looks up, his expression the very meaning of helplessness.
You,
he croaks between sobs.
You can protect me. I will tell you everything. Please, please, just don't let her boyfriend get to me.
The news of my arrival finally breaks through Tanya's curtain of anger. and she acknowledges me with a nod as she retrains the gun on the man's head. "Don't point that in my direction," I snap. She lowers it, then runs to a dark corner. I notice a heap of blankets there. "Yera?" My loud voice echoes in the empty space, over the man's cries.
She's going to be fine,
Tanya shouts back. I relax because this doesn't seem like a trap. Yet it smells of desperation and poor planning, so I can only assume Penelope and her goons are on their way. We must grab Yera and leave, but one question remains unanswered. What do we do with the slobbering mess at my feet? Chapter 26. I shake the crying man off my leg. He continues sobbing in a ball on the floor, so I gesture to Sophie to come closer. She's been hanging at the door, unsure whether to be in or out. When she gets a good look at him, she gasps.
"You're from the lawyer's office,"
she exclaims.
"You!"
The recognition in his voice is like an accusation, and his face changes.
"You are connected to all this?"
I'm not sure what is happening in front of me, but I'll ask later. I stride toward Tanya and the heap of blankets where Yera is supposed to be.
"Phone Matthias,"
Tanya says.
"Yera passed out again."
I don't wait to be told twice. Matthias's break is unfortunately over. While I wait for the line to connect, I peek over Tanya's shoulder. I remember Yera as a dark-skinned, dark-haired woman with many curves. Inside the bundle of fabric, there is someone completely different. The woman is thin, her face sunken in like she's been wasting away for months, not the couple of weeks she's been missing. Her luscious black locks are gone. Her scalp shows through patches of unevenly buzzed short hair. One of her ears is bandaged. That's the damage I can see around her face. Everything else is wrapped up, and I'm afraid it will be more of the same, or worse. By the time Matthias answers, I have formulated a plan of action in my head. As I look at what my indecisiveness has cost Yera, I put a stop to it and vow to be quick and efficient in all my next steps. Second-guessing myself doesn't do anyone any good. "We've found Yera," I say. "Get in your car without alerting Hannah and the kids and drive to Lavender. Sophie will be there."
What? How?
No time for questions, I will explain later.
On my way.
After I put the phone down, I see Tanya is staring at me, her eyes betraying disapproval. I can't have her be like this anymore. Rash, resolute, commandeering. As much as I respect her, she works under my command. She is part of my triumvirate, and even if my 6 years in captivity have taken away most of my power and self-confidence, I still have a sliver of it. I still know what comes next and what we should do to avoid harm. "Don't argue with me," I say, my voice firm. She presses her lips into a thin line, and her eyes narrow. She stays silent. That guy doesn't seem discreet. Penelope will be coming after him, and she will be looking for Yera. She will be angry, and she will be extremely vicious because of it. I need you to get in line and follow my orders so we can all make it out of here safely. Can you do that? Her eyes slide down, something like guilt passing across her face. She nods. A heart-to-heart with her is coming right after we get out of this. I fall to one knee and scoop up the blanket bundle with Yera in it. She is light as a feather, and I hate the fact that she has deteriorated so much. And if she still doesn't know about the death of her twin, that news will probably destroy what's left of her. I go to Sophie and the man, who are engaged in some heated discussion that stops the moment we are within earshot. "We're going to the car," I say as I pass her on the way out.
"We're not all going to fit."
She follows me, Tanya and the man trailing behind her. "I know. This is why you will take all the women and drive back to Lavender. Call up Luna, and they'll make sure you get there fast. Matthias will be waiting for you inside to examine Yera." She nods and unlocks the car, waving at the girls still hiding in the shadows outside. They do a small run, as if sneaking, and join us. Tanya is quiet too. I'm both surprised and relieved that I get no backtalk from anyone. I celebrate too early, because Curtis the lawyer grabs my shoulder as I start to load Yera on the back seat.
"What about me? You can't leave me here. They will kill me."
I roll my eyes but try not to make any jerky movements. "Tanya," I call. The weight on my shoulder lifts off immediately, and I know she has caught my meaning. When Yera is tucked and strapped in neatly, I tell Lizzie to sit with her and make sure nothing is amiss during the ride. With the blankets and Yera's state, there is no space for a third person at the back. Otherwise, I would have sent Tanya with them too. Bev sits in the passenger seat, a look of either boredom or defeat on her face. I give Sophie a quick hug.
I'll come back for you,
she whispers. We'll take the subway. I don't want to linger around here, and we have no other cars. Taking a taxi is too conspicuous.
Are you crazy? The jesters will catch up with us in no time.
The man's voice grates on my nerves, but before I can retort, Tanya has taken out the gun again and is pointing it at him with an angry expression.
Shut the f*** up,
she says through gritted teeth. I wince. That's the second time she's sworn today. I don't like her with a gun, but the safety is on, so I'm not too worried. I hope the guy doesn't notice. Tanya has done a good job of keeping him in check so far. Sophie climbs in the driver's seat and slams the door. I gesture for her to hurry, but she rolls down the window.
Message me or call Matthias or Luna or anyone if there's any trouble, and I will come get you both. Don't be heroes. Don't get hurt.
There is a part of me that wants to deny that we would ever need that, but the truth of our situation is different. I can use the help, and I find a surprising, comforting feeling inside me from knowing that I'm looked after. I will. For once, the words come easy. She drives off, and Tanya, Curtis, and I are left in the silent darkness of the docks.
She said, both of you.
Curtis says.
You are going to leave me here?
For the things you've done, you deserve to be left here for Penelope to find, I say, absent-mindedly. There is something moving in the shadows, and I don't like it. Let's go.
My only crime is falling in love with her.
He continues whining.
I don't want to take the subway.
Tanya prods him with the gun, and he flinches. We're finally on the move.
If you love her so much, I don't see why we can't leave you,
Tanya snarls. We're too loud, too noticeable. And that movement no longer looks like a haze on the horizon. It is a mass advancing toward us. The air carries a quiet but threatening hum. Shut up, I whisper. Their words taper off, replaced with the distinct sound of shoes on concrete. Many shoes.
She found us,
Curtis cries and catches his head with his two bloody hands.
We're dead.
Sophie the Brigand Wraith. The Lavender Lounge is almost as lively as it was when the tea room was open. Yera is lying on one couch, unconscious. Matthias is taking her pulse, his face strained with stress and doctor's concentration. Tanya's backup, the two women who I don't know, are sitting at a table, whispering furiously between themselves, clutching each other's hands like they're in the sky free-falling. My heart doesn't only beat, it leaps forward and backward like a frightened bird in a tiny cage. I'm holding my forehead in my palm, unsure what to do next. Damien hasn't called for help, and Matthias hasn't requested any assistance, so I stand near the bar and look at the aftermath of Penelope's power trip. Yera looks like a prison camp survivor. Despite the fact that it is my first time seeing Yera, I know that captivity has left its painful, probably permanent mark on her. Matthias peels the blankets off her one by one, revealing a thin body covered in dirt and countless cuts and bruises. It's like she's been running in a forest, I mumble to myself. Matthias hears it.
There are no forests nearby. No, this is neglect and abuse.
His voice holds cold accusation. Well, this is now a conversation. I search for words to reply, but my phone rings before they come. I turn away to pick up the call. Hello? It's a number I don't recognize. A pleasant female voice describes the specifics of the call in a flat tone. My heart falters. It's Mateo Grey. There's no one else it could be.
Press 1 to accept the call.
The line goes quiet. Yes. Connect me.
And press 1 to accept the call.
I start feeling stupid. Too excited, I didn't pay attention the first time. I press the button.
Brigand Child.
The rugged voice on the other end of the line is laced with tiredness. But it is undoubtedly him.
I've heard from your friend in the Jesters.
About time. I press my lips together as soon as I say this. I mean to be respectful, but the criticism of his laid-back attitude slips from my mouth, propelled by the adrenaline of seeing the state of Yera and the young lawyer.
I'll let that comment slide, but I don't appreciate your tone. I tried to get in touch with my son. He didn't pick up. Anyway, our guy wants out as soon as possible.
My heart lurches forward. Is Tony in danger because of us? Do we need to save him too? With Yera's return, Penelope has no hostages left to dangle in front of Damien. But what about my friend? He went in to collect information, to seduce Penelope. But what if something went wrong? Mateo keeps talking. I barely register his words.
Anyway, he says Penelope is making huge steps in a club similar to my son's fall from grace. A venue or something. You need to take it away from her.
My chest rises and falls with the rhythm of my indignant breaths. My recent desire to merge with the Brigand Wraith, to be one with the entity of my sketchy past, now feels like a naive fantasy. In this line of work, people are constantly in danger, always getting hurt. People that I like and value. Right now, I can't slide into the Brigand Wraith mindset. Tony's reappearance and his potential distress has thrown me off balance, and everything that Mateo says goes into one ear and out the other.
Hello? Wraith?
Mateo's voice is like a TV switched on for background noise.
Girl?
He shouts the last word. Yes, the Moon Garden, I say absent-mindedly.
Are you going to do anything about it?
The question is so loaded with annoyance that my attention snaps back to the conversation. Tony's influence in my life has always been like that. All-consuming, mesmerizing, angering to the point of love. I know the place, and I tried speaking to the management team, but they don't seem to have any sway over decisions at the moment. The new owner is some lawyer, so they can't win an argument, I say.
Then you need more power, and my daughter-in-law needs to have some taken away from her.
Mateo's voice has now leveled in intensity.
I thought long and hard about it, and I don't trust my son with the remainder of my assets, or with the use of my name. In many ways, it's more valuable than what little I own. I don't trust his choice in partners either, no offense, but look at what mess my family is in. I do trust your chief, however, and he says you're dependable and true to your morals. I can only hope those align with mine.
Are you giving me my building? I'm careful with my words.
Yes, the building is now legally yours. So is the right to buy, sell, and manage property in my name. The agreement between me and Penelope is now void, so find a lawyer fast and make sure you get access to anything still under my name. And if there isn't anything left, well, not much use to cry about it at this point.
If we catch her, it all goes to Thomas, doesn't it? With his legal guardian to manage until he is an adult?
I'm not sure. If she goes to prison, she can give power of attorney to anyone, so don't catch her.
Mateo's words give me a glimpse into his true nature. He might appear to be a forlorn grandfather, abused by the schemes of his daughter-in-law, but he is still a notorious crime lord who has scruples only as far as they serve his own view of the world. He wants us to kill Penelope and make sure the assets stay in the family. We don't do stuff like that, I reply, but my tone wavers. Damien and Thomas won't approve.
You don't have to ask them.
My competency lies elsewhere, as I already said. I don't know why I have to defend my wish not to be a murderer. When the time comes, how will it feel to have to make this decision? My eyes slide to the floor. It shouldn't be my decision.
In any case, act fast. We don't want Penelope to catch a whiff of the fact that she's not allowed to use my name anymore.
Did Tony tell you where the Jester's main hideout is? I ask.
Yes.
He dictates an address, and after I get it down, he hangs up. It would be insane to raid a property full of gangbangers. But knowledge is power, and Tony might need a helping hand on his way out of there. The Brigand Wraith sprawls her fingers in my mind. A plan forms, the connections between seemingly unconnected things stretching like tendrils to each other, becoming one coherent idea that may just hit Penelope hard enough to unbalance her. It's time for the Brigand Wraith to enter the game properly. It's time for me to make my mark on Chicago's underworld map. If Tony Maionetto is here, That means the brigand chief is still looking out for me. My phone vibrates once in my hand. Expecting something from Hannah or Melanie, my eyes widen when I read the short message from Tanya. Sod. What does sod mean? I start typing back, then think better of it. Why isn't Damien calling? Then my brain twigs the mistype. SOS. I grab my coat and keys and dash out of Lavender. A cold wind whips at my hair as I get back in the car and dial Luna. A rough female voice replies, "But the brigand wraith, I don't have time for Luna's endless antics." "They're in trouble, aren't they? Get me to the docks fast," I bark into the phone.
"After the next light, take a right,"
the voice says without objection. The conversation with Mateo Grey fades to the background of my mind. Thoughts of Tony and the chief dissipate as Tanya's and Damien's faces float to the forefront, consuming my attention. Before the brigand wraith can reconnect with old friends, I need to ensure my new ones are alive and well.
Chapter 27. In the semi-darkness, things glint dangerously as 2, 5, 10 people come out of the shadows of the docks and into the muted light of the closest street lamp. I look around the perimeter. Where to run? The warehouse Curtis chose is surrounded by other buildings, but none of them provide a good escape route. Going back is not an option either. "We need to fight," I whisper.
"I can't fight,"
Curtis whimpers.
"I can."
Tanya pulls out her gun. "Put that away." I push her hands down before she has a chance to aim it.
"You take it then."
She pushes it to me. "How many bullets are inside?"
"I don't know."
Tanya's face looks like I've asked her to explain astrophysics to me. Where did she get the damned gun? "Keep it." I have my fists. I urge them behind me because the small mob is now within talking range. Tanya and Curtis shuffle behind my back. Fear swirls in the air around me. But for some reason my own fear is far away, buried somewhere with the shame of my indecisiveness. I can fight. If nothing else, that's the one thing that I know how to do for certain. "How about you let us pass?" I shout, as I make eye contact with our enemies. We didn't get a chance to slip unnoticed, even if we wanted to. Most of them have shaved heads and are dressed in oversized jeans low on their hips. How are they going to fight dressed like bums? Some of them have bats, some have sticks. There are no guns aimed at my face, which makes me feel a bit better. Penelope has only had my father to learn from, and he always thought guns are too obvious, too loud, too easily traceable, overall too conspicuous. A gun murder is difficult to disguise as something else. Whack someone on the head and throw them in the sea with a weight. That was more my father's style.
"You can pass,"
one of the meatheads yells back.
"To the other world."
His friends laugh. So that's the leader. I will take him down first. Maybe the others will rethink fighting me if their general of jokes falls. "Text for help," I whisper to Tanya.
"Who? You're the best fighter we have."
She pulls out her phone anyway. "Sophie, Luna, Matthias. Anyone and everyone. You're good at making decisions. Make one now. I'll fight for time." As I say this, the mob encloses us in a half circle. Our backs are to a shipping container. We've been retreating without realizing. But now there's no more space left, so we have to fight our way out. We have to get to the other side of them and run toward the city. I keep thinking we, but when I glance back, I see Curtis cowering and Tanya scrolling through her contacts. It's not we. It's I. I have to fight our way out. My fingers curl around the brass knuckles in my pockets. When I take them out, Curtis gasps.
"You can't be serious. There's too many of them."
"Keep a lookout for knives then. Help me out," I tell him. Giving him something to do will lessen the chance of him running away and getting himself killed.
I will. Knives,"
he chants, his voice wavering at every syllable. The joke general points at us, and they go. Adrenaline floods my body, embracing my muscles with its familiar armor. I duck below the first bat that comes swinging at me. I grab the sweatshirt sleeve of the man who wields it and pull. Unbalanced, he stumbles forward. My right knuckles hit the side of his head. He collapses in a heap, holding his bleeding ear. I pivot and smash one of the other guys in the face, breaking his nose. The only way I can defeat 10 guys is if I make every blow count. Each and every one has to incapacitate. So I aim for their faces and throats. 2 bats swing at me at once, and I manage to avoid one. The other lands square on my back, and I jolt, the pain blooming like a heat pad between my shoulder blades. I hit the unsuccessful guy in the armpit, immobilizing his arm. My mind stills in calm coldness. Duck, hit, swivel. Inhale, exhale, pull, elbow, push forward. I dance around them, a bat or a stick occasionally making contact with my body. As soon as I register the pain, it dissipates and I'm moving and hitting once more.
Knife, knife!
Curtis shouts behind me. The distraction is enough for someone's fist to connect with my jaw. I taste blood as my head snaps back. I twirl like a dancer and catch the arm of the knife attacker a second before he sinks his blade into my side. I pull his arm down with both my hands and knee his elbow. His arm snaps like a stick. His scream is blood-curdling, but I can't afford to stop. Before I can get my hands back into position, I take another hit across the back with a stick. I grunt, the attacker this time way more forceful than before. Although 5 guys are writhing on the ground, there's 5 more. I lift my hands in front of my chest, prime battle position assumed, when my sight blurs. It takes a second for my brain to register that I've been hit on the head. I hear the metal clank of it with a delay that makes worry leak into my gut. The view over Chicago Pier spins in front of my eyes, then dips sideways.
Run.
I hear from somewhere in a voice that I recognize.
Get up, Damien. Run.
When I hear a gunshot, I know that it's Tanya taking charge again. A murmur of disapproval rises around me. They are going to get to her. I turn my head to where she stands, the movement sending a pain through the back of my head like a long needle has passed through. She's holding the gun with 2 hands above her head. She must have shot it in the sky. A warning shot for people who don't need to be warned, but at least she didn't shoot in my direction.
Run!
She cries. The lawyer man behind her is already in a high lunge, ready to dash. But there's nowhere to run. The circle of Jester's muscle remains unbroken, despite now being sparse. I have to finish the fight. Trying to get up takes a lot of effort, and just as I straighten, I take another hit on my back. It brings me to my knees again. This. I throw my knuckle dusters to the ground and reach into my boot for my hidden knives. With all the speed I can muster, I take them out and slash in big, brave arches, aiming for any heel and ankle I can see. A couple of them are wearing thick, wide jeans, so I only unbalance them, causing no real damage. But one of them has skinny pants and sneakers, and the blade slides through his skin like through butter.
Now!
Tanya shouts, her voice rising above the screams of the man holding his leg in agony.
Run! Run! Run!
She is suddenly next to me, using my knife distraction to break through the couple of jesters remaining. She is pulling Curtis by the wrist behind her. As she passes me, she turns around, her face surprised that I'm still bolted in place.
Move! They're gonna be cooked meat soon!
She breaks her grip on the lawyer man and runs back to me, evading a bat swing. She grabs my shoulder, and I finally understand that she knows something I don't. Her urge to run is not only because of the jesters. Cooked meat, not dead meat. I palm my knuckle dusters and shoot up, making the world swirl again, but catching the chin of one of 2 remaining men with my head. Somewhere far away, there's pain. Lots of it. But the adrenaline keeps my perception of it hazy, so I push forward, pulling Tanya with me and propelling the lawyer man forward with a shove. We're running. Toward the city, toward Lavender, I guess, but also toward cameras and people and police. Then I look back to see if the jesters are following us. There they are, like a mob of zombies. Most of them limping, grunting, but 4 are running properly, gaining on us fast. Shit. What do we do? I consider turning around and finishing the fight despite Tanya's frantic run when the night turns to day and the group of pursuers explodes. Chapter 28. My ears are ringing. White, blinding dots dance in front of my eyes, but I am still standing. I search for Tanya and find her shocked but unharmed. She has fallen to her ass and is now scrambling back to her feet. Good. Curtis the lawyer is lying on the ground, unmoving. Is he dead? I shout, but I don't hear my voice. The sirens in my ears are too loud. Tanya shakes her head and points to her own ears. With considerable effort, I kneel next to him and check his pulse. It's there, strong, unwavering. He must have passed out from the shock. I pick up one arm, dragging him half to his feet when a small orange Honda swerves into my field of vision. I look at Tanya, who's waving. My friends might be few, but they're reliable. I start pulling off Curtis's clothes, ripping them away from his body. I have no idea what the two women think about that, but I don't have the voice to explain. When Tanya brings a blanket from the car to wrap him, I know she's understood. We can't bring another listening or tracking device into Lavender. Luna has enough on her plate with Kiara's one. My muscles scream in agony with every strain. We wrap Curtis in the blanket and drag him to the Honda, sweat and ashes plastered on our faces. As we all jostle ourselves into the car, I glance at the steaming docks, little fires still clinging to pieces of garbage on the ground. The jesters, those who were still alive, look even more like zombies now. Burned, disoriented, crawling slowly to perceived safety. At the top of one of the shipping containers, something moves. A person? Or did I imagine it? Through hazy thoughts and lots of pain, I remember why Ben, Arcana's tower, was forced to be a bartender in another gang's club. They could have sent anyone. But they sent him because they wanted to punish him. For being too impulsive, too destructive. And how could one punish Chicago's most notorious arsonist? Make him wash glasses all day. Force him to work with liquids. Blowing up a handful of people does sound like him. So I got into the car without saying anything. We drive away, and as the lights of night Chicago whiz past me, I close my eyes and listen to my tinnitus. It fades a little, allowing other sounds to pass through to my brain. With that, a whole-body pain makes an entrance. I wince when Sophie drives over a speed bump. "What was that explosion?" she mouths. Maybe she says it out loud, but I'm still half deaf. "Someone saved us," I say. From the way she flinches and covers her ear, I realize I must have shouted. After that, we all opt for silence. The ride, compared to the frantic rush on the way to the docks, seems to be introspective for us all. Each of us is alone with our thoughts, alone in our heads because of the explosion-induced quietness. I turn around to check on Tanya and Curtis, the lawyer. Tanya gives me a tentative smile, and the man clutches his blanket with an accusing expression. At least he's awake and responsive. Without Luna's instructions, we drive for longer this time, stopping at red lights and for people to jaywalk. This gives me more time to contemplate the weird situation we're in. For once, it's not all bad. There are no hostages left with Penelope and her gang. We even have one of hers. I play with the idea that he might be a spy, but the condition of his hands and his mental state make me believe he's more of a whistleblower. If he's on our side, it means we can have control over the Moon Garden. He legally owns it after all. The hum of the streets returns around me, and I'm happy I listened to Tanya's call to run before the explosion. It was far enough from us not to cause any permanent damage. But how did she know to flee? In hindsight, the knowledge of what's going to happen was written all over her face. Did she see the figure on the shipping container?
Can you hear me now?
Sophie's words are no longer muffled. It's nice to hear the melodic timbre of her voice, even if it's still laced with worry. "Yes," I say.
Me too.
Tanya chimes from the back. Curtis next to her is silent. I turn to see if he's passed out again, when Tanya jabs a long-nailed finger in his ribs.
"Ow, I can hear you, and I'm awake. But why am I naked? Are you perverts? Penelope is a pervert too."
Penelope is a sadist, I say. And yeah, sure, we're perverts. Sophie chuckles at that. It enables me to continue.
But it's not why you're naked. When the explosion happened, it melted all your clothes, don't you remember?
His mouth forms a surprised "oh."
"I passed out,"
he says, then narrows his eyes.
"Wait a minute. You both still have your clothes."
I can see how you earned your law degree,
Tanya says.
Penelope has a penchant for bugs, so we had to make sure you were free of any.
"You checked me for bugs? Even inside?"
His face is so horrified that Tanya bursts out laughing. He doesn't know her, so it probably sounds like an evil laugh. I take the joke further. Of course. It was good the explosion stopped our pursuers, so we could thoroughly check every crevice of your body while you were unconscious. I wink. The action pulls some small muscle in my neck, which twinges with pain. I turn back around, aware of 1,000 different pains. Tanya is still cackling. Sophie laughs too.
Oh, you're joking.
Curtis sighs, his relief evident.
I like your confidence, though,
Tanya says after she catches her breath.
You think we are burning with desire to rummage in your hairy ass, huh?
It was a fair assumption, and your words are not very nice,
he mumbles. Tanya huffs a last laugh, then the car descends into silence once again. The streets are now familiar. I know she's going back into her mind, probably going through all that has happened tonight. I bet she wants to avoid facing me. I don't blame her, but prepare my set of questions for her all the same. When we get to Lavender's back entrance, Tanya is out of the car before I can stop her, but I can't let her evade this conversation. Wait. She stops in place like a kid who's been caught with their hand in the cookie jar. The lawyer man struggles to open the door with his injured hands. I touch Sophie's arm before she goes out. Can you get him to Matthias? I whisper, making sure the man can't hear anything. I don't want to make him privy to any information that might somehow aid Penelope's cause. To get checked out, nothing more. Take him to a corner of the lounge and keep him there.
And you?
She asks. I'm going to have an overdue chat with Tanya.
Good luck.
Sophie plants a quick kiss on my lips and goes out to help Curtis Jericho get out of the car. I slam the door behind me and wait for them to go inside Lavender, before gesturing for Tanya to come back. She's leaning on a wall. I watch her peel herself off and walk toward me with obvious reluctance.
Before you say anything, I'm sorry.
She props herself next to me on the side of Sophie's orange Honda. I want to have this conversation somewhere else, over a drink maybe, but it might get heated within seconds. It might touch on topics too sensitive for a public place. So here's the best I can do. Can I give you a hug first? I don't know where to start, but I know I'm sorry too. Tanya opens her arms without saying anything. She's not a huggy person, so I embrace her briefly, then release her before any awkwardness can settle in. She is stiff in my arms, then her shoulders slump down and she looks tired and defeated. I don't like that you acted behind my back, I start.
You weren't doing anything,
she says in a small, whiny voice. I raise my open palm in front of her. Let me finish. I hate the fact that you felt that you had to act alone. But I've had some time to consider things, and I admit I was wrong. I was indecisive, and I didn't appreciate what the abductions were doing to you, how worried you were. I'm sorry for missing it all.
You had enough on your plate,
she says. In her averted eyes and her arms crossed in front of her chest, I can see she doesn't really mean it. I've offended her. I was wrong, I repeat, because it's not something that comes to me easily. I like being right, like anyone. But there is dignity in admitting my wrongs.
I didn't know how to reach out properly,
Tanya says after a short silence.
You have Sophie. Matthias has Hannah. I felt alone. I had the girls to protect, and I was doing a horrible job at it. So this whole thing is not entirely on you. We should be content with the happy ending we got.
I sigh, looking for my next words. I don't believe we're at the end just yet. Penelope won't let this slide, but I don't mention it. Better to let Tanya be positive about our situation for as long as she can. Life will knock us down again. Where did you get the gun? It has been bugging me ever since she mentioned it on the phone. The look of it was familiar, but I couldn't figure out from where.
Do you remember your promise to always look after me, no matter what?
She uncrosses her arms to put her palms to her face. She stands like that for a bit, covering her eyes. Yes. Why? Did you do something? I take her wrists and gently peel her hands from her face. I think she might be crying, but her expression is one of guilt.
Are you sure? You promised me because the bishop was after me and we needed to hide then. But now he is gone. The cult is no more. Do you have any reason to protect me?
Her words hurt because her double-checking something that I've never doubted in my mind means I've lost part of her trust. My protection is unconditional, no matter what you do, no matter what is done to you. You know that. She shakes her head. Her wrists are still in my hands, bony and thin,
It's Valerie's gun.
Blurry memories start to take shape. Thomas, a gun trained on his temple. Valerie and Brad switching places to threaten my son and ensure my compliance in Penelope's twisted party game. My next question sounds stupid in my head, but I ask it anyway. How do you have her gun?
You won't abandon me no matter what. You won't give me up to the police?
She asks for a third time. Of course not. Where is Valerie? I let go of Tanya's wrists and put my palms on her shoulders. She slouches farther. You can tell me. I won't do anything that will endanger you. I promise. I won't let anyone take you from me, be it Penelope or the police.
I killed her.
The words slip from her mouth so softly I have to lean in. But the whisper's meaning is loud enough. Where's the body? I switched to the Damien from long ago, the one that cleaned up after my father's crimes and made sure the deck ran smoothly.
In the junkyard near the airport. She's in the trunk of her car. She's probably squished into nothing by now.
It happened on the day Lavender fell? I ask.
Yes, I followed her. She never got to that tutor group. She never checked out what had happened to Thomas.
You did this for Thomas? I pull her toward me in a hug that is nothing like the stiff one I gave her before. It's meant to be grounding, reassuring, thankful. She doesn't fight me but doesn't hug me back either.
Yes.
She mumbles.
No, well, partly. I hated her. Everything she did. I want to say that I got angry, but I didn't. I planned it. The moment Sophie told me about her plan, I made one myself.
I'm so sorry, this is on me too. Her hair smells like smoke. It reminds me of us running and the explosion. I shelve the Valerie discussion for another time. Why did you make us run away? Did you know something I didn't? She pushes me away gently, like she's had enough and now wants her space.
I'm not sure. You weren't looking at your phone. Look at it. I want to check something.
I pull it out and see the screen is blinking with a new message. I found the tower, but I don't know if he will help. Just in case, watch out for fires. Yeah, I definitely didn't see this on time. I sigh. Tanya peeks at the message, then raises an eyebrow.
Well, I received this.
She shows me her phone. In 5, run and duck, Firebird, boom. It was sent from a hidden number, but I have an idea about who it is.
It's Ben, isn't it?
Tanya asks, still staring at the succinct call for action on her screen.
He was never one of ours.
You knew? I'm surprised because I thought I had kept the secret well.
I didn't know he was from Arcana, but I could feel he wasn't with us, nor was he against us. Just there, you know.
Her words carry an air of sadness. I remember how upset she was after Lavender's raid that he had disappeared. You liked him? I ask.
I suppose I still do. Now him taking his leave after the police came that night makes a lot more sense. He simply went back to his own people.
She sighs. But he came to save you.
Maybe he came for you, not me.
She counters. I doubt that. Maybe we will see him again and ask. I lean on Sophie's car and stare into the sky. The stars are no longer visible, covered by clouds or light pollution. For now, we're in a good place. Your leap of faith paid off. I can finally take a breath without my chest feeling like it's between 2 slabs of rock.
Yeah, it's a good night. Let's go inside and check on Yera and the others. What do you plan to do with Penelope's ex-lover?
I chuckle. I don't know. We should form a club or something. Chapter 29. After we've all been inside long enough to sort out what's most urgent, Matthias comes up to me, looking tired as always.
Hey,
he says. The spark from the morning is gone from his eyes.
Tanya and I have devised a plan of action. You want to come okay it?
I nod and head for an empty table, concealed by the darkness of a busted spotlight bulb. Matthias joins me. Tanya and Sophie walk toward us, leaving Curtis and Bev and Lizzie in opposite corners of the lounge. Yera is nowhere to be seen. You've put Yera upstairs to rest? I ask Matthias.
Yes. Bev and Lizzie helped me undress her and make sure she wasn't being tracked.
Good. How is she?
Similar to Kiara. She hasn't been cut up, but I'm afraid that she won't be the same when she wakes up. She looks like she's been running for miles and clawing her way out of somewhere. We need to question that guy about where she was kept and what was done to her.
He points to Curtis, who is moving his legs up and down. He's either really cold or freaking out. His scrawny body wrapped in the blanket, his curly hair messy and matted. He looks like a victim too. We have lots to ask him, I say. I wonder how much he knows and how much he has seen. I wonder what he feels about Penelope. Does he still have feelings for her? Misplaced love can be tricky to get rid of. Tanya and Sophie join us at the table, and I pull out my phone. I dial Luna. Here we all are, my triumvirate, and Sophie, the newest member of this venture, which is not really a gang. Not anything that can be easily described.
Diana here.
The voice from the receiver sounds tired. I put her on speaker and press the button on the side to make her loud enough for us to hear, but not for anyone else in the lounge. Thanks for navigating us all around Chicago today, I say. And thank you for contacting Ben. Matthias raises a brow at that, but I put my palm up to stop him asking anything. All in good time.
No problem,
Diana responds.
Is everyone there?
I tell her who's present, and for a moment this feels very much like a business meeting. The corporate room and a solid agenda are the only things missing. In a weird way, it is comforting. All my closest friends and allies are around me. We have reached a point where we're in a good place, but things aren't quite finished. So it's poetic that now it's time to put our heads together and find a fitting ending to this story. Why did I feel so uncomfortable doing this before? The answer to the question is quick to come. Insecurity, embarrassment, guilt. For now, none of that is really resolved, but I can see a path toward a future where I can start working on it. It's a future without Penelope's presence looming over our heads, so I begin the roundtable conversation by summarizing where we are. People's faces mellow. I can see hope making its way into their hearts. The best we can do for Yera is to offer her the same that Kiara had, I say. I will get in touch with the detectives. They all nod in agreement. Tanya speaks.
Does she know about Layla?
Yes.
Matthias confirms, his voice grave.
It's the only reason she went with Curtis. She said she was too afraid to run because Penelope kept saying she would hurt her twin.
Why would she lie?
Sophie asks. Penelope at the moment needs every bit of income she can get. She's not established yet, and with us after her, she's on uneven ground. She doesn't seem to have any support from any of the other gangs in Chicago. If she did, she would have crushed us by now.
You don't either,
Matthias says.
Do they even support anyone?
I spoke to an Arcana representative today,
Diana says from the phone.
They told me that the Jesters have not managed to take over the Dex drug network. Penelope was taking out our dealers but couldn't find suppliers to work with her.
You deal drugs?
Sophie's voice holds an unexpected tinge of accusation. I started under my father. It were Luna who had the working relationships with the suppliers. My father and I never knew where the product was coming from. A failsafe which has turned into a weak point for Penelope, I say, not wanting to over-explain. Sophie's lips are pressed into a thin line. She doesn't seem to approve. Drug dealing is a controversial topic. We'll discuss it later.
Anyway, now that she has nothing to threaten us with, she will either go away with her tail between her legs or lash out and try to get some control back,
Diana says.
She doesn't sound like a quitter,
Sophie says.
No,
Matthias and Tanya say in unison. Matthias pats Tanya's arm. She gives him a weak, tired smile. Okay, what do we do with Curtis the lawyer? I ask.
I have an idea about that.
Sophie's hand is raised like she's in school. I nod for her to continue.
He legally owns the Moon Garden. The managers there told me a few new members appeared who didn't register themselves. They were registered by the new owner. I bet it was Kiara and the others, but also some who we don't know about. It seems she's using the place to pimp women. If we take it away from her, she loses yet another income stream.
A small smile plays on my lips. Sophie voicing what I also thought causes a warm, safe feeling to spread over my heart.
Wouldn't that drive her underground and make things more dangerous for whoever's left in her posse?
Matthias asks. Tanya shakes her head.
She has to stick to the former deck territory. I know some of the clients. We only need to snatch one to find any new place. She won't be able to hide from us. That's, of course, if she actually has other girls working for her. I made sure to let everyone on the street know what she did to Layla.
It won't come to that,
Sophie says.
I've recently got power of attorney from Mateo Grey. We make Curtis forfeit the moon garden to us and use Mateo's name to reignite some of those connections you all had before Penelope took over.
He gave it to you?
Matthias sounds appalled.
That man was always weak when it came to pretty women.
Tanya muses, surprise far from her face. I keep quiet. It's as I thought it would be. The relationship between my father and me will probably never be mended. I can't expect anything from him that would give me power or show me that he has the slightest belief in me that I'm not a disappointment of a son. Which is just as well. He is a disappointment of a father, too.
Never mind that,
Sophie says.
Mateo's informer also came through today with the address of the Jester's main hideout. We can ambush Penelope and finish this once and for all, then take the moon garden.
Interesting. Sophie chooses not to share the connection she has with my father's spy. I won't force her to reveal it, but a little voice of doubt starts speaking in my ear. The informer was silent until now, when Penelope has lost her edge over us. He might be giving us a chance to attack her at her weakest time, or if she has managed to win him on her side, it could be a trap to get rid of us by making us walk into the lioness's den. I know Sophie trusts him, but I have been burned before. We don't have enough people for an ambush of her property, I say. Even if we promote the idea that the deck is back, about which I'm against, the other gangs won't lend us people. Not when they could be hurt. This is an inside issue, taking place over our turf. I imagine my father's influence is the only thing keeping them from trying to assimilate us or wage an all-out war for our streets.
How about a little reconnaissance mission first? I can case the place quietly and report back.
Sophie is leaning forward on the table, her face lit up. She's too eager to do this. Why?
Going alone seems like the worst idea,
Matthias says.
Do we even trust this information? It could be a trap.
Sophie chews on her lip. Matthias won't be the one to believe in anything my father stands behind. I can see this is important for her, though I'm not sure why. Perhaps she wants to meet up with her friend? When I question Curtis, I will ask about the hideout. If the two places match, we can consider a recon mission. But you won't be alone, Sophie. I use every last drop of authority I have in my aching body to state my decision in a way that won't be challenged. I look around the table, making sure my gaze lingers on every one of them for a second or two. They all nod. Sophie more reluctantly than the others.
What about the bug we were supposed to be deactivating?
Diana asks. Next time I should get her on a video call.
We should crush it. Maybe let Yera destroy it. She has lots of rage inside.
Tanya says.
It won't help her much, but it's a start. She should release some anger.
Matthias scratches his chin, his eyes unfocused.
Now that you say this, I'm not sure dumping her in witness protection will be a good idea. Yera's body will heal sooner than her mind. At the least, she should be seeing a therapist.
Won't they provide that?
Tanya asks. We should speak to the detectives in the first instance. I don't see why Yera can't destroy the bug herself. Kiara is safely away by now. We have nothing left to play charades with it for. I realize I've been mirroring Matthias's chin scratching, so I put my hands down on the table.
It was fun for Lulu,
Diana says.
Are you sure you're all safe in Lavender? Penelope knows about it. If she raids it, how are you going to defend yourself?
With the new locks and the security system fully functioning, I'm not worried about that, I respond. I took a beating, but I'm still operational.
About that,
Matthias starts, but I don't let him finish. I know. I'm next for a checkup. I sigh dramatically and regret it a second after when my side twinges with sharp pain. So, Tanya, get in touch with the detectives. Keep those two company while Matthias looks over my injuries. I nod toward Bev and Lizzie. They seem relaxed now. One of them has helped herself to a stiff drink from the bar.
Understood.
She gets up, then turns around.
And Curtis?
I forgot about him. I rub my temple. His injuries are worse than mine. Change of plan, Matthias. Go look him over first. He's missing digits. I'm happy with a painkiller for now.
No,
Matthias says. Why not? I groan.
A painkiller will mask your symptoms. I will examine Curtis, then come to you. You sit still. Don't make your injuries worse. Think pleasant thoughts.
Aye, doctor, I say, my voice that of an unhappy child. Matthias rolls his eyes and walks away with Tanya and Sophie in tow. I'm left alone at our meeting table, my pain and my thoughts keeping me company. A moan starts in my throat when I relax into the seat completely, embracing the countless aches of my battered back. Tiredness wraps around me like a blanket, and I close my eyes, willing the darkness behind my eyelids to ease my discomfort. The room is full of the hum of chatter, the voices of my people coming from every direction, mixing into a soothing symphony. It's strange to see so many bodies in the lounge, when I'm used to it now being vast and empty. Before I address anything, I allow my mind to dream for a second. I imagine the place with the pastel lights on, permeated by the smell of freshly brewed tea, ambient music mixing with the buzz of animated chatter. The tables in my mind's eye are surrounded by people, men, women, and everyone in between. They're all smiling, the joy vibrating in the air like a hum. I know it's silly, but it's my vision. It has always been, and as the years rolled by, I know it was the naive fantasy of an idealist. There's no way such a place can exist. When I realize I can no longer hear Sophie's melodic timbre, I open my eyes to seek her. I flinch when I find her sitting opposite me, her arms crossed on the table, her chin resting on her fingers. You can really sneak up on people, I say with a chuckle. She shrugs.
They don't call me the Wraith for nothing.
After a brief silence, she speaks again.
Was it bad? At the docks?
It was a fight, I reply, because I don't know what bad is in her books. I got whacked a couple of times, but I'm fine. Your entrance was right on time, though. Really saved the day.
We're all heroes today,
she says.
Who is Lulu exactly? I know you've told me that you can't tell me about Luna, but what is a child doing in the middle of gang activity? I don't understand.
It's complicated. One day I will take you to meet them. But I have to clear it with them all first. Tanya and Matthias haven't met them either.
So what? They just accept that some of your allies are complete strangers to them?
Not complete strangers. Luna are my oldest allies. More specifically, Diana is. She and the others helped me help Tanya years ago and welcome Matthias to the triumvirate. In time, I will be able to tell you everything, but for now I can share all that relates to me. I have no secrets from you, but at the same time I can't violate Luna's confidence. I hope you understand. I reach over and squeeze her arm. She nods.
I respect that.
Her eyes hold mine for a second, then slip left. She pulls her arm away, guilt creeping into her features. You have secrets you won't share, right? I give her what I hope is a reassuring smile.
Not intentionally. I do have one or two things to work through in my brain.
She smiles back, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Are you worried about your spy friend?
No. Well, yes. I want to get him out of there. I know he's capable of looking after himself, but I just want the worrying I do to be over, the fear to subside. I'm scared that all this—
She opens her arms and gestures around.
Isn't going to stick. Things are going to get worse somehow. I can feel it in my gut.
You're probably right, I say. But we're also people unused to the normality of life. Every moment without high-octane danger is bound to feel strange. At least for now.
Our perspective is skewed,
she agrees.
So maybe after Matthias examines you and you are in slightly better health, we could check out that location. I know you don't want me going alone, but sneaking in and out, being quiet and receptive, those are the things I'm good at.
I bring my hand to hers, the only affection I can give while trying to sit completely still. Part of me is afraid you will run back to LA when you meet your friend. This life, it sucks us in. I'm worried it will chew us and spit us out eventually, leaving nothing but mess.
I'm not going anywhere, but I need to get some answers, so I can't let my friend slip away. I also don't want to be the reason he gets hurt, or worse.
Sophie threads her fingers through mine, and I know in my gut this recon mission will happen, whether I allow it or not.
The Jester Queen. Penelope Wilson Grey, still sporting her double-barrel surname because of the lack of signed divorce papers, stares at the colorful little leaflet in her hand. Flower rope party, it says. At the right corner there is a logo, a white-filled circle and a leaf inside. The Moon Garden. Curtis brought it from the management team a week ago.
Spring is coming,
He had said then.
Maybe we should visit and see what it's like. You've never been there, and it's the main base of your operations.
She told him to f off then, the conversation forgotten within seconds of Curtis storming out the door. Curtis still isn't back. In fact, no one is back. From the underlings who went to the docks tonight, not even one returned. It's been hours, she says to Alan, who is sitting in an armchair in a corner reading, like he hasn't a care in the world. It is the first time she looks at him, with his relaxed features, and feels a stab of annoyance. He was perfect before. Why does his aura irritate her now? She doesn't dwell on it. Instead, she falls into one of her overthinking states. The situation is dire. Ever since she got pregnant with Thomas, her life had been on an upward trajectory. But after Adrian set foot in Lavender, Penelope's power surge plateaued. Now it's going down. She has no allies left. Yes, she works best alone, on a throne weaved of fear, respect, and seduction. But what use is a throne if there's no one at your feet? It's just a chair.
We can send more people,
Alan says without looking away from his book. What? Penelope is still thinking about Adrian and the way she was wriggling on the stage of the Jester's party. Like being forced to be f***ed by Damien was the best thing that could have happened to her. What a joke.
Maybe our guys are still fighting at the docks. We can send some more.
Fine. Penelope waves her hand. He gets up with a sigh and goes out to do the job. Penelope frowns and stands up slowly, feeling like she's missing something. She takes the book he left behind. It's an old yellowing copy of Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. She squints at the tiny font. The weight of it in her hands is unfamiliar. Who the hell has time for reading when they could be doing literally anything else instead? She puts it back and goes out, nearly colliding with a panting Alan. He looks flustered, like he's been running around. What is it?
Everyone is gone. I found this in one of the rooms.
He smooths a wrinkled note in his palm and hands it to her. She reads it while her face drains of color. Our guys are not coming back. Some of them are badly hurt. Some are dead. This gang isn't worth it. Leave while you still can. She crumples it in her fist. With no idea who wrote it or who read it, she doesn't know who to curse. No one is coming, she says in a small, level voice.
It seems the deck has won.
Penelope screams then, drops to her feet in a squat and pulls at her hair. Her new hair extensions come off in painful clumps. Her wail continues until her lungs sustain it. After she's out of breath, she gets back up, looks at Alan with tear-filled eyes and says, "The deck is gone. I destroyed it. This is Damien and his band of idiots. They can't win. They won't win." He opens his mouth to speak. Then she grabs his jaw and shakes his head. "Don't you dare interrupt me." His soft face appears small in her death grip, but his green cat-like eyes are hard. There's no compassion in them. No anger, no fear. Nothing. The moment stretches until the shame of her anger reaches her. She lets him go and looks at him as if he's a stranger. Then she remembers. He is a stranger. It's only been a few weeks. Who is he really? She was so taken in with him, she never did double-check his identity. It is too late now. Curtis would have vetted everyone, so she has to trust he has not made a mistake with Alan. "You don't love me, do you?" Her voice is quiet, but so are their surroundings.
Of course I love you,
He replies. Too quickly, or did Penelope imagine it?
What do I have to do to prove it?
I don't know. I haven't accounted for such a colossal betrayal. She puts her suspicions to one side for a minute so she can take stock of the situation. I have dealers on the streets, but no new product. I have clients interested in paid sex, but no workers. I have property, but none of the legal owners present. I have a gang, but no members. I have the infrastructure sorted out, but my pawns betrayed me.
It takes time to get established.
He takes Penelope's hand and rubs the underside of her wrist with his thumb.
We know Curtis is with your husband. Curtis owns the Moon Garden. If we set camp there, they are bound to show up. We only need to get Curtis back and get rid of Damien Grey and his closest allies. This will prove to the runaway jesters that we can still take care of them. They will come back. They will bring friends. With Damien gone, we will be able to get drug suppliers on our side. Things will look up.
There's unexpected laughter from somewhere. Then Joey the Giant and 3 of his buff friends pass them, oblivious to the fragile mood of the situation and the fact that all the others are missing.
Well, if no one else, Joey and his pals are still with us.
Alan says. His thumb goes round and round on the tender flesh of Penelope's wrist. She focuses on that small touch, and when their eyes meet again, she sees the warmth in Alan she has grown to love. The readiness to serve. The change she had perceived in him only minutes before must have been due to her anger. That's a good idea, she says. There's one more person we can nab while in the Moon Garden. The girl who has Mateo's power of attorney. She goes there every Friday for the rope party. I'm sure she will be there for the flower party too. You can go and ask the manager to point her out. Then we force her to give up her rights.
How do you know that?
Jerry Jericho had some intel. This was his contribution. He gave me Sophie Taylor and everything he researched about her, and I let him and Curtis live. The thumb on Penelope's wrist stops abruptly. She glances at Alan. You think I should kill them? With that question, Alan's shoulders slump down a little, as if he has relaxed.
No, it's fine. Jerry is still locked up, though. Should I release him?
Penelope shakes her head. Give him some food and tell him to ration it. After we go to the Moon Garden, we won't be back to feed him.
Chapter 30. It is past midnight when Matthias finally comes to examine my pain-ridden body. Sophie and I move to one of the private booths in the corner to discuss our upcoming trip to the Moon Garden, excited for a future without Penelope. She told me about her favorite ties. We explored limits and wishes without picking a specific date. Exhausted from all the talking, she is napping, her head on my lap. She tried to use my shoulder as a cushion, but when a pain cut through my whole right side, I couldn't hide it. So she kissed my cheek and found a more comfortable position.
I can't examine you like this,
Matthias whispers. He sets his bag on the table and sits next to us. Maybe we can stay like this just for a few minutes, I say. I need to tell you about Ben.
That he helped you on the docks? I heard from Tanya.
And that he's not a part of our group?
I already knew that,
he says. This is news to me, so I raise an eyebrow. He catches my unspoken question.
He's an inventor. I'm an inventor. Yeah, he works with explosives and I work with medical drugs, but we shared a professional camaraderie.
How did it even come up? I put a hand on Sophie's head and start petting her silky strawberry blonde hair. She stirs but doesn't wake.
He found one of the antidote rings. Maybe someone dropped it. Maybe he got it from Tanya. I never understood their relationship, but he never betrayed us to Valerie.
Clearly assuming I'm trying to wake Sophie, he pokes her leg. She swats his hand away with hers, her eyes still closed. She is having one of those precious, cute moments. He didn't have a reason. He's from Arcana. I'm fairly sure the Chariot knows all about Lavender and what happened here. Probably doesn't know about Sophie's real identity and Luna. But I wouldn't put it past her. I sigh, which makes me tense from a new pain blooming around the middle of my spine. I'm probably black and blue under my clothes.
I'm not asleep,
Sophie whispers, raising one index finger as if beckoning us to wait for her grand awakening. Her voice is heavy with sleep, and her cheeks are warm and rosy, squishy. When she's sitting upright, she shakes her head like she's in a sped-up shampoo advert.
I need a glass of water. You need to do doctor stuff again. Always doctor stuff,
she mutters, still groggy.
In any case, Ben might still be one of ours. Or if not ours, Tanya's.
Matthias moves next to me and flashes his blinding doctor's flashlight in my eyes. Time will tell, I say. His hands move to my neck. I hiss in pain after his probing fingers find a spot of concentrated suffering. His eyes narrow, but he keeps quiet, his face still. Then he discovers a particularly tender spot at the back of my skull.
Does your head hurt?
Yes. No, I don't have a headache. It hurts like a bruise, so no.
Not yet would be a better answer. You have a wound at the back of your head. Take off everything from the waist up and show me your back.
I do as instructed, though it takes me ages. As I lift my arms above my head to free myself from my black t-shirt, my head spins and I growl to steady myself. It doesn't do much but makes me feel more in control.
Wow,
Matthias says in a sharp voice he only uses when he's unhappy with his patients. I was fighting for 3.
And they beat you up for 3 too.
Then his cold fingers are on my back, trailing old scars and prodding ones that are yet to form. After a few minutes, when I feel I can't bear the annoying twinges of intense pain here and there, he stops. What's the verdict? I ask.
Your back is a different color to your front.
He's still using his sharp tone, which means I protected my vital organs.
Yep, truly an achievement. If they had hit you a bit lower here...
He presses a finger to the nape of my neck.
You would have probably buckled down and not gotten up. Anyway, I suspect a concussion, but you need a scan so we can exclude any internal bleeding.
I've had worse.
I wouldn't risk leaving it. Your back is battered, but looking at how you move, I'm not too worried about a spinal injury. I will clean and dress your wounds, but in the morning, you're coming with me to the hospital.
It would be useful if you had all your stuff here, I say under my breath.
It won't be that bad. You can wear the mustard sweater again. It looks too good on you.
He chuckles. Keep talking, I say. You haven't fed me any painkillers yet, and I can feel every single swipe of your hand as you apply that perfumed stuff on my back. He huffs a laugh. I'm happy I can still make him laugh, despite disappointing him constantly with my disregard for my overall well-being.
It's only arnica cream. Tanya took charge of Lavender and distributed rooms to everyone. There are not enough clean sheets, so Yera will sleep in a made-up bed while everyone else will have to deal with the wiped-down private room beds. The girls already went to sleep. They're bunking up together at the end of the second-floor corridor. Tanya took the bug downstairs to the staff room and locked it in one of the lockers. Yera had a moment of lucidity and said she would love to smash it to pieces.
Tanya seems more like herself when she's in charge, I say.
Waiting never did suit her. On that note, she also called the detectives. They will be here around lunchtime tomorrow. They said they needed the morning to prepare things on their end, which is just as well. We can have you checked over and back to see them.
I sigh. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. I want to sleep until the world ends.
Wow, that's some magnificent bruising.
Sophie comes over, her voice sounding normal, the sleep from it gone. I crane my neck to look at her and see she's holding one of the lavender teapots. The smell of Earl Grey reaches my nostrils like a divine promise of pleasure. Is that for me? I twist some more, the pain of my back already starting to ease under Matthias's meticulous fingers.
I'm not done.
He takes my shoulders and turns my torso back. I'm facing the inside of the booth again. The cushions are nice and plump. I take a pale green one in my arms and hug it. It's cold against my naked skin. Am I not allowed tea?
5 more minutes.
That gives me enough time to set this all up.
Sophie chirps.
What did I tell you about drinking black tea in the middle of the night?
Matthias sighs.
It's decaf. Don't be grumpy.
As Matthias finishes applying the arnica cream and dresses my head, Sophie goes back and forth like a waitress, bringing cups and biscuits. My stomach churns, reminding me I've not had a proper meal in a while.
I'll treat you to lunch on our way back from the hospital,
Matthias says after he's done.
You did well today. I think you're reckless to just show up whenever there's a fight, but I respect that you don't cower in a corner when your friends get hurt.
He helps me turn around to face him and hands me a pill. I swallow it without water. None of us do. We show up for each other. That's why Penelope won't win. Because no matter how dire things got, you all stuck by me, I don't think she has people like that around her.
You pity her.
I don't. She made it this way. She didn't compromise ever. And that kind of person doesn't keep allies easily. Seduction and manipulation can only get you so far. After the curtain falls, you see that betrayals only get you unreliable, opportunistic allies. She is alone. We can finally put an end to this.
And we will.
Matthias pats my shoulder and collects his things. When Sophie comes back with a small bowl of tomato-smelling mush, he is already gone.
SpaghettiOs,
She announces.
There was only one can left, so enjoy them while they're warm.
I can get used to this. I smile and take a spoonful to my mouth. It's hot and slimy, but I don't care. The hunger is stronger than my pickiness.
You better be ready to reciprocate.
She sits next to me, chuckling. She pours herself a cup of Earl Grey and sips it with a look of satisfaction. We don't have decaf Earl Grey here, I remark between bites.
I lied.
She winks.
So what's that story about selling?
I'm surprised it didn't come up earlier. Maybe she was unsure if she wanted to ask. Better to get this conversation over with. It's how I made the money for Lavender, and then stayed afloat despite me being a hostage, I say. I'm not proud of what it is, but I am proud of the way we did it. Diana and I devised a plan so I can gain my independence from the deck.
So you got your father's suppliers on your side?
No, we went our own way. It was the time of the Silk Road, a dark net marketplace.
I've heard of it.
I presented it as an expansion to my father. He was quick to give his blessing when he realized we were online, and thus bypassing all the turf issues. We were going citywide and fast.
And then?
And then the Silk Road got shut down. Before that, Penelope had convinced me to give my father to the police. Don't ask me how I fell for it. I still don't know. I guess I was so desperate to have him gone I didn't notice what she was becoming. Soon after, Penelope betrayed me too and got control of Thomas. The threats started, and little by little, I turned into the Lavender Phantom. I paused to take a breath. It's the first time I'm telling this story so openly. I have to get used to it. Because if I want to spare Penelope's life and give her to the police instead, I will have to tell it again. Diana still has contacts online and access to product, but I've been trying to get out in the light for ages. I wanted Lavender to be a proper club, which earns from drinks and overnight stays and pays taxes. I release the sigh I always do when I talk about Lavender's unachieved goals.
But prostitution is still illegal. Or did you plan to stop that too?
The way things happened in Lavender when you joined was never intended. Tanya has a work background, so when I designed the place, it had a lot of safe places where workers could go if they were in trouble. It was meant to be a safe space, not a solicitation venue. We wouldn't take any percentage of their profits, and we wouldn't charge them for security. We would only provide what a hotel would, with a bonus of understanding.
It's a big dream.
I'm done with my SpaghettiOs, so I pour myself a cup of tea. It's still hot. After the tomatoey goo, it tastes like liquid indulgence. I was brought up surrounded by lots of money and very little love. I've been told having idealistic dreams about a world where you can have both is a byproduct of my upbringing. I take another sip. I don't want to talk about Lavender anymore. We've not finished the topic of drug selling. You don't like the idea of me being involved in drugs.
Sorry, I shouldn't judge.
She starts.
Addiction is a disease, and profiting off ill people has always sounded seedy to me. But I'm a thief, and I know that my actions must have caused a lot of harm to people too. Taking assets from someone might put them in a dire situation.
I agree, but there is no clean crime, no innocent crimes, I reply. All of us here in this building have our morals stretched and bent, but they're still there. We don't murder and don't. We try to make good decisions in bad situations.
That just means you choose a way to hurt people that is outside your field of vision. You don't know how many people have died because they've bought your drugs.
After she says this, her eyes widen and she brings her palm to her mouth. She thinks she's said too much, but I don't blame her for her reaction. I know. We do our best, though. Keep the product pure without cutting it and making it dangerous. We don't sell to children, and we try our best not to sell to new people. Our suppliers are trained in how much to give too. We try to prevent overdoses as much as we can. I have nothing else to put in my defense. I am who I am, and my past cannot be changed. What does this mean for us?
Nothing,
Sophie says after a pause. It seems a conversation is happening inside her head, alongside the one we're having. She stretches her arms and puts them slowly around my waist, squeezing ever so gently.
I can see your soul, and it's a good soul. I have to think things through, but our past is our past. We have to carve out a future that satisfies everyone's morals, however bendy they might be. So there will come a point where this conversation will be something important. But for now, I'm happy that we're together. I'm happy Melanie and Thomas are friends. I'm happy that Penelope is on her way out. And you're here, surrounded by allies and able to respond to whatever she throws at you.
Sophie's words spread like warm honey across my timid heart. A little part of me doesn't believe she's so willing to listen, so easy to talk to, so understanding. Penelope, after all, was lovely to be around in the beginning, too. I don't remember when exactly she turned from a loving human to the manipulative monster she is now. I'm not sure if I was just too trusting. I look at Sophie, her hair in a messy bun, her face sunken from lack of sleep. She has no makeup now. She must have taken it off at some point tonight. Her nails are clipped short, and her hands are soft in places while calloused in others. Her love for rope is real. Believing that her approach to me is also real doesn't seem like a stretch. She already has the use of my father's name and access to my most intimate weakness, my son. And yet she stands by me and doesn't want anything, only my time and affection. It's scary, but I choose to trust her. Chapter 31. When someone knocks on the door to my bedroom and walks in, I turn to my side, snatching the blanket from Sophie. It's Matthias. She can deal with him this morning. The movement elicits a forgotten pain inside me, like tens of tiny shivs stabbing me at once. I groan but keep my eyes closed, willing my half-sleep to give me a couple more minutes of leftover comfort. Sophie shifts next to me, trying to get back the blanket I stole. Her cold feet find their way under my thighs. A shiver goes up and down my body. I nestle closer in the warm blanket. I know she's on her phone scrolling so she can be without covers if she's already awake.
I need to take Damien to the hospital,
Matthias says.
Did he sleep okay? I hope you didn't make him engage in anything physically demanding.
One can wish. We came back after we finished our tea and he fell asleep soon after. Come check he's not died in his sleep.
Sophie's voice betrays a good mood and a good night's rest. Both are things which I should possess, but, courtesy to being beaten at the docks, don't. After I relent and finally get up, we get dressed, check on Yera, who is still sleeping with Tanya at her side, and on Curtis, who is bundled in blankets in one of the private rooms. Matthias throws him some fresh clothes and tells him to get dressed and hurry up. Curtis's phone remains with Tanya. He's bleary-eyed and obviously in pain. Bev and Lizzie are nowhere to be seen.
Do you want me to come with?
Sophie asks me before we all set off. I remember our conversation about her feelings toward hospitals and shake my head. You rest up, check on Hanako and the kids. Matthias and I will be fine. She nods, her shoulders relaxing. During our drive, Curtis fidgets on the back seat. After 5 minutes of silence and him unable to sit still, I turn, ignoring the sharp pain in my neck that makes my eyes water. What is going on with you? My voice is sharper than I intend.
Can I borrow your phone? I need to let my father know I'm okay. He's probably worried sick.
Matthias and I share a frown. So you can call Penelope and tell her where we are?
What? No, I really need to speak to him.
He goes quiet for a moment.
I said some really mean things to him a while back, and I can't bear it anymore. He was right, and I should apologize.
I can't say I know the feeling because my father doesn't elicit such a reaction within me. Even though I betrayed him, I don't want to apologize. There's anger within me because Penelope manipulated us both, but also peace, knowing that he's not going to stand in my way in the future. And what if it's some secret code between you and whoever you call? There's no way to tell if you're lying to us right now. I keep poking it, not because I don't believe Curtis, but for the twisted pleasure it gives me to watch him squirm. If he loved his father that much, he wouldn't have offended him in the first place.
Please, man, I'm already terrified as it is.
He shakes his hands like he's a child. His eyes look red and angry, and I wonder if he's delirious from the pain of his wounds or an infection.
You call him then. I don't want to speak to him. Just tell him I'm okay and safe.
I never said you were safe. Why am I being so cruel? Matthias glances in my direction, his gaze now disapproving. I pull out my phone. Fine. Tell me the number. Curtis exhales with relief, his breath hitting my face, warm and unpleasant. I ring and wait for someone to pick up. No one does. The call goes to voicemail.
We will try again later,
Matthias says as we park the car. Curtis bites his lips and keeps quiet, following us out like a wet dog. Matthias sneaks us into the hospital he used to work in. His former colleagues, some loyal, some feeling guilty after so many years, look after me and Curtis for the next couple of hours. In the end, my diagnosis is not morbid, just a concussion and a couple of bruised ribs. Nothing broken, nothing bleeding. I'm relieved, but not surprised. One thing I've never doubted is my ability to take a beating. Curtis's hands are bandaged again after he had quick surgery to stretch the skin around his missing fingers and close off the wounds properly. Under the sound of his never-ending pleas, I call the number of his father again, to no avail. When we go back to the car, Matthias dispenses some hospital-grade painkillers with a sigh.
Don't take them too fast because I'm not giving you any more. You should start to feel better within a week or two. Don't forget to tell me if you faint or have trouble seeing.
With my pain at bay, I decide this is the perfect time to ask Curtis a few questions. Matthias takes us to a quiet Italian restaurant, and we take a secluded table in one corner, away from the staff and other customers. There are no security cameras inside. I flip the menu, every picture making my mouth water. Curtis seems as enthralled by the prospect of food as I am. Once we've ordered, I lean forward and ask the most important question. Where's the jester's main hideout? He doesn't hesitate when he replies, confirming the address my father's spy gave us. So Sophie's friend wasn't lying about it. Or maybe they want to trap us there, in the heart of their operation. I ask him about Penelope and the new guy, about how many people she has under her control, about what her plans are. I ask about the women and what was done to them. By the time our food comes, I'm too queasy to eat. I will have to relay all this to Sophie later, prepare her for what we might find when we go to case out the location. For the first time in many years, I consider reaching out to the police for help. Curtis doesn't seem bothered by the morbid discussion we've had. He has finished a slice of his pizza before I have managed to pick up my cutlery and dig into my pasta. After our meal, Curtis's eyes dart from side to side. Is he going to run? Don't even think about it, I say as we pay and get up to leave. You're coming back with us to Lavender. I don't trust you enough to let you go. Curtis nods, then grabs my sleeve.
Can you call my dad again? I'm getting really worried. What if Penelope has him? What if he's in danger?
I shrug him off, then dial the number. For some reason, his concern annoys me. His father is an adult. He can look after himself. What is all this worrying for? I tusk after I hear the voicemail lady again. He doesn't want to talk to you, I snap.
No, he always picks up. Something is wrong,
he mumbles.
You're going to the compound, right? Take me with you. Maybe my dad is there too. I need to find him.
You're only going to slow us down, I growl and push him into the car. When we're all inside, Matthias is giving me a nasty look again.
If and when someone goes into Penelope's hideout, they'll keep a lookout for your father. They'll let him know you're okay if that's appropriate or help him make his way out of there,
Matthias says in a calm voice, looking straight into my eyes. I know I'm being unreasonable, but I can't help it. This pathetic man and his father are the last thing I want to worry about. But I don't voice my disapproval. I don't want to show Curtis I'm disagreeing with one of my people. My phone buzzes, saving us all from continuing this conversation. It's a message from Carl that they're waiting for us at Lavender. When we get there, Sophie's gone. Matthias goes with Curtis to the Versailles room, where he spent the night. I hope he didn't bleed on the expensive golden couch inside. Yera is awake upstairs, looking much better than before. Tanya has given her a beanie to cover her mangled hair. Her fingers are bandaged. It's easy to tell she's been through a lot, but there's a calm quality to her breathing. Aisha is explaining the details of what will happen next in a gentle, low voice. Carl acknowledges my arrival with a nod. Seeing him here in my space is surprisingly reassuring. After he helped Kiara and cleared my name, my trust in him has grown. As he whisks Yera to what I hope will be a better life, I think about our recon mission to Penelope's lair again. Before I can change my mind, I pull him to one side and ask for assistance. Chapter 32. 3 days after Yera is gone and things have more or less calmed down, Sophie and I drive to the address of Penelope's compound. The dark conceals our presence perfectly. Sophie is in what I have started to call full wraith gear. Black jeans, dark leather jacket, a baseball cap, and her hair tied in a tight bun peeking from the hole at the back. She's wearing the new silver bracelets, wide and hiding the tools of her trade. Her black backpack looks heavy on her shoulders, but she moves confidently, excitement in her every step. I look pretty much the same, though I move with less grace. My injuries are still healing, and while painkillers mean I can pretend to be combat ready, I'm not really. I've instructed Sophie time and time again that this mission is recon only, and that we should avoid fighting no matter what. Just in case, I took Tanya's gun with me. This way she's safe, and if things come to it, we'll have a better chance of making it out of here alive. Outside, Carl has stationed 4 officers he trusts in an unmarked car. Parked in front of them is Matthias in his Prius, ready to take us away from here in a moment if needed. There's a wired fence in front of us now, saying private. No entry. After checking for cameras, Sophie ignores it in style as she takes out a pair of bolt cutters and makes a hole she can pass through. On the other side, she looks at me, then the hole.
Sorry,
she whispers, and cuts out a bigger piece of the fence, as if we have all the time in the world. I don't know why I'm so annoyed. I trust Sophie and myself. I can't wait for Penelope to stop controlling my life. And yet this feels so much like an ending. Like a final chapter I'm not ready to read. We sneak around outbuildings, the place eerily quiet. Where are the jesters? There's nothing to see here, so we push farther in, the stillness covering our senses, putting us both on edge. The sounds of night Chicago fade into a barely audible hum. We don't talk. Sophie told me talking is the #1 reason someone would get caught after irrational, jerky movements. So I try to move like liquid while feeling stiff like an old tree. Sophie gestures for me to take one side of a building while she checks out the other. We split up, then meet in front of a door on the other side. I see confusion in her eyes, which is probably mirrored in mine. Curtis told us Penelope had between 30 and 40 people in this compound. Let's say everyone that Ben blew up left. That still leaves a lot more than the 0 we've encountered. I point at the door, and Sophie nods. Pressing on the handle, I cringe when it whines like a scared pig. The silence amplifies the sound 100-fold, and I panic, moving my free hand to my pocket, to the heavy gun inside. Sophie shakes her head and breathes in and out, urging me to calm down. I pull on the handle, my sweaty hand still keeping it depressed, afraid it will make another noise. The door doesn't budge. Sophie's hand, cool and pale, covers my own. Her grip replaces mine, and I lean on the wall, waiting for her to do her thing. When she releases the handle to take her lockpicks out, I watch, mesmerized. I've never seen the Brigand Wraith in action up close before. I know she's good, but as she works on the pins, I admire her patience. I never had it myself. Never learned to do something that required me to stand still in the middle of enemy territory. Breaking the lock with a kick would have been my approach. The compound is so quiet I can hear the pins of the lock move under Sophie's deft fingers. Then she presses the handle, and the door whines again, opening this time. She rolls her eyes and remains in her place, lifting her open palm to urge me to do the same. There's no sound coming from inside, no talking or shuffling of feet, not as much as a breath or a sniffle. I go in first and find myself in a light corridor, doors on each of my sides. So many doors. Sophie presses her body to mine, her hand snaking in my pocket. She pulls out the gun and pushes it in my hand. I nod and we start opening the doors one by one, finding rooms decorated for living but no people. It's like everyone just up and left. My frown deepens when we're at the last door, a place that is obviously an office. It's unlocked. Sophie goes to check the desk, and I open my mouth to tell her to be careful, though I don't know what is making the hairs at the nape of my neck stand up. She presses her index finger to her lips, shutting me up. I join her, but we find nothing. Then Sophie bends down and picks up a small, glossy piece of paper. She shows it to me, her eyebrows raised. You're invited. Flower rope party at the Moon Garden. Penelope's not here. No one is here because they're all at the Moon Garden. That doesn't mean she hasn't left bugs around, so I keep my deductions to myself. When Sophie pockets the flyer and leaves the room, I know she's reached the same conclusion. We continue through a courtyard, abandoned like everywhere else, and then reach the last few outbuildings. We're still stealthy, but it's pointless. Even if there is someone here, we would be able to take them on. Just as I'm about to stop sneaking and just embrace my normal gait, I hear something from one of the buildings. Sophie hears it too because she instantly drops behind a massive planter. I press my back against a wall. The noise is muffled, but the more I listen to it, the more it sounds like whimpering. There's no way for whoever's inside to have heard us approaching. Can it be Penelope, crying over her lost people? Sophie comes out of her hiding spot and stands next to me, her body deliciously close and warm. She knocks on the door, her fingers a feather's touch over its metal surface. The sounds from inside stop. The seconds drag. I'm itching to kick the door in, but I stay pressed to my girl. This is her mission, her field of expertise. I'm just muscle if things go wrong. She knocks again, louder this time. The whimpering, it definitely is whimpering, starts again, urgent and desperate. It doesn't sound like Penelope. Sophie drops to one knee and works the lock, just in case I bring my gun up, ready to threaten and defend. But there is no one to subdue inside, only an old man in the corner. He's dirty and sweaty. There are a few empty water bottles next to him and ripped sandwich packagings.
Jerry Jericho,
Sophie croaks, surprise etched on her face. Fuck, this is Curtis's father. My eyes slide to the corner that he's been using as a toilet. Disgust rises in my gut, unwelcome and unexpected.
Miss Taylor.
Spit comes flying out of his mouth as he scrambles toward her, enveloping his arms around her legs. He's as pathetic as his son. But Sophie doesn't push him away like I did Curtis. She leans down and takes his arms, helping him to get up. She doesn't as much as wrinkle her nose when he grabs her into a hug.
I'm so sorry,
he chants.
I told her about you, but I didn't have a choice.
Come with us,
she says without letting him go. She steers him toward the courtyard, out in the open air.
Where is everyone?
They left,
Jerry says.
Most of the jesters abandoned Penelope. Only that monster Alan is left and a few more. They've gone to the Moon Garden to find you, and someone else.
Why are they looking for me?
I told her you wanted to get Mateo's building from her. I'm so sorry.
He grabs her hand and I make a step forward to remove his touch from Sophie's small wrist. She doesn't flinch, but instead pats his fingers with her other hand.
I know you did it for your family. I don't blame you. We have your son.
You do? Curtis is well? She injured him. Is he all right now?
He will live. I draw the last word in between my teeth, that unknown anger simmering on the surface of my being. Now you're going to say you want to meet him, right? You both love each other so much. Sophie looks at me puzzled. She doesn't judge me openly like Matthias does, but I can see my words are unexpected.
Are you torturing him too?
Jerry's eyes are full of tears, and it sickens me to see him like this. Can't he get a grip? I told him his son is safe.
No.
Sophie's melodic answer is in contrast with my previous rough tone. I must sound like a villain.
We will take you to him, but before that, allow us to search you for bugs.
He nods and starts throwing off his soiled clothes one by one until he's standing in front of us in his underwear.
Can I see him now?
His voice is hopeful and unfazed, as if demeaning himself in front of us is nothing. We take him out of the compound. Matthias jumps out from the car and brings a blanket, covering Jerry's old, wrinkled body without questioning us about his appearance. Why is everyone so fucking helpful? Before I can get into the car, Sophie pulls me to one side.
What is it with you today?
She whispers, and I can hear the exasperation in her vowels. I don't know. Curtis and Jerry's over-the-top affection for each other annoys me, I guess. I scratch the back of my head.
But they're family. Of course they will be worried sick for each other.
Doesn't it strike you as too much, though? She narrows her eyes as she looks into the distance.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I get the feeling you are transposing your relationship with your dad on the Jerichos.
If I am, I'm not doing it on purpose. My voice is defensive.
Of course not. Just think about how you felt when Thomas was held at gunpoint. You were so worried.
She puts her hands on my neck and moves my head so I'm looking into her eyes, dark and sparkling in the night. I want to kiss her and stop this conversation. He's a child. I need to look after him. I pull her closer to me.
And you think this feeling will magically turn off when he's 18?
She caresses my cheeks with her thumbs. Her consistent touch calms me down. What she's saying is simple, logical. Maybe my visceral reaction to Curtis and Jericho was disproportionate. Maybe I'm jealous that there's an old man who cares for his stupid son. I can't process why he still wants anything to do with him after Penelope has ruined their lives. Why she didn't break them further apart like me and my father, but somehow brought them closer together. I will think about this. You know a lot more about family than I do, I say.
I will teach you.
Her breath tickles my lips and I part them, ready to taste her.
Family is so much more than blood, and there is more than enough love to go around for everyone. Sophie, the Brigand Wraith. As I look at the trees that we pass, a tension starts in my chest. Like a ball of snakes, it slithers down to my stomach, making me queasy. The chat with Damien from minutes ago has branded something in my mind. Doubt. Uncertainty. I've always valued the idea of family after losing mine. I thrived under Chief and next to Tony. Then I lost them too. Only Melanie is left now, out of the people from that time, still my sunshine in a gray world. But Damien's knee-jerk reaction to a family reuniting reminds me that not everyone thinks like me. I bury my gaze in the distance as I remember Tony. Back then, he was similar to Damien. He was slowly learning what it means to be part of a family and to care for other people. His relationship with his parents was one built on abuse and shattered childhood dreams. Back then, I thought my own parents were a barrier to the life I wanted to live. I mistook care and love for being controlling, exasperation for anger, and refusal to fund my volatile teenage wishes for neglect. In hindsight, I was lucky to be normal. Now I've learned to live with my abnormalities. I embrace them as part of my identity and try my hardest to give Melanie opportunities to be normal in her own way. But ever since I held my lockpicks in my hands after so many years, a little voice sings in my head again and again. What if you could go back to that life? Chief will take you now that you're an adult. Tony made it. You can make it too. I ignore it most days. Today I let myself sit with this feeling of inner disquiet. My brain supplies a long-forgotten memory, and my eyes unfocus as I get lost in it. The only time I almost got caught in L.A. The Brigand Wraith is running. I'm running, my legs carrying me like the wind. I vault over a fence and don't turn around to see if the mane of blonde curls still bobs behind me. A raindrop crashes on my cheek, then another one and another one.
Wraith, help!
Tony's voice is far behind me. I turn to see my friend being crushed in the arms of a nameless man, an enemy. There's a pause of confusion. I've always run. Fighting is not an option. Small and weak, what can I do? Tony screams again before being headlocked roughly. I choose to fight for the first time. I pick up a stone from the ground and run toward the struggling pair. When I swing my arm and the blow connects, The jagged edge of the stone cuts my palm. The man releases Tony, a rivulet of blood flowing in his eye and down his cheek like a demon tear. I start to run again, sure that Tony will follow. I halt a few breaths later, realizing I'm alone. Rough grunting behind me captures my attention. Tony has somehow gotten the man to the ground and is slamming the stone down on his head hard, again and again. I'm nailed in place by the brutality of the scene. I'm shaking, unable to speak. I'm only 15. A child watching another child gone berserk. When it's finally over, Tony gets up and breaks into a run.
He won't follow us now,
Tony says, blood spatter in golden curls. Not berserk at all. Deadly calm.
Sophie?
Damien's voice makes the memory dissipate. Sorry, I wasn't listening. I lean forward between the seats.
I was just saying that we should dress up again.
Matthias says. What? I'm still only half there, my heart thundering in my chest.
The flower rope party.
Damien replies.
It seems we need to go there to wrap up this Jester's thing.
I nod. We're going to the moon garden again, where I will most certainly meet Tony. Tony, an adult and a man. Someone who can probably take my hand and lead me back to that old life of danger and adrenaline. Or I can stay with Damien, who wants to embrace his only chance at peace and family. We pass familiar buildings on the way back to Lavender. Offices, cafes, and shops I know and love. Chicago's streets have the warm familiarity of a life well organized. It represents my efforts to fit in and my success at it. But when I think back to the orange sunsets of Los Angeles, the hot weather and the smell of the sea, they ignite a painful feeling of homesickness in my chest. When I think about both cities, possibilities expand in my mind's eye, and I'm overwhelmed by how either of the paths leads to something different but still exciting. The flower rope party is only 4 days away. That's 4 days before my worlds collide and I have to make a choice.
Chapter 33. When we stop in front of Lavender, Jerry Jericho scrambles out of the car like his life depends on it. I try to remember if my own father had ever scrambled to do anything when it came to me. My memory search returns nothing, and the feeling of unfairness prickles my skin again. Then I remember Sophie's words. Just think about how you feel about Thomas. The tide of negative emotion subsides, and I can look at Jerry again. I can almost understand his pain. Matthias, Sophie, Jerry, and I go inside. Curtis is having a late dinner in the lounge. When he sees us, he drops his fork and jumps to his feet. I take a step back to avoid him as he leaps into the arms of his father, and they hold each other, muttering things and crying, like they've been separated for years.
Relax,
Sophie whispers next to me.
They're just glad to be alive and together.
She's smiling, and as I peer into her face, I feel the strain in mine. I make a conscious effort to kill my frown. After the Jerichos break apart, Curtis wipes his nose with his sleeve and looks at me.
Thank you,
he says with such reverence in his voice that I'm stunned.
Thank you so much. I know we were on opposite sides, but thank you for saving me and my father.
I will never be able to thank you enough for looking after my son and for bringing me to him,
Jerry says.
I have nothing to give you, but if you're ever in legal trouble, I'll be there to bail you out. And if I can't help you, I will find someone who can.
Matthias pats me on the back as he passes us.
Smart move, getting lawyers on our side.
The frown returns. Is this why I did it? Why I kept Curtis close, even after he had told us all he knew? Why I so easily agreed to take his father back to my private space? I will be sure to make use of your services, I say to the two men because their expectant eyes, so full of gratitude, are making me uncomfortable. They relax and shuffle away, sharing their stories with each other, their shoulders touching. I would have never walked that close to my father. Nothing good will come from me peering at them, so I pat Sophie's head on my way to one of the private rooms. She follows me like a cute puppy, and I forget all about my annoyance with the Jerichos. We don't have much time to put things in place, so I get straight to the point. I assume everyone wants to go to the moon garden.
Hannah will want to come too,
Sophie says. It will be too dangerous. I know it's a weak argument because it applies to everyone, not just Hannah. But I will want Matthias and Tanya there, and Sophie too. None of them can really fight, but this showdown means too much for them to sit out. Who will watch the children?
That's not fair,
Sophie says.
She's not our communal housewife. It's the moon garden. If something is going to happen to it, Hanako has the right to decide whether she wants to be there or not. It's a place that many kinky people love because they found their comfort and happiness there. We need to find a trusted babysitter.
Fine. We'll use her eyes and ears and knowledge of the place. I sigh. An acute need for a hug occupies my brain out of nowhere, and I pull Sophie toward me. She welcomes my touch and nestles in my chest, soft and warm.
You did so well today. And you showed me how Damien Grey got all his allies to his side. It's pretty inspiring, watching you save people. You're good at it.
Déjà vu. Tanya said the same thing in the motel a few weeks ago. Why did I save Curtis and Jericho? When I helped Luna, it was because I couldn't stand to look at a child being abused by the very man who had to protect them. Luna's father. When I got Tanya out of the cult that she was trying to escape, she asked me to kill their leader. A man who had committed too many crimes to count in the name of a made-up religion. Her grandfather. And when Matthias was suspended for doing what's best for Thomas, I knew it was wrong that he was hurt by my father. What is it with me and father figures? Did Matteo's absence in my formative years break me so bad that even to this day, I can't look at familial love without feeling that it's fake? Maybe. I don't know why I saved the Jerichos. My internal monologue finds a way out of my mouth. I don't even like them. Sophie breaks the tight hug to look into my eyes.
Maybe because they represent something that you thought was impossible?
I press my lips to her forehead. She's right. I did gain new allies. And even if I can't understand my own reasoning, the outcome suits me. As thoughts whir in my brain, an idea forms. I need to call my father. I pull away from her slowly. Sophie's eyes narrow.
I don't know if you will be able to find the same level of love from him as...
Oh, no. I interrupt her with a shake of my head. It's about the moon garden plan. Her face changes to understanding. As I dial the prison, I wonder if anyone will pick up this late. The line connects, and I request him. Just as I'm about to speak to him, Matthias calls Sophie to the lounge and she slips out, leaving me alone with my father. This suits me, because when I hear his voice, my own words falter. I stay silent for a moment, grieving a relationship that never was and never will be.
Nice of you to call.
Matteo Gray's voice startles me. I only have one question. I return my attention to the matter at hand. Can I trust Carl Mickelson? I understand you used to have an agreement with him. There's a long hum carrying over the phone.
You can trust him to a point. If you want him to bury a body for you, he won't do it. He won't partake in any overt illegal activity.
Can I tell him about the moon garden, your man, and the imminent confrontation? Trust him to not show up with a fleet of police cars on the night we want to face Penelope?
Police presence might not be the worst idea. You don't have many people, and I don't know how many she has. Not as many as I used to have, but probably more than you.
I roll my eyes. He's as skeptical about me as ever. I will think about it. And would you trust Carl with your grandson's life? My father doesn't hesitate.
He would never hurt a child. Remember, he's a policeman first, my ally second.
And that confirmation is all I need for my idea to consolidate in a concrete plan. I call Carl next, then go to seek out Sophie. When I see Curtis and Jerry still in the lounge, sipping on my alcohol, in my tumblers, I am surprised that I no longer find them disgusting. They look like weary travelers on their way home. My own words echo in my ears. I want Lavender to be a safe space. I allow myself a small smile as I go down to the sub-basement. I find Sophie on my bed, playing with rope like a kitten tangled in yarn.
I think best when I'm tied up,
she says, but thinking time is clearly over because she's untying herself as I join her on the bed. I sorted the issue with the babysitter, I say, Carl will look after them. His grandkids are coming for the weekend, so they're going to have one happy sleepover.
Really? He agreed to watch some random teenagers?
Not random. Looking after them might well get him the case of his career right before retirement.
That's nice of him. I'm surprised he won't be there with us. I always thought the police like to stick their fingers in any criminal pie they can find.
Well, you'll be glad to know that Aisha will be with us as extra backup.
Fair enough. Though I would rather she didn't see my face. I'm weird around police people.
Now that you mention it, you were always doing something else when they were around.
I don't want to put myself in situations that might allude to my past in LA.
When she says this, her voice is quiet, and I wonder how often she thinks of this past. In the flurry of other issues my brain has been occupied with, I haven't even considered the fact that she's about to meet one of her old colleagues. Will he pull her away from me? Will he betray us, shattering her pretty memory? I hope any horrible scenario that my anxious mind supplies won't happen. In the end, it will be her decision. All I can do is hope and do my best. I'll grab a shower. Don't feel clean after running around Penelope's property. Wanna come? The thought of Sophie's naked, wet body pressed to mine ignites my imagination.
I'll join you.
She winks, though some of the strain remains in her features. I should do something about that. Wrapped in towels, we go to the shower of the sub-basement. I turn it on while Sophie shifts from one foot to the other. I'm cold too. We wait, but no water comes out. I give it another try, jerking the taps with more vigor as if that will help. It seems it has finally given up on me. We should go to the staff showers upstairs. I take her hand and we shuffle up, half naked and shivering.
Sophie the Brigand Wraith. Damien doesn't know where he's taking me. He doesn't know this is yet another place where I will be forced to face my soul injuries. I walk through the locker room, following him quietly like I followed Brad the night of the Jester's party. My heart picks up pace. My blood drums in my ears. But I force a deep breath in, then out. The situation is different. This is just a room. Brad is in prison, and Valerie is missing. Penelope is not here. There's nothing that can hurt me. My eyes slide across the interior of the showers without lingering, afraid that the way the tiles are arranged or the shape of the partitions between the 4 shower heads will conjure up an unwanted memory. I step in one of the sections that I've never stood in, not when I showered alone when working, not when I observed Tanya showering, not when Brad blasted me with cold water. I hope Damien doesn't follow me in because I need space to process. I smile at him, not finding words but trying to tell him everything with my eyes. He takes the section next to me. It is only after I turn the hot water on that I start to feel calmer. Damien puts his head under the shower head, moaning in pleasure as the water turns from cold to hot and washes over him. I look at my hands, clenched into fists, and release the strain on my fingers, feeling the water stream between them. The panic subsides, leaving the room full of steam and an undressed Damien. In this moment, the Brigand Wraith is buried so deeply inside my subconscious that it's as if she's never existed. Gone is the sassy thief, the confident brigand who rushes headlong into danger. Under the hot stream of the shower, only Sophie Taylor remains, with my naked trauma and my aching heart. A few weeks ago, it was here that I had prepared to go out into a crowd of jesters to be a toy for their entertainment. I glance at Damien, who has slathered some body wash on his palms and is now staring at them intently, matching my introspectiveness. The former Lavender Phantom, Lavender's owner and Lavender's first victim. His own trauma must be heaped like a mountain of unpleasant memories. Mine is probably nothing compared to his. And yet, when I peel my gaze from his body and my eyes settle on the other end of the shower room, I remember Brad glaring at me, then walking over with the hose like it was a gun. I shiver despite the scalding water. That night was my lowest point, my rock bottom. Since then, things have gotten better. I've been safe. Or at least I feel that way. And that realization feeds my courage. I want to try something. I turn off the shower, steam curling around me in mesmerizing swirls. I lean my forearms on the partition that separates me and Damien and let my stare settle on Damien's jaw, covered by his beard, on his high cheekbone, on his petite ear, on the spot where his neck begins under it. His flushed skin glistens from the moisture. Droplets of water run down my body, cooled from the air around me. I imagine the little tickling trails they leave are instead made by Damien's competent fingers. Just as I'm admiring his flexed biceps, Damien snaps out of his daydream and turns to me, his dark hair sticking to his face like he is a sultry merman.
Already done?
He puts his hands to his pecs and starts washing his body. Not yet. I walk over to his shower cubicle. Goosebumps cover my arms and legs as I move through the cool air.
I like where this is going,
he says when I reach him and press my body to his. I embrace his slippery torso, enjoying the warmth of him on my skin. He hugs my back, covering me entirely in hot water and the scent of body wash and Damien. The seed of courage I planted a few minutes ago grows, turning into full-fledged bravery. I slip my hands down his back, feeling the ridges of his scars, enjoying the soft moans that escape him. A possessive smile blossoms on my lips. I hide it from Damien, still nestled in his chest. When my fingers find themselves tracing swirls on his sides and then going down to the region of his desire, Damien stirs, propping my chin up with one finger. I meet his half-lidded eyes, full of longing. We kiss, water running down our faces, turning the taste of our kiss into something new and clean. I stroke him, slowly, teasingly, as his tongue explores my mouth. Heat unrelated to the shower gathers between my legs. I squeeze them, reaching for the shot of bravery I prepared inside myself. Breaking the kiss, I lower myself slowly, keeping my eyes trained on Damien's. A shadow of confusion passes across them. He starts lowering himself as well. A chuckle escapes my lips despite me trying to both look sexy and keep my trauma at bay. This small consideration makes my feeling of safety explode inside my heart like a firework of appreciation. You stay standing, I say, a small smile playing on my lips. The slight change of mood makes me waver, but I push through the doubt. I need this.
Are you sure?
Damien's face hasn't picked up on the humor. His brows are knitted in concern.
I'm not desperate for this if you don't want to do it. Just because other people do it like it's nothing doesn't mean you have to push yourself.
I know.
There's plenty of other stuff we can do.
I want to go down on you, Damien. I want to try. The seed of bravery inside me is as if a real thing, sending adrenaline through my body, making me tremble with anticipation and eagerness.
You're shaking.
I'm excited, I think.
I'm all yours.
Damien puts his arms behind his back, grasping his elbows with opposite hands. I know this position very well. Rope bottoms find their arms tied up behind their back like this often in Japanese bondage. He assumes the surrender implied in a box tie, the opening of the chest, and the submission of the heart and soul. The bravery I have nurtured transforms into conviction. The tiles are hard under my knees, and the water reaching me is tepid as I assume position. I look at it, like I'm seeing one for the very first time. A little bead of liquid appears at the tip, and without thinking, I swipe my tongue across it. The taste of Damien reminds me of the seawater I tasted every time I went swimming in LA. He tastes like memories of a simpler time. Before I know it, I'm sucking, enjoying the velvety texture of his sensitive skin. A sharp intake of breath reminds me that Damien is still there with me, and before I get lost in my head, I look up, taking in a little bit more. I don't think about Duke Hazelton. Nothing in this situation reminds me of him. As I find a rhythm that makes Damien moan, I use my free hand to run my nails down his muscular thighs, to caress his abs, clenching every so often. His posture, his pleasure, yielding to my mouth, nurtures another layer of that comfortable safety. I want to give him more. Moments later, Damien's body tenses and he speaks, his voice a hoarse whisper.
I'm going to come.
His arms have come out, ready to pull me away if needed. But my desire to have all he can give propels my hands sideways, and I grip Damien's palms midair without stopping the movement of my head. He grunts, twining my fingers with his, keeping me balanced as he becomes one highly strung wire. With each of my backward shifts, I hollow my cheeks, high on the adrenaline of personal triumph. Damien stills. A single tick later, warm liquid spurts out of him. I swallow, my back and forth winding down, turning into soft, indulgent draws. My shaking has long since stopped, but now Damien trembles lightly, his thighs and hands quivering with my every move. When I finally release him from my mouth, he slides down to the floor next to me, his eyes searching for mine, his pupils dilated.
Wow.
He rasps.
What was that?
I smile. I was convinced today was the right time to face the demons inside my head, and they are still there. The war with them is far from over, but I won this battle today. I demolished my fear and embraced my desire. That was... I reach forward and pull his face to mine, planting a soft kiss on his parted lips. A step toward personal empowerment. Damien chuckles.
I have to say I like this empowered you. For a submissive, you sure know how to take charge.
For a dom, you sure know how to submit. The giddy feeling of achievement makes my skin hum with pleasure. I lean in for another kiss, then another, until we are a tangled mess on the wet, cold floor. The water drums around us, protecting us from the world outside, letting us feel nothing but each other for a moment not destined to last.
Chapter 34. The Night of the Flower Rope Party. The bruises on my body have faded to purple. The pain that used to make me lightheaded is now a distant memory, only reappearing when I overreach. A painkiller is coursing in my bloodstream anyway, making sure I won't flinch when the time comes to push my body to its limit again. My beard is no more, revealing in the mirror an almost forgotten face. The past week was both a week of healing and a week of mental preparation. For me, for Sophie, for Tanya, and Matthias. Luna were tasked with monitoring the security cameras on the streets where the Moon Garden's 2 entrances are. Inside, there are no cameras. After all this is over, I will rip out all the ones from Lavender too. Privacy is a right, not a business opportunity. For the full week, Luna were looking for Penelope or anyone else who could be identified as part of the jesters, but there was no one of note passing, so we knew that Penelope was either inside, never leaving the venue, or that she never did arrive. According to the blueprints and Sophie and Hanako's accounts, there are no other entrances to the club but the 2 main ones. The Moon Garden is both exactly how I remember it, and nothing at all like it. The colors tonight are reminiscent of lavenders, pastel tones and muted lighting with spotlights here and there highlighting various flower arrangements. I'm convinced it's all fake decor, but the big lounge smells like spring in bloom. While I wait for Sophie to change into her outfit, I put my nose in a bouquet of yellow roses. The sweet fragrance and velvety feel prove me wrong, not fake. Aisha is with Sophie and Hanako, protecting them from a possible encounter with Penelope in the changing rooms. The people around me move in lazy swathes, chatting, giggling, going about their kinky business undisturbed by the fact that a gang altercation is coming up. With such indulgent surroundings, I hope we can keep the conflict small and contained. I would hate to ruin so many people's favorite place to be. Matthias comes to me, holding a martini and hands me a stiff whiskey.
Only one,
he says. Connor is next to him, looking uncomfortable.
Nice to meet you without a mask on,
he mumbles. Likewise.
You look very familiar,
he says. I have a common face. My lips move into a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. He's probably seen the wanted screens in passing. I don't want to get into it today, or any day really. Both of them have put more effort in their costumes than I have. Matthias sparkles from every side, a sequined vest of purple and pink covering his otherwise naked torso. He is also wearing skinny jeans with embroidered butterflies, which for me are a massive step up from his open-ass latex outfit from last time. Connor is wearing a suit that would make him look smart if it wasn't made from a floral design material. In my eyes, he resembles a human-shaped couch. But I'm not allowed to poke fun at others' costumes. I'm wearing my black jeans and black hoodie, knives in my black combat boots, and knuckle dusters in my pockets. I didn't even bring my rope bag. If I allowed myself to relax last time I was here, enough to play, tonight I'm strung like a tight guitar string. If my father's man is somewhere around watching, we can't allow a moment's loss of vigilance. We could be pulled away from the party and into a fight at any time. The bouncer I saw last time, Dougie, is not here. Have they replaced him with someone from Penelope's gang? It would have been nice to have him here, looking after everyone who is not involved in our little family war. Maybe he's on another level. I should know better, but the opulent hanging flower arrangements from the ceiling, the grass on the dance floor speckled with wildflowers, the smell of witch hazel in the air, it's all a comforting promise of hope. Spring is coming. New beginnings are due. Leave the cold of your past behind. The music is quiet, mixed with birdsong, reminding me of the audio compilations I made for the tropical room for the opening of Lavender. I can't help but compare the two clubs, mine empty and this one buzzing with sexual excitement. Sophie comes into the lounge, snatching my attention. Hanako and Aisha are also striking in their costumes. The three of them look like wood nymphs, all flowers, flowy fabric, and iridescent glitter. It takes them a while to reach us, stopping every few seconds to talk to people they know. We agreed not to hide and let the jesters find us first. Sophie was adamant that she knows the moon garden better than Penelope, or anyone she might employ. Hana felt the same. I like her confidence, but caution remains in the strain on my face. I'm afraid I'll see a glint of a knife, or hear the poof of a small gun silencer.
This will not do,
Sophie says when they're within earshot.
You look like a bodyguard.
She swipes something from behind her back, making the fabric of her tiny see-through skirt ripple like insect wings. She places it on my head. My eyes linger on hers, a well of darkness thanks to her black sclera contacts. Her lashes are painted white, gems sparkle on her forehead. It's Sophie, but transformed into something otherworldly. I touch the ring on my head. It's a flower crown. I take it off to look at the weaved purple fabric flowers. They look like small lavender stalks. Ivy leaves and forget-me-nots nestle between them. Lavender is a summer flower. I put it back on my head.
Some bloom early in the spring. When I saw it online, I thought it was perfect for you. And I was right.
Sophie beams. Her outfit is small, like the dress of a ballerina. Pastel green and purple, matching my flower crown, allowing movement for fighting and running. I know she's not forgotten why we're here, but she's trying to celebrate in her own way.
Great. We're all assembled. Now what?
Aisha's face is the opposite of Sophie's. Her outfit, too. A dark blue leotard with sparkling gemstones and white sclera lenses. White roses are knitted in her tight black curls, free from her usual braided style when she's at work. She's crossed her arms in front of her chest. The small leather bag hanging on her shoulder tells me I'm not the only one who came armed tonight.
Now we walk around and wait, no?
Hanako catches them both by the shoulders. She's gone for a full red costume, tiny shorts, and a cropped top, giving everyone a full view of her pierced belly button. She's painted a poppy on her cheek. Poppies are also summer flowers, I say with a smile.
Watch out, flower expert here.
Matthias pats my back. I also write poetry. I wink at Aisha. Aisha scoffs, but Sophie bursts out laughing.
I'm a fan,
she says. Then her brows knit and she pulls out her phone.
Connor, can you grab me a soda?
Can't you get one yourself?
He says, the true meaning of the request lost on him. Hanako comes to the rescue.
I will go. Come with me. I won't be able to carry all the drinks.
When they go away, Sophie speaks again.
Tanya, Bev, and Lizzie are running late. I've arranged with the manager for them to be let in, but I'm not sure if they're reporting to Penelope. We should split up and stay in touch. Whoever encounters any sort of trouble should notify the others.
It's better to stick together,
Aisha says.
If we're lumped like this, we appear too strong. No one will approach us.
I scratch my chin. Every group needs at least one member who can fight. Matthias, do you have your special solution with you?
I do.
So the jeans are not just a fashion choice. I'm armed, Aisha is armed, and Matthias has a stock of tranquilizers. Good. Sophie, with me. Matthias, you go with Connor and Hanako. Aisha, you wait for Tanya and the girls. There's 3 floors, so each group should scout one. I glance at the bar. Connor and Hana are still queuing for drinks.
Lounge for us,
Matthias says.
It will be easiest to come up with an excuse for Connor.
I think we should take the upper floor,
Sophie says.
We are the smallest group, so we can navigate the private rooms more easily.
That leaves the dungeon for my group.
Aisha nods.
It's not bad. It's a big open space, so it should be easy to stake out.
Remember, Penelope knows what I and Sophie look like. She also knows Matthias and Tanya by face, but she might not remember them clearly. In any case, be careful. I look around the circle of faces. I see determination. If they are afraid, none of them show it. I hope we can gather like this at the end of the night, victorious. I hope we don't lose anyone. I hope Penelope and the jesters will be a thing of the past in a few hours. Matthias fishes in the back pocket of his jeans and hands out a small item to each of us.
Aisha, you take 2 and give this one to Tanya.
I look mine over. It's like a miniature pager with a tiny black and white screen and a colored button. Part of Luna's help tonight. There isn't one for Sophie.
When I press the button,
Matthias starts, pushing his finger down on the small circle. My item vibrates and the screen shows a bold M. He continues.
It will notify everyone who it is that is in trouble. Keep this close to your person and use it in case of an emergency. It's lucky all of us have different first letters.
As we fumble around with clothes and pockets to secure the alert devices, Hanako and Connor join us with fresh drinks for Sophie and Aisha. I notice Hana has a pair of wings on her back. Still not a fairy? I ask, pointing at them.
Nope, never a fairy. I'm a ladybug. And don't tell me they're summer insects, please.
She shakes her head. I wasn't going to. Anyway, we're heading up. See you guys around.
Matthias will fill you in.
Sophie blows her an air kiss. Aisha rolls her eyes and heads for the bar, probably to wait for Tanya at a place with a good vantage point. I expected her to look out of place, but she doesn't. Maybe the Moon Garden will have a new regular after tonight. If we do everything right, next Friday she will be free to visit without having to bring her gun with her. Sophie and I ascend the stairs in silence, hand in hand. The railings are decorated with climbing roses, the ceiling with wisteria, which makes our walk up like a visit to a dark park.
Let's start with the rooms on our right,
Sophie says. All doors have little windows where we can peer through and observe. In one room there's a trio wrestling, limbs flying in all directions. I'm unable to tell what belongs to whom. So this former colleague of yours, I say as we move along. Are you excited to see him? Sophie's grip tightens on my hand.
I haven't seen him in 7 years. I don't know what to expect.
There's a couple having sex in the next room we look at. It doesn't seem to affect Sophie in any way. She sighs and drags me forward. Have I hit a nerve? Were you close? I'm unable to drop the subject.
Like family,
She whispers. The way she says it is loaded. Was he your first love? I ask.
First proper crush, maybe. But at the time,
She hesitates.
he was different. I still trust him to carry out this mission. Don't get me wrong. I'm just afraid I might have lost him forever by leaving the way I did.
The 2 private rooms we pass next have couples engaging in impact play. In one, there are 2 girls, one across the other's knee, her bottom red. In the second room, there's a restrained man on the bed, his play partners flogging him vigorously. No sign of Penelope. No sign of Sophie recognizing her friend. Did you not get to say goodbye? Our walking pace has slowed so much we're barely moving. Maybe I shouldn't have started this conversation. But if not now, when?
I couldn't get in touch with him that night. I blamed him for abandoning me, but recently I don't know. The brain can warp things. Maybe it was me who abandoned them all.
The next few doors have their little window covered by a tiny lace curtain. Sophie tries each door gently, but they're locked. Whoever's inside each of them wants privacy. Following the event etiquette, we move on without disturbing them. Do you want to go back to LA? My heart twists as I ask the question. She's been acting subtly strange since she learned my father's spy was her acquaintance. I have avoided thinking about what defeating Penelope will mean for us until this moment. The last private room we visit is free. It's at the end of the corridor. The purple blooms above the doorframe look like the wisteria from before. When we get closer, I see they are lilac blossoms, thick like grapes, made from plastic but still somehow fully fragrant. Sophie takes my arm and drags me inside, closing the door behind us and flipping the lock. Her expression is anxious.
If we're talking about the future, I need to be in a space where I can focus on you.
I nod and look around. There's a 4-poster bed frame with lilac bunches suspended from the top and a wicker chair in one corner. The effect of a hanging garden is exquisite. In plant symbolism, lilac depicts first love. I try to lighten the mood.
How do you know?
Sophie chuckles nervously. Purple is a color that can be both happy and sad, so I was set on it as the main color for my club. But I was torn between two options for the name: lilac and lavender. Then I figured my clients will be unlikely to experience their first loves in my tea room, so I went for lavender.
That's a pretty story.
Her eyes won't meet mine, but I give her space to figure out what she wants to say. A fear that she's changed her mind from the last time gnaws at my bones, but I bite my tongue and wait.
I know I said this last time, but I don't know if I can return to the mundane life I had before Luna awakened the Brigand Wraith.
She sits on the bed.
But I also can't ask you to abandon your dream of a peaceful life with Thomas and renovating Lavender to match your vision.
I sit next to her. Her words are not unexpected. Maybe we can find a compromise. I don't want to let you go. It will be so painful to say goodbye if you want to leave with your brigand friend. But if my desired future doesn't excite you, or worse, if it stresses you, then I will let you go. Her eyes widen and her lips part. No words come out. Did you think I was going to keep you here? I pull her into a sideways hug and stroke her hair. I will never force anyone to live a life against their will. I've been through it, and it feels like shit. Her arms circle my waist.
I can promise you one thing.
I don't get to hear her promise because there's a knock on the door. I stand up, peering through the little window, but I'm far away and see only darkness. We share a look and stay deadly still. Yes, it could have been a stray couple looking for a free room, but we are in enemy territory, and a measly lock will not protect us. It could be Penelope. I strain to hear anything when the lock rattles with a metallic whiz. My heartbeat picks up pace. Sophie grips my palm, her fingers clutching with the strength of her unease. As my eyes settle on the handle, it moves. I watch it do its usual quarter circle, slow and lazy, and completely silent. It should be locked, it should be, but the door opens, making me jump uncharacteristically. Whoever is on the other side wants to go into this room, right now. I slip my hands into my pockets, feeling the comforting weight of the brass knuckles. Sophie stands up slowly, her eyes darting. I want to tell her to come behind me to hide, but while I consider my actions, the door opens and a voice speaks.
Ah, you're already rounded up. How convenient.
While I was hesitating, a boy has entered, a boy with a gun. He is pointing it at my chest, a sleek silencer making it look like the barrel of a rifle. Chapter 35.
Go sit down over there.
The boy's voice is throaty, like he has dropped his voice box deep into his neck. He flicks the gun to point in the general direction of the wicker chair next to the bed. I consider whether he will shoot me if I tackle him. I try to predict where the bullet will go if he shoots by accident while falling to the ground. This room is too small, too cramped. Sophie is too close to me.
Don't do it,
the boy says. He looks barely of age, Is he one of Penelope's followers?
Obey, and all of us will walk out of here safe and sound.
If he's my father's guy, he sure as hell doesn't look to be on our side.
Sophie?
The boy whispers, looking up and down my girl's body. His eyes are not leering but estimating, concentrating, like the eyes of someone comparing two pictures and searching for differences. An unexpected bead of sweat rolls down the side of my forehead. I've been straining in place, clenching every muscle in my body, unsure what to do. The boy seems in no hurry. His curly hair looks like an unkempt nest on top of his head, and his skin-tight black catsuit reveals a tiny but buff body. He looks like a very unlikely villain, so I start to wonder if this is some kind of play setup. Maybe he got the room wrong? But he knows Sophie's name. Why is he so hostile?
While I appreciate watching you think, I would much prefer it if you sat down as I told you to. It would spare me shooting you in the foot.
The boy's eyes snap up to mine. His expression grows cold. Sophie speaks then, her voice even, with an unknown emotion barely sustained.
Sit down, Damien. You might actually be shot if you don't.
You know him? I ask.
Yes.
She hesitates.
And Tony.
Antonio. Tony. I know you remember me, Wraith.
I sit down on the edge of the chair, palming the brass knuckles in my pockets. My eyes dart between Sophie and the boy like I'm the spectator of an invisible table tennis match. He's definitely someone from her past. But is he our spy? I wait for an opportune moment to strike back.
You're on Chief's side?
Always.
Despite the confirmation, Tony doesn't lower the gun. It's still trained on me.
I'm here to help one of his old contacts.
Oh, does he not know what I look like? He should be on our side, but it's hard to trust someone who is actively threatening my life.
So why do you have a gun to my boyfriend's head?
Boyfriend?
Tony raises an eyebrow. He is gentle in his pronunciation, like the word feels unusual on his tongue.
I'm undercover in one of Chicago's new gangs and earning the trust of the boss. Unfortunately, she told me to kidnap you.
Me?
A perplexed expression is etched on Sophie's face.
You.
Sophie Taylor, not Adrienne Raven?
Who's Adrienne Raven?
Tony cocks his head. I decide whatever Sophie is doing is a distraction, so I tense my thigh, ready to pounce on him the moment his eyes dip down to her face again.
I will fucking shoot you.
Tony's head snaps sideways, his gaze boring into mine. I raise my arms to the sides of my head in an effort to placate him. My brass knuckles remain in my pockets. You can't blame me for trying to protect my woman. I hesitate. Is this too cheesy? To protect Sophie, I add.
I won't cause her harm,
he says with sharp, fast certainty, like I offended him.
Tony, put the gun down. You're here to help him.
She slides off the bed without hurrying, but instead of attacking him, she goes and embraces him. I'm sure my face does something strange because Tony's expression changes and he chuckles.
If you promise me Mr. Alpha Male won't go all caveman on me, I will drop the gun and we can chat.
He slides his free hand to the small of her back and presses her into himself. My nostrils flare, and I feel a pinch in my chest. I've always thought I'm not a jealous man, but seeing my wood nymph for the night, hugging someone who is holding me at gunpoint, seems to be some sort of exception.
No one will fight right now,
Sophie says, her voice muffled by the nest of his yellow curls. He is only a little taller than her and couldn't be farther away visually from what I look like. Short, blonde, feminine, gentle-looking. She said they were family. But in what way? Were they lovers? Or play partners? I try not to make assumptions. Tony lowers the gun and puts the safety back on. I'm up and striding toward them before he has had a chance to stuff it anywhere. Looking over his catsuit, I'm unsure where he would have put it. He grabs Sophie with both arms and twirls her, moving toward the other end of the room.
He looks angry,
he says into her hair, and he's damn right. I don't like being threatened. I don't like other people talking about kidnapping the girl I like either. Give me that gun, I snarl. Sophie detaches herself from his embrace and turns to stand between us.
Stand down, Damien. Tony, Put that gun away somewhere.
You trust him? I ask.
Penelope doesn't know my real name.
Her brows furrow, the cogs in her brain turning.
Not in relation to you anyway, so why are you here, Tony? Why are you abducting me?
Because of the building.
He replies without hesitation. Sophie's building? Now Jerry's desperate apologies make sense.
And you didn't know Damien would be here?
No idea. I called Mateo to say that I wanted out because I'm getting in too deep with the jesters now. They're almost done anyway, but that boss lady is insane. I was waiting for the go-ahead to rendezvous with Damien here and deliver everything I've learned. But while waiting, Penelope had a task for me.
The pieces are starting to look like they fit, but it's a damn loose fit. I don't trust him. Sophie is nodding, her face displaying an unbroken trust.
That makes sense,
she declares after a moment's silence. How? The word comes out of my mouth like an exasperated sigh.
Penelope requires me to prove my devotion to her every fucking minute,
Tony says, hissing. The change in his tone so sudden my head dips back in surprise.
When I heard Sophie's name being thrown around like she's next on a death list, I had to take the job. Trust me. Better me than any of the others who she sends on errands like these. Sophie crossed her path, so Penelope wants her removed. Not only that, but she considered everything Mateo once owned as hers forever. So how dare he withdraw his power of attorney and give it to someone else? Anyway, I've been trying to stay away and focus on the task, but it's not easy. I saved Kiara. I proposed the fucking olive branch thing. She would have been dead if it weren't for me.
This outburst stuns both me and Sophie. I had never thought that my father would find someone to go undercover in the jesters, who would get under Penelope's skin so well to be able to convince her to do things uncharacteristic of her. And the divorce? I ask the first thing that comes to mind.
What divorce? Wait, she's divorcing you? Oh, fucking shit. She wants to marry me. Oh, no. I'm out.
He throws his hands in the air and paces the room, the gun loose in his hand.
You still swear a lot.
It's a swear-worthy situation.
He stops pacing and drops into a squat. His body language has shifted from when he first came into the room, and maybe now, finally, he's being himself.
This twist of fate means you really need to go and confront her.
He points at me. I cross my arms in front of my chest defensively. I'm staying here. I shake my head. You just said you were going to kidnap Sophie.
I wasn't actually going to kidnap her. I was going to take her with me while you sort your shit out, or whatever. My job here is done.
Tony's voice has the edge of annoyance.
We are going together to face Penelope.
Tony is having none of it, but she shakes her head.
We need to catch up. If we had a bit more time, I would tell you in detail why you and I can't just abandon Damien and his fight. It's my fight, too.
They stare at each other. It's so intense I don't know where to look. Finally, Tony nods.
How about this?
He says.
Penelope is in the office in the staff area. There's a corridor leading to it on the dungeon level. I can go first. Make sure she stays put. Did you come alone?
We have a few more people. How many are there of the jesters?
Sophie's fast reply comes before I have a chance to protest. How is she so sure he's on our side?
4 more and me, but one of them is really big and strong.
So how are you going to deal with them? The suspicion in my voice is impossible to hide.
I won't,
he says simply.
You will. I can't break my cover. I see that you don't trust me. You have 2 choices. Face Penelope on your own, or have me help you. My job for Mateo Grey is done. But I won't let Sophie go into the lion's den with you. I don't know you.
I don't know you either, I snap. Sophie is massaging her forehead.
Well, I know you both, so how about I make a decision? Tony, go secure Penelope. We'll gather everyone and go to battle. Damien, use your pager, and let's get this over with.
The leader in me, the one forgotten in my captivity, lifts its head. Sophie's steel resolve reminds me of myself, from years ago, when I made tough decisions, fast and certain. I search my emotions for any desire to oppose her, to show her who's boss. I find none of that, only a silent agreement and a weight lifted off my shoulders. I don't want to lead, but maybe she does. Maybe we can find a compromise. Chapter 36. Less than 10 minutes later, we are all gathered near the second-floor stairs. Tony is long gone. Tanya, Bev, and Lizzie are dressed in black lingerie with small bags where they hide their weapons. I warned them not to take anything that can be used to maim them, so they have a selection of tasers and pepper sprays. Matthias is already holding one of his tranquilizer syringes. There's one in Hanako's hand as well.
Connor is tying one of my friends, so he won't look for us anytime soon,
she says. Good. We need to get to the staff corridor, I say, and go. Everyone follows, a somber mood settling between us. We're not going into an unexpected fight. One way or another, today will be the end of our feud with Penelope. It will be a resolution to the Moon Garden owner problem and a night of closure in many ways for anyone still standing. A loose branch of wisteria almost hits me in the face when we descend the stairs. The smell of the place makes my head spin, but we press on. The lounge no longer plays quiet music. An EDM song is blasting, resonating in my whole body. This place has good soundproofing, good for people's privacy as they scream from pleasure. Bad for those whose cries for help will drown between the walls. My long, confident strides come to a halt. Where am I going? I look around. The green of the Moon Garden spread where my eyes can see like a garden maze. Yellow and white roses on every wall, moving spotlights in muted colors, but no stairs to the dungeon. No pathway to the main entrance. My eyes dart from side to side.
This way.
Sophie grabs my wrist and drags me forward like I'm a little child. Her tiny flowing dress, sparkling in the lights, is my beacon to follow. I don't want her in front of me, like a human shield, particularly when she's the only one of us without any weapons. I step next to her. It turns out I was a few steps away from the hole in the wall leading downstairs. But it has an arch of red tulips, making it foreign to the image I have in my memories. Sophie is unfazed. She enters like she owns the floor. Maybe she will soon. We move past the dungeon, ignoring people's laughter and yelps as kink scenes take place all around us. The door to the staff corridor is the same color as the wall, a dull, dark gray. There's a small sign that stops guests from entering, and that's it. I pull Sophie back and try the handle. It's locked. Didn't your friend just pass through here? My voice is laced with irritation. She shrugs.
Doesn't matter. He knows what I can do. Cover me.
We crowd the door, shielding Sophie from the others completely. She pulls a lockpick from her bracer and works her magic on the lock. Then she presses the handle, and it opens easily, muted light seeping from the crease. I go in first, I say. Then Aisha and Matthias. After that, it doesn't matter, but make sure Sophie is in the middle. Does anyone have anything to give her to protect herself?
Here.
Tanya pushes a small pepper spray into Sophie's hands. Sophie nods. We shuffle in as a line of soldiers, quiet and ready. When the door closes behind us, the lock clicks into place. There's no going back. The corridor has cheap bad lighting and nothing noteworthy on the floor, walls or ceiling. The noise from the dungeon and the lounge upstairs is barely audible. We step forward, toward a darkness which I know is a turn to the right. I grip my knuckle dusters and put my hands in front of me, ready to knock out anyone who crosses our path. As we turn, there's a patch of blinding light from an open door. I consider switching weapons when the voices move, and I'm robbed of the time to pull the gun out. 3 men come out and instantly freeze. They're not expecting to find us here. It seems Tony hasn't betrayed us. All hell breaks loose. I attack the one closest to me, then a swathe of bodies rushes from behind me like a tidal wave. In seconds, the fight is over. Matthias has used a tranquilizer on one of them. Another is stunned on the floor from one of the women's tasers. There's drool coming out of his mouth, but he's breathing. The last one is a crumpled heap at my feet. A powerful blow to the side of his head took him out fast and easy. Hana rummages in a bag I hadn't noticed and pulls out a few lengths of rope. I take one to start tying the goons up, but Tanya puts a hand on my arm.
Go, we'll deal with this. Take Sophie and Matthias with you.
I nod and hand her the rope. Matthias leaves another tranquilizer with Lizzie, just in case. She has an expression of intense concentration as she watches the fallen jesters. I don't envy them if they wake up. We don't make it too far in, and after another turn we nearly collide with a mountain of a man. This must be the guy Tony warned us about. Matthias attacks before I can stop him, adrenaline probably fueling his bravery. The man slaps him, throwing him to the ground. "Stay back," I hiss to Sophie as I see red and lunge forward. My brass knuckles connect to his chin, and his head whips to his side. It doesn't even unbalance him. He is at least a head taller than me, so buff that he makes me look lean and Matthias like a stick. Toppling him will be a team effort. He swings and I dodge, stepping toward Matthias. "You okay?" I pull him behind us by his vest. His nose is bleeding from both nostrils. There should be a rule against hitting doctors. My opponent waits for us to sort ourselves out like a mindless golem. He doesn't look angry. "Can you let us through? We don't have any business with you. It will be better for us all if he just leaves." He doesn't, of course.
"No can do."
His voice booms in the hallway. "Look for an opening and don't get hit," I say to both Sophie and Matthias without breaking eye contact with the golem. Then, with no warning left to give, I unleash my fury. My opponent's hits are clumsy, wide swings, half-body twists, and big steps forward. I can see all his attacks seconds before they reach me. I evade left and right, feeling like a panther. I've always been the biggest fighter in a room. This is a welcome change. I navigate behind him and place a well-aimed hit to his kidneys. He yelps like a puppy. I descend on him again, my blows as always directed to weak spots. This angers him, and he abandons his form, flailing around like a madman. One swing catches my ear, twisting my head to one side. The pain in my neck from a week ago makes an appearance, sharp and sudden. My eyes water, but I stay on my feet.
Damien!
I duck and Sophie sprays the pepper spray above my head. But she's too short and she gets his mouth, not his eyes. The giant coughs and changes targets. "No!" I knee him in the balls, counting that he will bend over and give an opportunity for Sophie to fall farther back. My underhanded blow doesn't work. My opponent's face turns red, and a vein bulges on his forehead. From all that he's done so far, this involuntary reaction, this manifestation of his anger, frightens me the most. The next time he swings, his blow is aimed at me again. He's faster than my divided attention. He catches the side of my body, right where my bruised ribs are healing. I groan as I crumple to the floor. I know I should be paying attention to my fight, but my eyes have to keep track of Sophie and Matthias, making sure they don't get hurt. The giant punishes my lack of commitment to the fight by kicking me in the stomach. All air leaves my body on its own accord, and I gasp, an arm reaching helplessly towards Sophie. Matthias is closing in now, a syringe in his hand. Too obvious. Are we really going to lose 3 versus 1? No way in f***ing hell. I need to get to Penelope and deal with her. As I'm balled up, I reach into my boot. When the giant's next kick connects with my body, I sink the small blade into his shin with all my power. He finally kneels in pain. I take it out and stab him again, blind rage directing my hand. Ignoring the blood making the handle of the blade slippery, I tackle him and get on top of his chest. He thrashes about, almost making me dismount him. He stops abruptly when I press the knife to his neck. "Now, Matthias." Everything hurts, but I get those 2 words out. Matthias plunges the syringe into the giant's neck. The seconds stretch as I watch his eyes glaze over. My hand hurts from gripping the knife. When he's finally out of it, I clamber up.
"I'll stay to tie him up. The girls should be done with the others. We need a lot of rope for this one. How is he so big?"
Matthias looks flustered, his face bloody. At least his nose is still straight.
"Let's go,"
Sophie says as she steps over the deactivated golem. There's a long corridor ahead of us, and we walk fast, anticipation propelling our steps.
"Give me the gun."
Sophie throws the pepper spray to the floor, and I stop to pick it up.
"I can't use that thing. The gun at least looks threatening."
"Can you shoot? It can be used against you."
"I'm not Tanya."
She outstretches her arm.
I know how to use it, not that I will.
Will we be safe with it in her hands? I have my knuckle dusters. There's no space in my hands for a gun, and no desire in my head to hold it. The safety stays on at all times. I hand her the gun. She nods and we move forward. I can already see a door. I bet the little golden plaque in the middle will read, Office. Wait. I take her arm and pull her toward me. What were you going to promise me before Tony barged in? Her expression softens.
We were talking about the future. Whatever happens, I can promise you one thing. I will never leave without saying goodbye, without warning. I did that once, and the unspoken words are still lodged in my throat.
Oh. The vowel is bitter in my mouth. What had I expected? Big words of love? A grand promise of everlasting devotion? That's not realistic.
It doesn't mean I'm leaving.
She touches my face, her fingers saying something that I don't know if she can express with words. I swallow the insecurity that rises in my stomach. This is another maybe. Another promise that buys her time. But it at least means that I will get to speak to her when things calm down, and I will tell her all the ways I can meet her halfway. She can have the danger, and I can have the peace. I can have the club, and she can have the gang. Keep your promise no matter what. I lean for a kiss that somehow feels like it's my last. Then we're on the move again, and the door to the office is in front of us. I can hear voices from inside. Familiar voices. I try the handle, a golden swirl that slips in my sweaty palms. It's locked. The voices stop. Sophie moves to lockpick her way in, but I shake my head. I've had enough of being quiet and reasonable today. I step back and lift my leg. One well-placed kick, and the door almost flies off its hinges. Penelope and Tony are inside. She lifts up, her hands on the massive oak desk in the middle. Her eyes are wide, her mouth gaping. Tony's face remains set, like he's wearing a mask of politeness.
You!
She hisses.
Joey!
That must be the golem guarding the entrance to her lair.
He's not coming.
Sophie shuffles in, her gun trained on Penelope. I close the door behind us. It's flimsy in my grip, but I manage to lodge it in the doorframe. This is it. Chapter 37. Penelope is different from the last time I saw her. Gone is her cocky attitude. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her tanned skin is stretched over her skull like a sheet. She looks fine overall, but something in the pinch of her lips tells me she has lost the grip on her life. She's wearing a gray business suit and an elaborate diamond necklace under the collar of her white shirt. Tony shifts from one foot to the other when we enter, his gun pointed at us. If he's betraying Penelope, it hasn't happened yet. She swallows when her eyes slip to my right hand. It's bloody, the knife still clutched in my fingers. She probably thinks I've come to kill her. She probably doesn't want to die. It's over, Penelope. My voice is gentle, though I don't know why. Seeing her here, her knuckles white from gripping the desk, drains my anger. My fury for all that she's done to me evaporates. Extreme tiredness replaces it. I want to throw my arms in the air and walk out. It's like my soul was a tight coil, wrapping itself tighter and tighter with each passing year. And now it is unraveling, leaving a tangled mess inside me.
You're right,
She says the way I know means that I'm wrong.
Everyone abandoned you,
Sophie says. Penelope cocks a brow in her direction.
Adrian. You're like a weed in a perfectly good garden. Why are you even here?
You hurt me too, remember? Forced me to perform against my will. Gave me to Brad.
Sophie raises the gun and points it at Penelope.
Surrender.
I look at Tony. A shadow passes across his face and my heart leaps, the hairs at the nape of my neck standing up. Is he a jester or a brigand? My flimsy trust in him rattles.
To you? To the police? What's the point? I will only go to jail for life.
So you know you did wrong. My voice comes out like a deep whisper. I take a step closer. I don't want to hit her, but I will if she tries to escape. One more step, and I will be able to hold her down until Aisha arrives to read her the rights. If Tony doesn't shoot me, of course.
I was too lenient with my underlings.
Penelope replies, making me feel stupid for believing she would acknowledge all the hurt that she has caused.
If I'm going to go to jail anyway, what's another murder charge on my list?
Before I can register the meaning of her words, she pulls out a gun. It looks identical to the one Tanya had, the one in Sophie's hands. My fingers tighten on the knife, making it warm and slick with sweat and blood. A realization hits me then. I don't want to kill her. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I just want her tucked away neatly, like my father. We all eye each other, weapons in hand. When my gaze meets Tony's, I make an expression with which I try to convey that it's the right time for him to point his gun somewhere else. He doesn't move.
That gun?
Penelope narrows her eyes.
It's Val's gun. Why do you have it? Where is she?
I don't know,
Sophie replies.
But you know, Valerie was the one who let me go after that wretched party. She is the one who set me on the path to destroy you. I used the money she gave me to destroy everything. Do you have any idea how many lives you've ruined? And for what? You're all alone in the end.
I'm not alone.
Penelope's response is a shriek.
I have Alan.
Who's Alan?
Sophie's voice is even. Her trust in Tony is unwavering, despite his gun still pointing in our direction. I focus on his weapon. The safety is off. Out of all the guns in this room at this very moment, his is the only one that can fire. The one that can kill. Why? If he means to go through with his betrayal? My shallow breaths are the only movement in my body. Hot and cold flashes warn me that panic is only a few blinks away. For the second time tonight, I'm held at gunpoint by him. My unraveled coil of exhaustion springs back up in place. My muscles quiver with adrenaline. In a moment shorter than a blink, two things happen at once. Someone opens the door, startling me. It must have startled one of the others too, because I hear a gunshot and sit on the floor after, dazed. I don't feel any pain, but the fear, the panic, it's all there within me. I hate guns. I'm not used to their cold power, and I don't want to. I turn my head to see who came into the room. It's Matthias, his expression grave and menacing, emphasized by the colors blooming under his eyes and on his cheek. I need to de-escalate this before someone gets killed. My thoughts fade in the background when a buzz-like feeling starts at the top of my arm. It's annoying, so I scratch it. The fabric under my fingers is wet. I realize what has happened at the same time as Matthias does. He falls to his knees, pressing a hand against my now burning upper arm.
You shot him,
he screeches to Penelope and Tony. Sophie's face is frozen in shock. I pull him to me. Are the others coming? I whisper. He nods. I continue. Press the button on your pager and hold. Each word takes too long to come out. The pain spreads from my arm to my shoulder and to my ribs like poison. My stomach dips as my body's chemical balance shifts from attack to defense. It must have been Tony. I look at him, standing in the same position as before like a statue. Penelope next to him shakes. Maybe it was her then. The office blurs when I move my gaze between them both.
Why?
Matthias's eyes dart around the room. He must think I'm delirious. Just do it. When his hand lets go of my arm, it creates a wet, squishy sound which makes me retch. It takes immense effort to look around, to search for the one who shot me.
You killed Valerie, didn't you?
Penelope pushes the gun in Sophie's direction. The safety is off, and I know it then. It was her. She can't stop causing me pain, even now. Her shrill voice grates on my ears.
None of this is my fault. You took Val away from me. And where did you hide Thomas?
The tension in the room is so thick I'm afraid someone's nerves won't hold, and there will be another shooting. Thomas is safe, I managed to say through labored breaths.
I called his school. I asked them where he was staying, but they wouldn't tell me. He is mine. I birthed him. Why won't they tell me?
Penelope is rambling now, her gaze circling the office like she's looking for understanding. She won't find it in me or Sophie.
So I had people follow him.
How dare you?
Sophie readjusts her grip on the gun. I have to admire her determination not to come check on me. She's standing strong against our enemy. I try my hardest to focus on her features, her now messy hair, the little costume that she's wearing like armor, her endlessly dark eyes like a demon's in her contacts.
I'm his mother.
You weren't for most of his life, I whisper.
I did my best.
She shouts it so desperately, I would have believed her if not for the past 6 years. Knowing that she might have sent people to Hannah's place makes me extra proud of the fact that Thomas and Melanie are hidden in the home of an old policeman, so unrelated to me that she wouldn't even consider it. They're safe. The room starts to disappear around the edges of my vision, when suddenly the world goes dark, as if I've gone blind. I intake a sharp breath. Luna have fiddled with the moon garden's controls. I must get up and disarm Penelope. In the pitch black, I scramble to my feet and take a step toward where the desk should be.
Damien!
Sophie's voice cuts through my pained efforts.
What's happening?
I didn't have time to let her know this part of the plan. Shit. Not wanting to freak her out, I outstretch my arm and put my hand on her. It's a shoulder or an upper arm. But my action does nothing to reassure her. She jumps from my touch. All hell breaks loose. A blinding light. A noise that makes my ears pop. A ringing in my head. A feeling of weightlessness mixed with burning pain. Have I been shot again? I imagine the moon shining downstairs, through the hole in the ceiling. I imagine Sophie there, bathing in the moonlight, happy and free. Then I drown in darkness as the ground rises to meet me.
The Jester Queen. Nothing extraordinary happens in Penelope Wilson Gray's brain when she falls to the floor. It's like she's fallen off a cliff, and there's the incoming feeling of imminent impact. She lies on the ground, staring at the ceiling. In the darkness, she sees nothing. The sounds around her are too loud, then too quiet, then deafening again. She gurgles out a few words of protest. Her life doesn't pass in front of her eyes. She doesn't even realize she is dying. She misses Alan's soft, smooth skin and his golden curls. She tries to picture his face, but the image blurs in front of her eyes as if it's been painted on water. Oddly, Penelope recalls her late mother. For more than 20 years, she has pushed memories to the back of her head, unwilling to face her mother's disapproving, wrinkled face. Yet now, with an upsetting clarity, Penelope remembers the final words her mother said to her. Not said, hissed. You're a monster child, and you'll be a monster woman. No one will love you. Even your sister is better than you. You'll hate yourself like I hate you. You will see. Penelope's mother killed herself not long after. Valerie had bawled her eyes out, and Penelope was overjoyed. She was finally free. Now she turns her head to one side and sees a mirage of Thomas. His body is glowing in the darkness, like he is a ghost haunting her very existence. His hands cover his mouth. He might be crying. Penelope hopes he is. She looks at how much he resembles his father and how little there is of her, how he too doesn't love her. The hours pushing him out of her were pointless after all. The agony of childbirth, the pain of breastfeeding. Everything she gave the little parasite was pointless. As Penelope Wilson Gray's eyes close for the last time, she doesn't hate herself. She hates her son, her not ex-husband, and all who stand by him. She hates everyone. She deserved better.
Chapter 38. The light brings me back. The reality of what happened hits me like a train. Tony stands in the same corner, like an executioner. His gun is finally pointing down. I crawl to Sophie, who has collapsed next to me. Sophie. Her shoulders tremble. She's not visibly hurt, but she's in shock. Like a supernatural entity, Tony sweeps past me and grabs Sophie's hand, pulling her away from me.
Stand up,
he says. I groan. He repeats it, and I realize he's waiting for me too. I can't process the pain, so I struggle, trying to focus my eyes on anything that will ground me. Behind the desk, Matthias appears. He shakes his head. Blood seeps out from underneath. Without seeing anything else, I know. Penelope is dead. But how? Was it Sophie's panic when I touched her in the dark? Was it Tony seizing an opportunity? Or had Penelope done it to herself to avoid capture? My plan with the plunge in darkness was meant to give me an edge over my opponents. It didn't work out. Does it matter who ended her life? I crawl around the puddle to see what has happened to my wife. What I see is an unrecognizable mess. Her hair clumps on one side of the red pond that keeps filling with her blood. I want to believe her death was instant, that she didn't have time to think of all the people who left her to die in the office of a sex club. I rest my back on the wall, my head spinning from pain and misplaced guilt. Matthias pulls at my good arm.
You're bleeding on the carpet. We need to run.
Then a strong odor hits my nostrils and a small flame dances in the far edge of the room. Tony ushers us all out. We stagger down the corridor, the smell of smoke following us like a phantom. Heat adds to the agony of my wound, and I want to rip my clothes off and lie in an icy bath. I imagine it, and my body relaxes, my knees like jelly underneath me. The pain in my ringing ears logically tell me I should be frightened. A passing thought suggests that I'm dying. Blood loss, maybe. But I close my eyes, knowing full well I will open them again. I have to tell Sophie about the future that will make us both happy. Chapter 39. The next time I open my eyes, I feel a faint sting on my cheek. Matthias is kneeling next to me. He's slapping me. His lips are moving fast, no doubt giving me instructions. But my brain refuses to translate his mouth movements to words. He tries to lift me, so I flex my abs to help him out. Pain explodes in my ribs, then my arm smolders next to my body again. He drags me out of the staff corridor into the dungeon floor. Chaos has erupted around us. People are fleeing the party like their lives depend on it. And they probably do. Sprinklers drench us on the way out as we blend with the crowd. The fire hasn't gone unnoticed. I look around, trying not to vomit as my eyesight blurs. Where is Sophie? I can barely make out anyone around me, just Matthias and his strong grip on my side as he keeps us both moving forward. Then darkness, then red and blue lights and sirens. Then nothing. Muted sounds and blinding light, followed by a dreamless sleep that I'm not sure I will wake from. When I do wake, I'm lying down in a cold hospital bed. My surroundings are quiet, barren. I want only to get back up to look for Sophie. But my body is as if made from lead, so I lie there, trapped in its weight. Matthias is somewhere nearby. I can hear his voice. I drift in and out of consciousness, losing track of time. One time my eyelids flutter open, I see him injecting something in my cannula. The look of it makes my throat fill up with saliva. I'm going to throw up. I say something indistinct. Matthias takes one look at me and hands me a bucket. I dry heave for a few moments, then pass out again. Next time, I wake up to Matthias sleeping at my side, on a chair pressed to my bed. His head on his forearms, his face relaxed unlike when he's awake. I don't feel any pain thanks to him. I owe him my life. My bandaged arm doesn't respond to my will to be lifted, so I turn to the other side, leaving it resting behind me. I fall asleep thinking of Sophie and her copper gold hair the smell of cocoa and orange. When I stir in the night, Matthias is gone. An air of solitude stands still in the room. I remember everything. It settles on my chest like a slab of concrete, pressing me down, flattening me. Penelope is dead. I'm hurt. The moon garden burned. How much of it is left? Sophie ran away with a person from her old life. He's in the shadows with her while I'm trying to be out in the light for once. She is not here. I want to phone her, but I don't find my phone. She promised to tell me if she was leaving. She promised. So where is she? Is she safe? I'm left waiting once more. I hate it and I miss her.
Sophie the Brigand Wraith. I'm at the docks again, sitting atop a red shipping container, less than an hour after the moon garden burned behind us as Tony and I ran. The area is a lot quieter than the last time I was here, and a lot darker. The cold bites into every exposed inch of my skin.
Is he going to be okay?
Tony asks. Yes, he was in surgery and now he's recovering in the ICU, so there's nothing I can help with. What a mess. I pause for a moment, clutching my phone so hard my knuckles turn white. Why did you kill Penelope? I narrow my eyes. It's more than 7 years since I've seen Tony Maionetto. Tony, the only true brigand friend I had made in LA. Chief hadn't allowed me to mingle with the rest of his gang, but Tony was my age, and our teenage selves couldn't be torn apart. Tony, the brigand changeling.
She was never going to stop making your life hell.
His voice shows no remorse. You executed her in cold blood. I shudder. It could be from the icy weather or from the vivid memory of Tony's emotionless stare as he pointed the gun at Penelope and shot. A second before the room plunged into darkness, like his action took us all straight to hell.
I slayed a monster.
He sighs.
Trust me. I did you all a favor. And free of charge, too.
I shake my head. We listen to the water and the cars in the distance. Maybe he's right. Mateo did tell me to kill her. Now Tony has taken this burden on his shoulder. I look at his profile. His soft features are so innocent, so relaxed. He runs a hand through his messy curls, and I catch a glimpse of my friend from so long ago. When did he turn into a cold-hearted killer?
Will you tell me about what happened? All these years?
His eyes meet mine. There's a plea there to not judge him for his decision, to change the subject so we can be on the same side again. The roof of the shipping container is freezing against my naked thighs. A shiver starts in my torso as I recount all that's happened to Melanie and me in the hands of Penelope and Valerie, in Lavender. Then I go further in time and tell him about Frenzy Eats and the simple life I led for more than 6 years.
I'm sorry.
Tony says after I'm done.
I had no idea you were so tied up in the Deck's business.
It's not the Deck. That was Mateo Grey's gang. Damien wants to abandon that identity. I sigh. I don't really want to talk about that. Away from the action, I find my stomach knotted with anxiety. I can finally spend a moment to think about what I want to happen next, but it terrifies me, so I deflect. You've changed.
I'm finally where I want to be.
The brigand changeling raises a hand and smooths my hair. In that moment, we're not brigands at all. Only 2 young adults on a quiet, cold night. The sound of the ocean once again fills the silence. Tony's face reminds me of the fond memories I have of Los Angeles, and the need to reminisce is a sudden stab in my gut. I thought there was no future in LA for me and Melanie, but here is one big, smiling proof that maybe I was wrong. I study his features and notice how defined his narrow shoulders are, how the curve of his jaw has changed, how there's fluff on his cheeks. He's got what he wanted. Despite what he did to Penelope, I'm happy for him. I remember Antonia, with luscious golden curls and soft pink skin, running with me, laughing, but sometimes falling quiet for days on end, hating herself. Now I know that girl never really existed. Antonio was there all along. I'm sad I left before having a chance to support him on his journey. So you're still Tony, I say as we both lean back and stare into the starless sky.
Antonio Mionetto.
He says his name like it's a foreign word, with an Italian accent and his fingers together in an upward pinch. I'm glad. Chief supported you?
Yes, but you were missed. He still has your red handkerchief, though it's more pink now, with stained edges. He doesn't know how to do laundry properly.
Tony chuckles. A warm feeling spreads across my insides like honey. I miss Chief. I want to talk to him. But just as I struggled to find the right words with Tony, I know I will be awkward around my mentor too.
Do you want his number?
It's as if Tony can read my mind. No. Yes. Maybe. It's been so long. I scratch the back of my head, feeling like I'm 14 again. I will let you know later. How did you get under Penelope's skin so well? Do you really think she wanted to marry you?
It's what I do in LA too. Seduce people. Women. Men. Everyone in between. I can be a girl if I have to. A perfect chameleon. With a bit of inside information, I can be the perfect match for anyone.
His voice is quiet, as if he's expecting me to judge him. You're good at your job, You seduced me too. Count me your first official victim. He chuckles.
Really? I was so confused back then. I hated myself. Hated how I looked. I never saw you that way, I suppose.
The silence comes again, sitting in the space between our near-frozen bodies. So, Penelope, it seems she got under your skin, too.
She was both smart and rash. Thought the world owed her. Narcissists are the easiest to seduce, initially. Once their obsession is apparent, they become dangerous. But the sad part is that Penelope was desperate for love. Deep down, I'm sure she was painfully lonely.
You pity her.
A little bit. I think she lost her way and didn't know how to come back to being normal. I bet she had crappy parents. Not that it's an excuse. Look how well I turned out.
He laughs, a self-depreciating sound that tugs at my heartstrings. I still can't believe that Chief sent you, I say before the conversation dies down again. And without backup too, I assume. What if someone ruined your handsome face?
I came for you.
Tony whispers.
I will always come for you. We're family.
We are family, I repeat. The Chief's motto and the first edict of the LA Brigands. How did you convince him?
It wasn't easy. He wanted to send one of his goons, just as a normal recruit. He wasn't buying Mateo's whole seduction idea. But I told Chief subterfuge yields safer results, no bloodshed, and a smaller chance of war.
And yet you cut Chiara. My words are small because I don't want him to raise his barriers again. I just want to understand how his brain works.
I did what I had to do to maintain my identity. Alan Shane cut Chiara, not me, and I'm sure she will recover.
It must be so easy for you to go back and forth like that.
It's the only reason I can be the Brigand Changeling. I'm a spy, and you're a thief. Let's not pretend we're saints.
I know he is right. I turn back to the sky as if the moonless night will give me a solution to my dilemma. Am I ready for a normal life? Can I leave my past? What if I turn evil like Penelope? Do I want to be surrounded by killers? By brigands of all sorts? Tony's world seems to have a cruel edge I don't remember from my time in LA. Damien's dream is like a warm embrace in my mind. But like all embraces, I won't want to stay in it forever. Some sort of middle ground would be perfect.
Do you want to come back with me?
Tony asks. It turns out I only needed one question for the answer to materialize in my head. I huff a little laugh. Thanks, but no. My life is here now. I want to stay. There's no shadow of doubt in my tone of voice. Tony is an ally and my first crush. But when I look at him now, I only feel the bittersweet warmth of a past long gone. My body is frozen, the temperature of night Chicago too low for the see-through fabric of my dress. Yet when I take in a deep breath, I smell spring. At the tip of my tongue, there's the taste of something exciting.
Chapter 40. Something wakes me. I'm lying on my back, cold all over, my aching body trembling as the effect of the painkillers wears off. I squeeze my eyes, unexpected tears welling inside. They spill down my cheeks. I wipe them with the back of my good hand and look inside for the feeling that has made me cry. It's not anger, and it's not physical pain. I don't think it's grief. Is it because I miss Sophie? Maybe, but it's not the entire reason. Is it happiness? No, not really. I hear a sigh at my side. I turn to my back, trying hard not to let the pain dizzy me. Sophie lies next to me in the small bed, her body freezing against mine. She must have come in not too long ago. I try to embrace her, but my bandaged arm is too painful to move. I speak instead. You came back.
Of course I did.
My mouth is dry, my throat closing up as I utter the question that has been plaguing my dreams since the party. Is this a goodbye? She places her cold small hand on my cheek and runs a thumb under my eye, wiping my tears away.
No. it's far from a goodbye. I imagined countless possibilities for my life from this point on. There was one thing that never changed. I want you next to me. I want Hannah and Melanie, Matthias and Tanya, even your mysterious friends behind Luna. All else, well, we'll figure it out. Compromise, as you said.
I thought about it a lot too. And you don't have to go back to your day job and living a mundane life. You don't have to embrace Lavender. Behind your name now there is Mateo Grey's power. If you want, you can be his successor. I won't stop you and I won't judge you. I will support you, always. But I will also build my life the way I want it. Neither of us should settle. Why settle when we can have it all? My words come out slow at first, then gain momentum, excitement and reverence moving my tongue. Sophie props herself on one elbow, her eyes connected to mine through a tether of hope. She wants this. I can feel it. But she's afraid.
What if no one else wants to be part of our future?
She whispers. People are naturally drawn to you. Think of what you pulled off here and how much love and respect Tony has for you. You can't control anyone, but you should give them a chance to follow you. Don't let fear dismiss the connections you've made and those yet to form. You'll do great. I believe in you. She hesitates.
I think my heart will explode out of my chest. You make me so happy, so safe, like I can do anything.
Come here, I tell her. She shuffles closer. You've helped me trust again. You saved me and stood by me. You chose me, and you helped me remember what it is to be a good leader. Sometimes the best one can do is let go and pass the reins. I'm so excited to see what kind of future we will craft together. Whatever it is, I know it will be great.
I love you.
She whispers so quietly I'm sure I imagined it. She's buried her face in my chest. What was that? A wide grin appears on my tear-streaked face.
I love you.
She says a lot louder, lifting her face. Even in the darkness, I can see the red painting her cheeks. I love you too. I move my injured arm with a grunt, pushing through the pain so I can embrace her with my whole body. So much. I fall back asleep, Sophie and I entangled, sharing warmth, memories, acceptance, and now a future. The pain can't keep me awake. In my dream, I remember our first meeting, and thank gods I don't believe in that her curiosity made her lockpick that solid freezer door. With that twist of fate, she cracked my life open and set me free. The Phantom and the Wraith. Two ghost-like identities and one human connection.
Sophie the Brigand Wraith. 2 weeks later. For the first time this year, the chill in the air is gone. It's replaced by a warm sun and a soft, fresh breeze. A perfect day to be outside. I've just bought coffees for everyone, and when I turn the corner to where the former Lavender Club was, I can't stop myself from smiling. Melanie and Thomas are painting the outside walls of the building. The former gray color is being drowned in a classy maroon to go with the new pastel red door. Above it is the neon sign that Matthias is currently installing under Damien's watchful gaze. His arm is still in a sling, so he orders everyone around with such pleasure I almost forget the decisions we made after the Penelope issue concluded. This territory, everything that the deck had conquered before and the jesters had stolen, is now mine. Jerry Jericho is handling the legal process of transferring all that Penelope owned to me. My building is mine too, and I let Curtis keep the moon garden, provided that he runs all decisions by me and Damien. I went from having a tiny bedroom apartment to owning more property than I can fill with people. It's insane. Tanya comes to help me with the drinks.
Thank God.
She shakes her head.
They've been bickering about the sign placement since you left.
Her face has lost its sallow undertone, and her eyes are bright with amusement. I love this version of her, the worry of a few weeks ago so far away from the way she holds herself. Tanya was the first one to pledge herself to me as the new leader. The place we're turning the former Lavender into will be the safe haven for workers that was always on Damien's mind. She's been tirelessly redecorating the interior with him and the other girls who used to work here. Some chose never to return, of course, the trauma too difficult to face. Others chose to take their revenge on the old walls, tearing wallpaper, breaking shelves, and destroying beds full of nasty memories. I was afraid that Damien's heart would shatter to see his life's work trashed. I shouldn't have been. He was the first to wield the hammer. This will be a place where the Jester's ghosts will haunt us no longer. I call the kids and hand them each a coffee. Matthias comes down from the ladder, red-faced.
It's completely straight. It's not my problem you have uneven eyes.
He stomps toward me and grabs a drink without waiting for Damien's response. Matthias was also happy for me to take Damien's spot. Now that he's entangled with Hanako and knows Melanie well, it's like he's always been a part of my life. A reassuring presence. With the amount of times he has stitched up Damien and helped all of us with health issues, I feel invincible. Protected. Only Luna didn't take to the change. Diana and the others don't know me too well, and while most of them agree that my credentials are perfect for the job, some argue that the Penelope issue could be repeated. I understand their fear, but I have to meet them and show them I'm nothing like her. It will take a bit of time. I hand Damien his cappuccino and look at the sign with him. It looks straight to me. There is no name for us all yet, but it's not going to be the Deck or Lavender or the Chicago Brigands. It must be something new. A perfect name will capture our journey so far and the future we crave. Not a gang shrouded in darkness and illegal activity, but neither an honest firm, constrained by society's harsh standards. Something in the middle. My arm snakes around Damien's lower back. He's warm and smells familiar. It's comforting, like opening a new book, knowing it will have that amazing scent. I hear shoes slapping on the sidewalk. A boy is running toward us. He can't be more than 12. Thomas's friend? No, he runs past him, headed straight for us. He hands Damien a note, salutes, and dashes back.
See you tomorrow,
he yells, the words fading as he gets farther away. Before I can ask Damien who that was, he gives me the note.
One for you, leader.
I frown as I read, "Congratulations on the victory. Time to settle the bill. There's a perfect job for you. My Page of Cups will collect you tomorrow afternoon." A job? From the Arcana? I look at Damien for answers. He isn't my part-time consultant for nothing.
Seems so.
He kisses my forehead.
And an opportunity to introduce yourself.
I sigh. So it begins. Matthias goes inside the club to turn on the sign. It's bright outside, but we manage to see it blink to life in neon red. The color of blood and danger, but also passion, power, and love. We don't have a name for our gang yet, but at least we settled on a name for the new club. Love and Acknowledgements. Thank you for listening to The Brigand Children. In many ways, it was more difficult to write a sequel than a first book, but I'm really proud of the end result. This book was in the making during one of the hardest periods of my life, but it was this world of romance, amazing readers and author friends that got me through. Readers like you are my favorite people, and I appreciate you so much for reading, listening, sharing my books, and leaving reviews. Thank you. I have more stories featuring Sophie and Damien and their friends in my spin-off series Dark Things. This version of the book was abridged to comply with YouTube's rules. There are scenes in 2 chapters that have expanded descriptions, like the full steamy shower scene between Sophie and Damien, so I can't put it here, but why should you miss out? Type in subscribepage.com/brigandchildren in your browser to get instant access to the unabridged chapters, all one word and all free. The link is in the description too. Also, there are 2 exclusive prologues waiting for you, capturing Tony and Penelope's respective backgrounds 3 years before the events in this book. And yes, it is all audio, so you don't have to change your reading medium. On sign-up, in addition to all the extra content, you will join my monthly newsletter for my dedicated fans, who are always the first to get freebies, giveaway notifications, deleted scenes, opportunities to join my advanced reading teams, insights into my writing journey, and many more awesome things. Thank you again for finishing this story. I would love to know what you thought in the comments. And if you want to see more of what I write and what I do, subscribe to the channel. Lots of love. Lainey. This has been The Brigand Children, Book 2 of the Club Lavender Duet, written by Lainey Delaroque and digitally narrated via 11 Labs. Text copyright 2021, Lainey Delaroque. Production copyright 2025, Lainey Delaroque.